Qin Feng travels through the book and becomes a cannon fodder villain, awakening his succubus aura at the beginning. I never expected that the personalities of the female characters in the book would become more and more broken. The look in my eyes seemed to be getting more and more strange. Each one is glowing red and has pink hearts. Outrageous. They all want to do something bad to me. Chapter 1, Traveling Through Time. Severe pain. A sharp pain that penetrates deep into the bone marrow. Qin Feng's consciousness seemed to be pierced by a red-hot iron spike, and then forced into a body that did not belong to him at all. A tearing feeling came from the depths of the soul. He groaned and suddenly opened his eyes. What caught my eye was an unfamiliar luxurious chandelier and a white ceiling carved with intricate patterns. This is not my rental house. A thought exploded in his mind like thunder. Immediately afterwards, countless chaotic fragments of memory surged in like a flood. Qin Feng, 18 years old, a freshman at Wuhan University in Jiangchang. At the same time, he has another unknown identity, the Lu family, the top family in Jiangcheng. He is a chess piece placed next to the protagonist Yi Fan by the daughter Lu Qinghuan, a henchman who can be sacrificed at any time. I traveled through time. Qin Feng's lips trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He traveled to a high-level urban martial arts online novel that he had just finished reading not long ago. Moreover, he became the ultimate cannon fodder for this person with the same name as himself. A tragic character who, in the early part of the story, was beaten to death by the protagonist Yi Fan with one punch because he tried to do something bad to the protagonist's mother. No. Qin Feng's breathing became rapid. He didn't want to die. And he didn't want to die in such a pathetic way. At the moment when his heart was filled with huge fear and unwillingness, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Bite. Detecting the host's strong will to survive, the Supreme Villain system is officially activated. This system is designed to assist the host in suppressing the child of destiny, plundering their luck, changing their fate against the will of heaven, and becoming a supreme being above all others. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Distribution successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving God-level appearance, max. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Succubus aura, passive. The moment the system prompt sound fell, an indescribable warmth instantly swept through Qin Feng's whole body. Click. Click. He could clearly hear the bones all over his body making fine crisp sounds, as if they were being reshaped by an invisible pair of hands. The whole process takes only 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, everything returned to calm. Qin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and strength, as if he had been reborn. He staggered out of bed and rushed to the floor-length mirror not far away. The moment he saw the person in the mirror clearly, he was completely stunned. The person in the mirror is still him. But it is no longer him. What kind of face is that? The facial features seemed to be the most outstanding works of art from God. Every bit and every millimeter was perfect and impeccable. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, his eyes were narrow and long, his nose was as high as a mountain ridge, and his thin lips with distinct angles carried a hint of natural coldness and arrogance. Her skin is fair and delicate, like the finest mutton fat jade. Especially those eyes, which were as deep as the vast starry sky. When the eyes moved, they seemed to carry an innate magic that could easily capture anyone's heart. Is this God-level beauty? Qin Feng subconsciously raised his hand and stroked his cheek. The person in the mirror also made the same gesture, with his fingertips sliding across his face and an unintentional glance, all exuding a fatal attraction. He could even feel that there seemed to be a strange fragrance in the air, which made him feel a little excited. This is the succubus aura? The attraction to the opposite sex will reach an incredible level. Qin Feng was immersed in great ecstasy and began to desperately recall the plot of the original novel. What time point is it now? The protagonist Yi Fan should have just awakened his martial saint system not long ago, and his strength is still in its infancy. And his nominal boss, the villain Lu family's daughter Lu Qinghuan, should still be in the villa at this time, depressed about Yi Fan's ambiguous relationship with other girls and jealous alone. This is the best time. A golden period that allows him to plan calmly and seize the initiative. just when Qin Feng was excited and ready to show his skills. Bite. The cold system prompt sound rang again. Newbie mission released. Task name, a friendly exchange. Mission content, as a qualified supreme villain, you need to possess courage and skill beyond the ordinary. Please have an in-depth and friendly conversation with the protagonist Yifan's mother, Su Wanxiu. Mission reward, luck plus 500, first level of the top-level dragon elephant prison suppressing technique. The smile on Qin Feng's face froze instantly. Yifan's mother? Su Wanxiu? Of course he remembered the name. In the original novel, she is the only weak spot in the protagonist Yifan's heart, a beautiful woman who raised Yifan with great difficulty, but whose life experience remains a mystery. Her background was revealed later in the plot. She was the daughter of the Su family, one of the richest families in Kyoto. She was expelled from the family because she fell in love with Yifan's father. It can be said that she is the most important female character in the entire book, except for several heroines. But why would the system issue such a strange task? Have a friendly exchange with her? Qin Feng frowned, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. It was at this moment that he finally noticed that there seemed to be another person on the king-size bed where he had just stood up. The light in the room was a little dim. He slowly turned around, squinted his eyes, and looked at the messy bed. The quilt has an attractive curve. Her long black hair, like a waterfall, was like the finest silk, covering half of the pillow. Qin Feng's heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. He tiptoed over and gently lifted a corner of the quilt. The next second, his pupils suddenly shrank into the most dangerous needle tips. That was a woman. A woman who just lies on her side is enough to make any man's blood boil. She was wearing a black silk nightgown with a very short skirt, which barely covered her most mysterious area. Two slender, round, and dazzlingly white legs were crossed so defenselessly, and in the dim light, they seemed to be coated with an ivory luster. Following the breathtaking curve of the legs upwards, there is a slender waist that can be held in one hand, and an incredibly upright and full body tightly wrapped in the nightgown. That arc seemed like the most perfect mountain in the world, full of fatal tension and temptation. Her skin, still glowing white in the dim light, was so delicate that not a single pore could be seen, just like a ripe peach, waiting to be picked. Just a back view and a side view were enough to make Qin Feng's mouth dry. He swallowed hard, his eyes slowly moving upwards to rest on that face. A face that is extremely cold and beautiful. The woman's facial features were exquisite, her eyebrows were picturesque, her eyes were tightly closed, and her long eyelashes were like two small fans, casting a faint shadow under her eyelids. She has a straight nose and full lips, but her lip color is a natural light pink, revealing a hint of coldness and abstinence. This is a typical ice beauty. However, even such an icy face now had an abnormal blush and a slightly furrowed brow, as if immersed in some bizarre dream. Qin Feng's Adam's apple rolled violently. He recognized the face. This face appears countless times in the original illustrations and is known as the seventh most beautiful face. Su Wanxiu. It turned out to be the protagonist Yifan's mother, Su Wanxiu. What the hell is going on? Why did Yifan's mother appear in my bed? Did I travel to that plot point? Why does it seem like? Damn. Smell the scent of death? Chapter 2 Su Wanxiu. No, this isn't just a fucking smell. The shadow of death has already grabbed my throat. A large amount of information flooded into his mind, and pictures flashed by. Qin Feng finally understood what had happened. Just this afternoon. The original owner, a fool, was so smart that he put drugs in Su Wanxiu's coffee. While she was unconscious, he took her to this high-end hotel suite that had been opened for a long time and was part of the Lu family's business. He attempted to defile Su Wanxiu in order to gain Lu Qinghuan's praise and admiration. What a talent! Start counting from now on. There was still time left for Yifan to kick open the door and beat him into a pulp. Last 3 hours. Hold. A curse that was suppressed to the extreme squeezed out from between Qin Feng's teeth. Damn system. What the hell is this friendly exchange? This is a fucking death warrant. No. Something must be done. A crazy desire to survive flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He rushed to the bedside and, with trembling hands, untied the rope that was tied around Su Wanqiu. The rope was tied very tightly, leaving red marks on Su Wanqiu's fair and delicate skin. Qin Feng's heart was beating wildly, but he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. His fingertips inevitably touched the woman's skin, which was warm and delicate like fine porcelain. Smooth and cold. Yet it has a surprising elasticity. A faint body fragrance like orchid, mixed with a hint of mellow red wine, drifted into his nostrils. Damn it! Now is not the time to think about these things. Qin Feng bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the severe pain made him sober up instantly. He concentrated all his energy and finally, he untied the damn knot. Just as he was about to untie another scarf around his ankle. A slight moan, filled with endless laziness and temptation, escaped from the woman's lips. Qin Feng's movements froze instantly. He slowly raised his head. He was facing a pair of slowly opening, blurry and charming phoenix eyes. What kind of eyes are those? The eyes moved as if containing a pool of spring water that could easily drown a person's soul. Because of the effect of the medicine, there was a hint of hazy blush at the corners of her eyes, which not only did not destroy her beauty, but instead added a bit of heart-swaying charm. Su Wanqiu woke up. Her consciousness seemed a little fuzzy, her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings, and her unfocused gaze wandered on the ceiling for a moment. Then, it slowly fell on Qin Feng's face, who was close by. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The air also seemed to become sticky. Su Wanqiu's blurred phoenix eyes began to focus little by little. She saw it. She saw a face she had never seen in her life, a face so handsome that even gods would be jealous of it. Those eyes as deep as stars, that nose as tall as a mountain, those thin lips with clear angles and a hint of natural coldness. You. Su Wanqiu's red lips opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Question? Curse? But when the words came to his lips, only a breath filled with endless confusion and trembling came out. Her mind was in a mess. The fear of being kidnapped, the residual effects of the drugs in her body, and the fatal attraction brought by the man in front of her, like a tsunami, almost completely drowning her reason. All of these things, intertwined together, caused her brain to completely shut down. Qin Feng looked at her reaction and alarm bells started ringing in his heart. Broken. Succubus aura. He could clearly feel that the invisible power in his body was madly affecting the woman in front of him. Aunt Su. Listen to my explanation. Qin Feng was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He wanted to stand up and keep some distance. This is all a misunderstanding. I'll take you home right now. His voice was a little hoarse due to anxiety, but it revealed a strange magnetism, like a small brush, gently sweeping across Su Wanqiu's heart. Aunt Sua? He called me auntie? Su Wanqiu's eyes became even more confused. Reason told her that the man in front of her was the evil man who kidnapped her. She should scream, resist, and stay as far away from him as possible. But her body, her instincts, were shouting the exact opposite. Get close to him. Touch him. Own him. Don't go. Just as Qin Feng was about to stand up and step back, a soft, boneless jade hand grabbed his wrist like lightning. That hand is very cold. But it seemed to carry the temperature of a branding iron, causing Qin Feng to tremble all over. He looked down and met Su Wanqiu's eyes that were completely soaked with moisture and desire. Aunt Su, you let go first. Qin Feng tried to break free, but the seemingly fragile hand suddenly burst out with amazing strength, locking him tightly like an iron clamp. Su Wanqiu spoke with difficulty, her voice hoarse but full of charm. I'm so hot. I feel sick. She supported herself on the mattress with her other hand and slowly sat up with an extremely slow yet firm gesture. The black silk nightgown slid down a lot because of her movement. The breathtaking whiteness and fullness were presented to Qin Feng without reservation in the dim light. Gulp. Qin Feng swallowed hard and felt his mouth and nose instantly filled with the deadly fragrance. His mind was screaming wildly about danger. However, under the dual effects of the succubus aura and male instinct, his body began to produce some shameful reactions. Wait! Don't come over here! He used all his strength to try to retreat. However, Su Wanqiu seemed to have not heard his words at all. She just looked at him infatuatedly. Then, she moved. She released her grip on his wrist and wrapped her arms around his neck instead. The soft, hot body pressed against him without any gap. Qin Feng's head was buzzing. He was stunned. Auntie Su, calm down. Yifan, your son Yifan, he will be here soon. Qin Feng made his last, futile struggle. He tried to use Yifan's name to awaken the reason of this woman who was completely dominated by desire. However, Yifan. Su Wanqiu paused slightly, and a trace of struggle flashed in her blurry eyes. But the struggle lasted less than half a second. They were swallowed up by more turbulent, primitive desires. She raised her head, and on that face that captivated everyone, there appeared a sad smile that was enough to make all the flowers wither. He's here. Just right. Let him see how his mother became your woman. The moment the words fell, she exerted force suddenly. Qin Feng only felt a huge force that he could not resist at all. He lost his balance in an instant and fell backwards. Bang! He fell heavily onto the soft and large king-size bed. The world was spinning. Reversed vision. When he came to his senses, the woman who was supposed to be his prey was already sitting astride him, looking down at him condescendingly. Her long black hair, like a waterfall, fell down like black silk, gently scratching his cheeks. The pair of phoenix eyes that were originally as cold as frost were now burning with two flames that were enough to melt steel. That's a kind of raw, undisguised, female to male possessiveness. Chapter 3, scoring twice. I don't know how much time has passed. Maybe an hour. Or maybe, it is only as long as a century. Qin Feng lay on the messy bed, sweating profusely. He opened his eyes, staring blankly at the luxurious but dazzling crystal chandelier on the ceiling. My head is empty. A devastated scene after being swept by a tsunami. What happened? What on earth just happened? He is a man who is determined to compete with the protagonist in wits and courage, plunder luck, and reach the pinnacle of life. A humble cannon fodder who has just traveled through time and hasn't even seen this world clearly. It turns out, the protagonist's mother gave dawn. This thought, like absurd thunder, exploded in his blank mind. The air is still filled with that sticky and gorgeous scent. It was the lingering fragrance of orchids and red wine mixed with the smell of sweat and hormones, forming a catalyst that was enough to drive any normal man crazy. But when Qin Feng smelled it, he felt his scalp tingling and his hands and feet cold. He slowly turned his head. Beside him, the stunningly beautiful woman was lying quietly on her side, curled up like a lazy and contented cat. There was even a crystal teardrop hanging on her long eyelashes, and it was unclear whether it was pain or joy. She was sleeping soundly. The madness and desire on that face that captivated everyone faded away, leaving only a kind of holiness and tranquility like the sun after rain. It was as if the woman who had just transformed into the queen of desire and completely drained him dry was just an illusion. But the messy bed sheets, the ambiguous smell in the air, and the soreness and fatigue coming from deep within his body, as if he had been repeatedly crushed by 100 tanks, were all merciless reminders to him. Everything is true. Crazy. This world has gone completely fucking crazy. Qin Feng muttered to himself, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper. He now had only one thought. Run. While this woman is still asleep, and while the protagonist Yifan hasn't come to kill her, immediately. Right now. Escape from this hellish room. He struggled to sit up. However, all the bones in his body seemed to have been dismantled and reassembled, and he was completely out of control. The original owner of this body was a fool who was hollowed out by alcohol and sex. The passionate lovemaking just now almost cost him half his life. Just then, a cold, emotionless mechanical prompt sound rang in his mind without any warning. Bite. It has been detected that the host has completed an in-depth friendly exchange with the Destiny Girl, Su Wanxiu. Novice mission completed. Task rating, SSS, exceeded target. Rating analysis, the host passively endured force majeure, perfectly triggering the Succubus aura has hidden attribute, Holy Sacrifice. The target, Su Wanxiu, developed an extreme dependence and obsession with the host deep within her soul, her body and mind completely branded by the host. Task rewards are being calculated. Reward 1, Villain points plus 5,000. Reward 2, Host's martial arts realm is upgraded. Current realm, peak first rank. In an instant, a warm current suddenly gushed out from the depths of Qin Feng's dantian. This warm current is like a trickle at first, warm and peaceful. But in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge wave, roaring along his upper limb bones. Click. Click. Qin Feng could even hear the popping sounds coming from inside his body as his bones and fascia were forcibly stretched and reshaped. The muscles that were originally sore and weak due to overdrawn were instantly filled with explosive power under the impact of this warm current. The body that had originally seemed a little weak due to excessive drinking and sex now became as hard as a rock, full of indescribable toughness and strength. This feeling. It was like a sickly person who was powerless and unable to even tie a chicken, but in just a few seconds, he was forcibly transformed into a humanoid Gundam. Soon, 64 upper limb bones were tempered. His own realm has reached the peak of the first-grade warrior. This. Qin Feng sat up suddenly and looked down at his hands. He could clearly feel the terrifying power surging like a river beneath his skin. This is the peak of the first rank? According to the setting of the original novel, the protagonist Yi Fan is only at the second grade now. Only when all the upper and lower bones are fully tempered can he be considered at the peak of the second grade. The only thing that separates me from him is the 62 bones in my lower body that have not been tempered. Before he could recover from this huge surprise, the system prompt sounded again. Reward 3, Special Talent, Brand of Desire, Passive. Stigma of Desire. Any woman who has physical contact with the host will have the seed of desire planted deep within her soul. From then on, her thoughts and desires for the host will be transformed into the purest energy, feeding back to the host, slowly increasing the host's mental and physical strength. Qin Feng's breathing suddenly stagnated. This. What the hell is this Tiger Wolf talent? Isn't this the supreme VIP version of the dual cultivation technique? And it's a fully automatic version. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at Su Wanxiu, who was still sleeping beside him. In other words, from now on, as long as this woman thinks about him and misses him, he will become stronger? This happiness came too suddenly. The huge ecstasy, like a volcanic eruption, instantly dispelled all the frustration and fear in his heart. What was raped? What passive? In order to become stronger, don't be ashamed. The system is awesome. Qin Feng roared in his heart, feeling that his life had reached its peak. However, he was happy too early. The gift of fate has already been secretly marked with a price. And the system's rewards are often accompanied by the deepest malice. Bite. Detected that the host has exceeded the task quota, triggering a hidden task. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special mission, score twice. Special mission reward, temper 62 lower limb bones. This will allow the host to reach the peak of a second-grade warrior. Effect, forcefully stimulates the target's remaining drug power and desire, causing them to produce a second wave of physiological needs for the host within 3 seconds, with double the intensity. Duration, 1 hour. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. A moan that was even lazier and more alluring than before, as if it could make one's bones soften, sounded behind him. Qin Feng slowly turned around, facing those phoenix eyes that were slowly opening. If we say that the previous Su Wanxiu was a black rose blooming in desire, carrying a fatal temptation, so at this moment, there was no rationality left in her eyes. It was a pure, sticky abyss of desire that was almost turning into substance. She looked at him. It's like a traveler who was about to die of thirst in the desert and sees the last oasis. It's like a hungry ghost in hell seeing the most delicious food in the world. Honey. Her red lips were slightly open, and her hoarse voice was filled with tears and endless grievances. Where are you going? You don't want me anymore. Qin Feng's head was buzzing. No, not. Auntie Su, listen to me, your son will soon. However, Su Wanqiu didn't listen at all. She actually flew straight towards me. Pressing the back of Qin Feng's head, she kissed him hard on the lips. I am a villain, but I was forcibly kissed by the protagonist's mother. Are you serious? Qin Feng fell into deep thought, into passivity, into enjoying. Chapter 4, scoring 3 points. Another hour. When the last afterglow completely subsided, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and there was no longer a trace of confusion or emptiness in his eyes. Instead, there is a calmness like the abyss and a sharpness like an eagle. He sat up and felt that his whole body was filled with endless explosive power. The soreness and weakness that came from being crushed by 100 tanks disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is a powerful illusion that seems to be able to blow up a planet with one punch. He lowered his head. Su Wanqiu beside him had fallen into a deep sleep again. Her breathing was even and long, and there was a hint of satisfaction on her charming face, and there was even a faint, happy smile at the corner of her mouth. Like a child who got his favorite candy. Qin Feng's eyes became complicated for a moment. But soon, he was interrupted by the cold system prompt sound. Bite. Special mission, score a brace completed. Task rewards are being calculated. Congratulations to the host, the tempering of 62 lower limb bones is complete. A warm current, 10 times more powerful and turbulent than the previous one, exploded from the depths of his dantian. This time, the force did not hesitate at all, and turned directly into 2 violent fire dragons, running along his legs and going down all the way, destroying him in every possible way. Crack! Crack! Crack, crack, crack! A series of dense, frying beans-like popping sounds rang out wildly from inside his legs. Ankle bones, tarsal bones, metatarsal bones, phalanges. 62 bones of various shapes were forcibly tempered and reshaped under the impact and forging of this force in a brutal yet perfect way. Tenacity. Heavy. Stable. Qin Feng could feel that his legs, in an instant, had transformed into 2 pillars rooted deep in the earth. An unprecedented sense of stability and security arises spontaneously. If it is said that the tempering of the upper limb bones gave him indestructible attack power, now that the tempering of his lower limb bones was complete, it gave him an indestructible foundation. Bite. Congratulations to the host, the upper and lower limb bones, a total of 126 bones, have all been tempered. Host's martial arts realm has been elevated. Current realm, peak of the 2nd stage. 2nd rank peak. Qin Feng suddenly stood up from the bed. The moment his feet touched the ground, the solid and thick wooden floor groaned as if it could not bear the weight. He lowered his head, looked at his hands, and felt the power surging in his legs like a river. An indescribable sense of pride surged in his chest. This is the peak of the 2nd level. A powerful force that is at the same level as the destined son of this world, the protagonist Yifan. Qin Feng slowly clenched his fists. The joints made a crackling sound. He was absolutely confident that if Yifan appeared in front of him now, he wouldn't even need to use any strategies. With his physical strength alone, he can confront the opponent head-on. In fact, it is even worse than that. His eyes unconsciously fell on the woman who was still sleeping on the bed. Looking at her holy and peaceful sleeping face, Qin Feng's expression became a little strange. Thinking back to how she had just been immersed in it, even actively asking for it, Qin Feng had an ominous premonition in his heart. Succubus aura. Brand of desire. These 2 talents are simply the most vicious curses in the world. It will completely distort the marked woman from the depths of her soul, turning her into a slave to desire who exists only for him. Evil fall. This word popped up in Qin Feng's mind. If this continues, Su Wanqiu, I'm afraid she will really break down. She would completely become his vassal, lose herself, and become a real nympho. Just when his mind was agitated and he even felt a little shaken. That cold, emotionless mechanical prompt sound once again rang in his mind like a death curse. Bite. The host has been detected to have great potential and a strong will, meeting the conditions for triggering the hidden mission. Congratulations to the host for triggering the ultimate hidden mission 3 scores. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. And? Task name, scoring 3 points. Mission objective: before the Son of Destiny, Yifan, arrives, conduct a third and final soul resonance and physical fusion with the Daughter of Destiny, Su Wanqiu. Thoroughly solidify the stigma of desire so that it will never be erased. Quest reward: Avenue Baking Furnace, Prototype. Dao Furnace, prototype an ancient divine object, it can be placed within the host's dantian. One benefit: it can independently refine the vital energy of heaven and earth, purifying it into pure, attributeless qi and blood, greatly accelerating the host's cultivation. 2. It can refine all things. Anything consumed by the host can be placed in the furnace, refined into its own energy, and fed back to the host. Qin Feng's head buzzed as if it was hit directly by a nuclear bomb. Big Avenue Baking Furnace? Refining vital energy by yourself? Purify qi and blood? Accelerate cultivation? Isn't this a super plugin that works 24 hours a day, all day long? What's even more terrifying is the second effect. Melt everything. What does that mean? This means that no matter what rare treasures he eats, or what luck he plunders from others, or even kills people and devours their blood and energy, he can throw them into this furnace and refine them into the purest energy. This is no longer a cheat. This is the foundation for becoming a god. It is the only ticket to the pinnacle of martial arts. Qin Feng's breathing suddenly became extremely heavy. He turned around suddenly. Those red eyes were fixed on the perfect body on the bed. At this moment, in his eyes, she was no longer a stunningly beautiful woman. But it is a bridge to the peak. It is a key to unlock a god-level plugin. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Su Wanqiu's wrist, which was as smooth as jade, and pulled it hard. I'm sorry, Aunt Su. Su Wanqiu was awakened from her deep sleep and let out a confused moan. She opened her misty eyes and saw Qin Feng's handsome face, which was filled with coldness and desire. She showed no panic or fear. Instead, there was a light of ecstasy in her eyes. How annoying, you bastard. Her voice was hoarse and tired, yet it carried a hint of morbid anticipation and excitement that she herself was not even aware of. Chapter 5: Good Fortunes Come to You. The night sky of Jiangcheng was brutally torn apart by a scarlet lightning. The top-of-the-line Ferrari SF90 roars wildly on the highway leading to the suburbs like an angry and bloodthirsty beast. The roar of the engine almost shattered the entire night sky. Outside the car window, the city's neon lights were pulled into blurry and distorted strips of light, rapidly receding backwards. The co-pilot gets on. A young man with a handsome face, but now twisted like a devil due to extreme anger, was holding the mobile phone tightly and roaring hysterically into the receiver. His eyes were filled with terrifying bloodshot. His voice was so hoarse that it seemed to tear his throat. Lu Qinghuan. These 3 words were squeezed out one by one from between Yifan's teeth. I'm warning you. If anything happens to my mom, I won't let you go. Even the Lu family can't protect you. I, Yifan, swear to heaven that I will never forgive you in this life. The bloodshot roar, filled with endless murderous intent and rage, was enough to send chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. However, what came from the other end of the phone was neither fear nor a plea for mercy, but a burst of a laughter that was as sweet as a silver bell, yet icy cold. He. The laughter is crisp and pleasant. But it was like an ice spike soaked in poison, piercing into Yifan's heart inch by inch. Yifan, who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to warn me? The woman's voice was filled with condescending contempt and undisguised resentment. You still can't forgive me? You won't forgive me. Who do you think you are? The child of destiny. Let me tell you, the way you bark like a dog makes me so happy. When Yi Fan heard these words, he was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and the veins in his temples were throbbing wildly, almost bursting. You crazy woman. That's right. I'm crazy. Lu Qinghuan's voice suddenly rose, carrying a kind of morbid pleasure and madness. You drove me crazy. Don't you like to act noble? Don't you like to protect those questionable wild women? Now, I'm going to let your mother, the one you care about the most and respect the most, also have a taste of being toyed with. That's right. It's me. I was the one who ordered Qin Feng to kidnap your mother. It was my order. I just want to make you suffer. Make you angry. Make you wish you could neither live nor die. I'm so pissed you off, you idiot. Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up harshly. Only a series of cold busy tones echoed in the silent carriage. Yi Fan could no longer suppress the rage and fear in his heart. He roared like a beast and punched the center console in front of him hard. Bang. A loud bang. The carbon fiber center console worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was smashed by his punch, leaving a clear fist mark, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out instantly. Lu Qing Huan. Yi Fan bit his steel teeth and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but he was completely unaware. There was only endless regret and murderous intent in his heart. He regretted why he had provoked this crazy woman. He hated himself even more, hated his own powerlessness. He has the strength of a second-rank warrior, but he can't even protect his dearest mother. Just when his mind was about to be completely consumed by anger, a slender and strong hand gently pressed on his shoulder. Calm down, Xiaofan. A calm and cold female voice, like a clear mountain spring, slowly poured into his mind that was about to explode. Yi Fan turned his head suddenly. Sitting in the driver's seat was an equally stunning woman. She was wearing a smart black business suit, her long hair was neatly tied behind her head, and she wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which made her oval face, which was about 70% similar to Su Wanqiu but more fierce, add a bit of calmness and intelligence. Su Wanqiu's biological sister, Su Wanqing. She is also Yi Fan's aunt. At this moment, she was controlling the steering wheel with one hand, and the violent Ferrari seemed to have turned into a docile cat in her hands. Her eyes, sharp as a knife, were fixed on the road ahead. But her voice had a soothing power. The more times like this, the more we must not lose our composure. Su Wanqing looked straight ahead, her voice frighteningly calm. Anger won't solve any problems, it will only make you lose your judgment. But Auntie. Yi Fan's voice was still trembling, with a hint of crying. Mom was that bastard Qin Feng. He didn't dare to think further. When he thought about the humiliation his mother, who was as holy and noble as a fairy, might suffer at the hands of that dandy boy, his heart felt like it was being cut by 10,000 knives at the same time. I know. Su Wanqing interrupted him. But you have to trust your mother. Her voice was filled with an unquestionable certainty. My sister, she is blessed with a long life. Good fortune will always be with you. Yi Fan was stunned. Good fortune and good fortune. That's right. The corners of Su Wanqing's mouth curled up in a complex arc, as if it was a memory, and also like a sigh. Before you were born, your mother went through life and death dangers that were 1,000 times more dangerous than this situation. The ups and downs of the business world, the pursuit of enemies, the plots and schemes every time, she has managed to escape danger and even turn a disaster into a blessing. She seems to be shrouded in an invisible aura. This luck will protect her and allow her to avoid all harm at the most critical moment. Su Wanqing's words were like a ray of light, instantly illuminating Yi Fan's heart shrouded in darkness and rage. Yes. Mom's luck. Countless scenes from his childhood to adulthood instantly emerged in Yi Fan's mind. When he was 5 years old, his mother took him to an amusement park. The cable of the Ferris wheel suddenly broke. Everyone thought they were dead, but their cabin was caught firmly by a big tree and they were unharmed. When I was 10 years old, my mother's company encountered commercial sniping and was on the verge of bankruptcy. As a result, just 1 second before signing the contract, the chairman of the rival company suffered a sudden heart attack, and the acquisition plan fell through. Instead, my mother took the opportunity to swallow up the other party's industry. When I was 15, my mother's car braked suddenly because of a kitten that suddenly ran out into the road, and she narrowly avoided certain death. Again and again. One after another. In the past, Yifan just thought it was a coincidence and good luck. But now, after his aunt's enlightenment, he suddenly woke up. That's not luck at all. That is clearly the favor of heaven's destiny. That's right. Mom is protected by luck. She will be fine. She will definitely be able to protect herself and wait for her rescue like she did countless times before. Thinking of this, the madness and fear in Yifan's heart receded like the tide. Instead, there was an icy calmness and murderous intent boiling like magma. He slowly sat up straight and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Those bloodshot eyes were fixed on the rapidly receding night scene outside the window, as if they wanted to pierce through the hotel they were about to arrive at with their gaze. I hope it will be the same this time. His voice was low and hoarse, but filled with unprecedented determination. Su Wanqing saw the changes in her nephew from the rearview mirror, and a relieved smile finally appeared on his icy face. Hold on tight, she said lightly. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Buzz. The Ferrari's engine let out an even more violent roar. The entire car seemed to have turned into a cannonball, shooting towards the brightly lit Liu family hotel in the distance at a speed that was almost instantaneous. The cold electronic voice of the navigation system rang out in the car. The speed limit ahead is exceeded. Please drive carefully. There are still 30 kilometers to the destination. Estimated arrival time, half an hour. Half an hour. Yifan slowly closed his eyes, suppressing all the murderous intent and worries in the deepest part of his heart. Mom! You must wait for me. Qin Feng Lu Qinghuan. When I arrive, it will be your death. Chapter 6, Scoring 4. Inside the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel, there is a tranquility beyond the beauty. The air was filled with a sweet scent that made people blush and their hearts beat faster, mixed with the expensive incense, forming an even more decadent fragrance. The night view of the river city outside the floor-to-ceiling window is as bright as the stars, but it cannot illuminate the room at all. One more time, dear. An extremely lazy and hoarse female voice sounded softly in the darkness. The sound was like a feather wet by dew, gently scratching the eardrum, with a hint of greed and desire after having tasted the marrow. Su Wanqiu was like a docile and clingy cat, curled up in Qin Feng's muscular arms. There was still a lingering blush on her beautiful cheeks, and her usually cold and noble eyes were now shimmering and hazy as if covered by a layer of mist. Her slender, white, and long fingers, like works of art, were gently resting on Qin Feng's solid and warm chest, unconsciously drawing circles. Every action is filled with extreme dependence and infatuation. However, Qin Feng did not pay too much attention to the charming body in his arms at this moment. His eyes were slightly closed, and his consciousness had already sunk into the sea of spiritual awareness. There, a cold and mechanical system prompt sound was constantly echoing. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate hidden mission, scoring 3 goals. Mission rating, SSS+. It has been detected that the soul and body of the host and the daughter, mother, of destiny, Su Wanqiu, have reached perfect harmony. The mission reward is overissued. Reward 1, the Avenue baking furnace, prototype, has been successfully implanted into the host. Dao baking furnace, prototype, a supreme treasure used by ancient gods and demons to refine their bodies. It automatically draws the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, evolving the breath of chaos, and continuously refines the host's body, meridians, bones, and soul 24 hours a day. Currently in its prototype form, it can be upgraded by plundering the luck of the child of destiny. Qin Feng could see it clearly. Deep in his Dantian Shi Si, an ancient, heavy mini furnace, as if it had been baptized by eternity, was slowly rotating. Countless mysterious runes were engraved on the baking furnace, and wisps of grey chaotic air flowed out from the furnace mouth and flowed to his limbs and bones. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. It seemed as if every minute and every second, his physical strength and the power of his chi and blood were skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This feeling is really addictive. Reward 2, Villain Points plus 10,000. Reward 3, the passive talent Desire brand has its effects enhanced. Any member of the opposite sex who has had in-depth communication with the host will have their loyalty and dependence significantly increased, and there is a very low chance of awakening special attributes. A series of system prompts made Qin Feng's heart beat violently. Sent. This time, it was really a huge profit. Especially this Avenue Furnace. It is simply an automatic cultivation plugin that works 24 hours a day. With it, even if I lie down and sleep, my strength will increase rapidly. This is more terrifying than any martial arts or any elixir. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The foul air, when it left his lips, had a faint grayish-white color. It fell to the ground silently, but it corroded an undetectable hole in the expensive carpet. This is the manifestation of the Tao furnace automatically refining the impurities in his body. Only then did he turn his attention back to the woman in his arms. He lowered his head and looked at Su Wanqiu carefully. The light was dim, but with his eyesight as a peak second-grade warrior, he could still clearly see the subtlest expressions on her face. That's a kind of... He had never seen an expression on this face before. Obsession, decadence, desire, and even a hint of humble flattery. Qin Feng's heart suddenly shook. He suddenly realized a problem. Is this still the Su Wanqiu in the original novel? In his memory, what kind of woman is Su Wanqiu in the original novel? She is graceful, dignified, and elegant, and is the queen of the business world who remains calm even when faced with a crisis. She is also the strong-willed woman who, even when surrounded by enemies and in desperate situations, still maintains her last bit of dignity and holiness, and would rather choose to commit suicide than bow to anyone. Her upbringing and her pride have penetrated into her bones. She would never ever say words like "one more time," which sounded almost like a plea. That would be more painful for her than killing her. But now... Not only did she say it, but she said it so naturally and as a matter of course. It was as if she was born to crawl under a man and get whatever he wanted. For the first time, Qin Feng felt a deep fear of his own golden finger. Succubus aura. This passive talent is really terrifying. It is not just about influencing the other person's emotions and increasing their favorability. It is distorting a person's character from the root, changing a person's cognition, and forcibly transforming an independent and noble soul into a slave to one's own desires. This is no longer a simple plot deviation. This is a complete collapse of the character. Qin Feng's heart was filled with emotion, and even a sense of inexplicable chill arose. However, just as his thoughts were churning, that cold system prompt sound, once again, without any warning, rang in his mind. Bite. The host's mood has been detected to be fluctuating. The character of Su Wanqiu, the daughter, or mother, of destiny, has collapsed by over 50%, successfully triggering a hidden series of tasks. Series of missions, ring 4, scoring 4 times. Mission description: Yifan, the son of destiny, is on his way, with an estimated arrival time of 25 minutes. Host, please seize this last opportunity and complete the 4th deep resonance of soul and body with Su Wanqiu before Yifan arrives, completely destroying her mental defenses and making her completely subordinate to the host. Rewards for successful mission: 1. God and Demon Bones, Basic. 2. Villain Points plus 20,000. Qin Feng. He was completely stunned. May 4 goals in a row? These system tasks can still come one after another like this? He is totally unhuman. For a moment, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But the moment he saw the mission reward clearly, a terrifying light suddenly burst out from his deep eyes. God and Demon Bones. Just by hearing the name of this thing, you can tell that it is definitely a heaven-defying reward. Bones are the foundation of everything. The Tao Furnace is a plug-in for cultivation. The God and Demon Bones are to upgrade one's own hardware. It is the supreme foundation that will enable him to go further and higher on the road of martial arts in the future. Qin Feng's breathing suddenly became heavy. The way he looked at Su Wanqiu also changed completely. There was no longer any emotion or fear in that look. Only the most primitive, hottest heat and aggressiveness. It's like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. More. Qin Feng lowered his head and asked in her ear in a hoarse voice. His hands were no longer still and began to wander around wantonly. Su Wanqiu was so aroused by him that her whole body trembled, and she let out a moan as thin as a mosquito's, and her body instantly became soft like a pool of spring water. She opened her eyes hazily and took the initiative to move her sexy red lips forward. Her movements were awkward, yet carried a temptation that came from instinct. Want. That one word seemed to drain all the strength from her body. It also completely ignited the last bit of rationality in Qin Feng's heart. Fuck the collapse of his character. Fuck the protagonist Yifan. I'm about to have the bones of a god or devil. Even if the King of Heaven comes, don't try to stop me. As you wish. Qin Feng growled, rolled over, and took the absolute initiative again. This time, he no longer had any mercy. Only the wildest plunder and conquest remain. The neon lights outside the window seemed to become confused in this crazy rhythm. At this moment, time seems to be infinitely stretched. It was as if the fast-forward button was pressed. 25 minutes. That's enough. Chapter 7 Mom. Downstairs of Lu's Royal Hotel. Boom. A shrill engine roar, like the roar of a ferocious beast, tore through the quiet night sky of Jiangcheng. A fiery red Ferrari, with an extremely arrogant and wild attitude, with a pungent smell of burnt tires, spun its tail and stopped precisely and roughly in front of the hotel door. The car door opened upwards like an eagle spreading its wings. A tall and explosive figure stepped down from the driver's seat. It's Yi Fan. At this moment, he no longer had any of the sunshine and composure he usually had at school. That handsome face that was enough to make countless girls scream was now distorted beyond recognition and filled with cold murderous aura. His eyes were as red as blood, like a wild beast ready to devour someone. The undisguised powerful pressure from the chi and blood of a second-grade warrior, centered around him, swept across all directions. The doormen and security guards at the hotel entrance felt a chill running from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and even breathing became difficult. They backed away with pale faces, and did not dare to step forward and say a word of nonsense such as, "You can't park here." They had no doubt that if they dared to say one more word, the furious man in front of them would break their necks without hesitation. Xiao Fan. From the passenger seat, a female voice sounded equally anxious but also with a hint of rationality. The car door opened, and a beautiful woman in a professional suit, with a capable and intellectual temperament, walked down quickly. She is Su Wanqiu's biological sister, Yifan's aunt, Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's appearance is 70% similar to Su Wanqiu's, and she is also a stunning beauty. However, in terms of temperament, she lacks some of Su Wanqiu's grace and maternal radiance, and has more of the boldness and competence of a working woman. Don't be impulsive. Su Wanqing grabbed Yifan's arm and spoke anxiously. I've asked my hacker friend to hack into the Lu family's hotel system. My sister is in the presidential suite on the top floor, room 8888. We'll go up now. She knew her nephew's temper very well, and she knew even more clearly how deep his feelings were for her sister. At this moment, he is like a mad tiger out of control. He must be restrained, otherwise God knows how much trouble will be caused. Lu family. Qin Feng. Yifan squeezed out the two names word by word from between his teeth. Every word contains murderous intent. He took a deep breath, forced down the rage that was about to burst out of his heart, and grabbed Su Wanqing's wrist with his backhand. Walk. One word, concise, cold, and full of unquestionable meaning. The two of them didn't stop at all, and didn't even bother to care about the car. They just left it at the hotel entrance and strode into the magnificent hotel lobby. Bite. The elevator door slowly closed. The bright red numbers began to jump rapidly upwards. The atmosphere in the small and enclosed elevator was extremely depressing. Deathly silence. Only Yifan's breathing, which was becoming increasingly heavy, like an old bellows, echoed clearly. His expression was extremely ugly. Those bloodshot eyes stared intently at the ever-increasing floor numbers, his fists clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound, his knuckles turning pale from the excessive force. Breathing is so difficult. It felt like a huge rock weighing 10,000 pounds was pressing on his chest, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. All sorts of images that he least wanted to see began to appear in his mind uncontrollably. That bastard named Qin Feng. That lackey of Lu Qinghuan. What would he do to his mother? Humiliation? Beating? Still. A more unbearable, more unforgivable violation? Every second he thought about it, the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. Every second he thought about it, the energy and blood in his body churned more violently. He could even imagine the scene he might see when he pushed open the door. My mother fell to the ground in dishevel, with tears of humiliation on her face. And that damn Qin Feng was standing aside, looking at him with a teasing and complacent look. No! No! When he thought of that possibility, Yifan felt that his sanity was being torn and burned inch by inch. He wished he could blow up the entire elevator car right now and rush to the door of that room in an instant. He swore. If the mother was really hurt in any way. Not only does he want to make Qin Feng live in agony, he also wants to die in agony. He also wants the entire Lu family to pay the price in blood for this. Even if it means making enemies with the entire Jiangcheng, I will do it. Xiao Fan. Just when Yi Fan was about to be completely devoured by anger, a soft and warm hand gently patted his shoulder. It's Su Wanqing. She looked at her nephew who was about to go berserk, her eyes filled with heartache and worry. Don't scare yourself. Her voice was soft yet firm, carrying a soothing power. Don't you know your mother yet? You know my sister's personality better than I do. She is so proud and strong-willed. She is not the kind of woman who would allow herself to be bullied or taken advantage of. Over the years, the Su family has experienced countless storms in Jiangcheng. When has she ever bowed her head? When has she ever let others take advantage of her? Trust her, she will be fine. Su Wanqing's words were like a clear spring, slowly flowing into Yifan's almost burning heart. Yes. Mother is so strong and so proud. She is the queen known to everyone in Jiangcheng's business community. He is the head of the Su family who has a tough hand and gives countless business veterans a headache. How could she be bullied so easily? Right. I must be overthinking it. Maybe that bastard Qin Feng just wanted to use his mother to threaten him, and he didn't dare to do anything out of line to her. After all, the mother's identity and status are there. Thinking of this, Yifan's violent blood and energy finally calmed down a little. But the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. No matter what, kidnapping his own mother has already touched his reverse scale. The crime is unforgivable. Bite. The elevator finally reached the top floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and a corridor covered with thick wool carpet and so quiet that you could hear your own heartbeat appeared in front of the two. At the end of the corridor, the gold-plated door with number 8888 looks like the devil's mouth, exuding an ominous aura. Yi Fan's footsteps suddenly stopped the moment he stepped out of the elevator. Getting closer. The closer he got, the stronger the uneasiness in his heart became. He could even smell a faint, strangely sweet aroma in the air. The smell made him feel inexplicably irritated and nauseous. Auntie, please step back. Yi Fan's voice was very hoarse. I'll break the door. The energy and blood in his body began to circulate wildly again like boiling magma. A stream of hot air flowed along the meridians and rushed to his right arm. One punch. He was absolutely confident that he could smash the seemingly extremely heavy solid wooden door, along with the doorframe, into pieces. Etc. Su Wanqing held him back again. Don't be so impulsive. She lowered her voice and spoke quickly. This is the Lu family's territory. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. If we just rush in like this, even if we rescue someone, we won't be able to stand up to scrutiny. Instead, the Lu family will blame us. What should we do then? Yi Fan growled, he couldn't wait even a second. Listen to me. A hint of determination flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes. I knocked on the door, pretending to be a hotel waiter, and tricked him into opening the door. As soon as the door opens a crack, you rush in immediately and subdue the person inside with lightning speed. Remember, fight quickly and decisively. Don't give the other party any chance to react. This is a risky plan, but it's the best one right now. Yi Fan took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Good. The two of them immediately divided the work. Su Wanqing adjusted her collar and hair, trying her best to make herself look like a senior manager of a hotel, and then walked towards the door. Yi Fan took 2 steps back, lowered his body slightly, and assumed a standard attacking stance. On his right fist, the energy and blood power condensed crazily, and the air around the fist began to twist slightly, making a slight crackling sound. He is like a fully drawn bow, ready to shoot. Just wait for the target to appear, and then shoot the most deadly arrow. Su Wanqing walked to the door, adjusted her breathing, and raised her hand. Boom, boom, boom. The crisp knock on the door was particularly clear in the silent corridor. Hello, room service. Su Wanqing said in a tone that was as calm and professional as possible. Yi Fan stood aside, holding his breath and concentrating all his energy and spirit to the extreme. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. There was no response in the room. Deathly silence. Yi Fan's heart suddenly sank. Not good. Something happened. Could it be? Just when he couldn't hold back any longer and was ready to score. Abrupt. Without any warning, a rapid and shrill cell phone ringtone rang out in this suffocatingly quiet corridor. Buzz buzz buzz. This sound came from Yi Fan's pocket. Su Wanqing turned around suddenly, gave Yi Fan an anxious and angry look, and cursed silently with her mouth, "Turn it off." How could something like this go wrong at such a critical moment? Yi Fan was also stunned, and a trace of regret flashed across his face. He hurriedly took out his cell phone, ready to hang up immediately. However, when his gaze fell on the lit screen of his mobile phone, his entire body froze in place instantly as if struck by the 9 heavens' mysterious thunder. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. His face was filled with extreme shock and disbelief. On the phone screen, the caller ID appears. There are only 2 simple yet weighty words. Mother. Chapter 8 Phone. At that moment, Yi Fan felt that his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Then, it stopped beating. The whole world, all the sounds, were moving away from him at this moment. Time seemed to have been paused. In the dead silent corridor, the only sound was the piercing ringtone of the cell phone, which was like a death warrant, echoing madly, over and over again, assaulting his nearly broken nerves. Buzz buzz buzz. He stared at the phone screen intently. The word mom was like a red-hot iron, burning deep into his pupils and making his soul tremble. It's Mom's cell phone. Why? Why are you calling it this time? It's that bastard. It must be that bastard Qin Feng. He called from his mother's cell phone. What does he want to do? Show off? Or a threat? Or maybe he wanted to hear with his own ears his mother's most desperate cries and pleas for mercy? A murderous intent that was more terrifying and violent than any time before, like a volcano that had been accumulating for billions of years, suddenly exploded in Yi Fan's chest. In an instant, his eyes turned blood red, and no trace of white could be seen. The terrifying energy and blood power rushed wildly in his body like a flood bursting through a dam, almost tearing his meridians and bursting his flesh. Qin Feng. A roar that was not like a human voice, filled with endless pain and resentment, squeezed out from the depths of Yi Fan's throat. The veins in his hand holding the phone bulged out, like ferocious dragons coiled on his arm. The force was so great that it seemed that in the next second, this specially made, extremely sturdy mobile phone would be crushed into a pile of powder. Xiao Fan. Su Wanqing was frightened by his appearance and let out a scream. She had never seen Yi Fan like this. This is not a human at all, but a peerless ferocious beast that has been forced into a desperate situation and is about to destroy everything. She had no doubt that if she didn't do something, Yifan would really go completely crazy. Turn it off. She roared silently at Yifan with her mouth. However, Yifan seemed to have neither heard nor seen anything at all. He just stared at the flickering screen, his body shaking violently with extreme anger and fear. His fingers were hovering above the answer button, but they felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead and could not be pressed down. He doesn't dare. He really didn't dare. He is afraid. He was afraid that the moment he picked up the phone, he would hear the voice that would terrify him and make him fall from grace. He would rather stand here and deceive himself. At least he could still retain a little fantasy. Once the connection is made, that last glimmer of hope may be ruthlessly and completely shattered. He can't bear the consequences. Waste. What are you doing? Seeing this, Su Wanqing became anxious and angry. She no longer cared about anything else and rushed forward. She snatched the hot phone from Yifan's hand. Yifan's whole body shook, as if all his strength was drained away. He staggered back a step, leaned against the cold wall, and gasped heavily. His eyes were empty and desperate, fixed on the phone in Su Wanqing's hand. Su Wanqing didn't hesitate at all. At this time, hesitation is the biggest enemy. She swiped her slender white fingers across the screen heavily. Then, pressed the hands-free button. There was a soft beep sound. The phone call was connected. You could hear a pin drop in the entire corridor. Yifan held his breath completely at this moment. His heart was in his throat. Here we come. The moment of judgment is coming. However, as expected, the man's arrogant and teasing voice did not appear. As expected, the mother's shrill and desperate cries were not heard. There was a brief, suffocating silence on the other end of the phone. 2 or 3 seconds passed. A voice that was a bit lazy, a bit naive, and even mixed with a faint nasal tone that made people blush and their hearts beat faster, slowly came out from the receiver. The voice was so gentle, like the spring water in the south of the Yangtze River in March, so gentle that it seemed to drip water. Xiao Fan. This voice was like a divine thunder from the sky, striking Yifan's crown fiercely. His entire body was completely frozen. The expression on his face froze instantly. The extreme anger, the overwhelming murderous intent, the boundless fear all faded away at this moment. Instead, there is endless, incomprehensible confusion. It's my mother's voice. There's no doubt about it. No one in this world is more familiar with this voice than him. But why? Why is the tone like this? This laziness, this coquettishness, this as if she had just woken up from a dream, with a thick nasal tone. How is this possible? Wasn't she kidnapped? Isn't she in the most dangerous situation? Why it sounds like enjoying a relaxing afternoon SPA. Yifan's mind was completely confused. He was completely unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Sister? Su Wanqing was also stunned. She tentatively shouted into the phone. It's Wanqing. On the other end of the phone, Su Wanqiu's voice sounded clearer. Are you together? There was an obvious smile in her voice, and she sounded like she was in a good mood. Sister! Are you okay? Where are you now? Where's that bastard Qin Feng? Did he do anything to you? Su Wanqing came back to her senses and asked a series of questions in rapid succession. Her voice was urgent, worried, and full of anxiety. However, Su Wanqiu on the other end of the phone chuckled. That laughter was as sweet as a silver bell, yet it also carried a strange charm that was hard to describe. What nonsense are you talking about? What could happen to me? Okay, Mom is busy now. Another half an hour or so, and it will be almost done. The word busy was mixed with an ambiguous, slightly rising nasal sound, as if he was reminiscing about something wonderful. By then, Mom will be out. Don't worry about me, and don't come up. Just wait for me in the coffee shop downstairs. At most an hour, I will definitely go down. After saying this, he didn't wait for Su Wanqing and Yifan to ask anything else. Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up cleanly. Dead silence. The corridor once again returned to deathly silence. Only the busy tone of the hung-up call was still echoing mechanically in Su Wanqing's phone, as if mercilessly mocking their nervousness and stupidity. Time passes by minute by minute. I don't know how long it took. Maybe a minute. Maybe as long as a century. Auntie. Yifan's dry and hoarse voice finally broke the suffocating silence. His face still had that blank expression as if he had seen a ghost. Did I just hallucinate? Su Wanqing turned her head mechanically and slowly. Her expression was exactly the same as Yifan's. Those beautiful eyes that used to be filled with shrewdness and competence, now only contained endless confusion and bewilderment. The two of them looked at each other. Staring at each other. You heard it too. Su Wanqing's voice was also very dry, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. I heard. Yifan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Mom said she's busy. She said let us wait for her for half an hour at most. She said she's okay. Each question was like a heavy hammer, hitting the two men's hearts hard, smashing their long-constructed script about kidnapping, humiliation and coercion into pieces. Completely crushed. Not even a trace of residue is left. What the hell is going on? Yifan felt that his worldview was being madly impacted and crushed by an incomprehensible and extremely absurd force. That's not how the script is written. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't I kick open the door and see my mother, tears streaming down her face, tied to a chair in dishevel? Shouldn't that be that bastard named Qin Feng, grinning grimly, holding a knife to his mother's neck and threatening to cut off his own arms? Shouldn't he be furious, yelling bastard? Let my mother go, then rushing forward, beating the other person until he breaks bones, and then picking up his humiliated mother and comforting her gently? But what about now? Telephone. Lazy tone. Busy. Half an hour. These key words, combined together, formed a weird picture that Yifan could not imagine or accept no matter what. My mother was kidnapped by that bastard Qin Feng. Two people. Is it possible to have such friendly communication? What could the two of them be busy with in the room that would take them half an hour, or even an hour? An absurd thought that even he himself found ridiculous, yet uncontrollable and crazy, emerged from the bottom of his heart and instantly swept through his brain. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yifan shook his head violently, trying to get rid of this blasphemous thought from his mind. But the more I suppress it, the clearer the thought becomes. He remembered the faint, strangely sweet fragrance he had just smelled in the corridor. That aroma. Now thinking back, why does it feel a little bit similar to the scent of the perfume my mother always wears, but more charming, more distracting? Auntie. Yifan's voice was already trembling slightly, which he himself did not even notice. What do we do now? Rush in? Mother told them to wait downstairs. And judging from the tone, it doesn't sound like he's being coerced at all. What if this is really just a misunderstanding, and I kick it in, the scene? But if I don't go in, will I just wait downstairs like an idiot? How can I let go of that hanging heart? How to vent that overwhelming anger and murderous intent? Su Wanqing was also completely confused at this moment. As the think tank of the Su family and a decisive and ruthless woman in the business world, she felt for the first time that her brain was completely inadequate. The situation before her was completely beyond her comprehension. She looked at her nephew, then at the tightly closed door with the gold-plated number 8888, and felt as if there was a Pandora's box hidden behind the door. Full of unknowns. The corridor is brightly lit and warm like spring. But Yifan and Su Wanqing only felt a strange feeling spreading from their hearts, making their whole bodies numb. The two people were completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Should I charge it? Still. Just go downstairs obediently and wait in the hotel lobby? Chapter 9 Waiting. The icy chill climbed up along the spine, one vertebra at a time, instantly freezing Yifan's limbs and bones. He stood there, like a stone statue weathered by thousands of years, losing all reaction. My mind went blank. My worldview was completely overturned and crushed into pieces in that extremely weird phone call just now. Xiao Fan. Su Wanqing's voice, with a barely perceptible tremor, broke the silence. Let's go down first. Go down? Yi Fan's eyes turned stiffly, his gaze focused on his aunt's face. He opened his mouth, his throat was so dry that it felt like it was on fire, but he couldn't utter a word. He can't leave. Mom is still up there. Still in that bastard's hands. Just in case. What if everything that just happened was just a trick of that bastard? What if he was holding a knife to my mother's throat and forcing her to say those words to numb herself? As soon as this thought came to mind, the violent murderous intent that had just been suppressed showed signs of rekindling. No. Yi Fan's voice was hoarse, like an old bellows. I can't leave. Mom's still in there. I'm going in to save her. As he spoke, the energy and blood in his body that had just calmed down began to surge again, as if it was about to rush forward in the next second and smash that damn door into pieces. Calm down. Su Wanqing suddenly let out a low roar. Her voice was not loud, but full of unquestionable majesty. She grabbed Yi Fan's arm, and her nails turned white from the force. You rush in like this now, are you trying to save her or kill her? Yi Fan was shocked. Su Wanqing stared at him intently, her beautiful, shrewd eyes filled with anxiety and fear. Have you ever thought about what if your sister wasn't coerced? What if she really had some plan, and you kicked her in and disrupted all her plans? Have you thought about the consequences? Plan. Yi Fan repeated these two words blankly. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of plan he could have under such circumstances. I don't care about plans. He suddenly shook off Su Wanqing's hand, his eyes red. All I know is that my mom is in there. With that bastard who wants to do something bad to her. I can't wait. Not even a second. Yi Fan. Su Wanqing's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of anger at someone's failure to live up to their expectations. Can you please use your brain to think about this? If Qin Feng really wanted to coerce her, why didn't he just make his demands directly? Why didn't he let you hear her screams? What's the point of him making this call? Just so you can hear your mother say she's busy in that tone? This is illogical. Absolutely illogical. Every word Su Wanqing said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Yi Fan's heart hard. Yes. Illogical. All of this exudes a sense of weirdness that cannot be explained by common sense. Seeing a hint of hesitation in Yi Fan's eyes, Su Wanqing immediately struck while the iron was hot. She grabbed Yi Fan and dragged him towards the elevator without saying anything. Follow me down. Now, listen to your mother, and listen to me too. Don't act rashly until the situation is clear. Yi Fan was now in a state of confusion, his brain a mess. The terrifying power of a second-grade warrior seemed to be completely non-existent in front of Su Wanqing, an ordinary person. Su Wanqing half-dragged and half-pulled him into the elevator. The shiny elevator door slowly closed. Through the crack in the door, the gilded door numbered 8888 became smaller and smaller in his sight, and finally disappeared completely. It's like a world apart. It was deathly quiet in the elevator. There was only a slight sound of electricity buzzing in my ears. Yi Fan leaned against the cold wall of the elevator, staring blankly at the red numbers that kept jumping down. 7F. 6F. 5F. In his mind, he replayed the phone call over and over again. My mother's voice. That lazy, innocent, nasal tone. Every word was like a tiny needle piercing his nerves. It doesn't hurt. But it's so densely packed that it drives people crazy. Su Wanqing stood aside, looking at her nephew's distraught look, feeling distressed and helpless. Isn't she worried? Is the person on the phone really the sister she has known for more than 30 years? The business queen who is decisive and always maintains elegance and strength? She doesn't know. She only knew that now she had to stay calm. Xiao Fan is already confused, she can't be confused anymore. Bite. The elevator reaches the first floor. As soon as the door opened, the luxurious and elegant hotel lobby with its bustling crowds came into view. The melodious piano music, the guests' whispered conversations, the waiters' polite greetings. All of this formed an extremely sharp, almost absurd contrast with the eerie atmosphere in the dead silent corridor upstairs. Su Wanqing took Yifan and found a secluded spot to sit in the coffee shop in the corner of the lobby. As soon as he sat down, Yifan couldn't bear it any longer. He put his hands into his hair and roared in pain, lowering his voice. "Auntie! Why do we have to come down? We shouldn't have come down here." He raised his head and stared at Su Wanqing with his bloodshot eyes. "Didn't you hear that? That must be a code." His voice trembled slightly with excitement, like a drowning man grabbing the last straw. "Mom must have been threatened by that beast. She's not in a position to say it out loud. That's why she spoke in that weird tone on purpose. Busy, half an hour, let's wait. All of this must be sarcasm. She meant that we shouldn't wait. We should rush in and rescue her immediately. This is a tacit understanding that only my mother and I can understand. A code for help." The more Yifan spoke, the more excited he became, and the more he spoke, the more he felt that his guess was the only truth. Otherwise, there is no way to explain what is happening before our eyes. He even began to regret why he was pulled down by his aunt just now. I should kick that door open. He stood up suddenly and made to rush back. "Sit down." Su Wanqing pushed him back, her expression more serious than ever. She looked at Yifan and said word by word. "Xiao Fan, listen to me. If there is anyone in this world who knows your mother best besides you, that person is me." Her gaze was as sharp as a knife, as if it wanted to cut open Yifan's chaotic thoughts. "Tell me, your mother, when did you ever speak in that tone?" Yifan was stunned. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, as if she was recalling something, or as if she was organizing some words that made her feel terrified. "That sound." Her voice was very low, as if she was telling a forbidden secret. "It's not a disguise, nor is it coercion. That laziness, that coquettishness, that deep-seated feeling of satisfaction. That's the sound a woman makes when she's completely relaxed both physically and mentally, or even extremely satisfied. That was definitely not an act. A woman who's been kidnapped and whose life is threatened, no matter how good her acting is, can absolutely not fake that kind of charm that comes from the depths of her soul. Satisfied?" These two words, like a black lightning, struck Yifan's mind fiercely. It made him freeze in his seat instantly. The blood color on his face disappeared completely in an instant. His lips trembled uncontrollably. "No, impossible. What nonsense are you talking about? That's my mom." He was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. His fur instantly stood up and he retorted in a sharp voice. However, his rebuttal sounded so pale and powerless. Because every word Su Wanqing said was like an ice-cold key, unlocking the darkest and most terrifying guess in his heart that he had never dared to touch or think deeply about. "Think about it carefully." Su Wanqing ignored his excitement and calmly, even cruelly, forced him to face reality. "Is your mother's voice the same as I described it?" Yifan's breathing became extremely heavy. His mind, uncontrollably, once again echoed his mother's voice, so gentle it could drip water. "Busy." That drawn-out, slightly rising nasal sound. Looking back now, that wasn't a sign of being coerced at all. That's an idea that he couldn't accept and that almost drove him crazy was madly eroding his sanity. "No. Impossible. How could Mom? And that bastard named Qin Feng? What were they both busy doing in the room? That's why she made that kind of sound, the kind that would make her son blush, his heart beat, and his soul tremble when he heard it?" Plop. Yifan sat back on the sofa, as if all the bones in his body had been pulled out. The light in his eyes went out. There is only endless, abyss-like confusion and fear. Yes. My aunt is right. That's not a code. That is true. But if that's true, it's 1,000 times more terrifying than a secret code. Looking at Yifan's lost look, Su Wanqing's eyes flashed with pity. She finally softened her heart. She reached out and gently patted Yifan's shoulder. Xiao Fan. Her voice slowed down. Stop imagining that. You know better than me what kind of person your mother is. She is the strong woman of the Su family, Su Wanqiu, who can kill all the men in the Jiangqing business world without leaving a single piece of armor. Do you think that Qin Feng, a good-for-nothing dandy, can let her suffer any loss? Does he deserve it? These words were like a shot of adrenaline, injected into Yifan's cold heart. Yes. Mom is so strong and so smart. How could she possibly be taken advantage of by someone like Qin Feng? Then why did she? Yifan's voice was still dry, but there was finally a hint of life in it. Su Wanqing sighed and continued to construct an acceptable logic for him and herself. I guess she must have her reasons for doing this. Perhaps she's playing a trick on me? Or perhaps she's playing a bigger game, and Qin Feng is just one of her pawns. In short, your mother is not the kind of weak woman who would allow herself to be bullied. You must believe her on this point. She asked us to wait here, so we will wait peacefully. I believe that when she comes down, everything will have an answer. Although Su Wanqing's words were full of speculation, they gave Yifan a harbor where he could temporarily dock. His confused thoughts finally found a vine to cling to. Taking advantage of the situation. A big chess game. Yes, that must be it. Mom is so powerful, she must be plotting against that bastard Qin Feng. It must be. Yifan took a deep breath, as if to expel all the anxiety and fear in his heart. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the elevators leading to the guest rooms upstairs, as he passed through the busy hall. His eyes became firm again, but beneath that firmness, there was a deeper confusion that even he himself was not aware of. Good. I'll wait. Mom, I'm waiting for you to give me an explanation. In the cafe, the melodious piano music continues. Time passes by every second. For Yifan and Su Wanqing, every second seemed like a century, long and torturous. Chapter 10. What did they do all night? Time flows slowly in the solidified air. The melodious piano music in the cafe stopped quietly at some point in the middle of the night. Instead, there was deathly silence. The central air conditioning in the hotel lobby tirelessly blows cool air, making this magnificent space look like a gorgeous ice cellar. The lobby, which was originally quite lively, became increasingly sparse as the night deepened. In the end, only two figures remained on the sofa in the corner, like sculptures forgotten by the world. Yifan and Su Wanqing. They were like two drowning people, sinking silently and painfully in the deep sea called waiting. Every second is torture. Every imperceptible tick of the clock's hands was like a small hammer, hitting their tense nerves neither lightly nor heavily. 1 hour. 2 hours. 5 hours. The sky outside the window changed from pitch black to a hint of pale. The morning light, like an extremely sharp golden blade, tore through the last bit of tranquility before dawn. The first ray of sunlight penetrated the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows and lazily poured in. Dust danced silently in the beam of light. The entire lobby was dyed with a warm and brilliant golden color. However, this morning light, which should have been full of hope, only reflected two gray and extremely haggard faces when it shone on Yifan and Su Wanqing's faces. There were only two of them in the waiting area. It is out of place with this empty and luxurious environment. Ah! A suppressed and extremely low growl, as if squeezed out from the deepest part of the chest, like a beast, broke the eerie silence. Yifan's hands, like two iron claws, fiercely plunged into his already messy hair. His eye sockets were filled with spiderweb-like, hideous bloodshot veins. His eyeballs were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed because of a sleepless night and extreme anxiety. The proud young man who was driving a Ferrari last night, full of vigor and handsomeness, is now gone. Instead, there was a madman with red eyes, a haggard face, and an aura of destruction emanating from his body. His teeth were clenched tightly together, and the muscles on his cheeks were twitching wildly from the excessive force. It makes a crackling sound that makes your teeth ache. Murderous intent. The violent, undisguised murderous intent, which was almost tangible, poured out from his body like crazy. If looks could kill, then Qin Feng in the presidential suite 8888 upstairs would have been tortured to death thousands of times. He couldn't wait to rush forward. Kick open the door in the most brutal and primitive way. Then, tear that bastard named Qin Feng into pieces inch by inch. Xiao Fan. Su Wanqing's hoarse voice came from beside him. She stretched out her hand, wanting to hold down her nephew who was about to lose control, just like she did last night. However, when her hand touched Yi Fan's arm, which was hot due to the surging blood, even her own fingertips trembled slightly uncontrollably. After a night, she reached her limit. Su Wanqing, the smart and capable businesswoman who always maintained elegance and composure, also disappeared. Her face also had thick dark circles under her eyes. Her delicate makeup had long been washed away by fatigue and anxiety, and her face was as pale as a piece of paper. Compared to her forced composure when she just came downstairs last night, at this moment, she seemed unable to even pretend. Yes. She understands the truth. She understood the logic. She could give Yi Fan one analysis after another to prove that her sister was playing the game against the enemy and playing a big game. But those words could deceive Yi Fan, who was in a state of great confusion, but how could they deceive herself? After all, she is her biological sister who has depended on her for more than 30 years. From midnight to dawn. All night long. What kind of plan would take so long? What kind of chess game requires one's own sister to spend a night in a hotel room with a man who has bad intentions towards her? She didn't dare to think about it. Whenever some unbearable images appeared in her mind, her heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, causing her to feel so painful that she couldn't breathe. The worries in her heart had already turned into a turbulent black ocean, which was about to completely break down the last bit of her rationality. Time is still moving forward cruelly. 9 o'clock in the morning. The hotel lobby began to come back to life, with well-dressed business people and tourists dragging suitcases starting to come and go. 10 o'clock in the morning. The coffee shop was full of people chatting and laughing, and the sound of cups and plates clinking against each other formed a sharp contrast with the dead silence of the two people in the corner. 11 o'clock in the morning. The sunlight became scorching, shining through the glass and illuminating the marble floor. 12 o'clock noon. I can't stand it anymore. Yi Fan stood up suddenly. This time, his actions were so decisive and so sudden. Su Wanqing didn't even have time to react. Auntie. He turned his head, his red eyes fixed on Su Wanqing. I can't wait any longer. I can't wait another fucking second. His voice was like two pieces of rough sandpaper rubbing against each other, full of desperate roars. All rationality, all logic, all speculation, at this moment, was completely crushed into dust by the torture that lasted for more than 10 hours. The volcano of anger in his heart has reached its peak. In the next second, it will erupt completely. Burn everything to ashes. Plan? Bullshit plan. Take advantage of my trick? I bought a watch last year. She's my mom. She's upstairs now. In that bastard's room. I don't care. I don't care about anything. Today, either he dies. Or, I die. After he finished speaking, he didn't even look at Su Wanqing again. His body suddenly turned around, and the 400 calories of qi and blood in his body, a second-grade warrior, burst out. The whole person turned into an arrow and rushed towards the elevator entrance. Xiao Fan. Su Wanqing screamed and her face turned pale in an instant. She knew that this time, she could no longer hold him back. It's over. It's all over. However, just when Yi Fan was about to rush to the elevator. Bite. A clear sound, as if coming from heaven, suddenly rang out in the lobby. The number on the elevator facing him just jumped from 2F to 1F. The elevator is here. Yi Fan's forward rushing figure suddenly stopped. His entire body seemed to be frozen in place, as if he had been cast under a spell. The whole world, all the sounds, all the figures, seemed to disappear in an instant at this moment. In his eyes, in his world, the only thing left was the shiny metal elevator door that was slowly opening to both sides. The door cracked open little by little. It was like the gates of hell opening. It also seems like the coming of the final judgment. Su Wanqing also held her breath, her heart in her throat, and stared in that direction. Finally, the elevator door is fully opened. Two figures, bathed in the soft light of the elevator, came clearly into their sight. That moment, Yi Fan felt as if his soul was being smashed into pieces by an invisible hammer. Time seems to be infinitely stretched at this moment. He saw it clearly. See it clearly. The man walking in front. He has a tall figure and a handsome face, and there is even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, with a hint of laziness and satisfaction. He was wearing a costly custom-made suit. Although it had some wrinkles, it did not affect his outstanding temperament at all. He just walked out so casually and calmly. As if he wasn't a criminal who had just imprisoned someone for a night. But the owner of this top hotel. Qin Feng. And beside him, the woman who held his arm, leaning half of her body against him in an intimate manner. Yi Fan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. It's Mom. It's Su Wanqiu. But is that really my mother? She was not tied up, not injured, and showed no signs of being coerced. The Chanel professional suit she was wearing, which was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, was a little messy, and a button on the collar was even missing, revealing a breathtaking piece of white on her chest. But her face. There was no trace of fear or anger. Instead, there was an expression that Yi Fan had never seen on her face before. Her cheeks were flushed with a charming blush like peach blossoms after the rain. The pair of phoenix eyes that were usually as sharp as a knife and full of the majesty of a queen, now seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, and the eyes moved around with a natural charm. Her hair, which was always combed meticulously, was now a little messy. A few strands of mischievous black hair fell on her smooth forehead in plump earlobes. Instead of looking messy, it added an indescribable, lazy, and charming style to her. Her skin seemed to glow under the bright lights of the hotel lobby. Delicate, rosy, and full of amazing vitality. She was like a beautiful peony that had been thoroughly watered by rain and dew, and after blooming to its fullest, it still carried endless moisture. From the inside out, all over the body, there is a feeling that made Yi Fan's soul tremble and almost nauseous. Feeling satisfied. She just held Qin Feng's arm naturally, even with a hint of dependence like a little bird. Two people, walking side by side. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. It looks so harmonious. They are like a perfect couple who just had a perfect vacation. Boom! Something in Yi Fan's mind completely exploded. All the luck, all the hope, all the self-consolation. At this moment, I was shocked and shattered by the absurd, terrifying, yet extremely real scene in front of me. His body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Not out of anger, but because. A kind of boundless fear and collapse that is enough to completely devour a person. He looked at Qin Feng, who was still smiling. He looked again at his mother, who was radiant and incredibly beautiful. An idea that he couldn't believe, an idea that made him prefer to die immediately rather than face it, struck his head like a black lightning. Last night. Them. In the room. What on earth are you busy with? Chapter 11. Apologize to your uncle Qin Feng quickly. Just when Yi Fan's entire worldview was about to collapse completely and his soul was about to be torn into pieces, Qin Feng moved. His hand, which was originally on Su Wanqiu's arm, slowly slid down with an extremely natural and familiar gesture. Then, he casually put his arms around Su Wanqiu's slender waist, which was so thin that it could be grasped with one hand. That action was full of possessiveness. That gesture seemed to be announcing to the whole world, "This woman is mine." This moment. Time stopped. The sound disappeared. In Yi Fan's perception, the whole world turned into a silent, black and white silent film. The only color was the dazzling contact point between Qin Feng's hand and the expensive Chanel suit around his mother's waist. Buzz. Yi Fan's brain seemed to be stung by 10,000 bees at the same time, and everything went blank in an instant. Immediately afterwards, boundless blood surged up madly from the depths of his eyes. Reason? What is that? Plan? Fuck the plan. Forbearance? I can bear your paralysis. Aha! A roar that was not like a human voice, but filled with extreme pain and madness, exploded from the depths of Yifan's throat. Kill! Kill him! He must be killed! This thought, like a wildfire, instantly burned away the last bit of his humanity. He no longer thought about the torture. He no longer thought about what to cook slowly. His only and ultimate thought now was to grind the man in front of him, the beast who had touched his mother with his dirty hands, to ashes right there, right now. Xiao Fan! Don't! Behind him, Su Wanqing's shrill, tearful scream was heard. However, at this moment, Yifan could no longer hear anything. In his world, the only person left was the man who was embracing his mother and smiling calmly. Die for me. Boom! The energy and blood of a peak second-grade warrior burst out without reservation at this moment. 400 calories. A full 400 calories of chi and blood power gushed out of his body like a volcanic eruption. The hard and smooth marble floor beneath his feet cracked instantly with a crack, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly. The whole person turned into an afterimage that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Take a step forward. In an instant, he had crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. He appeared in front of Qin Feng. That face, twisted into a hideous shape by extreme anger, was almost sticking to Qin Feng's face. His right hand had 5 fingers like claws, and his finger bones made a crisp crunching sound due to excessive force. Attached to it is a layer of blood-red energy and blood that is so thick that it almost becomes tangible. Black Tiger's Heart. This is the unique skill passed down by the Yi family. One move is a killing move. This claw is enough to penetrate steel plates and crush gold and stone. What he wants is nothing else. He wants to crush this bastard's head with his own hands. He wanted to see with his own eyes the bastard's brains and blood splattered on his mother's face. Let her wake up. Let her see what she has done. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, it was enough to kill any warrior of the same level in seconds. Qin Feng didn't even lift his eyelids. There was still that lazy and playful smile on the corner of his mouth. It was as if Yifan's claw, which was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks, was just a baby waving its pink fist and acting coquettishly towards him. He didn't even move the hand that was around Su Wanqiu's waist. He just casually raised his other hand. There was no roar of chi and blood exploding. There is no earth-shattering momentum. Just so casually, as if to shoo away an annoying fly. Gently, swing forward. Pa! A soft sound. It was so crisp, like swatting a mosquito in the summer. Then, the next scene made Su Wanqing, who had just rushed up, suddenly freeze her pupils. Yifan, the figure that was rushing forward with the force of thunder, suddenly stopped. His claw, sharp enough to crush steel, was less than 3 inches away from Qin Feng's temple. But I can no longer make any progress. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. Next second. Puff. Yifan flew backwards at a speed several times faster than when he rushed over. Yes. Inverted flight. He is like a ball kicked by an adult with all his strength. It also looks like a helpless fallen leaf swept by a Category 12 hurricane. His entire body drew a tragic and desperate parabola in midair. Boom! A loud bang. Yifan's body crashed heavily into the load-bearing pillar covered with gorgeous marble in the corner of the lobby more than 10 meters away. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard clearly throughout the silent hall. Pooah! A mouthful of scarlet blood mixed with internal organ fragments spurted out of Yifan's mouth. The ground in front of him was dyed a shocking bright red. His body, like mud, slowly slid down the pillar. Finally, he collapsed to the ground. One moves, no moves. Xiao Fan. Su Wanqing let out a heart-wrenching cry and rushed over, crawling. And the instigator of all this was Qin Feng. He slowly withdrew his hand, which was still clean and not even stained with a trace of dust. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. His gaze didn't even stay on Yifan, who was like a puddle of mud in the distance, for more than a second. He lowered his head and spoke softly to Su Wanqiu in his arms in a doting yet slightly reproachful tone. Look at you. I've already told you that it's normal for children to be naive and angry. You had to come down and provoke him. Now it's okay. Are you hurt? Are you heartbroken? A hint of just the right amount of heartache and resentment flashed across Su Wanqiu's face. She raised her misty phoenix eyes and gave Qin Feng a cold look. That glance was full of charm. There was a hint of coquettishness that would only be revealed in front of the closest lover. It's all your fault. The other side. Severe pain. The heart-wrenching pain rushed from all over his limbs to Yifan's brain. He felt as if every bone in his body was run over by a heavy truck at high speed. Broken. All broken. He wanted to struggle to get up. But he couldn't do it. Even moving a finger became a luxury for him. However, what made him feel more terrified and unacceptable than the severe pain in his body was the overwhelming horror in his heart. How so? How is this possible? He stared intently at the man who was still flirting with his mother. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock and confusion that penetrated deep into his bones. Oh! It's me! The #1 young person in Jiangcheng. A child of destiny. Martial arts genius. At only 19 years old, he is already a peak-level second-grade warrior. A body full of energy and blood, up to 400 calories. The 64 bones of the upper limbs have already been tempered. More than half of the 62 bones in the lower limbs have been tempered. Looking across Jiangcheng, and even the entire Jiangnan province, who among his peers could be his rival? But why? Why in front of this man, I'm like a real, defenseless baby? He didn't even see how the other party made the move. He only felt an irresistible, incomprehensible, and terrifying force as vast as the ocean, which instantly destroyed all the energy and blood that he was proud of. Then, he flew out. Flash sale. This is a complete, crushing, dimensionality reduction attack and instant kill. This man's strength. The strength of this bastard named Qin Feng. Surprisingly, above me? Moreover, it is not a little bit stronger. It is countless times stronger. How is this possible? Didn't the information say that he was just a first-rank rookie who had just broken through the threshold of a warrior? Is the information wrong? No. Impossible. How could the Liu family's intelligence network make such a low-level mistake? What's going on? One huge question mark after another, like a red-hot iron, was deeply imprinted in Yifan's mind, driving him almost crazy. Just when he was at a loss for words and his worldview was completely overturned. A voice that was familiar to him to the core, yet so strange that it made his soul tremble, rang out. Xiao Fan. It's Mom. It was Su Wanqiu's voice. There was an obvious hint of complaint and blame in her voice. Yifan raised his head with difficulty. He saw that his mother finally broke free from Qin Feng's arms and walked towards him step by step in high heels. There was a hint of anger on her face, a look of disappointment. She looked down at herself lying limp in a pool of blood. That look didn't seem like he was looking at a seriously injured son. It was more like looking at an ignorant child who had gotten into trouble and brought shame upon her. How can you be so reckless? Su Wanqiu frowned and scolded sternly. Didn't I tell you on the phone? I'm busy. I told you to wait downstairs. Look at you now. What kind of talk is that? Yifan's mouth opened slightly. What he wanted to say. He wanted to ask, Mom, what are you busy with? He wanted to ask, Mom, do you know that my aunt and I were waiting downstairs for the whole night? He wanted to ask, Mom, are you under his control? But he couldn't make any sound. The blood welling up in his throat blocked all his words. But Su Wanqiu's next words were like the sharpest knife tempered with deadly poison, stabbing fiercely into his already broken heart. If it weren't for Mr. Qin Feng's broad-mindedness and generosity, You would have been a cripple by now just based on that blow. Did you know that? Instead of being grateful, you looked at him like that. You disappoint me so much. Mr. Qin Feng? Broad-minded? Be magnanimous and forgiving? Yi Fan felt that there must be something wrong with his ears. He must be hallucinating because his injuries were so severe. Otherwise, how could my mother say such ridiculous and distorted words? However, the most terrifying thing is always the next sentence. Su Wanxiu took a deep breath, as if she had made some important decision. She even managed a stiff smile on her face. She pointed behind her and saw Qin Feng walking slowly towards her with that damned, victorious smile still on his face. In an unquestionable and commanding tone, he said to Yi Fan, "Now. Immediately. Apologize to your Uncle Qin Feng. Then, open your mouth and thank Uncle Qin Feng for showing mercy." Qin Feng uncle? Boom! These 4 words, like a nuclear bomb with a yield of 10,000 tons, exploded in the deepest part of Yi Fan's mind. The world has completely turned into nothingness. He couldn't even feel the pain in his body anymore. All that remained before his eyes was his mother's face, which was so close yet so unfamiliar. And the 4 words that came out of her mouth were enough to hurt her heart. Qin Feng uncle? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Uncle? I fuck your uncle. An indescribable, extreme black emotion that went beyond anger and despair, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly submerged all his consciousness. Puff. Another mouthful of black blood spurted out. This time, it was anger. Yi Fan only felt a blackness before his eyes. The whole world, all the light, all the sound, all drifted away from him at that moment. His last consciousness was fixed on Qin Feng's handsome face with a faint smile. Then, the head tilted. He was so angry that he fainted on the spot. Chapter 12 Ward. Consciousness is a sea of chaos. Yi Fan felt like a lonely boat floating on the ocean. No direction. There is no end. There was endless, sticky darkness all around. There is a lingering, monotonous and irritating sound in my ears. Crunch. 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 The sound was like a rusty iron bed bearing a weight that it shouldn't be bearing. It's like an old door hinge, being pushed open and closed again and again, tirelessly. One sound, with some weird, disturbing rhythm. It's so noisy. Really, it's so noisy. A nameless anger rose from the depths of Yi Fan's consciousness. He wanted to roar. He wanted the bastard who was making the noise to stop immediately. But he couldn't make any sound. His body seemed to be filled with lead, so heavy that it didn't belong to him. He could only endure it passively. He let the devilish crunching sound, over and over again, drill into his ears and disturb his chaotic thoughts. I don't know how long it took. A century? Or just a moment? The annoying sound finally stopped. The world returned to dead silence. When his consciousness emerged from the dark abyss again, Yi Fan was awakened by the pain. Pain. Intense, indescribable pain. Especially the head. It was as if someone had thrust a red-hot iron rod into his temple and was stirring it wildly inside. Well. A suppressed groan of pain escaped from his cracked lips. He suddenly opened his eyes. What comes into view is the pure white, cold ceiling. The nose was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant that almost completely corroded the sense of smell. Hospital? I am in the hospital? Fragments of memory, like a tide, began to flood into his aching brain. The hotel lobby. That man Qin Feng. He put his arm around his mother's waist. His thunderous claw. And that light, yet humiliating slap. No. Yi Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, his body trembled violently, and he was about to struggle to sit up. Crack. Hiss. A heart-wrenching pain spread from the chest to every part of the body. He looked down and realized that his chest, arms, and legs were all wrapped in thick bandages. My body feels empty. The 400 calories of chi and blood that he was so proud of were now gone. It's useless. I am ruined. This thought was like a basin of ice water poured over his head, making him feel cold all over in an instant. No. Impossible. My roots are still there. As long as you rest for a period of time, your chi and blood will always be restored. But that man. Qin Feng. How can he be so strong? Why is it so strong? Just as Yi Fan's heart was filled with fear and unwillingness, and he was about to fall into madness again, a slight, tired nasal sound rang in his ears. He turned his neck with difficulty and stiffness. Then, he saw it. Beside his bed, there was a figure lying. It's Mom. It's Su Wanqiu. She was lying on the edge of the bed, still wearing the Chanel suit she wore yesterday, but now it was covered with wrinkles. Her beautiful face that captivated everyone no longer had the charm and blush that she had in the hotel lobby. What replaced it was a deep, inextricable fatigue. There seemed to be traces of tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes. She just slept quietly like that, her long eyelashes casting a light shadow under her eyelids. The even breathing sound is particularly clear in the quiet night. Is she guarding me? Guarded all night? Yi Fan's heart trembled suddenly. An indescribable bitterness suddenly surged into his nose. Looking at his mother's haggard appearance, the hideous, horrifying and humiliating images in his mind began to blur. Instead, there are scenes of mother and son relying on each other for the past 19 years. She was the one who taught me how to practice boxing. She stayed up late to prepare the medicine for herself to strengthen her body. It is the gratified and proud smile on her face every time she makes a breakthrough. This is my mother. This is the real Su Wanqiu. So, everything that happened in the hotel. Yes. Is it a dream? The man named Qin Feng. The hand around her waist. That heartbreaking phrase, Uncle Qin Feng. Just a nightmare? Well, it's a pity that such fantasies cannot deceive myself. To this day, Yi Fan still doesn't know what his mother had experienced or what she was thinking. He looked at his mother's sleeping profile, and the resentment and estrangement in his heart caused by the nightmare gradually dissipated. What replaced it was a deep heartache. He wanted to reach out and touch his mother's hair like he did when he was a child. However, the severe pain in his arm left him without the strength to even lift a finger. Call. Yi Fan let out a long breath, trying to expel the remnants of the nightmare, along with the depression in his chest, from his body. My head still hurts. My body feels sticky and uncomfortable. He decided to go to the bathroom. Washing your face with cold water may help you feel more awake. He used his uninjured hand to support himself on the edge of the bed and carefully, bit by bit, lowered himself off the bed. The moment his feet touched the ground, his knees went weak and he almost fell to the ground. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Every step is like dancing on the edge of a knife. Every inch of muscle and every bone was groaning in pain. The distance from the hospital bed to the door was only a few meters, but it felt like a century had passed. Finally, he held the door handle and walked out of the ward. The hospital corridor was empty late at night. Only the pale light stretched his shadow long and thin on the ground. It seems particularly lonely. He identified the direction and moved step by step towards the public restroom sign at the end of the corridor. The door of the men's restroom was ajar. He pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, there was also dead silence. Only the induction light bulb lit up with a click the moment he entered. It dispelled the darkness, but added a bit of cold weirdness. He walked to the sink, supported his hands on the cold ceramic countertop, raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. His face was as pale as paper. My lips are dry and chapped. His eyes were dull and lifeless. He looked so miserable that even he himself felt unfamiliar with it. He turned on the faucet and cold tap water flowed down. He scooped up a handful of water and splashed it hard on his face. The cold stimulation made his dizzy and aching head a little clearer. Just then. An extremely slight, suppressed groan, as if filled with pain, came from the compartment next to it. The sound is very soft. So small that it is almost inaudible. But in this dead silent bathroom with only the sound of running water, it seems so abrupt. Yi Fan's movements suddenly froze. It's so late, is there anyone else here? Immediately following, there were several more intermittent, fragmented, and strange noises. Like crying? It seems like he is enduring something? Yi Fan's brows were tightly furrowed. As a peak-level second-grade warrior with a blood and chi of 400 calories, his hearing is far superior to that of ordinary people. He could clearly tell that the voice contained an emotion that he was very familiar with. Is that grievance? Pain? And a hint of joy? Who is it? He held his breath and concentrated his attention. As a warrior, everyone has his or her own unique fluctuations of chi and blood. Just like an ordinary person's fingerprint. As long as it is someone familiar, I can sense it clearly even through a wall. However, the moment he extended his perception into that compartment, his body was as if struck by lightning. The whole person froze in place in an instant. That wave of blood. That wave of energy and blood that he was familiar with to the core. How? How could it be? Aunt? Su Wanqing? Yi Fan's brain buzzed and exploded instantly. Aunt? How come she is here? And this is the men's restroom. Ah. A woman, a lady from a wealthy family, the second daughter of the Su family, also a warrior, hiding in a men's restroom stall in the dead of night, making those strange noises? This. What the hell is going on? Countless absurd and crazy thoughts grew wildly in Yi Fan's mind, but were forcibly extinguished by him. This? Impossible. Something must have gone wrong. I was injured too badly, my chi and blood were disordered, and my perception was distorted. He took another deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and focused all his energy on his perception. Once again, he reached out. That's right. Absolutely true. That gentle yet sharp fluctuation of chi and blood definitely comes from my Aunt Su Wanqing. She's really in there. Auntie. Yi Fan's voice was trembling violently, which he himself was not aware of. He tentatively called out softly towards the tightly closed cubicle door. Is that you? In the compartment, the strange sound suddenly stopped. Then there was a distinct, hurried, rustling sound. Like arranging clothes? A full 10 seconds passed. An equally trembling female voice with a strong nasal tone and panic came from behind the door. Xiao Fan. Why are you here? It's really my aunt. Yi Fan's heart sank completely. A feeling that was even more absurd and weird than when he saw his mother and Qin Feng standing together in the hotel lobby instantly swept over his whole body. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and asked in a dry voice. Auntie, I am awake. Come and wash your face. Why are you here? This is the men's room. Chapter 13. I was running just now. In the compartment, the thin door panel seemed to have become an insurmountable chasm. Behind the door was Yi Fan's closest and most beloved aunt. Outside the door was his nephew, covered in blood and with his faith shattered. The air was dead silent. Only the forgotten water from the faucet was still making a gurgling sound, as if it was providing the only, incompatible accompaniment to this absurd drama. Su Wanqing's voice sounded dry and hoarse, as if it had been polished with sandpaper. I took the wrong path. Her voice was very low and soft, as if she had used up all her strength. My stomach feels uncomfortable. I was in such a hurry that I couldn't see clearly. This explanation always sounds so pale and powerless. What's more, it's now. Yi Fan frowned. He stood there quietly, his hands firmly supporting the cold sink. The knuckles turned bluish-white from excessive force. Aunt, you just opened my mouth. Then I heard Su Wanqing getting more and more flustered, and even urging with a hint of embarrassment. Get out now, do you still need me to treat you? Like a curious baby? you keep asking questions? I told you we'd taken the wrong path. Haven't you heard that people have 3 urgent needs? Her voice suddenly rose several degrees, becoming sharp and piercing. Like a cat whose tail is stepped on, its fur instantly stands on end. This is not normal. It's so abnormal. My aunt's personality has always been gentle, dignified, and elegant. Even when she was angry, she never used such a shrew-like tone. What's wrong with her? Get out now. I'll get ready and go find you right away. Su Wanqing's voice softened again, with a hint of pleading. Yi Fan's Adam's apple rolled up and down with difficulty. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to ask something else. But looking at the tightly closed door, feeling the panic and fear that was about to overflow from behind the door. In the end, he swallowed all the questions. What will happen if you ask further? He didn't dare to think about it. Perhaps, now he is not qualified to question at all. Good. After a long time, Yi Fan squeezed out a word from between his teeth. His voice was as hoarse as 2 pieces of rusty iron rubbing against each other. Auntie, please come out quickly. This is the men's restroom after all. After saying this, he didn't stop. He didn't even look back at the door. He dragged his broken body, step by step, like a walking corpse, and moved out of this suffocating place. Behind me, in the cubicle, a long, relieved sigh was heard. And, more subtle, suppressed, unsettling sobs. Back to the ward. The pungent smell of disinfectant enveloped him again. The room was still quiet. His mother, Su Wanqiu, was still in the same position as when he left, lying on the edge of the bed, sleeping soundly. She seemed to have had a bad dream, her brows were slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of uneasiness on her face. Yi Fan didn't bother her. He just stood quietly on the other side of the bed, looking at the round wall clock that was ticking. The minute hand just skipped over the number 1. The hour hand pointed steadily to 1 o'clock in the morning. The night is still long. Yi Fan lay back on his bed. He opened his eyes and stared straight at the pure white, cold ceiling. My mind is a mess. In the lobby, my mother was so charming that she seemed like a completely different person. Qin Feng's face was so handsome that it made people jealous, yet it was filled with endless sarcasm. My aunt was in the men's restroom cubicle, moaning in suppressed pain mixed with pleasure. All of this, everything. It was like an invisible net, trapping him in the center. He wanted to struggle, but found that he had already been stripped of his tendons and skin, and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. He could only watch as the net grew tighter and tighter. To drag him into the endless, dark abyss. Time passes by every second. Tick. 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 Outside the corridor, there was dead silence. Except for the occasional nurse on night shift, pushing a cart and passing by quietly. No more unnecessary sounds were heard. Aunt, you haven't come back yet. Yi Fan's heart sank deeper and deeper with every swing of the pendulum. What is she doing? Organize clothes? Does it take so long? Or, in that compartment, besides her, there was someone else? This thought, like a poisonous snake, suddenly jumped out and bit his heart hard. It gave him a chill all over his body. No. Impossible. Although his perception had become dull due to his serious injuries, it was not so bad that he could not sense even one more person. At that time, in that compartment, only my aunt's blood and qi were fluctuating. Absolutely true. But if she were alone. So what sound did she make? Why did she stay in there for so long? Yi Fan's head was about to explode again. He felt like a drowning man desperately trying to grab a life-saving straw. But he found that he was surrounded by freezing cold, bottomless seawater. Despair. Helpless. Time seems to be so long in this agonizing wait. 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock. When the hour hand on the clock is trembling and is about to point to 4. The sky outside the window was beginning to turn pale. That deep black, like thick ink, is being diluted bit by bit. It turned into a dead, gray color. Just then, Click. An extremely slight sound of a door lock turning suddenly rang out in the quiet dawn. Yi Fan's body trembled violently. Almost subconsciously, he immediately closed his eyes and slowed down his breathing. He's pretending to be asleep. The door was gently pushed open. A slim figure walked in on tiptoe. The footsteps were very light, as if afraid of disturbing the person sleeping in the room. Yi Fan did not open his eyes. But his hearing, which was far superior to that of ordinary people, captured everything clearly. He could even hear the man's breathing at this moment. Rapid. Disorder. There's also a hint of heaviness. It's like I just ran a marathon. It's my aunt. She is back. Yi Fan's heart was in his throat. He could feel that Su Wanqing walked to his bedside and seemed to stay for a moment. Then he walked to his mother's bedside. Then she walked to the sofa in the corner of the room and sat down gently. Everything returned to silence. Yi Fan waited in the dark for another 5 minutes. After confirming that Su Wanqing had no other movements, he slowly opened his eyes, pretending to have just woken up. He first looked at the ceiling in confusion. Then, he turned his stiff neck again and let out an unintentional groan of pain. Well, his actions successfully attracted the attention of the person on the sofa. Xiao Fan? Are you awake? Su Wanqing's voice came from the corner. His voice was still a little hoarse, but he no longer had the panic he had in the bathroom, and had regained some of his usual gentleness. Yi Fan looked in the direction of the sound. Then, he was completely stunned. Completely dumbfounded. In the early morning, the dim light poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The photo clearly showed Su Wanqing lying on the sofa. What's wrong with her? Her originally clean and tidy trousers and shirt were now completely soaked with sweat. It clings tightly to the body, outlining the breathtaking and graceful curves. A few strands of black hair, due to sweat, stuck to her smooth and full forehead and her snow-white neck. Her beautiful face, which was enough to rival her sister Su Wanqiu, was now flushed with an abnormal red after strenuous exercise. His lips were slightly open, and his chest was still heaving violently at an amplitude visible to the naked eye. She was gasping for breath. This look. It doesn't look like he's been in the toilet for 3 hours. This is clearly. It was obvious that he had just experienced an extremely intense and physically demanding exercise. Yi Fan's pupils shook violently. His brain completely shut down. Confused. Stunned. Unbelievable. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton and he couldn't utter a word. He could only stare at his aunt intently, as if she were an alien. Su Wanqing seemed to have noticed Yi Fan's strange look. She adjusted her sweat-soaked collar somewhat awkwardly. Then, he waved at Yi Fan and forced a slightly stiff smile on his face. Look, what are you looking at? Just ran downstairs for a while. Running? Only these 2 words were echoing in Yi Fan's mind. Exercise, get some exercise. Su Wanqing's voice was a little vague and her eyes were evasive. Recently I feel like my physical strength has declined significantly. I ran 50 kilometers in one breath before I got here. I'm quite tired. 50 kilometers? Yi Fan felt as if the top of his head was struck hard by a ray of divine thunder from the 9 heavens. He was completely dumbfounded. Completely stupid. At 1 in the morning, hiding in the men's room. At 4 in the morning, I came back sweating profusely. Then tell him that I went to run 50 kilometers? Exercise? Yi Fan looked at his aunt in confusion and astonishment. He suddenly felt. Is this world crazy? Or is it actually me who is crazy? The mother was seriously injured and the nephew was in critical condition. At this time, she still has the mind. Go exercise? Chapter 14, Aunt Yi Fan. How can you be so narrow-minded? Crazy. This world must be crazy. This was the only thought left in Yi Fan's mind, swirling wildly and hitting his fragile nerves. 50 kilometers? 4 o'clock in the morning? Running? Exercise? Each of these words was like a red-hot hammer, hitting his soul hard, again and again. He looked at his aunt in front of him. Looking at her clothes that were soaked with sweat and stuck to her body. Look at the abnormal flush on her face after exercise. Looking at her heart-wrenching chest that kept rising and falling due to her heavy breathing. An indescribable sense of absurdity, mixed with a bone-chilling coldness, rushed from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. No. Wrong. There must be something wrong here. Auntie. Yi Fan's voice was as dry as the bones that had been dried by the wind in the desert for several years. He struggled and sat up from the bed. Every movement involved the wounds all over the body, bringing a heart-wrenching pain. But he seemed not to feel it. He just stared at Su Wanqing intently. Those eyes that were once as bright as stars were now nothing but a dead gray mixed with bloodshot. You. Come out with me for a moment. Su Wanqing's body stiffened slightly for a moment. She subconsciously clenched her hand on the armrest of the sofa. Xiao Fan, your injury hasn't healed yet, don't move. She tried hard to keep her voice gentle. If you have anything to say, just say it here. Mom is asleep. Yi Fan slowly shook his head. He didn't say another word. He just stared at her with those empty, dead eyes. That look was like looking at a very familiar stranger. There was no anger or questioning in those eyes. There is only one kind of feeling that makes Su Wanqing feel flustered calmness. A kind of deathly calm before the storm. The air seemed to freeze. The only sound in the room was the steady, long breathing of her mother, Su Wanqiu. And the wall clock, with its tick, tick sound that was like a death-threatening sound. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. In the end, Su Wanqing was defeated. Under such gaze, she felt as if she was naked, and all the secrets she tried to hide were exposed. Good. She stood up, her voice as low as a mosquito's. Yi Fan also got out of bed. He was barefoot, stepping on the cold floor. Every step he took was extremely heavy and slow. Like a puppet. He walked up to Su Wanqing, without looking at her, but stretched out his hand and grabbed her wrist. Very hard. The force was so great that Su Wanqing couldn't help but frown. Then, he pulled her, step by step, out of the ward that made him feel suffocated. The corridor was empty. The cold wind of the early morning poured in from the window at the end, carrying with it an icy breath mixed with disinfectant and chill. Yi Fan didn't stop. He pulled Su Wanqing and walked straight to the fire escape at the end of the corridor. Bang! He slammed the heavy fire door open with his back. An even colder, more humid air, with the smell of rust and dust, blew towards me. Here is the stairwell. A forgotten, dark corner. Click. The fire door closed slowly and automatically behind them. Completely isolate them from the bright but false world outside. Here, there is only endless darkness and cold, steel steps. There are also two people with their own thoughts. Aunt. Yi Fan finally spoke. His voice, in this small, enclosed space, was unusually clear and hoarse. He let go of Su Wanqing's wrist. Turn around and face her. In the dim light, his face was half hidden in the shadows, and half reflected the faint, gray morning light coming in from the window. His expression was extremely solemn. It was a solemn feeling of risking everything and taking a gamble. I think. He took a deep breath, and the cold air scraped his throat and lungs like a knife. Mom, she's been controlled by Qin Feng. He spoke these words very slowly and solemnly. It seems like every word is of great weight. Su Wanqing's pupils suddenly shrank. She subconsciously wanted to refute. But Yi Fan didn't give her this opportunity at all. He seemed to want to pour out all the fear, doubt, and pain that had accumulated throughout the night at this moment. Didn't you see? His voice suddenly rose a few degrees, filled with uncontrollable, trembling anger. In the lobby. The way Mom looked. That wasn't her at all. The way she looked at Qin Feng. The expression on her face. It was a look I've never seen before. That's not my mom. Absolutely not. Yi Fan's emotions began to become excited. His hands were clenched into fists. The nails dug deep into the tender flesh of the palm, causing a sharp pain. But this pain made him feel a little clear-headed. That bastard named Qin Feng. He must have used some sinister and despicable means. Drugs? Or some kind of mind control technique? Or maybe. A hint of madness and blood-red light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. It's the Lu family. It must be a special item given to him by the Lu family. It's that bitch Lu Qinghuan. Since she couldn't have me, she wanted to destroy me. So she sent that dog Qin Feng to attack the person most important to me. She wants to completely break me mentally. Yes. It must be so. It must be so. Yi Fan was like a drowning man who finally grabbed a straw, which he thought was a life-saving straw and a reasonable explanation. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. The more I talk about it, the more I feel that my inference is impeccable. A glimmer of hope reignited in his bloodshot eyes. As long as you find the cause, there must be a solution. As long as it is proven that the mother was controlled, then everything can still be salvaged. He was immersed in his own logical loop. His brain, which had become dull due to serious injuries and mental shock, was working rapidly at this moment. He had even begun to think about how to expose Qin Feng's conspiracy and how to find evidence of the Lu family's actions. However, he didn't notice. He didn't notice at all. In front of him, the expression of his closest and most beloved aunt, Su Wanqing, was undergoing a strange change. At first, it was shocking. Then, there was astonishment. Then, the astonishment turned into an unbelievable absurdity. And when Yi Fan mentioned that bitch Lu Qinghuan, that absurdity, completely, transformed into a kind of cold, unconcealed, impatient, with disgust. Her brows were tightly furrowed. But it was no longer worry, but a kind of physiological disgust caused by hearing extremely harsh and extremely stupid remarks. Her lips were pressed into a stiff, cold line. The way she looked at Yi Fan was as if she was looking at an unreasonable, naughty child. She listened. Listened quietly. Listening to Yi Fan's self-righteous accusation filled with anger and pain. The warmth in her eyes faded away bit by bit. Finally, all that was left was the frozen lake. Finally. When Yi Fan said, she wants to completely defeat me mentally. Su Wanqing, I can't listen anymore. The irritable emotion that had been pent up in my chest suddenly erupted like a volcano. That's enough. A cold, extremely displeased rebuke suddenly rang out in this narrow stairwell. It was like a bolt of thunder, abruptly interrupting Yi Fan's passionate and hopeful monologue. Yi Fan's words came to an abrupt end. His entire body froze in place. He looked up at his aunt in a daze. It seemed that he didn't understand why she interrupted him. Then, he saw it. He saw Su Wanqing's beautiful face, with a cold and distant expression that he had never seen before. And, in those beautiful eyes, there was undisguised disappointment and disgust. Xiao Fan. Su Wanqing spoke. Her voice no longer had the gentleness and warmth it once had. Only one texture remains, a cold and hard texture, like that of ice. She looked at Yi Fan and said clearly, word by word. How can your heart be so narrow? Boom. This sentence. It is like a spiritual atomic bomb carrying a yield of billions of tons. In Yi Fan's mind, which was already in ruins, exploded with a loud bang. World. At this moment, all sounds were lost. The whistling cold wind stopped. The hustle and bustle of the city coming from afar stopped. His own heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Time seemed to have been paused. He just stared blankly at Su Wanqing in front of him. Looking at her face, which was both familiar and unfamiliar. watching her rosy lips opening and closing, uttering the words that were enough to destroy his entire world. While what? She just said what? Narrow? She said I was narrow-minded? Yi Fan's brain completely crashed. A blank. It was like someone had unplugged the power cord in the most brutal way possible. All thoughts, all logic, all emotions. At this moment, everything collapsed and shattered. It turned into a chaotic, meaningless data stream. He opened his mouth. My throat felt like it was filled with boiling lead and I couldn't utter a single syllable. He just looked at Su Wanqing with an almost dull and blank look. He even began to doubt. I wonder if there's something wrong with my ears. I suspected that I was hallucinating because of my severe injuries and mental confusion. Right. It must be an auditory hallucination. It must be. However, Su Wanqing's next words were like the most ruthless, sharpest, and poisonous dagger. It stabbed hard into his already broken heart. Then, spin and stir with all your might. Why? There was a deep, unrelieved disappointment in Su Wanqing's eyes. Why do you always think so badly of people? Mr. Qin saved your mother, but in your eyes, he became insidious and despicable. Miss Lu likes you, that's her freedom, but in your mouth, she becomes a slut. Xiao Fan, when did you become like this? Arrogant, paranoid, and full of malicious assumptions about others. Could it be that, in your world, everyone who treats you well is taken for granted? Everything that doesn't go your way must have a huge conspiracy behind it. Have you ever thought that maybe the problem lies with you? Yi Fan could no longer hear what she was saying. All that was left in his ears was a sharp, crazy roar. The world was spinning before his eyes. The whole world is twisting, deforming, and collapsing. That gentle and kind aunt who always supports me unconditionally. The aunt who was the first to stand up and protect him when he was bullied by Lu Qinghuan. The aunt he thought was his last line of defense when he lost everything and was most desperate and helpless. Now, standing right in front of him, he used the coldest and most disappointed tone he had ever heard. He said the most hurtful and heartbreaking words that he could never imagine in his life. She was defending Qin Feng. She was speaking for Lu Qinghuan. She was blaming herself. Why? Why? Why did it turn out like this? Yi Fan's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. He looked at Su Wanqing in front of him. Looking at her face, which seemed a little flushed because of her righteous words, he suddenly felt. This world is so strange. So scary. Crazy. It's not that the world is crazy. It's not that he's crazy. Yes. It's everyone around him. All crazy. My mother was taken away by that man. Now, even his last aunt. Also, everything in front of Yi Fan was blurry. He couldn't see anything clearly. I just felt as if I had fallen into an endless, cold, dark abyss. There was nothing around. There is no light. No sound. There is no hope. There is only endless falling. 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 Chapter 15 The Truth. Falling. Endless, falling. Yi Fan felt that his soul was being torn away from his torn body and falling into an eternal void without light, sound, or even time. The world before his eyes turned into a distorted, meaningless, chaotic mass of colors. The whistling cold wind, the hustle and bustle of the city in the distance, the frantic heartbeat in my chest. Everything is gone. The only thing that was clear was the face in front of me. That face, his aunt's face, which he had been looking at for 20 years and was so familiar that it was engraved in his bones. But now, this face has become so unfamiliar. It was so strange that he felt a deep, bone-chilling fear from the depths of his soul. He looked at her blankly. Looking at her peach blossom eyes that were always filled with sly smiles, they now looked like two bottomless, icy springs. Looking at her mouth, which used to always open up because of a joke, revealing two cute little fangs, it was now tightly pursed, with a cold and hard arc that kept people away. Looking at the unfamiliar blush on her face caused by righteous indignation. Who are you? You are not my aunt. My aunt is lively and outgoing. Sometimes she teases me like a little devil, snatches my snacks, and laughs at me for not being able to chase girls. But she will always stand behind me. When I was humiliated in public by that crazy woman Lu Qinghuan, she was the first one to rush up, pointing at Lu Qinghuan's nose and scolding her for bullying others. When I was suppressed by my college instructor and felt discouraged, she accompanied me to drink all night, patted my shoulder and said, "Xiao Fan, you are the best, those people are blind." When I thought the whole world was lost. She is my last and warmest harbor. But the woman in front of me. This woman who looked at me with the coldest eyes, pierced me with the sharpest words, accused me of being narrow-minded, and defended my enemies. Who is she? A thought, an absurd yet fatally tempting thought, like a will-o'-the-wisp in the darkness, suddenly rushed into Yi Fan's mind, which was already in ruins. She also controlled. Just like Mom. That bastard named Qin Feng not only controlled my mother, he also used the same method to control my dearest aunt. This thought was like a shot of cardiac stimulant, piercing Yi Fan's heart that was on the verge of stopping. Right. It must be like this. This is the only reasonable explanation. Otherwise, how could my aunt become like this? Absolutely not. A feeling of ecstasy for surviving a disaster, mixed with overwhelming anger, instantly swept over Yi Fan's whole body. The blurry and distorted world before his eyes began to become clear again. The disappeared sound re-entered his ears. After being shut down for a long time, his brain finally started working again. He looked at Su Wanqing, and the light in his deathly gray eyes rekindled. That is no longer a ray of hope. Rather, it is a kind of light that is determined and crazy, and is determined to save the controlled relative in front of him from the hands of the devil. Auntie. His voice was still hoarse, but it no longer had the despair of before. Instead, it carries an unquestionable, urgent concern. Something is very wrong now. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with anxiety and heartache. In his opinion, every word his aunt said at this moment was controlled by that devil, and she was stabbing her most beloved nephew with a knife against her will. She must be in so much pain. Her soul must be crying silently in that controlled body. He must wake her up. Thinking of this, Yi Fan suddenly stretched out his hand and wanted to grab Su Wanqing's shoulder. He wanted to shake her hard to wake her up. Let her break free from that damn control. However, his hand was only halfway extended. Bang! A crisp, loud, and merciless sound suddenly exploded in the silent stairwell. Su Wanqing took action. She didn't even look at Yi Fan's hand. He just frowned and waved his hand back as if to shoo away an annoying fly. Accurately and fiercely, it slapped the back of Yi Fan's outstretched hand. The force was so great that even Yi Fan's already weak body staggered. A burning pain suddenly came from the back of the hand. But this little physical pain is nothing compared to the raging waves in Yi Fan's heart. He was by my aunt. Hit. Yi Fan froze there. He lowered his head and looked at the back of his hand that was beaten red in disbelief. Then, he slowly raised his head and looked at Su Wanqing. He saw her, frowning tightly. Those beautiful eyebrows were twisted into a knot. There was no longer the previous disappointment and coldness in his eyes. Instead, there is a more pure and unconcealed, irritable, and puzzled. It seemed as if she was completely unable to understand why Yi Fan would behave so unreasonably. I can't stand his unreasonable behavior at all. That look seemed to say. Are you sick? This time. This was even more terrifying than the 10,000 words of narrow-minded he had heard before. He had just used all his strength to rebuild the logic of my aunt was controlled from the ruins, but in the face of this crisp slap and this irritated look, collapsed with a loud bang. Again. It was so broken that not even a complete brick or tile could be found. Xiao Fan. Su Wanqing finally spoke again. Her tone was even colder and more impatient than before. She seemed to have completely lost her patience in communicating with Yifan. She just wanted to end this extremely stupid and time-wasting conversation in the simplest and most direct way. I know you're very emotional right now and can't accept reality. But the facts are the facts. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, as if she wanted to use up all her last bit of patience. She looked at Yifan and said in a factual, emotionless tone. Last night, after you passed out, it was that scumbag you called Uncle Qin who personally carried you all the way from the hotel lobby to the hospital. Uncle Qin. It's Uncle Qin again. These three words, like three red-hot steel needles, pierced into Yifan's ears fiercely. Yifan's lips began to tremble. He wanted to retort, to yell, to tell her that it was all that bastard's disguise. But Su Wanqing didn't give him a chance to speak. She continued to use that voice as cold as a scalpel to cut open Yifan's self-righteous truth bit by bit. He and I also asked about your mother in detail. Your mother wasn't controlled by him using any despicable means. The truth is, your mother's physique is very special. It belongs to the rare Qin body. Martial artists with this physique are very likely to trigger a backlash of heaven and earth energy when they break through the realm. The reason she was like that was because she suffered a severe backlash during her breakthrough to the third-grade warrior level. She lost her mind and nearly went insane. It's Uncle Qin. He happens to be proficient in an extremely advanced technique that can harmonize yin and yang. It was he who, out of righteousness, expended a great deal of his own energy and strength to help your mother, temporarily suppressing the backlash and pulling her back from the brink of collapse. Su Wanqing spoke slowly. But every word is like a heavy lead bullet. Shoot hard into Yifan's brain. His already confused thoughts were turned upside down. Qin body? Backlash? Proficient in advanced skills? Take action for justice? Waste of energy and vitality? This is all. What's the connection? The more Yifan listened, the wider his eyes widened. The more he listened, the more ridiculous the expression on his face became. He felt like he was listening to a melodramatic story made up by a third-rate internet writer. He knew every word. But when combined together, they formed a weird logic that was completely incomprehensible to him and even seemed ridiculous. How is this possible? How could such an outrageous thing happen in this world? He looked at Su Wanqing. Looking at her pretty face as she said such ridiculous words with such seriousness. An even more terrifying thought that he could not accept came to his mind. My aunt. It can't be. Are you crazy? Were you completely brainwashed by Qin Feng's lies and sweet talk, and driven crazy? However, Su Wanqing seemed to see through his thoughts. She looked at his expression as if he had seen a ghost, and the impatience in his eyes had almost reached its peak. She was even too lazy to call him Xiao Fan. Yi Fan. Her voice was as cold and hard as a piece of iron. I know you don't believe it. I know that in your black and white world, you can't understand something that's beyond your cognition. You think all this is ridiculous, right? She took a step forward. Those cold eyes stared at Yifan's eyes intently. That powerful aura, belonging to a peak-level second-grade warrior, crushed towards Yifan without reservation. Yifan had already lost all his energy and blood and was seriously injured. When he was hit by this momentum, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and breathing became difficult. Subconsciously, he wanted to retreat. But behind him was a cold, hard concrete wall. There is no way to retreat. He could only watch helplessly as his aunt, the person he once thought was closest to him, was torturing his last bit of dignity with a look that was like examining an enemy. If you don't believe it. Su Wanqing's voice was extremely low and cold. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth, one by one. With a determination that made Yifan's soul tremble, it was determined to end everything. You can ask your mother yourself after she wakes up. Go ask her yourself. Ask her who saved her. Ask her what kind of person Mr. Qin is. Go ask. Look at what she said. Look, Which one is more ridiculous, your so-called truth or the facts spoken by your mother herself? World. At this moment, completely turned into nothingness. There was darkness in front of Yi Fan's eyes. He could no longer hear any sound. Can't feel anything. He just leaned against the wall behind him and slowly slid down to the ground. Those proud eyes that were once as bright as stars. At this moment, only a silence remained, even more dead than the morning light outside the stairwell. Ash. Chapter 16. Yi Fan. You are too paranoid. My aunt's words were like a rusty, dull saw. In his mind, back and forth, cruelly, pulled. Once. Again. Grind the ruins of his truth that had just been destroyed into finer, more insignificant powder. He couldn't even feel angry anymore. I can't feel sadness either. All that remains is a huge, bewildered feeling after everything has been drained away. In his confusion, an insignificant detail that he had overlooked, like a speck of dust in the light, suddenly fell on the dead lake of his heart. A faint ripple spread out. It's a sound. Mother's voice. He remembered. Just yesterday, when he first rushed to the door of that damn presidential suite. He called his mother. On the phone, my mother's voice. What is it like? Not panic. Not a cry for help. Not anger either. It's a kind of. A nasal, slightly breathless, lazy. And satisfaction. Yes, it is satisfaction. It's like running a marathon, or. It was like the sigh I made just now after enjoying an extremely professional, deep massage therapy, the kind of comfort that penetrated deep into my bones. At that time, he was overwhelmed by anger and worry. He interpreted that sound, naturally, as. After being controlled by drugs, he became unconscious and muttered incoherently. But now. When my aunt's absurd remarks about Taiyin body, energy backlash, and gongfu treatment overlapped strangely with the details in this memory. A possibility emerged that made him shudder even more than the thought that his aunt was controlled. Massage. Physiotherapy. Treatment. Could it be? Could it be that at that time, that bastard named Qin Feng, he really. It is. Save mom? This thought is like a slippery, cold poisonous snake. Climb up along Yi Fan's spine, section by section. It seemed as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze into ice chips. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That's Qin Feng. The Lu family's lackey. It was the one who drugged my mother and imprisoned her for 3 hours, almost. Wrong. Etc. Yi Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. That once. Lu Qinghuan told him. It was that crazy woman who exaggerated and described the facts in his ear. And because of his disgust for Lu Qinghuan and his natural hostility towards Qin Feng, he never doubted the authenticity of this fact. But if. What if even the source of this fact is problematic? What if everything was just a lie made up by that crazy woman Lu Qinghuan in order to irritate him and make him become the knife to get rid of her rival in love? That. Everything he did, everything he believed in. What does it matter? A complete joke? He. A dry and strange laugh came from Yi Fan's throat, like a leaky bellows. He smiled. He looked at the red back of his hand, the indifferent face of his aunt, and the pale sky outside the window. Laughed. I laughed so hard that tears came out. It turns out that the clown. Always, myself. Just then. A hand gently fell on his shoulder. That hand is very warm. With the familiar, faint scent of jasmine. It was completely different from the crisp slap just now. Yi Fan's body stiffened for a moment. He slowly raised his head. I saw Su Wenqing's complicated face. The coldness and impatience in her eyes had faded. It's like the wet and soft beach revealed after the tide recedes. Instead, there was a complex emotion, a mixture of heartache, disappointment, and a hint of fatigue. She looked at him and sighed softly. That sigh seemed to take away all the sharpness and edge from her. Let her become the ant he was familiar with again. Xiao Fan. Her voice also slowed down a lot. It is no longer as cold and hard as iron as before. Instead, it has a softness, like the clear sky after rain. Do you know what your biggest problem is? Yi Fan didn't say anything. He just stared at her blankly. Like a drowning man grabbing the last piece of driftwood. Su Wanqing patted his shoulder. The force is very light. But it seems to have a power that can soothe people's hearts. Ever since you awakened your martial arts talent and were admitted to Jiangnan Martial Arts University, everything has gone so smoothly for you. You are a genius, a celebrity in the academy. Everyone praises you and gives in to you. This has made you develop a very bad habit. Su Wanqing looked into his eyes and said word by word. Your temper is becoming more and more irritable, and you are becoming more and more intolerant of even the slightest disobedience. You can't listen to any opinions that contradict your own ideas. Yi Fan's lips moved. I wanted, subconsciously, to retort. But the word no came to my lips, but I couldn't say it. Scenes began to emerge in his mind uncontrollably. At a food stall, he almost overturned the table because of a joke made by a classmate. In the training room, because the instructor pointed out a small flaw in his practice, he walked out on the spot, thinking that the instructor was deliberately targeting him. When faced with Lu Qinghuan's pursuit, he only felt bored and humiliated, and never thought of using a more gentle way to solve the problem. Besides, and Mom. He always felt that his mother was too weak and his aunt was too naughty, and that he was the pillar of the family. He was used to protecting them in his own way. But we have never really stopped to listen to their true thoughts. He once considered these actions to be decisive and independent. At this moment, after hearing my aunt's comment that your temper is becoming more and more irritable, I suddenly became hateful. Turn out to be. It turns out that in the eyes of others, Is it like this? Yi Fan was stunned. He found that he had no way to refute it. Because, my aunt said. That's right. He has indeed changed. It has become so strange that even I feel a little strange. Su Wanqing took in the confusion and self-doubt that flashed across his face. She knew the time had come. A lot of times, you're not looking at the truth of things. Her voice is like that of a patient psychologist guiding a lost patient. You are looking at people through tinted glasses. So, what you see is never the true appearance of that person. It's about what you hope he should be, or what you think he should be. That's why you can easily fall into your own misunderstanding and can't get out. Rose-tinted glasses. Misconception. These words are like a key. With a click, the door in Yi Fan's mind that he had locked tightly was opened. Behind the door, everything that he had deliberately ignored and distorted suddenly rushed out. Su Wanqing didn't give him a chance to breathe. She leaned down so that her eyes were at the same level as Yi Fan, who was sitting on the ground. She looked into his eyes and spoke slowly in an unprecedented solemn tone. Xiao Fan, let's make an assumption now. You, put aside all your problems for a moment, put aside all your anger and prejudice. Just pretend that you've never met Qin Feng. You don't even know what kind of employee of the Lu family he is, or if he has any relationship with that crazy woman Lu Qinghuan. You treated him as a complete stranger. Then, you look back and see everything that happened last night. Su Wanqing spoke very slowly. Every word is like a piece of warm jade. She carefully placed it into Yi Fan's mind, which was already in ruins. Trying to rebuild a completely new logic for him. A strange, powerful warrior. In the hotel, I met a woman who had gone astray after a breakthrough and was in imminent danger. He, out of righteousness, spent his own blood and energy to save her. Then he saw that the woman's son had a breakdown and fainted due to a misunderstanding. He did not stand idly by, nor did he take advantage of others' misfortune. Instead, he personally carried the unconscious young man all the way from the hotel lobby to the hospital. He even paid all your medical bills. Su Wanqing's voice echoed softly in the silent stairwell. She described each scene again in the most straightforward language without any emotional color. Remove the enemy filter. Stripped of the conspiracy premise. Only the purest fact remains. Yi Fan listened in a daze. His mind was blank. He discovered that when he truly took off the tinted glasses that labeled Qin Feng as a running dog of the Lu family, what he saw. It's a completely different story. A story that he could not associate with words like bastard and devil. The people in this story seem more like a hero? This absurd word flashed through Yi Fan's mind. It made him shudder all over. He raised his head sharply, staring at Su Wanqing intently. The pair of eyes that had just regained a little spirit were once again swept by a huge storm. He saw a bitter smile on Su Wanqing's face. She knew he understood. He also knew how cruel this complete subversion of his self-perception was to him. But a short pain is worse than a long pain. There are some things he must figure out on his own. So Xiaofan. Su Wanqing stood up straight and regained her calmness with a hint of alienation. She looked down at her nephew who was still slumped on the ground. With the last sentence, this soul-wrenching conversation was brought to a bloody end. Now tell me again. Are you crazy or is this world crazy? Or maybe. Her voice became extremely soft. Light as a feather. But it was heavy enough to crush Yi Fan's entire crumbling world. Could it really be you? Was it wrong? Chapter 17. I'll go and apologize to him. Am I wrong? Really? Myself. Am I wrong? Su Wanqing's last question was like a red-hot steel needle. It pierced deeply into Yi Fan's brain. Stirring. Burning. It made him forget to even breathe. Only that question with a devilish tone was rushing back and forth in all directions. Was it wrong? Was it wrong? Was it wrong? Yes. Am I wrong? Yi Fan's eyes moved with difficulty. He looked at his aunt's condescending and indifferent face. He wanted to nod. He wanted to admit it. He wanted to say that I was wrong and I was wrong from the beginning. I was overwhelmed with anger. I was blinded by prejudice. I was like a fool being played around by that crazy woman Lu Qinghuan. A complete clown. However, just before the word yes was about to burst out of his throat, a tiny discordant note. It suddenly rang out in the ruins of his cognition that was about to completely collapse. Etc. Wrong. Something was still wrong. Yi Fan's dilated pupils suddenly contracted. If everything is as my aunt said, Qin Feng is saving people. It was a very expensive exercise treatment for my mother. So, why go to a hotel? The magnificent golden words Lu's Royal Hotel suddenly flashed through Yi Fan's mind. Where is that place? That is the most expensive den in Jiangcheng. It is a synonym for luxury, enjoyment, and indulgence, rather than a place suitable for emergency medical treatment. The energy of the demonic obsession backfires. Each of these words sounds extremely sinister. Shouldn't the normal logic be to send the patient to the hospital immediately? Or is it the sanatorium of the Martial Arts Association that has more professional equipment? Why? Why is it a hotel? And it's also the presidential suite. Yi Fan has been there. He knew what that suite meant. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the night view of the entire river city. A large velvet bed so soft you can sink into it. A jacuzzi filled with ambiguous steam. There is also a bar filled with various top-grade red wines. Nothing there was compatible with the word treatment. Everything there points in the opposite direction. A direction that made him shudder. Yi Fan's breathing began to become rapid. He caught it. He grasped at the only straw hanging from the precipice of logic. Besides, there is still time. A light like a dying struggle burst out from Yi Fan's eyes. The time doesn't match. From the time he rushed to the hotel until he woke up in the hospital the next morning. There was a gap of more than 10 hours in between. More than 10 hours. If you just simply input qi and blood to perform exercises and physical therapy. Even if it is the most complicated meridian dredging. Does it take so long? Need a full night? Could it be? Could it be that during those 10 hours? Qin Feng has been giving his mother. Massage? The word massage is like a dirty, greasy hand. The stunning face of his mother Su Wanxia was rubbing freely in his mind. Yi Fan's stomach was churning. His worldview had just been shattered by his aunt. At this moment, he picked it up bit by bit from the ruins, trying to piece it back together. But what was pieced together was a monster that was even more twisted, weird, and incomprehensible to him. On one side is Qin Feng's heroic act of coming to the rescue and saving the dying and the wounded. On the other hand, there is the ambiguous and strange fact of hotel, presidential suite, and more than 10 hours. These two pictures are completely opposite. It tore wildly at his mind. It tugged at his already fragile nerves. Right? Or is it wrong? Hero? Or the devil? Redemption? Still. A perfectly packaged hunt? He doesn't know. He really doesn't know. Yi Fan hugged his head in pain. He felt like his brain was a ball of dough that was being kneaded repeatedly. It has completely lost its original shape. What he thought was actually very simple. It's simple from start to finish. He just wanted to protect his family. Protect the gentle mother who gave him life. Protect this aunt who has a sharp tongue but actually cares about him a lot. They are his Achilles heel. It is the treasure that Yi Fan is willing to give everything to protect in this world. But now, his weak spot grew on someone else's body. His treasure was pushing him into the abyss with his own hands. What he considered protection. But in their eyes, it became paranoid, impatient, and unreasonable. Yi Fan was really confused. He was like a traveler who had lost his way in the desert. Could not find any reference coordinates. Nor could he see any starlight to guide him forward. What should he do? What else can he do? Just when Yi Fan was completely overwhelmed by great confusion and helplessness, the cold and familiar voice above my head rang out again. It seems you still haven't figured it out. There was a hint of undisguised disappointment in Su Wanqing's tone. It's like looking at a hopeless student. She leaned down slightly. There was a shrewdness and sharpness in those beautiful almond-shaped eyes that made Yi Fan feel unfamiliar. But it doesn't matter. Facts speak louder than words. Those wild guesses and suspicions in your head are meaningless. Su Wanqing paused, then dropped a bombshell that made Yi Fan's heart skip a beat. Your Uncle Qin is downstairs now. Qin. Uncle Qin? These three words were like an invisible slap in the face. He slapped Yi Fan hard on the face. It hurts more than the last time. And humiliation. He raised his head sharply, looking at Su Wanqing in disbelief. He saw that there was no trace of joking on his aunt's face. The face that always showed a bit of playfulness and cynicism now only showed unquestionable seriousness. Let's go, Su Wanqing said in an almost commanding tone. Come down with me. Apologize to your Uncle Qin in front of me. For your recklessness and impulsiveness in the hotel lobby yesterday. For your unfounded slander and accusations. Give him a proper apology. Su Wanqing looked at him with eyes as sharp as a knife. Be more sincere. Yi Fan's brain seemed to have exploded like a bomb. Buzzing. Apologize? Let me go give that bastard to the man I wish I could tear apart with my own hands. Apologize? No. These two words almost came out of his mouth, with anger and resentment that had been suppressed for a long time. I'm not wrong. Yi Fan struggled to stand up from the cold concrete floor, holding on to the wall. Even though he was completely drained of energy and blood at the moment, his entire body felt like it was falling apart. But the pride and backbone of a talented warrior did not allow him to bow his head at this moment. Why should I apologize to him? His voice became a little hoarse with excitement. I said there are still many doubts about that matter. Hotel. Suite. Still got time. How do you explain this? He was like a young animal cornered. He let out a final roar at the hunter in front of him. However, Su Wanqing just looked at him coldly. The look was like looking at an unreasonable child. She didn't even feel like explaining. She just waited quietly for him to finish yelling. Then he spoke slowly. The voice is light and airy. It was like an invisible mountain suddenly pressed down on Yifan's spine. Because your mother's illness is not healed yet. Yifan's roar came to an abrupt end. His pupils contracted sharply again. The fundamental problem of your sister's Taiyin body backlash has not been resolved. Yesterday, Qin Feng only used his unique skills and his own blood and qi to temporarily suppress the energy running wild in her body. It was like using a stone to temporarily block a dam that was about to burst. Su Wanqing's voice was neither hurried nor slow. Every word is like a precise nail. Yifan was nailed to the spot. I want to cure it completely. Mr. Qin Feng will need to continue to provide her with massage therapy. Massage therapy. And not just once. It may take several sessions. Several. Treatment. These words were like a poison hammer. It hit Yifan's heart hard. It made his vision go dark for a while. He seemed to be able to see many nights in the future. Qin Feng's big hands that carry the name of treatment. On the flawless body of his mother, Su Wanqiu. That's enough. Yifan let out a suppressed growl. He clenched his fists tightly. The nails dug deep into the palms. The piercing pain allowed him to barely maintain the last bit of consciousness. An expression of deep sorrow appeared on Su Wanqing's face. Xiaofan, do you still miss your mother? Her voice suddenly rose. With a rebuke that was full of disappointment. Do you really want to do that just because of your ridiculous self-esteem and groundless suspicion? Will you watch your mother suffer the kind of pain worse than death again? Have you forgotten what she looked like during her last attack? You don't want her to be completely devoured by that damned physique next time because she can't get timely treatment, do you? You. Su Wanqing stretched out her finger and almost touched Yifan's nose. Can you bear this responsibility? Every word was like a hammer. It hit Yifan's soft spot called filial piety. Can he afford it? No. He can't afford it. How can he afford it? That's his mother. She is the woman he loves and respects most in this world. Compared to her safety. His pitiful self-esteem. His feeble suspicion. What does it matter? The fist slowly unclenched. There were 4 bloody crescent marks in the palm of his hand. It seemed as if all the strength in Yifan's body had been drained away. His spine, which had just barely straightened. Once again he collapsed helplessly. He slowly closed his eyes. Leave all the resentment, anger, humiliation, and doubt behind. They were all firmly pressed into the deepest part of his eyes. When you open it again. In those eyes that once always burned with flames. Only a dead gray remained. Good. He squeezed out an extremely dry syllable from his throat. I will go. I'll go and apologize to him. Chapter 18 Aunt kneels. Yifan leaned against the cold metal wall of the compartment. I felt the gaze of my Aunt Su Wanqing beside me. There was no warmth in that gaze. Like a scalpel. Calmly examining this failure that was about to be thoroughly dissected. Elevator down indicator light. Light up one by one. One by one they went out. Like the lights that once shone brightly in his life. They are being extinguished one by my own hands. Bite. A soft sound. The elevator doors slowly slid open to both sides. Outside the door was the hospital lobby's floor tiles, which glowed with a pale white glow. And the figure sitting on the bench. Qin Feng. He just sat there quietly. It felt like I had been waiting for a century. He didn't look at his phone. No looking around. He just lowered his head slightly and looked at his clean and slender fingers. Calm posture. His expression was indifferent. It was as if he wasn't in a noisy hospital. Instead, he sat in his own back garden, admiring a pond of water lilies about to bloom. That elegance and calmness that is out of tune with the surrounding environment. Like an invisible sting. It pierced Yifan's pupil precisely. He was wearing a white shirt that was ironed without a wrinkle. The cuffs were casually rolled up to the forearms, revealing a well-defined wrist. And the low-key yet luxurious Patek Philippe on your wrist. This person. From head to foot. They all exuded an aura that made Yifan feel disgusted and hateful from the bottom of his heart. That is the breath of a superior. That was the scent of a predator. That was the aura of someone who could control everything in his hands. Go ahead. Su Wanqing's voice sounded faintly in her ears. Like a death spell. Yifan didn't move. His feet felt like they were filled with lead. Every step required all his strength. He could feel Qin Feng's eyes raised. A distance of more than 10 meters. It landed lightly on him. There was no mockery in that look. No contempt. Not even the slightest emotion. Just watch. It's like watching an ant invading its territory. This feeling of being completely ignored. Then any vicious humiliation. All of this made Yifan feel heartbroken. He gritted his teeth. He almost bit off the roots of his teeth. A rusty smell of blood filled my mouth. He took a step forward. Step. Another step. Walking towards the man he wanted to eat alive. Every step felt like stepping on my shattered self-esteem. It made a crisp crackling sound. Finally. He walked in front of Qin Feng. There was less than an arm's length between the two of them. Yifan could smell the fresh woody perfume on him. Smells good. But it also made him feel nauseous. He forced himself to look up. Looking directly into Qin Feng's eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Profound. Pitch black. They are like two ancient wells with no bottom in sight. It can absorb everyone's soul. Yifan even saw his own reflection in it. A miserable, humiliated, tiny wretch. Last night. Yifan's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. He squeezed out a few dry words from between his teeth. I was too impulsive. Sorry. Every word was like a red-hot iron. It was so hot that his vocal cords were shaking violently. Finished. He didn't even dare to stay for a second longer. Turn around and want to leave. It was as if there was some ferocious beast behind him. However, a slender and cold hand. But it's like a pair of pliers. She grabbed his arm tightly. Stop. It's Su Wanqing. Her voice was colder than the hospital tiles. Yifan. She pulled Yifan back. The strength is amazing. Is that what you call an apology? Flames of disappointment and anger burned in her almond-shaped eyes. Where's your sincerity? What about your repentance? Is this the perfunctory way you're asking for forgiveness from your mother's savior? Yifan's mind went blank after being yelled at by her. He stared blankly at this familiar yet unfamiliar aunt. He wanted to refute. He wanted to roar. He wanted to say, why are you doing this to me? Do you know how much pain I feel? Do you know that saying these 3 words I'm sorry to this man has exhausted all my pride? But he couldn't say anything. Because in the next second, he saw a scene that he would never forget. He saw a scene that made his whole world fall apart. Su Wanqing turned around. Facing Qin Feng. All the cold anger and rebuke on her face. They all disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was a deep sense of guilt and heartache. Then, in Yifan's pupils that suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Her knees gave way. Plop! A muffled sound. It hit Yifan's heart hard. His proud, cold aunt who never bows to anyone. Just straight like that. Kneeled in front of Qin Feng. Time seemed to stand still. The air seemed to freeze. Yifan even forgot to breathe. He could only watch. Looking at my aunt's slightly trembling back. Listening to her voice with a hint of sob. It echoed in the empty hall. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. This child has lost his father since he was young. My sister and I raised him single-handedly. We didn't teach him well. He is too stubborn, too extreme, and too ignorant. He looks like this today. As your aunt, I have responsibilities. He offended you. I apologize to you on his behalf. Finished. She leaned down slowly. Lower her proud head. He lowered himself deeply. Boom. In Yifan's mind. It was like a nuclear bomb had been detonated. The whole world was spinning. All sanity. All the forbearance. All scruples. It was blown to pieces at this moment. Crazy. He is going crazy. That's his aunt. The one who would pinch his face and call him a little brat. She is the aunt who would rush out before him when he was bullied. It's Su Wanqing, who was as proud, cold, and arrogant as a phoenix. How could she? How could she? Kneel down. Yifan roared madly in his heart. Overwhelming murderous intent. It gushed out madly from every part of his body. The world in his eyes. It was instantly dyed blood red. He wants to kill Qin Feng. He was going to kill this man now. He's going to crush his throat. He's going to rip his heart out. He would make him pay the most painful price for the humiliation he had inflicted on his family. However, just a second before the blood and energy in his body was about to burst out. A gentle and pale face. It suddenly flashed through his mind. Mother. Su Wanqiu. And that damned Taiyin body in her body. I want to cure it completely. Mr. Qin Feng will need to continue to provide her with massage therapy. Massage therapy. Several courses of treatment. My aunt's cold words. It's like a basin of cold water with ice chips. It poured down heavily from the top of his head. It instantly extinguished his raging anger and murderous intent. Yes. Kill him. Then what? What should Mom do? Who will save her? Is he just going to watch her being devoured bit by that damn body? No. Can't. The murderous intent that was just surging. It receded quickly like the tide. Only endless coldness and despair remained. Yifan looked at his aunt, who looked extremely thin as she knelt on the ground. He looked at Qin Feng, who had been sitting on the bench with no change in expression from beginning to end. He is like a god high above. He looked down indifferently at the farce in front of him that he had directed himself. Admiring how this aunt and nephew humbled themselves to the dust for him. Hatred. Burning. Humiliation. Is spreading. But that is the shackle called family affection. But it firmly locked up all his resistance. Yifan slowly clenched his fists. Then slowly release it. The blood in his eyes gradually fade away. In the end, all that was left was a grayness that was quieter than death. He smiled. Laughed silently. Smiling is uglier than crying. Turn out to be the so-called genius. The so-called pride. In the face of real power and reality. It is so vulnerable. It's so worthless. He slowly bent his knees. The spine that would rather break than bend. At this moment. Breaking inch by inch. Plop. Another muffled sound. He knelt beside Su Wanqing. Kneeled in front of Qin Feng. He buried his head deeply, until his forehead touched the cold, hard floor tiles. The last bit of his dignity. Crushed thoroughly. Then he spoke in a hoarse voice that was almost like a dream. Said word by word. Uncle Qin. I was wrong. Chapter 19, Crazy Plundering of Luck Points. Yi Fan's voice sounded like a remnant soul squeezed out from the cracks of hell with difficulty. Every word resonated with crushed bones and dignity. Qin Feng sat there quietly. He didn't even look down. Just with the corner of his eye, he could clearly make out the two figures kneeling in front of him. One is Su Wanqing, who was once as proud as a phoenix. One is the son of destiny who just wanted to compete with the sky. And now, they are all just ants crawling at their feet. This feeling of stepping on the protagonist and playing with him wantonly. It feels so fucking good. Just at the moment when Yi Fan uttered the last word, there was a crisp sound that only Qin Feng could hear. It suddenly exploded in his mind. Bite. Detected that the son of destiny, Yi Fan's faith has collapsed and his heart of Taoism has been obscured. The protagonist's halo suffered a devastating blow. In an instant, a translucent dark gold data frame that only Qin Feng can see suddenly unfolded before his eyes. The left side of the data frame. It is the golden light and shadow representing Yi Fan. The light and shadow at this moment are like a candle in the wind, swaying violently. The golden number above his head represents his luck value. It is falling madly at an avalanche-like speed. 9,527. 8,310. 7,555. 6,999. And the right side of the data frame. It is an elegant demonic figure emitting a faint purple aura, representing Qin Feng. Gray numbers above his head. It's like taking the strongest stimulant. It began to skyrocket at an astonishing speed. Plus 100. Plus 200. Plus 300. The luck plundering multiplier is triggered. Plundering efficiency increased by 500%. Plus 1,000. Plus 1,500. An indescribable warmth. It flowed from every part of his body into the depths of Qin Feng's soul. It is an ultimate pleasure that surpasses all sensory enjoyment in the world. It seems like the authority of the whole world. They are all leaning towards him. He could feel his mental strength growing. Thinking is becoming clearer and sharper. Even the qi and blood in the body showed signs of boiling. This is luck. This is what it feels like to be the center of the world. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Enjoy this silent feast. And that cold system prompt sound. Still going. Ding. Host's current behavior detected, condescending, controlling the overall situation, speaking harshly, forcing the king to kneel. The host's current state is 99% consistent with the core character of this system, elegant predator. Deep character role-playing triggers hidden rewards. Randomly extracting the most appropriate god-level skill for the current situation for the host. Drawing. Drawing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level healing skill, Spiritual Pivot Holy Hand. A hint of amusement flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Ling Shu Master? Quite interesting. His mind moved slightly. A detailed introduction to this skill. It turned into golden streams of light. Flooded into his mind. Skill name, Spiritual Pivot Holy Hand. Skill level, SSS, growable. Skill effect, supreme medical techniques imbued with profound principles. Can revive the dead through acupuncture, massage, and bone setting. Miraculously effective for all difficult and complex illnesses and specific physical conditions. Special entry, Red Dust Crossing. When using this skill to heal a female character with good fortune in this book, you can trigger an additional critical hit bonus based on the target's identity, appearance, figure, favorability, and the degree of intimacy during the treatment process. See the special note at the end. The curve of Qin Feng's mouth became more and more upward. This system. It's really a serious villain system. Send a healing skill in a row. They all encouraged him to conquer the protagonist's woman. But I like. It seemed that he sensed Qin Feng's thoughts. The system immediately took new action. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained the divine skill spiritual pivot holy hand. A new opportunity has appeared. System tasks officially released. Main Mission 1, Compassionate Healing. Task content, perform a complete deep massage therapy, no less than 30 minutes, for the book's key female supporting character, Su Wanxiu, within the next 24 hours. Mission reward, S-Class Gene Enhancement Potion X1. Can significantly increase your Qi and health, ignoring bottlenecks and reshaping your body's potential? Main Mission 2, Unexpected Encounter. Task content, perform a soothing massage for the book's key female supporting character, Su Wanxiu, within the next 24 hours, any part of the body, duration of at least 10 minutes. Quest reward, 3rd rank Bone Tempering Pill X3. For warriors below the 3rd rank, taking one pill instantly tempers 10 bones. Look at the tempting mission rewards. Qin Feng's gaze slowly withdrew from the void. He finally moved. His tall and straight body slowly stood up from the bench. This simple action. But it seemed to carry an invisible and huge oppressive force. Yifan and Su Wanxiu, who were kneeling on the ground, trembled slightly. He didn't look at Yifan, who still had his head pressed against the ground. It was as if he was not a gifted child whose pride had just been broken by him. It was just an inconspicuous roadside stone. His eyes fell on Su Wanxiu. That beautiful face with a hint of panic. The voice is flat. Can't tell whether he is happy or angry. Get up. Just 3 words. But it seemed like an unquestionable decree. Su Wanxiu was pardoned. My body subconsciously wants to stand up. But my knees are hurt because I have been kneeling for too long. A feeling of numbness and weakness. He staggered and nearly fell again. Qin Feng just watched coldly. There was no intention of helping at all. He turned his head. His eyes turned towards the hospital's inpatient department. The voice still contained no emotion. Ms. Su's situation. It's worse than you can imagine. Su Wanxiu finally managed to stand steady by holding on to the cold bench. When she heard this, her heart instantly rose to her throat again. Mr. Qin, what do you mean? Qin Feng spoke slowly. The information just obtained from the system. Speak in an expert tone. Her Taiyin body. It's not just a simple chill. It's an extremely cold energy originating from deep within her genes that periodically erodes her life force. Every time it hits you, a large amount of evil cold energy will accumulate in her meridians and internal organs. It's going to keep going like this. At the very least, it can lead to the decline of qi in blood, and premature demise of appearance. In serious cases, the internal organs may be damaged and even gods cannot save you. Every word he said. It's like a heavy hammer. It hit Su Wanxiu and Yifan's hearts hard. Su Wanxiu's face turned pale as paper in an instant. My lips were trembling. Then what should we do? Mr. Qin, please save my sister. Qin Feng raised his hand. I glanced at the low-key yet luxurious Patek Philippe on my wrist. The hands are moving precisely. I want to cure it completely. You need to use a special massage technique regularly every day. Deep into her meridians. Drain out the accumulated evil cold energy bit by bit. Excreted from the body. He paused. His eyes finally fell on Yifan for the first time. The gaze was indifferent and cold. It was like examining an insignificant object. Calculate the time. It's almost time for physical therapy today. So, today's massage. We have to do it now. Yifan's head was buried deep in his chest. Lifted it up suddenly. His eyes were already filled with hideous bloodshot. The hatred and murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into substance. Let this bastard go give Mom a massage? With his dirty hands. To touch Mother's body? Don't even think about it. You don't think. The three words seemed to burst out one by one from between the teeth. With a beast-like roar. The determination to die with honor. He's already kneeling. He had already shouted out the shameful title that he would never be able to wash away in his lifetime. This man. What else do you want? Do you still want to blaspheme the most sacred existence in his heart in front of him? However, his roar. In exchange. But it was a slap in the face that was extremely cold from Su Wanqing. Bang. Crisp. Loud. Shut up. Su Wanqing was so angry that she was shaking all over. She looked at Yi Fan's face, which was full of madness and unwillingness. His eyes were full of disappointment and rage. Yi Fan. Are you crazy? Do you want to watch your mother die? Mr. Qin is our savior. He's saving your mother's life. You ungrateful thing. Finished cursing. She didn't even dare to look at Yi Fan anymore. Afraid of this impulsive nephew. It will completely destroy this last glimmer of hope. She almost crawled back to Qin Feng. There was no trace of coldness and arrogance on her face anymore. Instead, there was an almost humble prayer and fanatical gratitude. Her voice was trembling violently. With a hint of crying. Mr. Qin. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just too worried about his mother. Thank you for your help. Thank you so much for your help. As long as you can heal my sister. You can ask us to do anything. Anything. This moment. Su Wanqing's concern for her sister and her gratitude to Qin Feng. It has overwhelmed everything. Overwhelmed dignity. Overwhelms reason. It even overwhelmed the last bit of affection she had for her nephew Yi Fan. Qin Feng looked at the woman in front of him, who was almost talking incoherently. A faint smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. The smile was very faint, but with a kind of cruelty that sees through everything. He walked past Su Wanqing, who was looking excited and grateful. Gaze again. It fell on the man who was still kneeling on the ground. On Yi Fan, who was completely stunned by the slap from his aunt. He said nothing. But Yi Fan could clearly see it from his eyes. I understood the silent mockery. Look. This is the loved one you want to protect with all your might. To survive. They can push you out without hesitation. As a sacrificial offering. Yi Fan. Your pride. Your anger. Your protection. In the face of absolute reality. Worthless. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. No longer look at that face that has completely lost its color. He took a step forward. Towards the inpatient department. Walk step by step. The child of destiny was kneeling on the spot. And the family relationship that was completely torn apart. Left behind together. Chapter 20. Press both together. Qin Feng's back. Tall, upright, and indifferent. Like a black mountain walking in the human world, with a suffocating sense of oppression, it slowly moves towards the VIP ward area that represents hope and despair. Su Wanqing shuddered and woke up from the endless gratitude and ecstasy. She didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. He didn't even bother to care about his nephew, who was still kneeling on the ground, as if his soul had been sucked out of him. She lifted the hem of her skirt and almost trotted, following Qin Feng closely in an almost humble manner. After taking 2 steps, she seemed to remember something. Turned back suddenly. He let out a low growl of suppressed anger towards Yi Fan, who was still kneeling there in a daze. What are you still kneeling for? Follow me. Should we let Mr. Qin wait for us? Her voice was sharp and rapid. With a hint of flattery that she herself was not aware of. Yi Fan's body was like a puppet controlled by this scolding. Stiffly and numbly, he stood up from the cold ground. He had lost all feeling in his knees. My legs felt like they were filled with lead. Every step seems to be dragging the malice of the entire world forward. He followed behind Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing followed behind Qin Feng. The three of them formed a strange and silent queue, walking through the quiet and somewhat depressing corridor. Finally, it stopped in front of a heavy wooden door in the deepest part of the VIP ward area. V01. This is Su Wanqiu's ward. It is also the stage where a deep therapy will be performed. Qin Feng stopped. He reached out and grasped the cold brass doorknob. Su Wanqing and Yi Fan behind him also subconsciously took a step forward, ready to follow in. However, just at the moment Qin Feng opened the door. But he didn't go in. Instead, he turned sideways and used his tall body to block the door like a wall, motionless. His eyes swept indifferently over the anxious Su Wanqing and the expressionless Yi Fan. His thin lips parted slightly. The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. "You guys, wait outside." The expression on Su Wanqing's face froze. "Mr. Qin, this." A ripple finally appeared in Yi Fan's dead eyes. "Not allowed in? Why aren't you allowed in?" There was no explanation in Qin Feng's eyes. "Only orders. My treatment method is somewhat special. I don't like outsiders watching." He paused and added, as if stating an irrefutable truth. "The breath of bystanders will interfere with the flow of my qi. It affects the efficacy. Do you understand? This reason sounds impeccable. In today's flourishing martial arts world, any statement related to qi carries an aura of mystery and authority." Su Wanqing accepted this statement almost immediately. She nodded quickly, like a student who was willing to learn. "I understand. We'll just wait outside. We won't disturb you, Mr. Qin." As she spoke, she subconsciously pulled Yi Fan beside her, signaling him to step back. But Yi Fan didn't move. His fists were clenched tightly at his sides. The nails dug deep into the palms, causing bursts of sharp pain. The stinging pain allowed his brain, which had been burned into chaos by humiliation and anger, to maintain the last bit of clarity. Not allowed to enter. He and his aunt should be locked out of the door. Then, he was alone in a closed room with his mother, who was only wearing a thin hospital gown. Perform that so-called special massage? Why? Why should he trust this enemy who had just crushed his dignity into powder? A violent impulse was brewing in his chest like a volcano, almost about to erupt. However, Qin Feng's gaze had already landed on his face. The gaze was calm. But it is like a basin of cold water from the Arctic Ocean. Pour it over your head. All his anger was extinguished in an instant. All that was left was the biting cold and the powerless trembling. Qin Feng said nothing. But that look seemed to say, "You don't have to believe it. You can also rush in now and stop me." Then, you watched helplessly as your mother's vitality was devoured bit by that sinister cold energy. Choose. Yi Fan's lips trembled violently. He wanted to roar. He wanted to roar. He wanted to beat the man's face into a puddle of mud. But in the end, he couldn't utter a word. He could only watch Qin Feng with his indifferent and almost cruel eyes, and finally glanced at him. Then, turned around and walked into the ward. Click. The heavy door was slowly closed. Completely isolate the two worlds. Outside the door, his son and aunt were waiting in humiliation. Inside the door was a mother lying unconscious on the hospital bed, and a healer whose identity was a mystery. The air in the corridor seemed to freeze at this moment. Yi Fan stood there stiffly like a stone statue. His ear was pressed against the door, trying to capture every movement inside. But there was nothing. The soundproofing in this VIP ward is surprisingly good. Can't hear any sound. Can't hear the conversation. He couldn't hear the sound he was most afraid of hearing. This unknown silence is more like torture than any substantial sound. In his mind, countless crazy and terrifying images are spreading wildly and uncontrollably. He imagined Qin Feng's cold hands caressing his mother's skin. He imagined what kind of intimate contact the so-called massage would be. He imagined his mother sleeping, powerless to resist. No. No. Yi Fan's face turned paler than the wall. His body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. He bit his lips hard until he could taste the strong smell of blood. He had to hold it in. For Mom. He must hold it in. Time passes by every second. Every second was like a blunt knife, cutting his heart repeatedly. Su Wanqing next to her was also waiting anxiously. She paced back and forth, her hands clasped together, her eyes fixed on the closed door. Yi Fan was immersed in his own pain. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual about my aunt. However, as time goes by, he gradually felt something was wrong. It's too quiet. His aunt's anxiety seemed different from the anxiety he understood. Yi Fan slowly turned his head and looked at Su Wanqing with his bloodshot eyes. Then, he was stunned. Su Wanqing's face was indeed full of anxiety. However, that incredibly beautiful face did not show the paleness of worry. It was a strange flush. The red color spread from her slender neck to her delicate ears. It made her skin look like it was dyed with the finest rouge. It exudes a breathtaking beauty. Her breathing also seemed a little rapid. His full chest was rising and falling slightly with his breathing. Those beautiful eyes that usually have a bit of coldness and sharpness. At this moment, he was staring at the door of the ward without blinking. There is worry and expectation in his eyes. But more than that, there was a kind of confusion and longing that Yi Fan could not understand. It wasn't as if she was worried about her sister's safety. But I'm jealous. Jealous of the person who is lying in there and receiving treatment at this moment. She wants to go in too? She also wants to be with that man. An extremely absurd idea exploded in Yi Fan's mind. He was so frightened by his own thoughts that he broke out in a cold sweat. No. Impossible. My aunt and mom have such a good relationship. How could she have such an idea? And today was the first time she and Qin Feng met. She was clearly as wary and hostile towards that man as he was. But how can I explain this situation? That abnormal flush. That rapid breathing. That blurry, longing look. Yi Fan's heart sank bit by bit. A chill that made him feel even more terrified and absurd than being humiliated by Qin Feng in person, rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He felt that the world was completely out of control, heading in a direction that he could not understand. Auntie. His throat was so dry that his voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Su Wanqing seemed startled by his voice. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched her burning cheek. There was a flash of panic in his eyes. Is there? But maybe it's too stuffy here. She explained incoherently, her eyes avoiding, not daring to look Yi Fan in the eye. This guilty look. It also confirmed the terrifying guess in Yi Fan's heart. Yi Fan just felt dizzy. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask something else. Just then. Click. The door that had been closed for what seemed like a century. Without any warning, it opened. A gap appeared in front of the two people. Qin Feng's handsome yet indifferent face peeked out from behind the door. His hair was slightly messy, and one button of his shirt was undone, revealing a small part of his well-defined collarbone. There was no sign of fatigue on his face. His eyes were still as calm as a deep pool. He didn't look at Yi Fan. His eyes fell precisely on Su Wanqing's face, which was both surprised and happy. Then, he said in an unquestionable tone, something that made Yi Fan's blood freeze instantly. You. Come in too. Yi Fan's brain seemed to be hit directly by a nuclear bomb. It blew him away. All rationality and forbearance were completely torn to pieces at this moment. What the hell do you mean? He let out a hysterical roar like a wild beast cornered in a corner. The red eyes stared at Qin Feng. My mother has a special physical condition and needs treatment. My aunt is fine. Why did you let her in? Qin Feng. You bastard. What on earth do you want to do? His anger erupted like a flash flood. However, Qin Feng just looked at him quietly. That look was like looking at a monkey jumping up and down and making trouble. Full of condescending pity and mockery. Until Yi Fan's roar gradually stopped due to lack of oxygen. Qin Feng then spoke slowly, word by word. The voice was cold, but it clearly struck everyone's heart. Twins, with the same physique. Do you think your mother is the only one in trouble? Su Wanqing and Yi Fan were stunned at the same time. Qin Feng turned his gaze to Su Wanqing. That gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the flesh and blood and look directly into the origin of the soul. Your mother has Taiyin meridian deficiency, which means she is terminally ill. This is obvious. And your aunt, as her twin sister, also has this extremely cold and evil energy hidden in her body, but it has not yet fully erupted. It is latent. I just used the Qi machine to explore it. Qin Feng's voice was cold and cruel, like a verdict. The cold evil in her body has begun to show signs of awakening. If we don't channel and suppress them now, within 3 years, her fate will be 10 times more miserable than your mother's current one. These words were like thunder from the 9 heavens. It hit Yi Fan and Su Wanqing's heads hard. Yi Fan froze. The rage that was rising into the sky seemed to be frozen in an instant, leaving only ice debris on the ground. Twins? Same physique? Hidden? These words were like heavy hammers, smashing his cognition, his resistance, and his anger into pieces. He wanted to refute. But what could he use to refute? Use his pitiful martial arts common sense? Or with his impotent rage? He doesn't dare to gamble. He almost killed his mother, he can't gamble with his aunt's life again. Su Wanqing, who was standing aside, had already turned pale. She was shocked at first, then filled with fear deep in her bones. She recalled that in recent years, she had become increasingly sensitive to cold, and her hands and feet were always cold. Turn out to be. It turns out that it was not an illusion. It turned out that the Grim Reaper's scythe had already been placed on his neck. A huge fear instantly gripped her heart. But then, when her gaze met Qin Feng's deep and calm eyes again, the fear miraculously dissipated. Instead, it is a kind of ecstasy after surviving a disaster and almost blind worship and trust. It's him. He discovered it. He is the one who wants to save me. Mr. Qin. Su Wanqing's voice was trembling, with a hint of tears and endless gratitude. She didn't even look at Yi Fan again. It was as if the furious nephew didn't exist at all. She picked up her feet and walked towards the open door without hesitation. The posture was as pious as a believer walking towards a temple. No, auntie. Yi Fan subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to hold her. But his hand stopped powerlessly in mid-air. What can he say? Stop her? Tell her not to go? Then what? Watching her become worse off than her mother 3 years later? He can't. He also didn't dare. Su Wanqing had already walked in front of Qin Feng. She lowered her head slightly, her flushed face full of gratitude and obedience. Excuse me, Mr. Qin. Qin Feng didn't say anything. He just moved aside to make way. When Su Wanqing passed him and walked into the ward filled with a faint fragrance, the corner of his mouth curled up in a playful arc that only he could understand. Then, his gaze fell for the last time on Yi Fan, who had been completely petrified on the spot. Watch the door, he said. It was like giving orders to a servant. Don't let anyone come in and disturb us. Finished. Bang. The door was once again ruthlessly closed in front of him. In the corridor, only Yi Fan was left. Standing there alone, like a clown abandoned by the whole world. He raised his head, looking at the cold, closed door. Inside the door, they are the two most important women in his life. His sworn enemy. And he. But be like the most loyal dog. For them. Goalkeeper. Puff. A fishy and sweet liquid could no longer be suppressed and suddenly spurted out of Yi Fan's mouth. Blood spilled on the smooth floor, like a bunch of desperate and sad red spider lilies. Chapter 21. Is it really treatment? The sounds of the world seemed to be completely taken away at this moment. All that remained was the frantic and weak heartbeat deep in the eardrum. Boom. 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 Every beat seemed to be accusing him of his incompetence. The strength of the body was completely drained. He leaned against the cold wall and slowly slid down. Finally, he curled up and squatted on the ground, like a stray dog abandoned by its owner in a rainstorm. Embarrassed. And sad. His hands, uncontrollably, dug deep into the thick black hair. His knuckles turned white from the force. He grabbed his scalp tightly, as if only this sharp pain could confirm that he was still alive. Still exists in this world that has become absurd. His head was buried deeply between his knees. I dare not go to see it. I dared not look at the closed door. At this moment, the door looked like the bloody mouth of an ancient beast that was ready to devour its prey. Behind the door is bottomless darkness. Devoured the two most important women in his life. It also devoured all of his dignity as a man, as a son, and as a nephew. Watch the door. Qin Feng's indifferent voice, like a spell, echoed repeatedly in his mind. Every word turned into a poisoned steel needle. It pierced deeply into his Tao heart, which had already been riddled with holes. Time lost its meaning. Every second is like a torture. Every minute is torture. He didn't know how long he squatted there. Maybe an hour. Maybe 2 hours. Outside the window at the end of the corridor, the faint light of dawn gradually became brighter. His lonely figure cast a long, twisted shadow on the smooth floor. He slowly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes looked like a pair of burning charcoal. He stared intently at the door of V01. In. Still no sound. Deathly silence. This silence frightened him more than any hysterical scream. His brain could no longer restrain itself from frantically imagining the scene behind the door. Those scenes that he feared the most and dared not think about. It was like a flood that broke through the last dam of his sanity. Qin Feng's cold face. The mother's brow furrowed in her sleep. My aunt's eyes were filled with panic and shyness. There is also the so-called deep physical therapy. What kind of depth is it? What exactly is physical therapy? Ah! An extremely suppressed growl, like a trapped beast, came out from the depths of Yi Fan's throat. His body was shaking violently due to extreme anger and humiliation. Qi and blood were colliding wildly in the body. He really wants to. I really want to punch this damn door open. He really wanted to rush in and tear that bastard named Qin Feng into pieces. But he can't. He doesn't dare. Mother's life. My aunt's life. It all depends on that man's thoughts. All his anger and unwillingness could only turn into the deepest powerlessness in the end. He was like a statue of despair. Stiffly, maintaining that humiliating posture. I don't know why. Yi Fan suddenly had a feeling. A strong, fatalistic sense of déjà vu. I seem to. Back to last night. I returned to the moment when I was anxiously waiting with my aunt in the empty and cold lobby of the Hilton Hotel. Yes. Exactly the same feeling. That fear of an unknown fate. The feeling of powerlessness of entrusting the safety of loved ones to the hands of others. The kind of torture that makes every second feel like a year. Almost. Exactly the same. Only. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled up into an arc that was uglier than crying. The current situation is still somewhat different from the original situation. At first, it was my aunt who was waiting with me, although she was anxious and afraid. But her existence itself is a kind of comfort and support. They rely on each other. They are a family facing desperate situations together. And now, Yi Fan looked around. Empty corridor. Coming and going were strange doctors and nurses in white coats. The looks they cast at him were filled with curiosity, inquiry, and even a hint of pity. Those gazes are like needles. He was stabbed all over. Here. He is the only one there. Waiting alone. His aunt. The only ally he had who could fight alongside him. At this moment, I am already behind that door. With his mother. With the man who trampled him into the dust. He was isolated. Isolated from the whole world. This kind of loneliness is sharper than a knife. Colder than the abyss. It gnawed at Yi Fan's will bit by bit. This caused more and finer cracks to appear on his already shaky heart of Taoism. Time slowly passed in this dead silence. From early morning. By noon. Then it was dusk. The sun outside the window rises in the east and sets in the west. The light in the corridor changed from bright and dazzling to dim and warm, and was finally replaced by cold fluorescent lights. Yi Fan no longer felt hungry. I don't feel thirsty either. He just maintained that posture, motionless. As if dead. Only those eyes that were getting redder and redder proved that he was still alive. His eyes were filled with hideous red bloodshot, like a spider web about to break. I don't know how much time has passed. Perhaps a century is as long. Just when Yi Fan felt his consciousness was beginning to blur. Click. A soft sound. It's like throwing a stone into a quiet lake. In an instant, huge waves were stirred up in Yi Fan's heart. He suddenly raised his head. Those eyes that were almost bleeding were fixed on the source of the sound. That door that has been closed for what seems like a lifetime. The door lock turned. The door handle was slowly pressed down from the inside. A gap appeared. Then, slowly, open inward. Yi Fan's heart, at this moment, rose to his throat. He even stopped breathing. He stared at the increasingly widening crack in the door, his pupils shrinking into the most dangerous needle points. The first person to come out. It's Qin Feng. His face still had that calm and indifferent expression. Light and without ancient waves. It was as if I had just taken a nap in there for the whole day. His steps were steady. The breath is long. There is no sign of fatigue or exhaustion. Even. Yi Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. He even felt that the aura on Qin Feng's body was even more condensed and unfathomable than before he entered. How is that possible? Shouldn't he be exhausted after giving two people that kind of exhausting deep therapy? Why? Why does he look like he's been nourished so much? Yi Fan's mind was in a mess. But his gaze had already passed Qin Feng's shoulder and looked inside the door impatiently. Then. He saw it. His mother, Su Wanqiu. His aunt, Su Wanqing. They also came out. The moment I saw the two of them clearly, Yi Fan felt as if he was struck by lightning. Completely frozen in place. Is that his mother and aunt? She was a beautiful woman with a complexion as rosy as peach blossoms in March, eyes that flickered, and an amazing charm. The vitality emanates from the bones. And Su Wanqing beside her. Her cheeks glowed with a healthy and attractive pink glow. Those beautiful eyes, which usually always have a bit of sharpness and shrewdness, are now watery, as if filled with spring water. It's less sharp, but more heart-pounding charm. What shocked Yi Fan the most was the aura they exuded. As a warrior who is about to break through to the second level, Yi Fan's perception of qi and blood is far beyond that of ordinary people. He can see clearly. The originally weak energy and blood in my mother and aunt's bodies suddenly became as strong as a furnace. How is this possible? Yi Fan's mouth opened unconsciously. My jaw was nearly dislocated. His brain completely shut down. The incredible scene before him was completely beyond his comprehension. So, an absurd and trembling thought popped up uncontrollably in Yi Fan's mind. So, from morning to night, in this closed ward, for a full 10 hours. Real. It's just massage? Is it just a simple, life-saving treatment? It's me. Yi Fan's body shook. He looked at his mother and aunt who looked so energetic. He looked at Qin Feng again, who had an indifferent expression, as if he had done something insignificant. An unprecedented, huge shame and self-doubt, like a tsunami, instantly drowned him. Am I wrong? Was I wrong from the beginning? He didn't mean to humiliate me, or do anything to my mother and aunt. He was really just saving people? Am I judging others by my own standards? This thought is like a red-hot iron. It was imprinted deeply on his soul. It was more painful and embarrassing for him than any humiliation he had ever experienced before. Chapter 22. Everything has just begun. That sentence, I am judging others by my own standards? Like a black lightning, it split Yi Fan's chaotic sea of consciousness. What follows is not clarity, but a deeper and more painful darkness. His soul seemed to be torn out of his body by this huge sense of shame. Floating in mid-air. Coldly, I looked down at myself, who was curled up on the ground, humble as dust. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. He bit his lips tightly, and a strong smell of blood filled his mouth. The stiffness of his body prevented him from even standing up immediately. In this dead silence, Qin Feng moved. He didn't even look at Yi Fan again. It seemed as if the pool of blood on the ground and the distraught boy beside the blood were just insignificant background. His gaze fell gently on Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing. That look was no longer the coldness and intimidation that it had when it faced Yi Fan. But it is a kind of warmth with appreciation and calmness. That's all for today. Qin Feng's voice was calm, but it carried a decisiveness that brooked no room for questioning. The evil chill within your bodies has been accumulating for ages and is deeply ingrained. It wasn't eliminated overnight. To completely eradicate it, several sessions of counseling are needed. He paused, his gaze lingering for a moment on Su Wanqiu's stunningly beautiful face, which was now radiating a holy aura due to the abundance of energy and blood. I'll go to your house tomorrow. Continue with your physical therapy. His words were directed to Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing. Every word was like an invisible slap in Yi Fan's face. Go home. Instead of here. What does this mean? It means he will enter the mainstream. It means that he will completely intervene in Yi Fan's family. In a savior-like manner. Yi Fan's heart suddenly tightened. A feeling of humiliation even stronger than before, mixed with unspeakable bitterness, surged into my heart. But he couldn't even utter a word of rebuttal. A touching blush appeared on Su Wanqiu's face. It is not a morbid flush, but a healthy color that comes from vigorous vitality and abundant qi in blood. It made her look more than 10 years younger. She nodded slightly, and her voice carried a hint of softness and dependence that she herself had not noticed. Okay. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Qin. She originally wanted to call him Qin Feng, but when the words came to her lips, they somehow turned into the more respectful Mr. Qin. Su Wanqing next to her seemed much more complicated. Her sharp and beautiful eyes were now staring at Qin Feng. There was shock, inquiry, gratitude, and a hint of embarrassment in her eyes that even she tried hard to hide. No trouble. Qin Feng replied indifferently. His eyes finally swept over the door number of the VIP ward. Then, turn around. Take a step. There was no drag at all. He walked past Yi Fan. A breeze blew up. There seemed to be a lingering trace of a strange scent brought from the ward, mixed with the unique body fragrance of my mother and my aunt. Yi Fan's body trembled violently. He subconsciously raised his head and saw Qin Feng's tall and lonely back. Just like that, step by step, he walked to the end of the corridor. Then, it disappeared around the corner. From beginning to end. He didn't leave a single word for Yi Fan. Not even a glance. That kind of complete, deep-seated disregard. It made Yi Fan feel more heartbroken than any vicious curse. Click. The security door at the end of the corridor closed gently. It blocked all traces of Qin Feng's aura. Until now. Yi Fan felt that the terrifying pressure that was as heavy as a mountain on his heart had finally dissipated. He was gasping for breath. Like a drowning person finally floating to the surface. Sweat had already soaked his back. He held onto the cold wall and used all his strength to barely stand up from the ground. My legs have become numb from squatting for so long. He stumbled and nearly fell again. Xiao Fan. Yi Fan. Two exclamations of concern rang out at the same time. Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing stepped forward quickly, supporting him on the left and right. The warm touch from my mother's arm and the cool elasticity from my aunt's arm. It's so real. Yi Fan's eyes turned red instantly. He didn't feel wronged. But because I'm afraid of what will happen next. He looked at his mother and aunt, who looked surprisingly healthy, and his voice became almost hoarse. Mom. Auntie. His lips trembled, and he finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind all day and almost tormented him crazy. What did he do to you? His voice was very low. So low, with a hint of pleading. He is scared. Afraid of hearing the answer that I least want to hear. Su Wanqiu felt a pang of pain in her heart when she saw her son's distraught look with bloodshot eyes. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch his head like she did when she was a child. But he found that his son was already a head taller than him. She withdrew her hand, and the pity in her eyes turned into a complex tenderness. She didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked a question in return. The voice was as soft as a feather, but it created a huge wave in Yi Fan's heart. Xiao Fan, what do you think Uncle Qin can do to us? Qin. Uncle Qin? Yi Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at his mother in disbelief. This name. This is an extremely natural name, even with a hint of intimacy. These were spoken by his mother, who always kept a sufficient distance from any man other than herself. Yi Fan's face turned red in an instant. It felt like being severely burned by a red-hot iron. He felt his cheeks, burning hot. He stammered, extremely embarrassed, and finally almost lowered his head, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. I'm afraid he'll take advantage of you. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He felt filthy. He actually used such dirty thoughts to speculate about his mother and aunt. The air seemed to freeze. A few seconds later. Puff. A light laugh broke the awkward silence. It's Su Wanqiu. She couldn't help herself when she saw her son's embarrassed look, which made him want to bury his head in the ground. That smile, like a gentle spring breeze, instantly dispelled the oppressive atmosphere in the corridor. It was also like a gentle hand, smoothing the extremely tense string in Yi Fan's heart. Silly child. Su Wanqiu's eyes moved, with a hint of anger and a hint of amusement. Look at Mom, does she look like someone who can be easily bullied? As she spoke, she glanced at her sister beside her. Not to mention. Look at your aunt again. She has a decisive personality and won't tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. From childhood to adulthood, when has she ever suffered any loss? Do you think that with her around, the two of us can be taken advantage of by that Uncle Qin? Su Wanqiu's tone was somewhat teasing. Yi Fan subconsciously turned his gaze to his aunt, Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's pretty face had been stained with a light blush without her knowing when. She seemed to want to refute something. But when she met Yi Fan's inquiring gaze, she just snorted softly and turned her face away. That look was not as strong and sharp as usual. Instead, there is a hint of indescribable shyness? Yi Fan's brain crashed again. He completely couldn't understand it. Does my aunt's reaction mean that she agrees? Acknowledge Qin Feng really didn't do anything? Then why is she blushing? Just when Yi Fan was at a loss, Su Wanqiu suddenly changed the subject. Her voice became gentler. The healthy blush on that breathtakingly beautiful face seemed to have deepened a little. Her eyes unconsciously looked in the direction where Qin Feng disappeared, with a strange glow that Yi Fan had never seen before. And Xiao Fan, your Uncle Qin. He's a very kind person. This sentence. It is more lethal than any previous humiliation or disregard. It's like an invisible hammer. It hit Yi Fan's crown hard. It shattered his fragile cognition that he had just built up. It smashed a bottomless crack in his proud heart that belonged to a favored child of heaven. What did he hear? One's own mother. The mother in his heart was as holy as a god and as cold as moonlight. It turns out. To use that kind of almost admiring, gentle tone. To judge the man who stepped on you and humiliated you wantonly? And he said, good personality? That cold as ice, domineering as a devil man, has a good personality? Absurd. Funny. Yi Fan felt like he was going crazy. An uncontrollable evil fire suddenly emerged from the deepest part of my heart. He almost blurted out and wanted to refute loudly. I wanted to tell my mother how terrible that man was. What a jerk. But when his eyes fell on his mother's face, which was radiant with amazing radiance because of the abundant energy and blood, when he felt the surging and powerful aura from his mother and aunt that was almost about to break through the second-grade barrier, all the words, they were all stuck in the throat. It turned into a fishbone that made breathing painful for him. Yes. What qualifications do I have to refute? No matter how much of a jerk that man is. No matter what incredible means he used. An undeniable fact is right before our eyes. He saved his mother's life. He saved my aunt's life. This kindness. Bigger than the sky. Deeper than the sea. Yi Fan's face turned blue and then white. The evil fire in my heart was eventually suppressed by the reality as heavy as a mountain. He listened to his mother and aunt. My heart still felt blocked and uncomfortable, as if it was stuffed with a large ball of wet cotton. But the huge rock that had been hanging for a day and a night finally fell to the ground. At least. They are fine. At least. The worst-case scenario did not happen. That's enough. Sorry. Yi Fan lowered his head, his voice filled with endless fatigue and guilt. Mom, Auntie, it's me, I'm too concerned. I was wrong. He couldn't say any more. Every word seemed to be whipping my soul. Su Wanqiu looked at her son and sighed with heartache. She patted Yi Fan's back gently. Okay, Mom knows you're worried about us. It's all over. Let's leave the hospital first. This is not the place to talk. Good. Yi Fan nodded and forced himself to cheer up. He looked at his mother and aunt, who looked so healthy, and the weight of the life-saving grace in his heart increased a little. This time, I really offended Qin Feng. Later. If there is a chance in the future, I'm afraid I really have to put aside all my dignity and apologize solemnly and sincerely. This thought made Yi Fan's heart ache again. The process of handling discharge formalities went extremely smoothly. When Yi Fan drove the badly crashed Ferrari, carrying his mother and aunt, slowly out of the hospital parking lot. Night has fallen in Zhangcheng. The lights are coming on. Outside the car window is the dazzling city night scene. Inside the carriage, there was an eerie silence. Yi Fan concentrated on driving without saying a word. He could see his mother and aunt sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. They no longer behaved in any way as they had in the hospital corridor. Just sitting side by side, looking at the night view outside the window, occasionally talking in low voices. But Yi Fan could feel it. Something is different. There was a hint of womanly charm between my mother's brows that had never been there before. The sharp aura that kept strangers away from my aunt has also been restrained a lot, and there is a hint of intriguing calmness. They look more beautiful. And more stranger. All this changes. It all started with that man. Qin Feng. This name, like a poisonous thorn, pierced deeply into Yifan's heart. He thought that everything that happened today was the end of the humiliation. But he suddenly had a strong premonition. Perhaps all this has just begun. Chapter 23. Lu Qinghuan. Qin Feng walked out of the hospital gate. The evening breeze, with a hint of coolness, blew the black hair in front of his forehead. He didn't call a taxi. Nor did he go to the side of the road. He simply took out his cell phone, and the cold light on the screen reflected his calm profile. He dialed a number. The phone rang only once before being picked up. "I'm at the entrance of the city center hospital." His voice was so calm that it seemed like he was stating a fact. 5 minutes. On the other end of the phone, there was a respectful yet cold male voice. "No extra nonsense. This is the efficiency of the Lu family in Zhangcheng." Qin Feng hung up the phone and put the phone back in his pocket. But the moment the phone entered my pocket, it began to vibrate wildly like a red-hot iron. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One sound after another, rapid and violent. Qin Feng took out his cell phone again. On the screen, there was a constantly flashing caller ID with the note "Miss." And below the call interface are the unread messages and missed calls that have accumulated to a terrifying number. Missed calls, 99 plus. Unread messages, 99 plus. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold arc. He didn't answer. Instead, he clicked on the scarlet message list. As his fingertips passed by, messages filled with rage and murderous intent flashed by quickly. "Qin Feng. Where have you been? I asked you to keep an eye on Yifan, not to let you disappear. It seems he took a day off today. Do you know where he went? I called him but he didn't answer. Did you do something to him? I'm warning you, Qin Feng. If you dare to touch Yifan's hair, I will make you disappear from Jiangcheng. Answer. Where are the others? Where the hell is he? Answer me. One by one sentence by one." Not a single word showed any concern for Qin Feng's life or death. That name is everywhere between the lines. Yifan. Yifan. It's still Yifan. In the original novel, this is the eldest daughter of the Lu family who is indifferent to her number one henchman and acts bossy. The madness at this moment was all for her white moonlight. Really? Sad and ridiculous love brain. There was no trace of emotion in Qin Feng's eyes. He had known this would happen. This is Lu Qinghuan. A paranoid man who is spoiled by his family and will do anything to get what he wants. She loves Yifan. Therefore, she wanted to destroy all the opposite sex around Yifan. We must also control all factors that may pose a threat to Yifan. For example, myself. Qin Feng turned off the screen. The crazy shaking came to an abrupt end. The world is pure. Just at this moment. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom, like a silent giant beast, slid silently in front of him. The car door opened. A middle-aged man in a black suit and white gloves bowed respectfully. "Mr. Qin, please." Qin Feng sat in. Inside the car, there is the sweet fragrance of top-quality leather. The vehicle started smoothly, merged into the traffic flow, and drove towards Hentang Villa, the most wealthy area in Zhangcheng. That is the Lu family's territory. It is the restricted area of the entire Zhangcheng. The night is getting deeper. The Rolls-Royce passed through the heavily guarded gate, followed the winding mountain road, and finally stopped in front of a brightly lit villa halfway up the mountain. It's not so much a villa. It's more like a modern palace. The vast area and magnificent grandeur are enough to make any so-called luxury house pale in comparison. Qin Feng got out of the car. He took out his cell phone again, and this time, he took the initiative to call Lu Qinghuan. The call was answered almost instantly. "Qin Feng. you finally called back? From the receiver came Lu Qinghuan's cold and sharp voice, suppressed with anger. Where's He Fan? What did you do to him? Qin Feng ignored her question. He just raised his head and glanced at the vaguely swaying figure behind the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the villa. Then, he spoke lightly. I'm at the door. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. It seemed that he didn't expect that Qin Feng would come to him directly. A few seconds later. You wait. Lu Qinghuan's voice became increasingly cold, with a hint of undisguised murderous intent. The phone was hung up harshly. Qin Feng put away his phone and stood there leisurely. He knew that what was waiting for him would not be a good look. Even it will be a hongmen banquet. But he doesn't care. He even looked forward to it. Soon. The heavy carved door of the villa slowly opened. The person who came out was not Lu Qinghuan. Instead, there were 8 burly men wearing black suits. Their steps are in unison. Their eyes were like poison knives. Every one of them carried a strong and indelible smell of blood. These are the Lu family's most elite guards. Each of them is a ruthless character with blood on his hands. They didn't speak. They just walked out, stood on both sides, and surrounded Qin Feng in the middle. It's not so much a welcome. It's better to say, it's an escort. The leading guard made a pleased gesture to Qin Feng. The movements are very standard. But the warning and threat in his eyes were not concealed at all. Qin Feng still had that calm smile on his face. He seemed not to notice the tense atmosphere. He took a leisurely step and walked into the villa. However, the direction of progress is not the magnificent living room, but all the way down, leading underground. The cold air hits my face, with a special smell mixed with dampness and rust. The road under my feet changed from soft carpet to hard, cold concrete. A heavy steel door appeared before my eyes. The guard pushed open the door. Inside was a huge space that was so empty that it made people's hearts flutter. There are no windows. No furniture. There were only thick load-bearing pillars and an incandescent lamp hanging in the middle of the ceiling, emitting a pale light. The smell of rust in the air became stronger. Qin Feng's nose moved slightly. He smelled it. This is not the smell of rust. This is the smell of dried blood. A place dedicated to dealing with trouble. The Lu family's dark side. Bang! The stainless steel door behind him slammed shut. The 8 guards, like 8 iron towers, surrounded him even tighter. Qin Feng didn't move. He just stood there quietly. There wasn't even a trace of nervousness in his eyes. Instead, it's a strong curiosity. Succubus aura. This SSS-level passive skill. It works extremely well on mature and charming women like Su Wanqiu. So, Lu Qinghuan is the #1 female villain in the original novel with a paranoid and ruthless personality. What kind of effect will it have? He really wanted to know. Just then, 2 of the guards stepped forward. One on the left and one on the right, grabbed his arms. The force is so great that it is enough to crush steel bars. But when it fell on Qin Feng, it was like a gentle breeze on his face. He did not resist. He let them press him down on a cold iron chair. Immediately following, the rough hemp rope began to tie his hands and feet tightly to the chair in circles. At last, a moldy black hood was suddenly put on his head from behind. The scene before my eyes suddenly fell into darkness. Do all this. The 8 guards retreated silently into the shadows like ghosts. The entire basement fell into deathly silence again. All I could hear was my own steady, long breathing. Qin Feng remained calm. He even found it a little funny. In the original novel, I humbled myself to the dust in order to please Lu Qinghuan. And now, I didn't do anything, but I enjoyed this highest standard treatment. Interesting. That's really interesting. Time passes by every second. I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, a clear, rhythmic sound came from the depths of darkness, from far away to near. Click. 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 It was the sound of high heels stepping on the concrete floor. Every blow felt like a knock on one's heart. With a queen's aura of superiority. And an uncontrollable anger. The voice stopped in front of Qin Feng. He could feel it. A cold gaze, filled with scrutiny and murderous intent, was staring at him through the black hood. He could even smell a faint, expensive perfume coming from the other person. And a faint body fragrance belonging to a young girl. Take off his hood. Lu Qinghuan's voice rang out. Cold and without a trace of emotion. It was like ordering a servant to deal with a piece of garbage. A hand reached out from behind. He roughly pulled off the black hood on Qin Feng's head. Light. The pale light of the only incandescent lamp. It instantly came into view. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, adapting to the sudden light. Then, he raised his head. His gaze calmly turned to the person standing in front of him. That the girl in a flaming red dress. Lu Qinghuan. She was very tall, over 1.75 meters, and wore a pair of 10-centimeter black stilettos, which made her look even more oppressive. A head of long, curly black hair like seaweed, casually draped over her shoulders. She has a stunning oval face, skin as white as snow, and delicate features like God's most perfect masterpiece. Now, her narrow and long phoenix eyes were staring at Qin Feng. Deep in his eyes, there was undisguised rage and murderous intent. She even held a black, barbed whip in her hand. She is like a poisonous black rose that is about to bloom. Beautiful, yet deadly. She was about to speak and question this ignorant henchman in the most vicious language. She wanted to ask him where he hid Ji Fan. She wanted him to pay the price with blood for his self-assertion. However, just a second before she opened her mouth. At the moment when her gaze completely met Qin Feng's raised eyes. Buzz. It was as if a nuclear bomb was dropped into Lu Qinghuan's brain. In an instant, everything went blank. Time seems to have stood still. The space seemed to freeze. The whole world, all the sounds, all the colors, faded away at this moment. Only what is in front of me remains. All that was left was the man tied to the chair. And his eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Profound. Deeper than the vastest starry sky. It seems to contain the origin and end of the universe, the flow and stillness of time. In the deepest part of the eyes, it seemed as if billions of stars were being born and dying, and gods and demons were whispering. It's obviously calm. But he has an extreme indifference and nobility, looking down on all living beings and treating everything as straw dogs. Obviously it is mild. Yet, it also contains an extreme evil charm and temptation that is enough to make the soul fall into depravity and fall. Divinity and devilism. Light and darkness. Two completely opposite characteristics are perfectly integrated into these eyes in an incredible way. It has formed an ultimate charm that transcends language, cognition, and gender. Lu Qinghuan was stunned. Her whole body seemed to be under a spell, frozen in place. Her almond-shaped eyes, which were originally filled with anger and murderous intent, suddenly shrank uncontrollably, and then suddenly widened. In the deepest part of the pupil, all that was reflected was Qin Feng's face. That one. How could this happen? How could there be a man in this world who looks like this? No. That can no longer be called appearance. That is a kind of concrete manifestation of Tao. It is the ultimate expression of beauty. He was tied to a chair, clearly looking like a prisoner in an awkward position. But in Lu Qinghuan's eyes, he seemed like the only god sitting on the throne of the 9 heavens. It's like the supreme demon lord who walked out of the endless abyss and enchanted all living beings. His white shirt was stained with a little dust. But the dust was like the stars adorning the statue, adding a sense of fragmentation that was not tainted by the world. There was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. That smile fell into Lu Qinghuan's eyes. It turned into To her, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, the most extreme. Ridicule? No. Not a mockery. Yes. It was a trace of pity and amusement that the gods showed towards the ignorant and ridiculous behavior of mortals. Well. An unconscious, dry syllable emanated from Lu Qinghuan's throat. She felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible big hand. Dancing like crazy and beating like a drum. It was so close that it almost exploded from her chest. A scalding hot current surged from her heart to her limbs and bones, and finally, all rushed to her brain. Let her brain completely shut down. She forgot who she was. Forgot where I was. Forgot what I was going to do. Forget Yifan. Forget the anger. Forget the killing intent. Her heart, filled with paranoia and possessiveness, was instantly overwhelmed and crushed by an even more overbearing and unreasonable force, and then reshaped in a way that she could not understand at all. Click. A soft sound. The black whip held tightly in her hand symbolized her status as queen and supreme power. It slipped from her hand, which had turned white from excessive force. It fell onto the cold concrete floor. There was a tiny sound. But this sound was like a thunder. It exploded deep in Lu Qinghuan's soul. Her body trembled violently. Those originally sharp and intimidating phoenix eyes now seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Blurred. Trance. Obsessed. As well as a trace that she herself had not noticed. Surrender and look up. It's over. These two words were the only ones left in her mind. This man. Who is this man? Qin Feng? No. Impossible. How could it be him, her henchman who was as humble as a dog and could only follow her around wagging his tail and begging for mercy? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But that face. Those eyes. And it's so real. Lu Qinghuan felt like he was going crazy. She looked at Qin Feng like a dying traveler in the desert who saw the only miracle. It was also like a devout believer who finally saw the God he believed in with his own eyes. Her breathing became rapid and hot. Her cheeks, uncontrollably, took on a sickly red. Her rationality and arrogance, which she was proud of as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, were revealed under Qin Feng's eyes that seemed to see through everything. Collapse inch by inch. Reduced to powder. This moment. She fell for him. Chapter 24, The Succubus Aura Effect. Dead silence. The underground secret room fell into absolute silence. The black leather whip lay quietly on the cold concrete floor, like a dead snake with its spine pulled out. The only sound in the air was Lu Qinghuan's increasingly rapid and hot breathing. And her heartbeat, which seemed to want to break free and sacrifice itself for the person in front of her. The 8 guards standing in the shadows had already looked at each other in confusion. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion that could not be described in words. What happened? Miss, what happened? The previous second, she was full of murderous intent, as if she wanted to torture this man to death. How come the next second? It's like losing your soul? What on earth did this man named Qin Feng do to the young lady? They can't understand. They didn't dare to ask. They could only feel that an extremely weird atmosphere was spreading wildly in this small space. And at the center of this weirdness, Qin Feng was still tied to the iron chair. He didn't speak. He just used those eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, quietly and with a hint of amusement, looking at Lu Qinghuan in front of him. Watch how this most proud girl in Jiangqing stripped off all her pride and disguise bit by bit in front of him. Finally, Lu Qinghuan moved. Her body, like a rusty machine, stiffly took a small step. The heels of the high heels gently tapped on the ground. There was a very subtle click sound. The sound was like pressing a switch. Lu Qinghuan's blurred almond-shaped eyes instantly focused. All the light, all the colors, all the consciousness, were concentrated on Qin Feng. She took another step. Step. Another step. She walked towards the cold iron chair. Walking towards the man who was tied up by her own order. Towards her god. She leaned over. Her long black hair, like seaweed, fell like a waterfall, and the ends of her hair almost touched Qin Feng's cheek. A precious perfume, mixed with the girl's unique and intoxicating body fragrance, penetrated Qin Feng's nostrils more strongly. Her movements were very slow. Very light. It was as if he was treating the most precious treasure in the world, which would break at the slightest touch. Her fingertips finally touched the rough hemp rope that bound Qin Feng's wrist. Cold ropes. Hot fingertips. Her hands were shaking violently and uncontrollably. The captain of the guard standing in the dark suddenly narrowed his pupils. Subconsciously, he was about to step forward to stop it. Miss, this. Roll. Lu Qinghuan didn't look back. She didn't even raise her voice. Just a cold and hoarse monosyllable was squeezed out from his throat. But this word seems to contain supreme will. The captain of the guard, who was full of energy and had killed countless people, froze all over, as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He heard from this word a kind of paranoia and madness that was more terrifying than ever before. It seemed as if anyone who dared to disturb her would be torn to pieces. The captain of the guard silently retreated into the shadows. Cold sweat had soaked his back. He knows. Something big happened. Jiang Cheng. In other words, things are about to change for the Lu family. And Lu Qinghuan had already started to untie Qin Feng. Her movements were so cautious. Her eyes were so focused and pious. It was as if she was not untying the hemp rope that bound the prisoner, but the mundane dust entwined around the statue. She didn't dare to use too much force, for fear that the rough rope would hurt Qin Feng's wrist. Her little face was filled with tension and heartache. That look. So gentle that it seems water could drip out of it. Where is there any trace of her appearance left of the queen of the Lu family who dominated Jiangcheng and had the final say? She is clearly a young girl in love who is trying clumsily to please her lover. 1 circle. 2 laps. 3 laps. The rope was finally completely untied. Qin Feng's wrist was free again. There wasn't even a single red mark left on it. But Lu Qinghuan seemed to have seen some shocking wound. She stretched out her well-maintained, white jade-like hands and carefully held Qin Feng's hands. Then, she lowered her noble head. With her warm, fragrant breath, she gently touched Qin Feng's wrist. Blow it. Call. The movement was extremely gentle. That look was filled with extreme heartache. This moment. The 8 guards in the secret room felt that their worldview had been completely overturned, and then they were stepped on the ground and crushed into powder. They even suspected that they had been possessed by some profound martial arts secret technique, causing them to have hallucinations. Is this still their young lady who treats men as playthings and human lives as worthless? The playful curve at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth became more and more obvious. He slowly withdrew his hand. Then, slowly and leisurely, he stood up from the iron chair. As he stood up, an invisible, indescribable feeling of oppression instantly enveloped the entire basement. He was clearly just standing there casually. But it seems even more noble than sitting on the throne. He is clearly just a second-grade warrior. But it seemed that even the world had to submit to him. He gently moved his wrist. The joints made a crisp sound. Every movement is done with a grace that is pleasing to the eye. Lu Qinghuan just tilted her head back and looked at him blankly. Those beautiful almond-shaped eyes never blinked. It was as if he wanted to imprint every moment of his life into the depths of his soul. Why don't you continue? Miss. Qin Feng finally spoke. His voice was very flat. But it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Lu Qinghuan's heart hard. It gave her a sudden shock. Qin Feng smiled. That smile was evil and charming. Don't you think I did something wrong? Aren't you going to make me pay with blood for my self-determination? You're not going to tie it up anymore. His voice became more aggressive with each sentence. Every word was like a needle, piercing Lu Qinghuan's heart, which had completely fallen for him. No. It's not. Lu Qinghuan's face turned pale in an instant. She panicked. Completely panicked. She was like a little animal that had done something wrong and was afraid of being abandoned by its owner. Desperately, shaking his head. His hands were also waving wildly in front of him. The 10-centimeter stilettos were a little unstable because of her overreaction. That's not the case. Qin Feng. Let me explain. Her voice was filled with tears. Eager, yet aggrieved. She was afraid that Qin Feng would dislike her and alienate her because of her previous actions. Just thinking about that possibility. Lu Qinghuan felt as if his heart was being torn apart by an invisible hand. That kind of pain is 10,000 times more terrible than death. I didn't mean to hurt you. She was trying to organize her words, but her brain was blank due to extreme panic. She could only rely on her instinct to express her truest thoughts at the moment. That was the real thought that had been completely distorted and reshaped by the succubus aura. That Yi Fan he is a mad dog. Mention this name. There was no longer any trace of obsession and admiration in Lu Qinghuan's eyes. All that was left was deep disgust and coldness. He was in the hospital today, he must have attacked you, right? People like him don't know how to act properly. I am afraid you'll make him angry and get hurt. Her voice became smaller and smaller. The head drooped lower and lower. 2 breathtaking blushes appeared on her cheeks. If you get hurt, then the loss will outweigh the gain. I'm just worried about you. I feel sorry for you. The last 3 words. As light as a mosquito. But it was like a thunder from the sky. Clearly, it fell into the ears of everyone present. The 8 guards felt like their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Worried about Qin Feng? So? The young lady's previous raging rage, that undisguised murderous intent. It's all because. Worried that Qin Feng would suffer at the hands of Yi Fan? This fucking. What the hell is this logic? However, Qin Feng just looked at her with calm eyes. He knows. The power of succubus aura is so unreasonable. It doesn't create feelings out of thin air. It will only infinitely amplify the most paranoid and crazy emotions in the host's heart, and then forcibly redirect them to a new target. How strong is Lu Qinghuan's possessiveness towards Yi Fan? At this moment, how terrifying is her desire to submit to Qin Feng? She will find the most reasonable explanation for all her actions. An explanation with Qin Feng as the absolute center. Qin Feng didn't say anything else. He just slowly took a step closer to Lu Qinghuan. Just 1 step. Lu Qinghuan's body trembled violently. She felt a unique aura belonging to Qin Feng, with a hint of coldness, yet extremely domineering, that instantly enveloped her entire body. Her heartbeat, once again, was out of control. It pounded against her chest like a drum. It made it almost impossible for her to breathe. Qin Feng took another step forward. The distance between him and her was less than half a meter. He could even see the fine, tense hairs on her pretty, snow-white face. You can see her long eyelashes fluttering wildly like butterfly wings. Lu Qinghuan's face was so red that it was about to bleed. She was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and she was proud of her rationality and arrogance. Under the pressure from Qin Feng, the army had already been completely defeated. Her brain crashed again. Only the most primitive female instinct remains. She slowly closed her almond-shaped eyes that were enough to drive countless men crazy. The long eyelashes cast 2 moving shadows. She raised her chin slightly, revealing her swan-like, graceful and fragile neck. Her moist red lips, painted with top-quality lip gloss, were slightly pouting. With a hint of trembling. With a hint of expectation. With a hint, ready for you to pick, completely, thoroughly. Surrender. She is like a newly blooming rose waiting for God's mercy. Gave away everything he had. The entire basement was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Qin Feng lowered his head. Looking at the person in front of him, the number one daughter of Jiang Chang, who had completely let go of all her defenses and dignity. Look at her touching appearance of being at the mercy of others. But there was not even a ripple in my heart. There is only cold scrutiny and a faint sense of emotion. Bite. Detected plot character Lu Qinghuan, favorability has reached the obsession level. Succubus aura, SSS level passive, effect confirmed. This aura will perform conceptual causal corrections on any person of the opposite sex who initially develops a favorable or unfavorable impression of the host, forcibly reversing their emotions into admiration and submission. Warning, the aura effect is too strong, please use it with caution. The system's cold prompt sound rang in Qin Feng's mind. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold and evil smile that only he could understand. Succubus aura. So terrifying. Unbelievable. It's really outrageous. Chapter 25 The Humble Miss. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold and evil arc. That smile was like a poisoned dagger that could easily cut through all the hypocritical appearances in the world. He didn't bow his head. I didn't touch the red lips that were so close to me, ready for you to pick. He simply admired the painting called Submission in front of him, which he created with his own hands, with an almost cruel calmness. Lu Qinghuan's body was trembling slightly. She closed her eyes and waited. Waiting for God's mercy, waiting for the kiss she longed for, the one that would be imprinted on her soul. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Time seems to be infinitely stretched. Every second is a sweet yet painful torture. The expected warmth did not come. What descended was only the increasingly strong, cold and domineering aura that belonged only to Qin Feng. As well as. That was a speechless feeling of oppression that was enough to freeze her soul. Finally, she could no longer bear the dead silence. The long eyelashes trembled violently like the wings of a frightened butterfly. She slowly opened her eyes. Those misty almond-shaped eyes were filled with doubt, puzzlement, and a hint of the panic that arises after being rejected. Qin Feng. Her voice was thin as a thread, with a barely perceptible hint of grievance. Qin Feng took a step back. That's it. It was as if an insurmountable chasm had been drawn between the two of them, called master and servant. He looked down at her from above. There was no longer any amusement in his eyes. All that remains is pure, cold scrutiny. Rest. He spoke calmly, no emotion in his voice. It's getting late. Lu Qinghuan was stunned. The brain fell into a brief blank because of this sudden alienation. But soon, the instinct that was completely distorted by the succubus aura allowed her to find a new way to please her master. A smile that was almost flattering, enough to make the world pale in comparison, instantly blossomed on her face. Okay. Okay. She nodded repeatedly, as excited as a puppy who had received an order from her master. I'll take you to my room. My bed is big and soft, you will love it. I can still. Her words came to an abrupt end. Because she saw Qin Feng's eyes. What kind of look was that? No anger. No disgust. There is only one. It was like watching a clown, with a faint sense of sarcasm. This gaze was like a basin of ice water, pouring down heavily on Lu Qinghuan's head. It made her freeze. Did I say something wrong? Why? Why is he looking at me like that? Your room. Qin Feng's voice was very soft. But it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Lu Qinghuan's heart hard. He smiled. That smile was full of mockery. Do you want me to admire the photo of Yi Fan that you hang on the headboard of your bed and admire day and night? These light words were like a divine thunder from the 9 heavens. In Lu Qingtian's world, which had completely fallen for Qin Feng, a sudden explosion occurred. Yi Fan. Photo. These 2 words, like 2 poisoned steel needles, pierced into her mind. Some scenes that she had deliberately ignored, or rather, had subconsciously forgotten under the influence of the succubus aura, instantly came back to her. The photo frame with expensive gold edges hanging on the head of the bed. In the photo frame, the young man has a bright smile on his face. She used to have to look at that photo every night before she could fall asleep. She once regarded that photo as a treasure. No. Lu Qinghuan's lips lost all their color. Her face turned as pale as paper in an instant. No, no. She stumbled and took a step back. The heels of the high heels made a harsh sound when rubbing against the ground. She looked at Qin Feng, her beautiful phoenix eyes shrinking violently because of extreme fear and panic. She forgot. She actually forgot such an important thing. She actually wanted to take Qin Feng to a room filled with traces of another man. This is betrayal. This is blasphemy. This is an unforgivable sin. I didn't mean it. Qin Feng. I really didn't mean it. Lu Qinghuan was completely panicked. She rushed forward desperately like a drowning person. He grabbed Qin Feng's arm. Her strength is astonishing. The knuckles turned white from being pinched so hard. I forgot. I really forgot that thing was still there. I'll get someone to tear it up right now. No. Burn it. Burn it to ashes. Her voice was already filled with tears. Tears, like pearls that had broken off the string, rolled down uncontrollably from my eyes. Across her heartbreakingly beautiful face. Please don't be angry, okay? Please don't be angry with me. You are the only one in my heart. Really? From the first time I saw you, there is no room for anyone else in my heart. She explained incoherently. To please. Humble to the dust. She completely forgot that she was the high and mighty eldest daughter of the Lu family. She only knew that the man in front of her was her god. It's her heaven. It's everything to her. If the gods were to be angry, then her whole world would collapse in an instant. The 8 guards standing in the shadows had already been petrified. Their mouths were wide open enough to fit an egg. The scene happening before their eyes was completely beyond their comprehension. The queen of the Lu family who can stop children from crying at night in Zhangchang. At this moment, she was like a little girl who had made a mistake, holding a man's hand, crying and begging. This world. What the fuck is going on? Qin Feng still didn't speak. He just looked at her quietly. Looking at her tearful face, filled with fear and helplessness. His silence is the sharpest knife. Cut by cut, the already fragile heart of Lu Qinghuan was being tortured. Finally, Lu Qinghuan's crying gradually weakened. She seemed to understand too. Qin Feng would never set foot in his own boudoir, which was full of evidence of guilt. She let go of Qin Feng's arm, and a flash of deep loss and pain flashed in her eyes. But she still didn't dare to give up. She racked her brains, her brain already in a mess, desperately thinking of ways to remedy the situation. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Then how about you live next door to me? Her tone was filled with cautious exploration. Room number 1 next to mine has always been empty. There was no expression of disgust on Qin Feng's face. A glimmer of hope ignited in Lu Qinghuan's heart, and he quickly continued. But that place is better than my room. My father specially invited Jiangqing's most powerful divine mind master to engrave a spirit-gathering formation in the room. Practicing inside is 3 times faster than outside. Furthermore, it can calm your mind and heart, which is extremely beneficial for your recovery. She raised her little face and looked at Qin Feng with an almost pleading look. Just stay there and have a good rest, okay? I promise that I will never disturb you when you are resting. Wait until tomorrow. I'll clean up all the dirty things in the room, and then I'll come find you again, okay? Her voice was humble yet full of expectation. As if waiting for the final judgment. Qin Feng's gaze stayed on her face for 2 seconds. Then, he nodded gently. One word. Just one word. But it seemed like the decree of heaven and the pardon of gods. Lu Qinghuan's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally fell back heavily. A huge joy instantly swept over her whole body. He agreed. He wasn't really mad at me. He wants to stay. Her pale little face instantly flushed with two touching blushes because of excitement. Very good. She almost jumped for joy. He quickly turned around and shouted to the shadows. Someone, come. Quick. Take Mr. Qin to room number 1 to rest. Send all the best medicines and supplements in the villa to Mr. Qin's room. Remember. Without my permission, no one is allowed to approach room number 1. Anyone who disobeys my order will be killed. Her voice regained the unquestionable majesty and coldness that belonged to the eldest daughter of the Lu family. But this majesty and coldness, at this moment, all turned into the ultimate protection of Qin Feng. A guard walked out from the shadows and respectfully made a pleased gesture to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, please. Qin Feng didn't look at Lu Qinghuan again. He turned around and followed the guard towards the basement exit. Lu Qinghuan just stood there in a daze. His eyes followed the back of that person, who was as tall as a god, without moving. Until his figure completely disappeared around the corner of the stairs. She seemed to have been drained of all her strength, and her body swayed slightly. But her face still had that dreamy, obsessed smile. The basement was quiet again. Deathly quiet. The remaining 7 guards looked at each other in confusion. Everyone's face was filled with fear and incomprehensible absurdity, as if they had survived a disaster. A long time passed. Finally, someone broke the silence with a hoarse voice like a dream. Captain, what is going on? Young miss, how could she become like this? That Qin Feng, who is he? What did he do to the young lady? One after another, voices filled with surprise and fear rang out in the secret room. The captain of the guard standing at the front remained silent. He is the old man of the Lu family. He is also the strongest among this group of guards. 5th rank warrior, Li Zhen. After tempering the internal organs and reshaping the meridians, the qi and blood in the body are as rich as the sea. His perception is much sharper than others. Just now. The moment Qin Feng turned and left. He clearly felt a faint, extremely strange aura flashing from Qin Feng's body. That breath. Evil, charming, and full of irresistible attraction. It seems to be able to stir up the deepest desires and submission in people's hearts. I was only swept by that breath for a moment. His rock-hard martial arts heart actually felt a slight tremor. Although it was quickly suppressed by him. But, that feeling. It made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave, his whole body freezing cold. Something's wrong. Li Zhen's expression was extremely solemn. His voice was hoarse and low. This is so wrong. Miss, this isn't love, this is your mind is bewildered. He recalled the descriptions of spiritual secrets recorded in some ancient texts. It's impossible to guard against. Weird and unpredictable. It can manipulate people's emotions and distort their will silently. The look on the young lady's face just now clearly showed that she had been struck by some extremely advanced spiritual secret technique. Then what should we do? Captain asked a guard in a trembling voice. The old master is currently in seclusion, striving to reach the 7th rank sect master level. This is the most important matter for the family and must not be disturbed. Li Zhen's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. He made a decision. Master must not be disturbed. But, this matter cannot be let go just like this. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Lu family, it's not the turn of a young boy to stir up trouble here. Prepare the car immediately. I want to see my wife. The young lady has been bewitched by evil magic. This is a serious matter. Madam must personally make the final decision. Li Zhen's voice was sonorous, powerful, and resounding. Chapter 26 Breakthrough. Peak of the 3rd rank. The heavy door closed silently behind Qin Feng. Isolated from everything outside. It also blocked Lu Qinghuan's sticky and fanatical gaze. Mr. Qin, if you have any instructions, please feel free to ring the call bell at the bedside. The guard who brought him in stood at the door with his head bowed. His attitude was extremely respectful and he didn't even dare to look up and look Qin Feng in the eye. If we hadn't been told, we would never have set foot in this place. Qin Feng didn't look back, but just waved his hand lightly. The guard seemed to have been pardoned. He bowed deeply again and walked out of the room with light steps. Click. The sound of the door lock falling automatically was crisp yet dull. The whole world was completely quiet. Qin Feng then slowly turned around and looked at this, which Lu Qinghuan called the room number 1, which was unique in Jiangcheng. Luxurious. It's the first impression. The huge suite covers an area of 300 square meters, and under the feet is a whole piece of fur carpet made of an unknown exotic animal, which is so soft that one's ankles can sink into it. In the distance, there is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window is the dazzling night view of Hentaying Highlands, as if half of the lights of Jiangcheng are under your feet. Every piece of furnishing in the room reveals 2 words. Expensive. But Qin Feng turned a blind eye to all of this. His eyes immediately fell on the center of the room. That circular area with a diameter of 3 meters was paved with some kind of jade. Countless intricate and mysterious patterns were engraved on the jade. Wisps of white mist, visible to the naked eye, were being drawn in from all directions by an invisible force and converging at the center of the magic circle. Spirit gathering array. Moreover, it is an extremely high-grade spirit gathering formation. Practicing here really achieves twice the result with half the effort. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold arc. The Lu family is indeed the number 1 family in Jiangcheng. This background is truly amazing. What a pity. Soon, all of this will become a stepping stone for Qin Feng. Without any delay, he walked straight to the center of the magic circle and sat down cross-legged. He didn't even care about the rare treasures and medicines that the guard had just brought in and piled on the table, which were enough to drive any warrior crazy. To him, those things were just icing on the cake. The real treasure is in his mind. System. Qin Feng muttered silently in his heart. Buzz. A light blue virtual light curtain that only he could see instantly unfolded before his eyes. The cold, mechanical texture is out of tune with this luxurious room. But it made Qin Feng feel a sense of security that he was truly in control of everything. Villain Destiny System. Host, Qin Feng. Strength, 2nd rank warrior, health, 380 calories. Luck value, 30,000 points. Villain value, 45,000/100000. Unlocked skill, Succubus aura, passive. Next stage skills, unlocked, needs villain value to reach 100,000 points. Warehouse, S-level gene enhancement potion *1, 3rd grade bone hardening pills *3. Looking at the numbers on the screen, a hint of satisfaction flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Tonight, I had a great harvest. The protagonist Yi Fan was suppressed, causing him to lose all face and even be severely injured by Lu Qinghuan's men. The system directly plundered 30,000 points of luck. Luck value is a good thing. Can be used for raffles. The roulette in the system mall covers everything, from magical weapons to secret manuals of martial arts, and even rare treasures from all over the world. Of course, the probability of getting something good is also touching. This is a surprise left for the future. What Qin Feng cared about more was the 45,000-point villain value. This was the reward he received for completing the Mission Queen's training. The key female villain in the original novel, Lu Qinghuan, was completely manipulated in the palm of her hand, turning her from a proud queen into a humble maid. The completion of this task is perfect. Therefore, the rewards are extremely generous. Villain value is the core of the system. It cannot be used for lottery, but it can be accumulated like an experience bar. Whenever you accumulate a certain amount, you can unlock a new, god-level skill. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the 4 words Succubus aura. This is the newbie gift pack given by the system when his villain value reaches 0. A passive aura that seems insignificant and even a bit evil. The effect is so overbearing and outrageous. Forcefully distort the opposite sex whose initial favorability is non-negative, and transform all their emotions into love and submission. Lu Qinghuan is the best test subject. The proud eldest daughter of the Lu family, under that halo, could not even muster the slightest will to resist, and was humbled to the dust. This is just an initial skill with zero threshold. So, when the villain value reaches 100,000 points, the next skill unlocked. How could this be so, against the will of heaven? An irrepressible, burning anticipation surged in Qin Feng's heart. His breathing became slightly faster because of this. Strength. He needs more power. Only absolute power can allow him to completely escape the fate of cannon fodder in the world of this novel, and step on the so-called child of destiny and crush him into mud. His eyes shifted away from the progress bar of the villain value. Finally, it landed on the warehouse column. S-level gene enhancement potion. 3rd grade bone tempering pill. Seeing these two things, Qin Feng couldn't help but think of two figures in his mind, each with a different style but equally beautiful. Su Wanqiu's figure was ripe, like a peach, plump and full. And Su Wanqing's young yet hot body, full of youthful vitality. That's right. These two things are treasures that are enough to make any warrior family fight for them. It was the reward given by the system after he had taken advantage of the pair of top-notch sisters in the name of massage therapy. Suppressing the protagonist can bring you luck. The rewards for getting involved with the people around the protagonist, especially his closest relatives, seem to be more direct. Even more, richer. Tonight. A cold and resolute edge flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Now. The Lu family, the spirit-gathering array, the natural treasures. The right time, the right place, and the right people. Everything is ready. He wants to complete a complete and ultimate transformation here, tonight. He wants to reach the top in one step. From the 2nd rank, straight to the peak of the 3rd rank. A thought came to my mind. A metal test tube gleaming with a faint blue luster and full of futuristic technology appeared out of thin air in his hand. Inside the test tube, there is a dazzling golden liquid flowing slowly like a galaxy. S-level gene enhancement potion. It is enough to thoroughly optimize and reshape the living organism from the cellular level. Next, there were 3 jade bottles that were completely red and exuded a strong blood and medicinal fragrance. 3rd grade bone tempering pill. Each one of them contained tremendous energy that was enough to allow a peak 2nd grade warrior to forcibly break through the 3rd grade barrier. There was no hesitation in Qin Feng's eyes. He pulled out the stopper of the test tube, tilted his head back, and drank the golden liquid in one gulp. Boom! An indescribable and extremely violent energy storm suddenly exploded in his limbs and bones. That's not a mild drug. It was a huge explosion of destruction and rebirth that originated from deep within our genes. Qin Feng's body trembled violently. His skin, in an instant, became hot and red. It was as if I was thrown into a steel furnace at 10,000 degrees. Every cell is wailing. Every gene chain is being forcibly broken and crushed, and then reassembled in a more perfect and powerful way. Severe pain. The indescribable pain, like a landslide or tsunami, instantly overwhelmed his nerves. If it were someone with a weaker will, the pain would probably tear their soul apart in the first second and turn them into an idiot. However, there was no trace of pain on Qin Feng's face. He just gritted his teeth. In those dark eyes, there burned a flame that was wilder and more domineering than this genetic storm. Come. Come again. A silent roar came from his heart. Just a second before the body was about to burst by that energy. He suddenly stuffed 3 third-grade bone-hardening pills into his mouth at the same time. Boom! 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 3 equally powerful torrents of medicinal power, each carrying a fiery blood energy, rushed into his meridians one after another. If we say that the genetic medicine is reshaping his container, then these 3 bone-tempering pills are 3 supervolcanoes that are about to erupt. 2 completely different, yet equally violent energies collided violently in his body. Puff! Qin Feng couldn't bear it any longer and spurted out a mouthful of blood. But he smiled. The smile was crazy and ferocious. Done. What he wants is this kind of effect, fighting poison with poison and fighting explosion with explosion. He endured the pain that was enough to tear a person into pieces, and guided the two torrents of energy that had completely gone out of control. He launched the most violent charge towards his torso bones. Third-rank warrior. What is being tempered are the bones of the torso. From the sternum, to the ribs, to the spine. A total of $51. These 51 bones are the central axis of the human body and the cornerstone of strength. The difficulty of tempering is far greater than that of limb bones. Break it for me. Qin Feng's eyes were red and his mind was as sharp as a knife. The first burst of violent energy hit his first rib hard. Snap. A slight sound of bones breaking came from his body. Then, the second, the third. The torrent of energy is like the most ferocious siege hammer. Again and again, bombarding his bones. Tempering. Shattered. Reorganization. Temper again. Shatter again. Reassemble again. Over and over again. The spirit-gathering array in the center of the room seemed to have sensed this crazy energy fluctuation. Buzzing. Countless energies from heaven and earth were madly drawn into the magic circle. It transformed into the purest spiritual energy and flowed into Qin Feng's body to repair his body that was constantly cycling between destruction and construction. The first piece. The second piece. The 10th piece. $30. 45th piece. When the 45th torso bone was completely tempered by the violent energy and shone with a crystal clear luster like white jade, the energy storm in Qin Feng's body finally began to slowly subside. The power of the S-level gene enhancement potion has been completely integrated into every cell of his body. The energy of the 3 third-grade bone tempering pills was also exhausted. Call. Qin Feng exhaled a long breath of hot, foul air with a bloody smell. He slowly opened his eyes. A terrifying gleam flashed in his eyes. He could feel it. An unprecedented sense of powerful strength roared in his body. It was as if one punch could burst the air. 1 foot can break the rocks. His total amount of energy and blood has already exceeded 1,000 calories. It is even approaching the 4th grade threshold of 2,000 calories. The peak of the 3rd level. Just one night. He has crossed a path that countless warriors have spent years or even decades to complete. However, there was no joy on Qin Feng's face. Instead, his brows furrowed slightly. He could sense it clearly. There are still 6 bones in his torso that are still ordinary bones. They stayed there quietly. It seemed as if it was mocking his arrogance. That is the last and most difficult chasm for a 3rd-grade warrior. Manubrium. Body of sternum. Xiphoid process. As well as the left and right clavicles and shoulder blades. These 6 bones. It is the core and hub of the entire trunk bones. They are called the foundation of Liuha. The difficulty of tempering these 6 bones, as well as the resources required, are greater than those of the previous 45 bones combined. More. Much more. This is a desperate threshold that all 3rd-grade warriors must face. Once you cross it, you will be at the 4th level of the 5 internal organs bridge and step into the ranks of the strong. If you can't make it, you will always be just a peak 3rd grade. A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Resources. Others don't. Doesn't mean I don't have it. A meaningful cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Isn't that son of destiny named Jifan a huge moving treasure house? And his confidants. His family. His chance. Yi Fan, my good nephew. Your Uncle Qin misses you so much. Chapter 27. Why do you treat me like this? Qin Feng pushed the door open and walked out. Outside the door is a deep and quiet corridor. The crystal chandelier emits a soft and warm glow. However, in the shadow of the doorway, a curled-up petite figure made the whole scene look extremely weird. Qin Feng paused slightly. His gaze fell without any warmth. That was a woman. A woman he was very familiar with. Lu Qinghuan, the eldest daughter of the number one family in Jiangcheng. The queen who usually looks down on others with her nose in her throat. But at this moment, it looks like a stray kitten abandoned by its owner. She just squatted on the cold floor with her knees hugged. The high-end suit worth hundreds of thousands of dollars had become wrinkled. Her carefully styled wavy hair fell messily over her shoulders. The makeup that was usually so exquisite that there was no trace of flaw was slightly blurred because of the agonizing wait all night. There was even a faint bluish-black tint under the corners of his eyes. She seemed to be asleep. It also seemed that he was just closing his eyes to rest. Her whole body exuded a haggardness and humility that was incompatible with her status. I heard the door open. Her body trembled violently. The pair of tightly closed long eyelashes began to tremble wildly. Then it suddenly opened. What kind of eyes are those? The moment he saw Qin Feng. All the tiredness, all the haggardness, all the anxiety. All disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was uncontrollable ecstasy. It's a love that goes deep into the bones. It is a frenzy that is almost like a pilgrimage. Qin Feng. Her voice was a little hoarse from not sleeping all night. She hurriedly got up from the ground. The movements were awkward and flustered. His legs even became numb from squatting for too long and he stumbled and almost fell. She subconsciously wanted to tidy up her messy clothes and hair. I want to show my best side in front of my loved one. But his hands were shaking uncontrollably due to excessive excitement. In the end, she could only act like a child who had done something wrong. He stood there with his head down, twisting the corners of his clothes. Dare not move. You. Qin Feng finally spoke. His voice was very light. As bland as a cup of lukewarm boiled water. Waiting here all night. Lu Qinghuan's body trembled again. She suddenly raised her head and her eyes turned red instantly. There was a sense of grievance in her voice that was about to cry. I'm afraid you'll be angry with me. I'm afraid. There was no expression on Qin Feng's face. I just thought it was kind of funny. Is this the power of Succubus aura? Distort and amplify a person's love and then inject it with the attribute of surrender. Can be a proud lioness. Become a pug that can only wag its tail and beg for mercy. Really? So interesting. Qin Feng took a sudden step forward. Instantly shortened all the distance between the two people. Lu Qinghuan only felt a flash before his eyes. His back hit the cold floor-to-ceiling window heavily. Bang! A muffled sound. Qin Feng placed one hand on the glass next to her ear. He trapped her tightly between himself and the window. Waldong. So strong. So domineering. The distance between the two is very close. Lu Qinghuan could even clearly feel the hot masculine scent coming from Qin Feng. The breath carried a faint smell of blood. It didn't make her feel scared. Instead, it's like the most powerful aphrodisiac. It made her blood boil in an instant. You. She opened her mouth but found her throat was so dry that she couldn't make any sound. Qin Feng slowly lowered his head. That flawless face continued to expand in her pupils. Getting closer. Getting closer. His breath gently fanned her cheek. Warm. And ambiguous. Lu Qinghuan's mind went completely blank. All she could hear was the pounding of her own heartbeat. All she could see were those thin lips getting closer and closer. Want. Do you want to kiss me? He's going to kiss me. This thought struck her soul like a bolt of lightning. Her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. She slowly closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate. The long eyelashes trembled gently like butterfly wings. Her cheeks were so red that they seemed to bleed. She waited. Waiting for the long-awaited moment to come. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. However, the expected warm touch did not arrive yet. There was deathly silence all around. Lu Qinghuan was a little confused. She cautiously opened her eyes a crack. Then she saw it. I saw Qin Feng's eyes that were full of amusement and teasing. He had no intention of kissing her at all. He was just admiring it. Appreciate her ugly appearance of being confused and letting you take advantage of her. He was playing a trick on her. An indescribable feeling of huge humiliation instantly rushed to the top of Lu Qinghuan's head. Who is she? She is Lu Qinghuan. She is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, who no one in the entire Jiangcheng dares to offend. When had she ever suffered such a great humiliation? The effect of Succubus aura is to make her love Qin Feng and submit to Qin Feng. But it did not erase the pride and willfulness in her bones. Now, this pride was crushed under Qin Feng's feet. Love and shame are intertwined. It turned into an almost crazy paranoia. You. Her beautiful eyes were instantly ignited by anger. Clench your pink fists tightly. The nails are deeply embedded in the palms. However, just when Qin Feng thought she was going to get angry and push him away. However, Lu Qinghuan did something that surprised him a little. She suddenly stood on tiptoe. That pretty face filled with shame, anger, and blush actually took the initiative to kiss his lips fiercely. She wants to kiss him forcefully. She wanted to use this method to vent the resentment and anger in her heart. What a pity. She was facing Qin Feng, a warrior whose strength has reached the peak of the third rank. In Qin Feng's eyes, her movements were so slow that it seemed like a movie, full of loopholes. A hint of cold mockery flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. His head just tilted slightly to the side. A movement so small that it is almost negligible. But all of Lu Qinghuan's efforts came to nothing. Those two soft, hot red lips. She brushed his cheek and kissed nothing. Because of excessive force, Lu Qinghuan's body lost balance. The whole person stumbled forward. In a miserable state. Qin Feng just took a step back indifferently. Let her bang her head against the wall. There was no intention of helping her. That extreme indifference. It hurts more than any humiliating words. Woo! Lu Qinghuan finally broke down. She slid down slowly against the wall. Those beautiful big eyes were filled with crystal tears. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feng with an almost desperate look. The voice was trembling uncontrollably. Why? Why are you doing this to me? She couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't figure it out. She, Lu Qinghuan, has a good family background, good looks, and a good figure. There are no telling how many men in the whole Jiangcheng are willing to be dogs for her. But why? Why did I humble myself to dust in front of this man? Suddenly, she thought of something. The name that made her jealous to the point of madness. It's her? It's because of that woman, right? Lu Qinghuan's voice suddenly became sharp. Yi Fan's mother. Su Wanqiu. She stared at Qin Feng intently and roared word by word. You're even willing to touch that shameless old woman. Why? Why are you so reluctant to even kiss me? Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. The voice was shrill and desperate. I am Lu Qinghuan. Are you really not even as good as an old woman? Chapter 28 The Cute Puppy. A desperate roar. Echoing in the empty and silent corridor. With a broken ending. Like a cuckoo crying blood. However, the response she received was an even more dead silence. Qin Feng just looked down at her condescendingly. There was no mercy in his eyes. No anger. There wasn't even the slightest emotion. It was as if he was looking at a stranger who had nothing to do with him. Watching a funny and clumsy one-man show. This extreme indifference. This kind of coldness of turning a blind eye. Sharper than any knife. It cuts one by one. It severely tortured Lu Qinghuan's already shaky heart. Finally. All her pride, all her willfulness, all her unwillingness. All in this dead silence. Fall apart. She stopped screaming. Just covered his face with his hands. The body curled up into a ball. His shoulders trembled. Suppressed, desperate cries escaped from between his fingers. Sounds like a wounded cub. Helpless. And pitiful. The instinct of love and submission made her realize one thing. Her resistance. Her question. It will only make him. I hate myself even more. She was wrong. She was so wrong. This thought, like a thunderclap, exploded in her confused mind. Next second, she made a move that made Qin Feng raise his eyebrows slightly. She actually loosened her hands that were covering her face. Just kneeling on the cold floor. Walking on knees. Little by little. Moved towards Qin Feng. The hem of the haute couture dress dragged out messy folds on the nearer smooth floor. Those white knees soon turned red due to friction. But she seemed to feel no pain at all. There was only one person left in her eyes. That's Qin Feng. She was a believer at his feet. And he is her only god. Finally. She moved to his feet. She didn't dare look up at him. He just stretched out his hands that were shaking with excitement and fear. Carefully. Gently. Pulled his trouser leg. That action was so humble that it was down to the dust. Qin Feng. Her voice was hoarse and nasal, with a sobbing tone. I was wrong. Don't be mad at me, okay? I really know I was wrong. She apologized incoherently. Tears fell like beads that had broken off the string, drop by drop, hitting the floor and splashing small drops of water. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. I shouldn't have questioned you. I shouldn't have mentioned that woman. Please. Please don't ignore me. That pitiful look. That extremely humble attitude. It's enough to make any man feel uncomfortable. I feel pity for him. However, Qin Feng's face still had the same indifference that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. He just kept his head down, as if admiring an interesting piece of art. Admiring how this proud lioness was completely turned into a pet wagging its tail and begging for mercy at his feet. This feeling of being in control of everything. This kind of pleasure in playing with people's hearts. It made him feel extremely happy. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Every second. For Lu Qinghuan, it was all a torture. Qin Feng's silence was the sword of Damocles hanging over her head. It could fall at any time. Her last bit of hope was completely shattered. Her heart sank to the bottom bit by bit. Just when she was about to be swallowed by this boundless despair. One hand. A warm and strong big hand. Suddenly she gently raised her chin. Lu Qinghuan's body suddenly stiffened. She was forced to look up. He met a pair of eyes as deep as the abyss. In those eyes, it seems, no longer has that coldness that kept people at a distance. Instead, it was a playful, evil smile that she couldn't understand. Do you know you're wrong? Qin Feng finally spoke. His voice was low and magnetic, like the sound of a cello string, gently vibrating in her ears. Aha! Lu Qinghuan nodded desperately as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. The tears flowed even harder. I really understand. I'll never dare to do that again. I can do anything you ask me to do. As long as you don't leave me. The curve of Qin Feng's mouth widened. Really? Anything is allowed. His fingertips gently stroked her smooth jaw. That action was full of extreme teasing and suggestion. Lu Qinghuan's cheeks turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She lowered her eyes shyly, and her long eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings. He said in a voice as thin as a mosquito's. Next second, a huge force came. Qin Feng actually grabbed her arm and lifted her up roughly from the ground. Lu Qinghuan exclaimed. My whole body crashed into his solid and hot chest. before she could react. Qin Feng's other hand was like an iron hoop, tightly clasping her slender waist that was so thin that it could be held in one hand. Then he lowered his head suddenly. In Lu Qinghuan's astonished and disbelieving eyes. Kissed her hard. Ugh! Lu Qinghuan's eyes widened instantly. My brain completely shuts down at this moment. A blank. This kiss. There is no gentleness at all. It's full of plundering connotations. Overbearing. Strong. It was like a violent storm that was going to swallow her whole. However, it was such a rough kiss. But it made all the blood in Lu Qinghuan explode in an instant. Happiness. An incomparable sense of happiness. Like the most violent tsunami, it submerged her in an instant. He kissed me. He finally kissed me. The girl's broken heart was instantly healed at this moment. All the grievances, all the insecurities, all the fears. All disappeared in this kiss. She responded awkwardly and awkwardly. Like a child who just got his favorite candy. Use everything you have to please your master. The tears in the corners of my eyes haven't dried yet. But those tears have changed from the bitterness of humiliation to the sweetness of happiness. Right at this moment. A dark blue light curtain that only Qin Feng himself could see quietly appeared before his eyes. Bite. A deep emotional interaction between the host and the special plot character Lu Qinghuan has been detected, and their surrender attribute has been fully activated. Plundering the destiny of Yifan, the son of destiny. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 luck points. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward mechanism. Effectively interact with the core plot characters to receive additional rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 3rd-grade bone hardening pill. Not bad. Good to see you. What we lack most now is bone hardening resources. With another 9 pills, I can enter the 4th level. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Really? Suppressing the protagonist is just the lowest level of gameplay. A truly skilled hunter. Know how to utilize all the resources around the protagonist. Put them. Become a tool for you to reap luck. Lu Qinghuan is just the first one. It's definitely not the last one. A long time. Lip parting. Qin Feng let her go. Lu Qinghuan's pretty face turned as red as a ripe apple, her legs were weak and she could hardly stand. If Qin Feng hadn't still been holding her waist, she must have collapsed to the ground. She was breathing heavily, and her big watery eyes looked at Qin Feng infatuatedly. It is filled with unbreakable love and infatuation. There was no longer any trace of the grievance and despair just now. Like a baby who has received the sweetest honey in the world. Happy. Satisfy. Sweet. Chapter 29. He is happy, I am happy. Early morning. The sky was just beginning to show a hint of paleness, and the air in Hentang Highlands was still damp from the night's rain. After Qin Feng finished washing up, he straightened his clothes and walked towards the restaurant calmly. Lu Qinghuan was already waiting there. She did not sit on the chair, but squatted obediently beside the main seat, with her hands folded neatly on her knees, her chin slightly raised, and her bright eyes fixed on the door. As soon as I hear footsteps, I prick up my ears like a puppy. It's not because of fear, but an almost instinctive expectation and dependence. When she saw Qin Feng appear, she immediately stood up, trotted a few steps, squatted down again, and tidied herself up neatly, as if she was afraid that there was something about her that was not lovable enough. Good morning, Qin Feng. Her voice was soft and she tried to keep it low, not daring to be too loud or too intimate. She just shouted tentatively, then quickly lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. She keenly caught something. When she squatted obediently beside him, the faint smile on the corner of his mouth made her heart beat faster than any reward. It turns out that he likes seeing me like this. Lu Qinghuan secretly remembered this detail in her heart, so she tried harder to straighten her back, rested her chin lightly on her knees, and tried her best to appear the most docile and lovely. Even though his knees were a little numb, he gritted his teeth and persevered without slacking off or complaining. As long as he is happy, I am happy. This was her only firm and unwavering new belief after last night. His emotions are his entire barometer. The breakfast on the table is a Western buffet carefully prepared by the chefs. Truffle omelette, smoked salmon, avocado toast, freshly ground coffee and fresh juice. Every dish was beautifully presented. But at this moment, in Lu Qinghuan's eyes, this table full of delicacies is far less important than the man's faint smile. Qin Feng pulled out a chair and sat down, picked up the knife and fork, and silently cut the food in front of him. He ate with grace, every step was just right, without any unnecessary noise or awkwardness. It seems that all of this, in its bones, is the unique sense of ritual and aura that belongs to the strong and those in control. Lu Qinghuan, on the other hand, always stood quietly by his side, like a loyal little beast, without making a sound or moving, concentrating on observing every subtle reaction of his master. Occasionally she would secretly look up, and when she found that Qin Feng seemed really pleased with her posture, she could not help but curl her eyebrows, and a little satisfaction was beyond words, but she quickly hid it so as not to be noticed by her cleverness. Time flows slowly, and every minute becomes a sweet and anxious waiting in flattery. Until that slender, clean hand suddenly reached out and stopped in front of her. Lu Qinghuan lowered his chin almost reflexively. Letting his palm fit better against my skin and letting his fingers pinch my cheeks more conveniently, that feeling was both shy and happy. Close your eyes and enjoy the tingling sensation when the big hands rub your cheeks. It feels as comfortable as a cat being stroked by its owner. For some reason, at this moment, it felt like the whole world had quieted down, leaving only this unique and secret little tacit understanding between us. Come closer. The man's tone was flat but irresistible. Don't move. So, she simply buried her head in his palm, rubbed it slightly, and greedily inhaled the scent that belonged to him. This action was done extremely naturally, and he completely forgot how arrogant and domineering he once was. Now, she is willing to curl up into a ball, just to win the owner's favor, a word, a touch, a glance. If outsiders saw this scene, they would probably be shocked, right? The eldest daughter of the number one family in Jiangcheng is now lying at people's feet like a puppy, being kneaded and teased at will, and she enjoys it? Who could have thought that this woman would be so humble for a man? But for Lu Qinghuan now, this is not humiliation or grievance at all. On the contrary, it is a great gift and an honor that only pets deserve. Even breathing has become extremely cautious, for fear of disturbing the master's interest. A long time. Qin Feng finally let go, chopped up the last piece of steak and stuffed it into his mouth, then said casually, "Wait a minute, prepare a car for me." "Yeah. Okay." Lu Qinghuan agreed immediately, her voice crisp and loud, even more excited than receiving a diamond necklace. "Where are we going to play?" "The newly opened Michelin 3-star restaurant Blue Land in the city center is very good. My friends and I have been there before and the food was very good. Galaxy Plaza, Zhangcheng's largest luxury flagship store, has some new items. Many of the styles are perfect for you. Tonight, we can go to a private theater box and watch the latest drama, Ukiyo-e, which is incredibly expensive and hard to get a seat for. If you can also find time to go horseback riding or sailing in the suburbs, it will be even more perfect." The girl's pretty face was filled with longing and anticipation. "The environment at Blue Land is amazing. I heard their foie gras is made by a 3-star chef. And there's also a new limited edition bag on the 3rd floor of Galaxy Plaza. I really want to see it." Talking. She became more and more involved in it, planning her own itinerary, and looked like she couldn't wait to act coquettishly and ask for favors to go out and play. However, at this moment, a chilling sentence suddenly interrupted her, shattering all her fantasies. "Who said I'm taking you out?" Chapter 30. I cook for myself. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. All the anticipation and joy on Lu Qinghuan's face seemed to be wiped out in an instant as if by an invisible hand. Clean. Thorough. All that was left was a dead, pale silence. The perfect dates she meticulously planned, those Michelin restaurants, those limited edition bags, those romantic private cinemas. All the colorful bubbles of fantasy were shattered by his light-hearted rhetorical question. Not even a trace of wreckage was left. That. Lu Qinghuan's lips trembled, and his throat was as dry as if it had been rubbed by sandpaper. The color drained from her little face. So where are you going? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, carrying a hint of humble plea that she herself was not aware of. It seemed that as long as he didn't go to see other women, she could accept him wherever he went. Qin Feng slowly wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, his movements still impeccably elegant. Then he stood up. He looked down at her, who was still squatting on the ground, as if he was looking at a pet crawling at his feet. He spoke lightly, uttering a few words. Yi Fan's house. These 3 words are thousands of times more lethal than the previous sentence, who said I would take you out. Yi Fan. It's Yi Fan again. Lu Qinghuan's body suddenly stiffened and his pupils suddenly contracted. Go to his house? Why go to his house? A thought that almost came out of her mouth screamed wildly in her mind, but the reins of reason tightly restrained her vocal cords. She didn't dare ask. But. Go do what? She asked anyway. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. It was a fear that came from the depths of her soul, making her want to bite off her tongue instantly. Really? Qin Feng didn't even bother to answer a single word. He just frowned slightly. Just such a tiny action. But it was like an invisible mountain, pressing down on Lu Qinghuan's heart, making her breathless in an instant. There was no anger or impatience in that look. There is only an extreme coldness and indifference. As if to say, are you qualified to ask about my whereabouts? Sorry. I'm sorry. Qin Feng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked. Lu Qinghuan almost shrank back, using both his hands and feet, supporting himself on the cold floor with his hands, and shook his head desperately to apologize. Tears were rolling wildly in her eyes, but she forced them back. Can't cry. He will be more annoyed. She now understood that the brief and rough kiss last night, and the activation of the word surrender, were not the horn of her victory. That was just the beginning of her being branded as a pet. Where the master is going in what he is doing. Pets, just wait quietly. I have neither the qualifications nor the authority to ask a question. But my heart aches. It felt like being pierced back and forth by countless steel needles, and blood was dripping. Why is it Yi Fan's family? A blurry yet extremely clear figure of a woman appeared in her mind. Su Wanqiu. That woman who still has charm and is known as the most beautiful lady in Jiangcheng. Yi Fan's mother. Lu Qinghuan's nails dug deeply into the tender flesh of his palms. The stinging sensation was far less than the pain of having his heart torn apart. Could it be? Qin Feng went there for that woman? Once this thought arose, it was like a wildly growing vine that instantly wrapped around her entire heart, tightening more and more, almost suffocating her. She has met Su Wanqiu. At a high society dinner. That woman was obviously nearly 40 years old, but time seemed to have left no trace on her. Instead, she exuded an ultimate charm of maturity and fullness that a young girl did not possess. Every frown and smile is filled with breathtaking charm. Her figure is so good that it makes all women jealous and crazy. At that time, even her arrogant father couldn't help but take a few more glances. Qin Feng. Does he like that type? Lu Qinghuan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley bit by bit, and was completely submerged by the cold tide called jealousy. She wanted to question. She wanted to go crazy. She wanted to grab Qin Feng's trouser legs tightly and not let him go. Why? You just took possession of me, and now you're going to look for another woman? But she didn't dare. She is afraid. She was afraid of seeing deeper disgust revealed in Qin Feng's calm eyes. She was afraid that her only and humble identity as a pet would be kicked away by him. By then, she would really have nothing. All the unwillingness, all the resentment, all the jealousy, can only turn into silence in the end, suppressed deep in the heart, rotting and fermenting. Time flows in oppressive silence. Qin Feng straightened his cuffs, seemingly not caring at all about the turmoil in the girl's heart at his feet. He took a step forward, ready to leave. As he passed by her, he paused slightly. That slender, clean hand once again reached out towards her cheek. Same as before. It seems to be a habitual comfort before leaving. However, just when his fingertips were about to touch her skin, Lu Qinghuan's body suddenly shrank back as if it was pricked by a needle. She pursed her lips and subconsciously turned her head away. Avoided. The air solidifies for the second time. Qin Feng's hand just stopped in midair. Finally, a hint of amusement flashed across his eyes. Oh? Will you hide? Just now, he was like a docile kitten, actively putting his face forward to ask for caress. Now, he's like a frightened rabbit. Interesting. Of course he knew why. A woman's jealousy is sometimes more powerful than the strongest poison. He withdrew his hand, said nothing, turned around, and continued walking towards the door. His silence frightened Lu Qinghuan more than any question. She knew she was wrong. How dare she avoid her master's touch? This is extremely disrespectful. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but found that no word came out of her throat. Tears finally fell uncontrollably. It's not because of grievance, but because of fear. I was afraid that he would be really angry and really not want me anymore. Qin Feng walked to the entrance and heard the sound of small, suppressed footsteps behind him. He didn't look back. Lu Qinghuan just followed behind him, 3 or 5 steps away. She lowered her head, put her hands behind her back, and twisted her fingers nervously together. Don't speak. Don't look at him either. Like a resentful young wife who has done something wrong and is waiting for her husband's verdict. He looked so pitiful, with a strong sense of grievance hidden in his stubbornness. At the door, the butler had already prepared a black Rolls-Royce Phantom and respectfully opened the door. Mr. Qin. Qin Feng nodded, but did not get in the car immediately. He turned around. Look at the girl who lowered her head and almost buried her chin in her chest. She was still silently expressing her dissatisfaction and sadness. Qin Feng suddenly found it a little funny. He walked back. Standing in front of her, Lu Qinghuan felt the shadow looming over him, and his body trembled involuntarily again, with his head drooping even lower. She thought he was going to punish himself. However, the expected cold words did not come. A warm big hand gently fell on her head. Then, he rubbed her hair like petting a cat. The movements are very light. Very soft. It was completely different from last night's rudeness and just now's indifference. Lu Qinghuan suddenly raised his head. A pair of big watery eyes with tears in them looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. There was still no expression on his face. But his eyes seemed not so cold anymore. This moment, all the grievances, all the jealousy, all the discomfort seemed to be completely healed by this gentle touch. The cloudy sky suddenly cleared up. The corners of the girl's mouth lifted up uncontrollably. It started with a small arc, then it got bigger and bigger, and finally, it turned into a bright and somewhat silly smile. The tears in the corners of her eyes haven't dried yet, but her smile is brighter than the sun. Come back soon. She stood on tiptoe, mustered up her courage, and warned in a clear voice. Tonight I'll cook for you in the evening. I'll cook it myself. Chapter 31 Expectations. The car door closed heavily and silently. The top-level sound insulation effect of the Rolls-Royce Phantom instantly isolates everything outside the car, including Lu Qinghuan's smiling face, which was as bright and a little silly as the first sunshine after the rain. The vehicle started smoothly and slid out of the gate of Hentaying Highlands silently like a silent black beast. Qin Feng leaned on the soft leather seat with a lazy posture. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the luxurious scenery rapidly receding outside the window, his eyes deep and calm. But in his mind, the scenes just now were still replaying clearly. From the humble plea at the beginning to the desperate stiffness when hearing the 3 words Yifan's family. From being jealous and crazy but suppressing everything, to being stubborn and terrified when subconsciously avoiding my touch. Finally, because of a harmless, pet-soothing head rub, he instantly returned to heaven from hell. All the resentment and grievances disappeared in an instant. All that remains is the phrase "come back soon" with infinite anticipation. Woman. What a ridiculous and pathetic creature. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into an imperceptible, cold arc. Especially women affected by the succubus aura. Their emotions, their joys and sorrows, are like puppets in their own hands. Just by flicking your finger, you can make them cry or laugh. Let them live, let them die. This feeling of having people's hearts played with in the palm of your hand. It's really wonderful. In his previous life, as an ordinary office worker struggling at the bottom of society, how could he have ever experienced the pleasure of dominating everything? The so-called PUA and the so-called mind control are nothing but kindergarten-level childish games in front of this simple and crude succubus halo system. This villain destiny system is truly against the will of heaven. It's not just the S-level gene enhancement potion that can make him reach the top in one step. This passive succubus aura alone is an unparalleled weapon that can kill gods and Buddhas. Who is Lu Qinghuan? The eldest daughter of the Lu family, the #1 family in Jiangcheng. A proud daughter of heaven. He is arrogant, domineering and treats human life as worthless. In the original plot, in order to get Yifan, she used all kinds of vicious means and her mind was terrifyingly tough. But what about now? Just one night. No. It doesn't even take a night. A rough kiss, an indifferent treatment, and a trivial comfort. 3 blows down. This arrogant young lady of the Lu family has been completely trained into a pet that only wags its tail and begs for mercy, waiting for its owner's favor. Moreover, it is a pet that is willing and even enjoys it. Qin Feng closed his eyes, put his index finger and middle finger together, and gently rubbed his temples. He was savoring it. Recall the feeling of being in control. At the same time, I am also thinking about how to squeeze the value of this power to the extreme. Just then, a cold, emotionless mechanical prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. It has been detected that the host's deep interaction with the key female character Lu Qinghuan has been completed. Here we come. Qin Feng's mind was slightly lifted, he didn't even lift his eyelids, but his attention was completely focused. Reward settlement in progress. Interactive evaluation, perfect. The host successfully defeats the target's psychological defenses through a series of complex methods such as push and pull, cold violence, and contrast appeasement, creating a strong mental dependence and emotional sustenance in the target. Target Lu Qinghuan, the submission attribute has been deeply imprinted. His inner world has initially completed the transformation from admiration to faith. Comprehensive assessment, S-level. Qin Feng's eyebrows raised slightly. S-level evaluation? Quite interesting. It seems that this system not only looks at what you have done, but also pays more attention to the results and impact caused. Mere physical conquest can probably only get the lowest evaluation. This kind of gameplay, which completely distorts and controls it from the depths of the soul, is what the system most recommends. This. Just what I want. Settlement completed. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward, 2 third-grade bone tempering pills. Boom! When he heard the final reward, Qin Feng's heart, which had always been calm, finally showed a ripple. 2. There are actually 2. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise and passion that was difficult to conceal flashed across his eyes. He originally thought that being rewarded with 1 would be a pleasant surprise. After all, last night, after plundering Yifan of 5,000 luck points, he was only rewarded with a bone tempering pill. This morning, he had only acted out a small rivalry with Lu Qinghuan, talking to her a bit, and hadn't even touched her with a finger. It turns out 2 were awarded directly. Qin Feng's breathing couldn't help but quicken a little. Third-grade bone tempering pill. This is not one of those ordinary elixirs that are sold everywhere in the market. Each of these things is priceless and in short supply. It is a treasure specially used to temper the torso bones of third-grade warriors. One pill can save a third-grade beginner warrior several months of hard training. My blood and chi have now reached 1,000 calories, breaking through the third-grade barrier. I am only one step away from the peak of the third grade, and I need to temper the last 6 most critical bones. Originally, 9 bone tempering pills were needed to complete the merit and step into the 4th level. Now, only 7 are needed. Qin Feng slowly exhaled and forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. His brain began to work at a terrifying speed. Lu Qinghuan. To put it bluntly, her position in the original novel is just a brainless villain female supporting role who gives away experience and kills in the early stage to highlight the awesomeness of the protagonist Yi Fan. But that's the character. Just by having an in-depth S-level interaction with her, he was rewarded with 2 third-grade bone tempering pills. This rate of return. It's ridiculously high. So, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. His sight seemed to penetrate the car window, penetrate the layers of blocks, and directly lock onto his destination. Yi Fan's house. A thought, like a wildly growing devilish vine, instantly occupied his entire mind. Lu Qinghuan is just a supporting actress, but you can get so many rewards just by interacting with her. I went to Yi Fan's house today. Who is it that you want to see? Su Wanqiu. Yi Fan's mother. The woman who is known as the most beautiful lady in Jiangcheng, who still has charm and captivates everyone. She is one of the most important female characters in the early part of this book. This is the reverse scale in Yi Fan's heart that absolutely cannot be touched. How many times more important is her plot, how much more concentrated is her luck, than Lu Qinghuan's? 10 times? 20 times? Even more. If only I could have a deep interaction with Su Wanqiu like I did with Lu Qinghuan. The reward. To what unimaginable degree will it be rich? Qin Feng's heart began to beat wildly. This is no longer a simple act of fleecing. This is rushing directly to the protagonist's house and digging up his ancestral grave. Besides, in addition to Su Wanqiu, there is another key person in Yi Fan's family. Su Wanqing. Su Wanqiu's biological sister, Yi Fan's aunt. He is also a key plot character. Also carries a huge amount of luck. Lu Qinghuan alone is already a gold mine. Then the sisters Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing. They are simply 2 diamond veins of inestimable value. The cold arc at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth gradually expanded, and finally turned into a smile with endless evil and playfulness. It's like God feeds the food directly to my mouth. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh softly. The laughter was not loud, but it was filled with indescribable joy and arrogance. The driver, sitting in the front row and carefully observing Qin Feng through the rearview mirror, felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to his forehead. He couldn't understand why Mr. Qin, who was just sitting alone in the back row, was laughing so hard. So creepy. Yi Fan, Yi Fan. Qin Feng looked at the street scene outside the window with a dim gaze and whispered to himself. Please don't let me down. Chapter 32 Su Wanqiu, Qin Feng, you are mine. Yi family. 2nd floor, master bedroom. Su Wanqiu did not sleep all night. The sky outside the window is changed from deep dark blue to pale white. The morning light, with a hint of coolness, shines through the gaps in the blinds, casting mottled shadows in the room. But she had no desire to sleep. I didn't even feel a trace of fatigue. What I have is just an almost pathological excitement and a deep, empty anxiety that goes deep into my bones. She walked barefoot on the cool wooden floor, to the window, and gently opened a corner of the curtains. Downstairs is the familiar and quiet community garden. There are old people who get up early and are practicing Tai Chi, and there are young people who are rushing to work and are walking hurriedly. Everything is the same as usual. But Su Wanqiu knew that something was completely different. Her world has been turned upside down since yesterday. Close your eyes. The man's figure would uncontrollably appear in her mind like a brand. In the hotel room. His eyes as deep as a cold pond, his aura of absolute aggression, his scorching body temperature and strong heartbeat as he pressed her against the wall. Thinking back to the madness of that night, Su Wanqiu felt like she didn't even recognize herself anymore. That was a. My personality has completely changed. Are you crazy? I must be crazy. Su Wanqiu shook her head vigorously, trying to get rid of these wild thoughts from her mind. Her cheeks were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. She covered her burning face, her heart beating like a drum. That feeling of being completely controlled by a powerful man, of being completely absorbed and intoxicated by him. It really is. It's so scary. 2. It's really addictive. She slowly walked to the dressing table and looked at herself in the mirror. The woman in the mirror still has her charm, and her eyes still retain the peerless elegance of her youth. But there is always an indelible hint of coldness and loneliness that comes from living alone for many years in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Her husband died early. She raised Fan alone with great difficulty. I poured all my love, all my time, and all my energy into my son. She had long forgotten that she was also a woman. A woman with flesh and blood and normal needs. So many years. Her world is like a dry well, calm and lifeless. Until yesterday. The man named Qin Feng, like a meteorite, crashed into her world unreasonably. Turned this dry well upside down. It also caused the dry well to begin to ripple with the ripple called desire again. Su Wanqiu's hand gently stroked her heart. There, it was jumping violently. Son. Fanner has grown up. He is already a warrior, a top student at Wuhan University, and a rare talent. He has his own world and his own future. And what about yourself? Is my life going to grow old and wither away in this loneliness day after day? An idea, like bamboo shoots after rain, broke through the ground and could no longer be contained. Perhaps I should also. Should I live for myself? To pursue the happiness that makes your heart beat faster and makes you feel alive again? Once this thought appeared, it was like a wildfire that instantly burned through her entire heart. The coldness and loneliness in her eyes were rapidly disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, there was an unprecedented heat, filled with determination and desire. Qin Feng. That domineering, powerful, mysterious, yet fatally attractive man. Just then. Squeak. The bedroom door was gently pushed open. Su Wanqiu came to her senses and turned to look. Standing at the door was her sister, Su Wanqing. Sister, are you awake? Su Wanqing's voice was hoarse and tired, which could not be concealed. Su Wanqiu's gaze instantly fell on her sister's face. That pretty face that was always bright and full of youthful vitality now had two thick dark circles under its eyes, just like her own. His eyes were wandering and he looked haggard. He also looked like someone who hadn't slept all night and was full of worries. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The two sisters looked at each other. No one spoke again. But they both saw the same thing in each other's eyes. That is longing. It's desire. It's the tossing and turning, seeking but not getting the anxiety. They were thinking of the same man. Su Wanqiu's heart sank suddenly. A strong, unprecedented sense of crisis and possessiveness instantly swept through her whole body. The scenes in the hospital yesterday came to my mind again. Qin Feng's magical hands were not just massaging himself. Also gave Wanqing a massage. And Wanqing's look at that time, that confused and limp look. She saw it clearly. I didn't feel anything at first. But at this moment, that scene was like a sharp steel needle, piercing her heart. Su Wanqiu slowly stood up. The blush on her face had completely faded, and she returned to her usual cold and noble appearance. Even colder than usual. She walked up to Su Wanqing, looking at her calmly, speaking every word in a low voice with an unquestionable determination. Younger sister. Qin Feng, he's mine. One sentence. Like a thunderclap, it exploded in the quiet room. This is no longer a hint or a temptation. This is a declaration. It is a naked declaration of territory. When Su Wanqing heard this, she was slightly stunned at first. Then, a smile suddenly broke out on her slightly haggard face. That smile held a hint of playfulness, a hint of provocation, and a hint of self-righteousness. She stuck out the tip of her tongue and gently licked her slightly cracked lips, then met her sister's gaze without showing any weakness and grinned. She smiled like a cunning and pretty little fox ready to grab food. "Sister, what you said. It's fair competition." Her voice was a little husky, but every word she spoke was clear and powerful. "Qin Feng is not an object. If you say it's yours, then it's yours." Invisible smoke suddenly filled the air. The sisters who were once close to each other, at this moment, completely tore off the veil of warmth because of a man they had only known for one day. Their eyes collided fiercely in the air. One is the mature, steady, and cool Hanmei who is determined to win. One is a youthful, fiery, and thorny rose that refuses to give in. No one is willing to take a step back. Just when the atmosphere was extremely tense and almost about to explode. Ding dong. Downstairs, the crisp doorbell rang without warning. That voice seemed to carry a strange magic. The tense atmosphere between the two of them was instantly broken through. The bodies of the two sisters trembled violently at the same time. On their faces, an irrepressible expression appeared at the same time, a mixture of excitement, ecstasy, and nervousness. "It's him! It's him! The center of the storm. The source of all disputes. Here we come." Chapter 33 Su Wanqiu, why don't you say hello to your Uncle Qin? Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell was like an invisible hammer, shattering the almost tangible smell of gunpowder in the bedroom. Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing's bodies shook violently at the same time. The cold hostility and burning possessiveness that collided fiercely in his eyes were replaced by a more primitive and stronger impulse at this moment. Excited. Ecstasy. There is also a hint of nervousness that is almost like a pilgrimage, worried about gains and losses. "It's him. He is here. I'll go open the door." Almost in unison, the two sisters' voices rang out at the same time. Before she finished her words, Su Wanqing turned around like a nimble female leopard and rushed out of the bedroom door first. She is younger, has better physical fitness and is more agile. "You." A hint of anger flashed in Su Wanqiu's eyes, but she didn't care to maintain her usual dignity and reserve. She lifted her skirt and followed closely in high heels. Da! 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 In the stairwell, two sets of hurried, chaotic, and even somewhat inappropriate footsteps were heard. It's like a silent race. A battle of honor to see who can see that man first. However, just as they rushed to the living room on the first floor and were about to reach the entrance, a figure was one step faster than them. That figure seemed somewhat depressed and lonely. It was Yi Fan. He seemed to be startled by the quarrel upstairs and the doorbell, and had already walked out of his room. At this moment, he was standing in front of the door. The back view is as desolate as a dead tree withering in the cold wind. The two sisters' steps came to an abrupt halt. They looked at each other and saw a hint of complexity in each other's eyes. There was embarrassment, guilt, and a hint of shame and annoyance at having the son/nephew catch the ugly thing happening. The air became quiet again. And at this moment, outside the door, Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back in front of the slightly old security door. He has a tall and straight figure like a pine tree and an outstanding temperament. It seems out of place with this two-story building full of traces of time and the slightly dilapidated environment around it. It was like a king who had entered a sheepfold. There was a faint, playful smile at the corner of his mouth. With his hearing as a second-grade warrior, he could clearly hear the war upstairs that was like female beasts fighting for a mate, as well as the hurried and scrambling footsteps. Very good. The prey has completely lost its mind. This is exactly the result he wanted to see. He was in no hurry to ring the doorbell a second time. He just waited quietly, waiting for the person inside to open the door to the abyss of desire for him. He is looking forward to it. Looking forward to today's massage. I look forward to seeing how charmingly the pair of top-notch sisters will bloom under my control. Looking forward to. When he interacts closely with them, how much delicious luck points will the so-called protagonist, who hides in the room and can only rage helplessly, contribute? System prompt, detected that the host is about to have a deep interaction with the key female characters Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing. The protagonist's luck plundering efficiency is expected to increase by 300%. Mission, completely defeat the protagonist Yi Fan's psychological defenses and make him look bad in public. Mission reward, villain value plus 5,000, 1 random skill treasure chest. Qin Feng became more and more satisfied when he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. It's like giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy. Click. Just then, the door lock turned. The door was slowly opened from the inside. A familiar face, full of humiliation and resentment, appeared in front of Qin Feng. It's Yi Fan. It was just one night apart. This young man, who was once full of vigor and vitality and was hailed as the Nanhua genius, now seemed to have been drained of all his energy. His hair was a mess like a chicken coop, his eye sockets were sunken and covered with hideous bloodshot. His face was so pale that it was completely bloodless, and his lips were dry and chapped. He just stared at Qin Feng intently. His eyes were filled with overwhelming hatred, like a young beast cornered in desperation, desperately trying to bare his not quite sharp fangs. Pity. In Qin Feng's view, this was nothing more than the wail of a defeated dog. Ridiculous and sad. Qin Feng didn't even bother to look at him, his eyes were calm, as if he was looking at an ant on the roadside. Yi Fan's chest heaved violently. He clenched his fists tightly, and his nails dug deep into the tender flesh of his palms due to excessive force, causing bursts of stinging pain. The stinging pain allowed him to maintain the last bit of sanity and not pounce on him like a madman. He knew that he couldn't win. Rushing forward would only bring humiliation upon oneself. He took a deep breath and suppressed all his resentment and anger back to the deepest part of his heart. Then he turned sideways and opened the door completely. It is a silent action. But it is full of provocation. As if to say, "Aren't you going to come in? Come on. I want to see what tricks you are going to play today." However, it was beyond his expectation. Qin Feng did not move. He just stood at the door, his posture straight and his expression indifferent. The faint smile on his face, in Yi Fan's view, was full of silent, yet extremely sharp ridicule. Why doesn't he come in? What is he doing standing there? What is he waiting for? Yi Fan's mind was a little confused for a moment. He was stunned. Just like that, he stood facing Qin Feng across the threshold, looking foolishly at him. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Just then, a voice, cold yet carrying a hint of suppressed eagerness and coquettishness, came from the direction of the living room. "Fanner." It's Su Wanqiu's voice. Her voice was filled with undisguised, harsh reprimands. "How can you be so rude, kid? Uncle Qin is here, how can you stop him at the door? You can't even say a word when you see your elders." Yi Fan was completely stunned. My brain went blank in an instant. Elder? Uncle Qin? Yi Fan turned his head suddenly and looked at his mother in disbelief. Su Wanqiu was seen walking quickly from the living room, and not far behind her was Su Wanqing with an equally complicated expression. At this moment, Su Wanqiu had a guilty smile on her face, and that smile was directed at Qin Feng. But the look she gave him was filled with unprecedented coldness and disappointment. "Mom, you." Yi Fan's voice was trembling. He felt that his worldview was shattered at this moment. However, Su Wanqiu didn't even give him a chance to finish his words. She walked to the door, nodded apologetically to Qin Feng, and then, her eyes like knives shot at Yi Fan again. The voice also became more severe and unquestionable. "Call someone quickly. Say hello to your Uncle Qin." "Qin? Uncle Qin?" These 3 words, like a red-hot iron, burned Yi Fan's heart. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. This was 100, 1,000 times more humiliating than being kicked away by Qin Feng yesterday. Let him call his enemy uncle? Or was he forced to scream by his own biological mother? Is there anything in this world more absurd, more ridiculous, and more despairing than this? Yi Fan's teeth were clattering, and blood was almost squeezing out from between his teeth. He wants to resist. He wanted to roar. He wanted to question his mother. What kind of drug had she been fed? But when he met his mother's cold, resolute, and even threatening eyes, all his words were stuck in his throat. He knows. If I don't call today, Mother. His mother would probably be completely disappointed in him. A bone-chilling chill instantly spread from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. He was scared. He was really scared. He doesn't care about his dignity or his face. But he can't lose his mother. That was his only relative in this world. After a long period of silence, Yi Fan's clenched fist finally loosened powerlessly. He slowly lowered his once extremely proud head. The whole person felt as if all the bones had been pulled out. He spoke to Qin Feng with a voice that was even more unpleasant than crying, hoarse, dry, and filled with endless tears and blood. He spoke word by word from the depths of his throat with difficulty. Uncle Qin, uncle, hello. The moment the words fell, Yi Fan felt that something important in his heart was completely shattered. And Qin Feng was standing at the door. The smile on his face finally became brighter. He stretched out his hand and gently patted Yi Fan's shoulder like a truly kind elder. Xiao Fan, you're so good. Ding. The protagonist Yi Fan's Dao heart is damaged, and a huge crack has appeared in his state of mind. Luck value minus 1,000. Congratulations to the host, you have gained plus 1,000 villain value. Chapter 34. A sound full of flesh. That word so good was so light yet so heavy. Every word was like a red-hot steel needle, piercing Yi Fan's eardrum and piercing his self-esteem that had already been tattered. Qin Feng withdrew his hand. The hand that had just patted his shoulder, as if comforting a pet. Then, without even looking at Yi Fan again, he stretched out his long legs and crossed the threshold. The movements are smooth and flowing. Posture, strolling in the garden. It was as if he was not an uninvited guest, but the monarch of this house, patrolling his territory. Mr. Qin, please come in. It must be tiring standing outside. Su Wanqiu's voice, with a kind of flattery and tenderness that she herself had not noticed, rang out immediately. She took 2 quick steps and naturally stood beside Qin Feng, slightly behind him by half a body length, assuming a posture that was almost like that of a hostess, or even a maid. She stretched out her hand and was about to take the expensive Armani suit from Qin Feng. Need not. Qin Feng spoke lightly, his voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Su Wanqiu's outstretched hand stiffened slightly, and then as if she had been electrocuted, she withdrew it with a bit of embarrassment, and a touching blush appeared on her cheeks. Then change your shoes and I'll go get you some tea. She lowered her head and her voice was as thin as a mosquito, like a young wife who had done something wrong. Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth and remained silent. He bent down slowly and put on a pair of brand new men's slippers that Su Wanqiu had prepared long ago. During the entire process, he didn't even use his hands to support the wall. His core strength and body balance are far beyond those of ordinary people. And Yi Fan just stood aside. Like a redundant, pathetic, invisible person forgotten by the world. He just watched helplessly as his mother became humbled in front of another man. Looking at this man, he invaded his home so brazenly. An indescribable feeling of nausea and sadness, like surging magma, burned his internal organs. He wanted to scream, roar, and throw this bastard who had usurped his position out of his home. But he can't. It seemed as if all the strength in his body had been completely drained by the call of Uncle Qin just now. He could only clench his fists, lower his head, and follow them. Like a silent, humiliated shadow. It's only a few steps from the entrance to the living room. At this moment, the road under Yi Fan's feet was as long as walking on a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. Every step he took was a step on his crushed dignity. He followed behind Qin Feng and his mother Su Wanqiu, deliberately keeping a distance from them. He didn't want to get too close to the man. He was afraid that he would lose control, pounce on him, and then be easily stepped on by the other party like an ant. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly squeezed past him from the side. It's Su Wanqiu. It's his aunt. She had been lagging behind just now, but at this moment, she seemed unable to bear the distance of just a few meters any longer. She almost brushed Yi Fan's shoulder and forced her way in front of him. That action was done without any scruples, and even had a hint of impatience and roughness. It was as if Yi Fan was not her biological nephew, but an obstacle blocking her way. Yi Fan's body was squeezed by her and he staggered and almost fell down. He suddenly raised his head and looked at his aunt. However, Su Wanqing's gaze did not stay on him for even a thousandth of a second. In her eyes, there was only the back of the man in front of her. In those eyes that were usually as cool as autumn water, at this moment, there was a burning flame that was almost about to burst out. Greed, desire, obsession, and a little bit of jealousy, because her sister Su Wanqiu was with that man and she could only follow behind. Yi Fan's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. The bone-chilling cold spread from the place where Su Wanqing had squeezed him to every part of his body. Turn out to be. It turns out it's not just the mother. Even auntie. Also. An idea so absurd that made his scalp tingle popped up uncontrollably. But before he could catch the tail of this idea, suddenly, bang! A crisp, loud, and unique sound suddenly rang out in the quiet living room without any warning. This sound. It was like a loud slap in the face. No, that's not right. It seemed even more dull than a slap in the face, and more sensual. Yi Fan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. As a warrior, his hearing is so sharp. He heard it clearly. This was definitely not the sound of something falling on the ground or any furniture making a sound. This sound. This is clearly the sound made when a palm collides with a human body at high speed. Someone got slapped. Yi Fan's scalp exploded instantly. His brain didn't even have time to think before his body reacted instinctively. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open, staring straight ahead. Who is it? Who hit who? It was that beast. Did he do it? However, the scene before him made him feel like he was struck by lightning, and he froze in place. Only the front can be seen. Qin Feng's footsteps did not pause at all, and remained steady and powerful. He was tilting his head with a faint smile on his face, and seemed to be talking about some interesting topic with his mother Su Wanqiu beside him. And his mother, Su Wanqiu, happened to respond with a sweet smile. There was a happy and satisfied smile on her face, her eyes were moving and she looked bright and cheerful. How could she look like she had been slapped? There was nothing wrong with her movements and expressions. Look again. Look at my Aunt Su Wanqing again. She was following Qin Feng closely, almost sticking to his body. There was also a smile on her face. But that smile seems a little stiff. An abnormal, bright blush also appeared on her cheeks. Apart from this, there is nothing unusual. It's like. It was as if the crisp and loud pop sound just now had never happened. The whole living room is still a harmonious scene of joy and happiness. No one screamed. No one questioned it. No one was even the slightest bit surprised by the sudden sound. It seemed as if the appearance of this voice was natural. It seems that this sound should be a part of this harmonious picture. How could it be? How so? Yi Fan's brain completely crashed. He stood there, motionless, like a stone statue weathered by thousands of years. Expression, dull and empty. What just happened? In Yi Fan's mind, the scene of that moment was replaying frantically. Qin Feng walked in front. His mother is on his right. My aunt followed closely behind. That location. That distance. Qin Feng's hands hung at his sides, and his aunt. My aunt's body was almost pressed against his back. That voice. The direction from which the voice came. An absurd guess that made Yifan feel dizzy and his internal organs were in turmoil, like a poisonous snake, drilled into his mind. That pop sound. Not a slap. That high-raised, then fiercely brought down slap. That crisp, loud, and slightly elastic in dull texture. That hit. Whose village did it hit? Boom. This thought was like a nuclear bomb, exploding in his spiritual world. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He must be crazy. He must be hallucinating. This is ridiculous. This is so obscene. This is too unreasonable. How could her aunt, a university lecturer who usually appeared aloof, intellectual, and elegant, be beaten by a man in broad daylight, in her own home? And in front of his own sister and nephew? What's even more ridiculous is, if this is true, why? Why didn't either of them react at all? Why can they still laugh? Why can my mother still speak to that man so gently? Why wasn't there anger or humiliation on my aunt's face, but instead there was a hint of indescribable shyness? This is not right. None of this is right. There must be something wrong with this world. A strong, indescribable sense of absurdity and a chill that penetrated deep into his bones instantly swept through Yifan's whole body. He felt as if he had fallen into a bizarre nightmare. Everything before my eyes is so real. Yet it's so fake. He couldn't tell the difference. He could no longer tell whether what had just happened was real or just an illusion caused by his mental breakdown. If it's true. In his eyes, this family and this world had completely collapsed and turned into an absurd, obscene, hellish drama. If it's fake. Then has he, Yifan, the former genius, been driven crazy? No matter which possibility it was, it made him feel endless despair. He stood there with empty eyes, his body trembling slightly due to the extreme impact, as if it would fall apart at any time. And right now, Qin Feng, who was walking in front, had a playful smile on his face that became more and more intense. He didn't even look back. But he could clearly sense how disordered the aura of the so-called protagonist behind him had become. His heart of Tao is breaking. His world is collapsing. Very good. That seemingly random but actually precisely calculated slap had an effect better than he had imagined. That slap was directed at Su Wanqing. But what really needs to be defeated is Yifan's rationality. Nothing can destroy a teenager's defenses more than seeing his loved ones willingly accepting such highly suggestive and humiliating intimate behavior in front of him. This would cause him 10,000 times more pain than killing him. At the same time, the cold system prompt sound arrived as expected, playing the most beautiful music in Qin Feng's mind. Ding! It was detected that the protagonist Yifan witnessed his relative Su Wanqing interacting with the host beyond friendship. His mind was severely shocked and his sanity was on the verge of collapse. The protagonist's luck value has been greatly reduced. Luck value minus 2,000. Congratulations to the host, you successfully plundered luck. You gained villain value plus 2,000. Chapter 35, Wuda Mentor. Sun your own. The cold system prompt sounded like heavenly music in Qin Feng's mind. And for Yifan, what just happened was a hellish storm that was completely devouring him. All his mind and rationality had been completely destroyed by that extremely absurd speculation. He stood there, like a walking corpse with its soul sucked out. And the instigator, Qin Feng, seemed to have just done something insignificant. He didn't even turn around to see how devastated and desperate the protagonist who had been played around by him was at that moment. He just looked at Su Wanqiu beside him with a faint, playful smile. That look, gentle. That look, so doting. It's like looking at your most beloved possession. Okay, let's go in. Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Today, I'll give my sister a massage first. After all, my sister's body seems to be more difficult. This sentence is light and airy. But it was like a thunderclap, which caused huge waves in the hearts of the Su sisters. A brilliant smile, like that of a winner, instantly bloomed on Su Wanqiu's face. She subconsciously straightened her already proud chest and glanced at her sister with a charming look. There was an undisguised show-off in those eyes, and a hint of condescending pride. Look. Mr. Qin still loves me more. And Su Wanqing felt as if she was struck by lightning. The shyness and blush on her face disappeared instantly. Instead, there was endless astonishment. And the feeling of being abandoned. No. She almost blurted it out, her voice sharp and with a slight tremor that she herself didn't even notice. Why? She took a step forward and stared at Qin Feng's profile. Her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with tears. Mr. Qin, why did my sister go first? Her voice was nasal and full of resentment and accusation. It was obviously me who followed you first. It was me just now. She stopped talking abruptly in the middle of her words. She was too embarrassed to say the rest. But the meaning couldn't be more obvious. That reward just now was clearly for me. Why is it my elder sister who is enjoying the main meal now? This is not fair. Yi Fan was standing not far away. He looked at his aunt. Looking at this elder who was usually intellectual and aloof, and like a goddess in his heart, at this moment, she was like a little girl who didn't get any candy, and was about to cry. For a man. For the sake of order of precedence. She actually showed such an ugly posture. Absurd. It's ridiculous to the extreme. Yi Fan felt that his worldview was being hammered by an invisible hammer, again and again, until it turned into powder. This is not his aunt. His aunt wouldn't be like this. She is gentle, intellectual, and knowledgeable. She is his mentor in life. How could she possibly be jealous of her own sister over a man? And in this almost throwing a tantrum. Obedient. Qin Feng finally turned his head and glanced at Su Wanqing. His eyes were calm. But beneath that calmness lies an unquestionable majesty. It's like a master disciplining a disobedient pet. Stand by the door, be good and guard it. After I finish massaging my sister, it will be your turn. The tone was flat. But with a tone of command as if it were a matter of course. Su Wanqing's body trembled violently. She bit her lower lip until it turned white. Finally, she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and they fell down with a click, click. Wronged. What a huge injustice. She felt like her heart was about to break. Being ruthlessly rejected by this man is more painful than stabbing her with a knife. She wanted to retort loudly. She wanted to ask why. However, when she met Qin Feng's eyes as deep as the abyss, all her resistance and unwillingness disappeared in an instant. All that is left is endless obsession and desire. She didn't dare. She didn't dare go against the man's will. Woo. In the end, she could only let out a suppressed whimper like a little animal. Then, she lowered her head and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Like a primary school student who was punished to stand, she stepped aside with a wronged look. This scene, completely, fell into Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan's pupils have lost focus. He was completely stunned. His brain was no longer able to process the incredible things happening before him. That man. What did he do to his mother and aunt? This can no longer be explained by simple threats or inducements. This is a kind of mental, complete distortion and control. This is wrong. This is so wrong. The alarm bells were ringing in Yi Fan's heart. He felt as if he had glimpsed the edge of a terrifying abyss, beneath which lay endless darkness and madness. And at this time, Qin Feng no longer paid any attention to the crying sister-in-law at the door. He held the smiling Su Wanqiu in his arms, walked to the door of the master bedroom, and entered the cabin. Su Wanqing bit her lower lip, hesitated for a moment, and then took a step forward. Regardless of her sister's obstruction, she squeezed in. Then he stuck his head out and gave Yi Fan some instructions. Xiao Fan, please don't come in and disturb us. Mr. Qin's massage is very important. It concerns the health of your mother and me. She paused, her tone becoming more serious than ever. This is a very special form of treatment. Once started, it must not be interrupted. You must remember that without Mr. Qin's massage, your mother and I would have had serious health problems. So, Xiaofan, please don't come over to disturb us. Finished. She followed him in and closed the door. These words sound very high-sounding. It seemed as if some sacred medical ritual was about to take place inside. But Yi Fan heard a chill that penetrated deep into his bones. It was a complete and cold feeling that excluded him. From childhood to adulthood. When had his mother ever spoken to him in that tone? When had his aunt ever treated him so coldly? He is their pride. He is the only man in this family. But now, in front of this outsider, he seemed like a burden that needed to be guarded against. Qin Feng and his mother Su Wanqiu disappeared behind the door. I watched as my aunt Su Wanqing wiped away her tears and walked to the door like a loyal guard. She had her back to Yi Fan. Just standing there, quietly. It was as if the whole world was isolated outside that door. It also cut off all of Yi Fan's hopes. Yi Fan's heart was completely broken at this moment. Not crushed. Instead, it was like a piece of ice that had been frozen for 1,000 years, and was smashed down by a heavy hammer. Bang! Torn into pieces. It can never be put together again. He watched helplessly as his mother and aunt fell step by step into the trap set by Qin Feng. And they enjoy it. But I can't do anything. No. You can't do this. I can't just stand there and watch. A force of extreme despair suddenly surged up from Yi Fan's broken heart. He can't just give up like this. He is Yi Fan. He is the genius of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. He is the future martial arts master. How could he be forced to this point by a mere dandy boy? He couldn't beat Qin Feng. Yes. He is now just a second-grade warrior with less than 400 calories of qi in blood. And Qin Feng, that unfathomable aura, is at least of the third rank or even higher. To confront head-on is to seek death. So, what else can he do? A thought, like a lightning that cuts through the darkness, suddenly illuminates his chaotic mind. Tutor. That's right. He also has a mentor. His mentor at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Sun Yurong. Instructor Sun Yurong is a true martial arts expert. A 6th grade peak warrior. His energy and blood are as vigorous as the sea and river, and he is only half a step away from the legendary master level. He is a big shot who is ranked among the top in the entire Jiangnan province. At the beginning, it was Professor Sun Yurong who sought his talent, recruited him into Nanjing University as an exception, and taught him everything he knew. In the eyes of his mentor, Yi Fan is the hope of the future of NTU. He is a rare talent who can carry the banner of NTU Martial Arts Club. No matter how strong Qin Feng is, or how powerful the Lu family is, can they be more powerful than a half-step grandmaster? In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are just paper tigers. As long as the instructor is willing to help. Must. I will definitely be able to rescue my mother and aunt from the clutches of this devil. Hope. This is the only life-saving straw he can grasp now. A glimmer of light rekindled in Yi Fan's eyes. It is a light called survival that is born out of a mixture of hatred, humiliation, and despair. He no longer hesitated. He turned around suddenly and used all his strength to rush out of this suffocating home. He didn't even dare to look at the closed door again. He was afraid that if he looked any longer, the courage he had just ignited would be completely extinguished by any sound that might come from behind the door. He rushed downstairs. Rush out of the community. Like a desperate lone wolf. With trembling hands, he took out his cell phone from his pocket. Find the number that he pinned to the top, with the note Teacher Sun Yurong. Then, use all your strength. Fiercely. Pressed that dial button. Chapter 36. How dare you bully my students? Beep. 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 A cold and mechanical waiting tone came from the phone receiver. Every sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting Yi Fan's fragile nerve called hope. His heart beat violently, beat by beat, with this monotonous sound. The palms of my hands were soaked with cold sweat. Sticky and cold. Pick it up quickly. Tutor. Please, answer the phone. Yi Fan used all his strength in his heart to shout wildly. He had never longed to hear that familiar voice so desperately as he did now. That powerful and steady voice that had given him countless guidance and confidence. Just before his patience was about to be completely worn out by the long wait. The phone call went through. Hello. A voice came lazily and faintly from the receiver. The sound was very soft. Very soft. With a hint of hoarseness as if just waking up, and a kind of bone-eroding and soul-stirring charm. It was as if every syllable carried a tiny electric current, which flowed along the telephone line and into Yi Fan's ears, making every bone in his body numb. Yi Fan, his whole body, suddenly froze. He subconsciously moved the phone away from his ear. He even wondered if he had dialed the wrong number. Is this the voice of Mentor Sun Yurong? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In his impression, although the voice of Mentor Sun Yurong is also soft and feminine, it is more of a capable and majestic voice that belongs to a strong person. She always speaks in a clear and powerful voice, with an unquestionable sense of power. How could it be possible? Will it be like this now? So full of fantasies and endless charm? This sound was like someone who had just gone through an extremely intense, exhausting exercise. Even when he spoke, his tone was nasal and there was a faint gasp. Who is it? The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be getting no response and asked again. The voice is still so lazy and weak. If you have something to say, please tell me. If not, I'm hanging up. There was even a hint of impatience and coquettishness in the tone of voice after someone interrupted a good thing. Yi Fan's brain completely crashed. Subconsciously, he raised his wrist and glanced at the time on the phone screen. The date is clearly displayed. June 30th. End of the month. It's the end of the month. This discovery was like a bolt of lightning, instantly splitting through all the fog in Yi Fan's mind. He remembered. He finally remembered. The mentor's physique. Teacher Sun Yurong's physique is different from that of ordinary people. She took an extremely rare path of dual cultivation of martial arts and spiritual consciousness. Chi, blood, and spirit go hand in hand. This makes her almost invincible among people of the same level. But because of this, a fatal flaw appeared in her path of cultivation. A kind of backlash that even she herself cannot eradicate. At the end of each month, when the energy tide between heaven and earth reaches a peak, the two completely different but equally powerful forces in her body will come into violent conflict. Just like water and fire fighting each other, ice and charcoal fighting each other. That kind of pain is enough to instantly destroy the will of an ordinary warrior. The only way to delay and suppress this backlash is to perform an extremely special exercise. A high-intensity exercise that can release the excess energy, blood, and mental power in her body at the same time. Therefore, at the end of every month, the mentor's voice would become incredibly weak. Just like now. It was as if he had just walked out of a thrilling battle. After figuring this out, Yi Fan's heart sank suddenly. The thing he was most worried about finally happened. But the accident happened when the mentor was at his weakest. Tutor. He no longer hesitated and shouted into the phone in a voice that was almost a roar. It's me. Yi Fan. Teacher. Save me. Save my mother and my aunt. His voice was shrill, with endless despair and panic. The lazy voice on the other end of the phone paused noticeably. It seemed that he was shocked by Yi Fan's sudden and hysterical cry for help. After a brief silence, Yi Fan. Sun Yurong's voice seemed to be a little more sober, but the feeling of weakness was still too strong to dissipate. What happened? Take your time, don't rush. The words "tell me slowly" seemed to have some kind of magic, instantly calming Yi Fan's heart that was about to explode. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and briefly recounted what had happened as quickly as possible. It's Qin Feng. That Qin Feng from the Lu family. A few days ago, he forcibly took my mother away from home under some pretext I don't know. My aunt and I rushed over to save them, but my mother said she volunteered. She said Qin Feng was treating her. He was giving her and her aunt a massage. When Yifan mentioned the word massage, his teeth chattered. That was an extreme humiliation that went deep into the bone marrow. Treat an illness? Didn't I check your mother's health? Although her qi and blood aren't at their peak, they're very stable. She doesn't have any hidden injuries. How could she be sick? There was a hint of doubt in Sun Yorong's voice. Yes. That's what I said. But my mom said it's a hidden disease that we don't even know about. Then, Qin Feng gave them a massage. That's when things started to go wrong with them. Yifan's voice began to tremble. It was an uncontrollable trembling that came from fear. Today. Just now. Qin Feng is here again. My mother and my aunt, their attitude towards Qin Feng is so enthusiastic that it's weird. It's like I've been brainwashed. They looked at that man with eyes filled with obsession. It was worship. It was desire. They were fighting over the order in which the man would give them massages, and they actually started arguing right in front of me. He almost shouted these words. Every word seemed like flesh and blood torn out from his throat. They locked me out. They wouldn't let me in. They said that Qin Feng's treatment cannot be disturbed. The instructors, their personalities have completely changed. I don't even recognize them anymore. That's not my mom. That's not my aunt. It's like they're two different people. Their mental state is very wrong. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Yifan could even hear that his mentor's breathing, which was originally quite steady, became rapid at this moment. Obviously, she has realized the seriousness of the matter. Tutor. Yifan's voice was extremely low, as if he had used up his last bit of strength. He expressed the most terrifying guess in his mind. I doubt. I suspect that Qin Feng has some kind of special spiritual treasure. As soon as the word Lingbao came out, the breathing sound on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped. Yifan knew that the instructor understood. Lingbao. That is a powerful item with all kinds of strange effects that can only be created by high-level divine masters who expend a huge amount of mental energy and engrave extremely complex divine patterns. Each one is priceless. Even, there is no demand for it. Among them, there is one kind of magical treasure that is the most sinister and the most difficult to guard against. A spiritual treasure that confuses the mind. This kind of spiritual treasure is invisible and intangible, and can quietly influence a person's mind, distort a person's emotions, and even completely control a person's soul. Let life live, let life live. Let people die, let people die. And those who are controlled often enjoy it and are completely unaware of it. This perfectly explains everything that happened to my mother and aunt. I suspect it was given to him by the Lu family. He used this magical treasure to influence the minds of my mother and aunt. He made them completely fall. Teacher. This kind of mental control can only be seen through and cracked by you, a fellow mind master. I don't know what his purpose is. I don't know what even more terrible things he will do to my mother and aunt next. Teacher, you are a 6th grade peak divine mind master. You must have a way. Right? Yifan's voice was already filled with tears. This is his last, only hope. If even Sun Yorong was helpless, then he would really be completely hopeless. This time, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a full half-minute. When the sound rang out again, that bone-eating laziness and weakness had disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was an extreme coldness, like 1,000-year-old ice. And, murderous intent rising to the sky. Lu family Qin Feng. Sun Yorong's voice was enunciated word by word. What a courage! How dare you use the soul-confusing treasure to touch the family of Sun Yorong's student right under my nose? He's looking for death. Boom! An invisible and extremely terrifying pressure made Yi Fan's soul tremble even through the phone. This is the wrath of a half-step grandmaster. Chapter 37, 4th Rank Spiritual Master. Sun Yue. The chilling murderous intent seemed to turn into a real ice cone, which penetrated the mobile phone receiver along the radio waves and stabbed into Yi Fan's nerve center. His body shivered uncontrollably on that midsummer night. Tutor. Yi Fan's voice was extremely difficult. He even had the illusion that he was not facing the mentor on the other end of the phone, but an ancient ferocious beast that was about to wake up from its slumber. Stay where you are and don't move. Sun Yorome's voice was icy cold without a trace of emotion. I'll go there now. Lu family. Qin Feng. None of them can escape. As the words fell, the terrifying murderous intent reached a peak. Yi Fan could even imagine how icy cold the mentor's eyes on the other end of the phone, which usually always had a lazy smile on their faces, were at this moment. Very good. The instructor is going to take action himself. A surge of ecstasy surged in Yi Fan's heart. As long as the tutor is willing to come, all problems will be solved. Not to mention Emir Qin Feng. Even if the Lu family came out in full force, they would be like chickens and dogs in front of a half-step grandmaster and would be vulnerable. That damned soul-confusing treasure is even more of a joke in front of a 6th grade peak-level mind master. Qin Feng. Your time of death has come. Yi Fan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, causing a stinging pain, but this pain made him feel extremely happy. He seemed to have seen Qin Feng kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy under the thundering power of his mentor, looking extremely ugly. He seemed to have seen the scene where his mother and aunt regained consciousness, hugged him and cried bitterly. However, just when the ecstasy was about to overwhelm his mind, on the other end of the phone, the murderous intent that was rising into the sky seemed to be strangled by an invisible giant hand. Suddenly. End. An extremely subtle groan, filled with suppressed endless pain, came faintly from the receiver. The ecstasy on Yi Fan's face froze in an instant. Tutor. He called out softly, tentatively. What's wrong with you? There was no response from the other end of the phone. Instead, there was a burst of panting that was heavier and more rapid than before. The sound was like a drowning person desperately fighting for the last bit of air. More like a tiger trapped in a cage, it is using all its strength to fight against some kind of terrifying confinement coming from the depths of its soul. Yi Fan's heart was once again severely gripped. Cough, 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 cough Xiaofan. A long time passed. Sun Yorome's voice sounded again intermittently. That voice was no longer cold. No longer filled with murderous intent. Instead, he returned to his original state, weak, powerless, and even with a hint of self-mockery and unwillingness. I can't seem to get through it. These 5 simple words were like a basin of ice water, pouring down on Yi Fan's head in an instant. It chilled him from head to toe. Yi. Yi Fan's voice was trembling. He doesn't understand. He really doesn't understand. Just a second ago, the tutor was full of murderous intent and wanted to come here in person to uphold justice. Why in the next second? Cough, cough, cough. There was a violent coughing sound from the other end of the phone. Sun Yorome's voice became weaker and weaker. My situation, my current physical condition is rather special. I can't use too much strength. Once I take action, the backlash will immediately swallow me up. Her voice was filled with deep helplessness. A dignified half-step grandmaster. In the Jiangqing martial arts world, he is at the top of the pyramid. At this moment, due to his own physical problems, he was trapped in a corner, and even going out became a luxury. What an irony this is. Yi Fan's mind was blank. Hope has just been ignited. And was ruthlessly extinguished. Could it be real? Is God going to kill me, Yi Fan? Just when he was about to fall into complete despair, Sun Yorome's voice suddenly changed. Although I can't get over it. But there is someone who can go there for me. Yi Fan was startled, and his dilated pupils refocused. Who? Your senior sister. Sun Yoron's voice became calmer. Sun Yue. She's at home now, nothing's wrong. She is also a Divine Mind Master. Although she is only a 4th grade Divine Mind Master, her mental strength is enough to see through Qin Feng's tricks. It's more than enough to handle this small situation. Sun Yue? Senior sister? A sweet and lovely figure with 2 shallow dimples when she smiled instantly appeared in Yi Fan's mind. The flame of hope once again rekindled in his heart. Yes. And there is senior sister. Senior sister Sun Yue. The mentor's biological daughter. A true prodigy who has perfectly inherited all the talents of her mentor. She is also a mind master. Moreover, he is a 4th grade Divine Mind Master. A 4th grade warrior's energy is tempered within his 5 internal organs. His qi and blood have already reached over 1,000 calories. As a 4th grade Mind Master, the strength and purity of his mental power far exceeds that of warriors of the same level. But a new worry emerged from Yi Fan's heart. Qin Feng's methods are really weird. That kind of ability to silently influence people's hearts is simply impossible to guard against. Even his own mother and aunt, 2 mentally strong adults, fell in an instant. Senior sister. Although he is a 4th grade Divine Mind Master. But will she also tutor? There was a hint of deep worry in Yi Fan's voice, which he himself was not even aware of. That Qin Feng, he's very evil. I'm afraid of my senior sister. What if? He didn't dare say any more. He couldn't imagine that even his senior sister, who was like a little sun and always bright and shining, was tainted by that demon because of him. Then he will never be able to forgive himself. On the other end of the phone, I could hear the hesitation and fear in his words. Sun Yorong suddenly laughed softly. There was a hint of weakness in that laughter, but more than that, it was a faint disdain that came from absolute self-confidence. He. Yi Fan, Yi Fan. You think your senior sister is too weak, and you also think the term Divine Mind Master is too simple. Yi Fan was stunned. What's the meaning? Let me ask you, what is the spiritual world of ordinary people like? Sun Yorong did not answer directly, but asked a question instead. Yi Fan thought for a moment and replied, like an unlocked room? Anyone can easily break in. Good. There was a hint of approval in Sun Yorong's voice. What about the warriors? A warrior's spirit is powerful and his will is strong. His spiritual world should be like a locked room with a wooden door. Yi Fan guessed uncertainly. Although it's not strong enough, at least there's a layer of protection. The metaphor is very apartment. Sun Yorong continued to ask, then what is the spiritual world of a Divine Mind Master like? Divine Mind Master? Yi Fan fell into deep thought. He has never been exposed to this field. That is an exclusive track for a very small number of geniuses. Is it a house with an iron gate? No. Sun Yorong's voice was firm and resolute. It's the fortress. A spiritual fortress, built with the strength of 1,000 times tempered spiritual power, as strong as a solid wall. Using ordinary means of seduction to shake it is like an ant trying to shake a tree. What's more, your senior sister is a 4th grade Divine Mind Master. Sun Yorong's voice suddenly rose a few notches, filled with pride. Do you know what the spiritual strength of a 4th grade Divine Mind Master means? This means that her soul and her will have been tempered and honed thousands of times. Its tenacity and purity are almost equivalent to the spiritual core of a 6th grade warrior. 6th rank warrior. Yi Fan took a breath of cold air. What is the concept of a 6th grade warrior? He is a powerful man who rules a region and founded a sect. He is truly a rare talent. Senior sister's mental strength is actually comparable to that of a 6th grade warrior? This is incredible. That Qin Feng, no matter how high the grade of the soul-blocking treasure he possesses, it can never be higher than the 4th grade. Sun Yorong's tone was filled with unquestionable certainty. To put it bluntly, this kind of spiritual treasure exploits the flaws in people's hearts and amplifies their inner desires, thereby achieving the purpose of control. But your senior sister's spiritual world is as clear as glass and pure as crystal. There are no cracks that can be exploited. That Qin Feng's tricks are like the tricks of a 3-year-old child in front of her. They will be seen through at a glance. So, you don't have to worry at all. You just need to stay there quietly and wait for your senior sister to come over. Then, let's see how she crushes all of that clown's schemes and tricks. Sun Yorong's words are very powerful. Like a reassurance, it instantly dispelled all the haze and fear in Yifan's heart. Turn out to be. That's it. It turns out that the master of divine mind is so powerful. It's me who is looking at the world from a narrow perspective. It's my fault. I was worrying for no reason. I see. Thank you, mentor. Yifan let out a long sigh. The heart that had been hanging in my throat finally fell back into my stomach. The muscles all over my body also relaxed. Fine. Fortunately. No matter how evil Qin Feng is, it is absolutely impossible for him to affect his senior sister whose mental strength is comparable to that of a 6th-grade warrior. Just wait. Qin Feng. Waiting for my senior sister to come. All your conspiracies and all your methods will be completely exposed. When the time comes, I'll see how arrogant you can still be. Thinking of this, Sun You's figure unconsciously appeared in Yifan's mind. That figure seemed clearer than in my memory. He recalled that when he was first admitted to Wuhan University in Jiangcheng, he felt curious and confused about everything. It was this senior sister who was 1 year older than him. She was like a little tour guide, enthusiastically taking him around and familiarizing him with every corner of the campus. He recalled how distressed he was when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. It was his senior sister. She brought a small stool, sat beside him, held her chin, and used her clear and soft voice to help him analyze the problem bit by bit and cheer him up. Her smile is like the sweetest peach in summer, sweet enough to touch people's hearts. Her eyes, like the brightest stars in the night sky, always sparkle with pure and warm light. That's right. Senior sister, it seems like she has perfectly inherited all of her mentor's strengths. Whether it's talent or... Ahem. For some reason, a somewhat magnificent picture flashed through Yifan's mind, and his cheeks suddenly felt slightly hot for no reason. Calculate. It seems like I haven't seen my senior sister for half a year. Ever since she entered deep seclusion in order to become a 4th-grade spiritual master, the two had lost contact. Unexpectedly. Surprisingly, the next time I heard from her was under such circumstances. I don't know how she is doing now. Has he grown a little taller? Are you still as fond of laughing as before? For a moment, in addition to anxiety and anticipation, Yifan's heart was also filled with a faint emotion called missing. He stood under the tree-lined path in the villa area, and the evening breeze blew away the heat in the air. It also blew away the last trace of panic in his heart. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Liu family villa. His eyes became firm and bright again. Senior sister. Come quickly. Waiting for you. Chapter 38, Good timing. It's your turn next. At the same time. In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The air was filled with a faint, ambiguous scent that was a mixture of a woman's body fragrance and precious perfume. Qin Feng was half leaning on a huge lazy sofa on the soft cashmere carpet. Neither his left hand nor his right hand was idle. On his left and right sat two stunning beauties. It was Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing. At this moment, the pair of sisters who were usually noble and dignified were each stretching out one of their slender, jade-white feet and placing it on Qin Feng's legs. Qin Feng's hands are slender and powerful with distinct joints. At this moment, he was pressing and kneading those two perfect works of art, lightly or heavily, in a very professional and strangely magical rhythm. An almost inaudible nasal sound, with a hint of satisfaction and laziness, gently flowed from Su Wanqiu's lips. Her cheeks were flushed with a different, more charming blush than usual. Those beautiful eyes that always carried a hint of coldness and melancholy were now half-closed, shimmering with watery light, as if covered with a layer of hazy mist. Very comfortable. No. Extremely comfortable. That feeling of soreness, numbness, swelling and refreshment goes from every acupuncture point on the soles of the feet, along the meridians, straight to the top of the head. It was as if countless warm electric currents were flowing freely through every part of my body, washing away every inch of fatigue. She had never experienced such extreme enjoyment. To the point that her brain began to become a little drowsy. Even the initial trace of resistance and shame that came from deep in the heart had been completely washed away by this overwhelming and extreme pleasure. She doesn't want to think about anything now. I just want to keep enjoying it, forever and ever. Qin Feng. Su Wanqiu's voice was so soft that it could almost squeeze water out of it. Here, yes, right here, a little harder. She even took the initiative to adjust the angle of her ankle so that Qin Feng's fingers could press more accurately on the acupuncture point that was most sore and swollen. And me. On the side, Su Wanqing, who had been closing her eyes, biting her lower lip, silently enduring this sweet torture, finally couldn't help it and spoke. There was a hint of eagerness and coquettishness in her voice, which she herself didn't even notice. And here I am. You can't play favorites. Hearing this, Qin Feng raised the corner of his mouth in a subtle, playful smile. His gaze slowly shifted away from Su Wanqiu's pretty face, which looked even more charming and attractive because of her extreme comfort. It fell on Su Wanqing's delicate face, which was red from trying so hard not to make a sound. I have to say, this pair of sisters are indeed the most beautiful in the world. My sister is mature, plump and charming, like a ripe peach. My sister is young, beautiful, heroic and valiant, like a red rose with thorns. Now, this peach and this red rose have become playthings in his palms. The effect of the succubus's halo was even more overbearing than he had imagined. It is not a simple and crude way of controlling the mind. Instead, it is like the spring rain that moistens everything silently. It will infinitely magnify the host's advantages in a certain aspect. For example, the massage at this moment. Qin Feng's massage technique was a reward from the system and is at a god level. With the blessing of the succubus's aura, this pure, physical comfort was magnified tenfold, 100-fold. It has even evolved into a kind of physiological dependence that is close to mental opium. Let them get addicted and unable to stop. This double conquest from the physical to the spiritual is far more thorough and more interesting than simple control. However, Qin Feng's brows slightly frowned at this moment. Strangeness. It's so weird. As he did so, his hands kept moving, continuing to enjoy the warm and smooth touch from his fingertips. On the other hand, the brain is working rapidly. Logically speaking. The moment he brought Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing into the room and locked the door. That idiot Yifan should have completely lost his mind. And I did receive a system notification sound at that time. Plundered, a full 5,000 points of luck value. Can. What then? After that, there was no more movement. It's like time has been paused. A full 10 minutes passed. The system panel was quiet, and no more prompts about luck plundering popped up. This is not normal. It's so abnormal. Could it be? A hint of doubt flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. Could it be that Yifan has figured it out? Have you let it go? Just give up on his mother and his aunt? Impossible. Qin Feng immediately rejected this idea. According to the setting in the original novel, although Yifan acts impulsively and his brain is not very good, the word filial piety is definitely engraved in his bones. What's more, there is a beautiful aunt whom he has been thinking about since he was a child. He watched helplessly as his mother and aunt fell into the hands of the enemy and remained indifferent. This makes him feel worse than killing him. Then he. What are you waiting for? Given his personality, shouldn't he be rushing towards me like a mad dog and fighting me to the death? As long as he is impulsive, as long as he is angry, as long as he is desperate, I can continuously extract luck from him. But now, what is going on with this stalemate? Could it be? Is he calling someone? A thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind like lightning. Right. It must be like this. This loser knows he is no match for his opponent, so he is calling for help. Who could it be? Lu Qinghuan? Impossible. That woman is probably still angry now, and she can't wait to rub Yufan's face on the ground. Jiancheng Martial Arts Association? It is even more impossible. Without solid evidence, they dare not easily interfere in the affairs of the Lu family. So, there is only one possibility left. That tutor of his at Jiancheng Wuhan University? Sun Yorong. That stunning female mentor who was at the peak of the 6th rank and half a step away from becoming a grandmaster. Thinking of that woman, Qin Feng's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. That is indeed a troublesome opponent. But this would be at the end of the month, when she was hit the hardest by the backlash and couldn't even leave the house. It shouldn't be her either. Who should I ask for help then? A cold, mechanical prompt sound exploded in his mind without any warning. Bite. The Destiny Child has been detected, and a critical call for assistance is underway. A new luck carrier has been detected and will soon intervene in the current plotline. New villain mission, triggered. Here we come. Qin Feng's mind was shocked. His eyes instantly shot out a terrifying light. Mission name, The Fall of Sweet Senior Sister. Mission target, Sun Yue. Mission description, Yifan, the son of Destiny's last hope, his mentor Sun Yorong's daughter, a 4th grade peak divine mind master Sun Yue, will arrive on the battlefield within 10 minutes. She carries all of Yifan's hopes, her spiritual will as strong as a fortress, pure as crystal. Ordinary seduction methods are ineffective against her. Host, please, after Sun Yue arrives, use your unparalleled personal charm and miraculous professional techniques to completely break down her defenses physically, allowing her to experience the ultimate massage enjoyment. Mission reward, villain value plus 3,000 points. God level skill soul needle. A random high level spiritual treasure. When I saw the name appearing on the task panel, Qin Feng was very surprised. Sun Yue? In the early plot of the original novel. This is an extremely important role. She is Yifan's senior sister and Sun Yorong's daughter. She is truly a favored daughter of heaven. She is not like Lu Qinghuan, who loves in a domineering and obsessive way. Her love is gentle, silent, and subtle. She would always think about her junior fellow apprentice. She would secretly give Yifan the precious cultivation resources that she herself was reluctant to use. When Yifan was ridiculed by everyone, she would stand firmly by his side, cheering him on and encouraging him. She even, at the end. In order to protect Yifan, he faced the tide of monsters alone in a highly difficult secret realm copy. Die of exhaustion. No body left. Her death is the first truly heartbreaking climax in the original novel. It was also the key turning point for Yifan to transform from an impulsive teenager into a calm and strong man. She is like a little sun that burns itself to light up others. Warm, pure, kind, and yet powerful. On the surface, she looks weak and fragile. But her heart is tougher than anyone else's. Once you have chosen a person or a path, you will follow it to the end without hesitation. This respect is somewhat similar to Lu Qinghuan. But one of them went towards protection. One went to destruction. And now, this little sun was supposed to warm Yifan. It's about to shine in front of you. Qin Feng's eyes slowly narrowed into a dangerous slit. There was no more amusement in those deep pupils. No more banter. Only one kind remained, the ultimate greed and passion, as if wanting to completely devour the prey, skin and bones included. A 4th grade divine mind master? Spiritual fortress? Will as strong as a rock? He. So what? No matter how strong the fortress is, it will eventually be breached. Not to mention, the system has given him the most perfect way to break the deadlock. From a physical level, destroy her will. This mission. It's simply tailor-made for him. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth slowly rose, revealing a sinister yet expectant arc. He seemed to have seen it. That sweet, lovely, and determined senior sister, under his divine technique, went from being ashamed and resisting at first to being confused and sinking into despair in the end. That face, filled with purity and stubbornness, was gradually dyed with its own color. What a wonderful picture that would be! And Wen Yifan waited for his senior sister with hope. But found. My last hope, my last salvation, my last little son. He had already fallen into the gentle embrace of this great villain. Until then, Yifan's Dao heart would probably completely collapse on the spot. Until then, what a terrifying number would the luck value he could plunder be? Good. Very good. This piece of the most delicious cake delivered to your door. Qin Feng. It's settled. Click. There was a slight sound of bones cracking. Su Wanxiu, who was immersed in extreme comfort, suddenly felt that the force on her feet suddenly increased a bit. An unprecedented sourness and excitement instantly rushed into the depths of her soul. She couldn't bear it any longer. An uncontrollable scream burst out. But Qin Feng just lowered his head and looked at the perfect jade foot in his palm, which was slightly curled up because of his strength. There was a smile on his face. Sun Yue? Just wait. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 39 Sun Yue. Jiangcheng Wuhan University, exclusive dormitory area for tutors. This is the area with the richest spiritual energy and the most tranquil in the entire Wuhan University. An elegant two-story building stands quietly under the moonlight, surrounded by a carefully tended spiritual plant garden, and the faint fragrance of plants permeates the night breeze. On the second floor, in the quiet room for practice, a woman sat cross-legged on a cushion. She was wearing an extremely loose moonwhite training suit, and her long, dark hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, loosely tied up with only a simple wooden hairpin. The moonlight shines through the window lattice and falls on her plain and beautiful face. Her skin was as white as cold jade that had not seen the sun for years, and so delicate that not a single pore could be seen. Her facial features were as delicate as the most perfect masterpiece created by God, especially her eyes, which were tightly closed at the moment. Her long and curled eyelashes cast a light shadow under her eyelids, adding a bit of calmness and gentleness to her. However, the loose training suit that should have made her look elegant and graceful looked completely different on her. Even when sitting cross-legged, the breathtaking curves cannot be completely concealed. Her full breasts propped up the collar of her clothes, outlining an exciting curve, and her waist, which was so slender that it seemed as if it could not be held in one hand, formed an extreme contrast with the hip line below, which was made more plump and round because of sitting cross-legged. She perfectly inherited all the good genes of her mother Sun Yurong, and she is even better than her mother. She is Sun Yue, Sun Yurong's daughter, the youngest fourth-grade peak mine master in Jiangcheng Wuda. At this moment, tiny specks of silver light were swirling around her. Those were spiritual powers that were refined to the extreme. Under her powerful control, they flowed slowly around her like a group of docile fireflies, rising and falling. She was trying to break through the bottleneck that has troubled her for half a year. Fourth rank, enter fifth rank. The practice of a spiritualist, before reaching the fourth level, is to condense and strengthen the God. Starting from the fifth level, one must use the spirit that has been condensed to the extreme to feed back the body. The first step is to use mental power as a pen and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as ink to construct a corresponding mental power model on top of one's 5 internal organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. 5 spiritual bridges. Once successfully constructed, the mind will be able to resonate with the 5 internal organs, and from then on the spirit will be immortal and the qi in blood will be long-lasting, which is a qualitative leap. Sun Yue's brows were tightly furrowed at this moment. She is trying to build the first bridge, the bridge of the heart. Under her guidance, the silver spiritual power spots carefully gathered together, trying to outline the first divine pattern of the heart in the empty spiritual world. However, just when the divine pattern was about to take shape, buzz! All the spiritual power light spots trembled violently, as if they were affected by some invisible interference, and instantly dissipated, turning back into the most primitive silver light particles and dissipating in the quiet room. Puff! Sun Yuwei's body shook slightly, her throat felt sweet, and a trace of bright red blood slowly slid down the corner of her white mouth. She slowly opened her eyes. What a pair of clear and beautiful eyes they are! Like two pools of autumn water hiding the stars, clean, pure, and without a trace of dust. But at this moment, these beautiful eyes were filled with deep helplessness and bitterness. Well. An inaudible sigh sounded in the silent room. Still no. She raised her hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her snow-white wrist, her eyes full of confusion. Why? Why on earth? In terms of resources, my mother is a half-step grandmaster, and she has never lacked all kinds of natural treasures and elixirs. In terms of talent, she was already a 4th-grade peak mind master at the age of 22. This record has not been broken by anyone in the entire Jiangcheng within 100 years. In terms of martial arts, she practiced the top-level spiritual practice Taishan Gaining Pian, which was modified for her by her mother herself, and it directly pointed to the path of the master. But she was stuck here. Stuck in the chasm between the 4th and 5th grades. She knew the reason. Her mother had told her this countless times. In order to construct a mental model of the 5 internal organs, a primer is needed. A trigger that can instantly make your mental power boil and produce a qualitative change. That is emotion. It was an extremely intense emotional fluctuation. It can be ecstatic joy. It can be a blood-boiling excitement. It can be a deep-seated anger. Or it could be deep-rooted hatred. The moment the torrent of emotions hits the soul, the mental power will become active as never before. If you follow the trend, you can break through the barriers in one fell swoop and build a divine bridge. This is also why many spiritual masters appear to have extreme personalities. Either unruly, or gloomy and cruel. Because they need to use this method to stimulate themselves and seek opportunities for breakthroughs. But Sun Yuwei couldn't do it. Her temperament is too calm. As bland as a glass of boiled water. From childhood to adulthood, her life has been smooth sailing. She was protected so well by her mother that she hardly experienced any major setbacks. She had no particular interest in anything and didn't seem to want anything in particular. Cultivation is just cultivation. Eating is just eating. Her heart was like an ancient well that had remained unchanged for thousands of years, crystal clear, yet also calm. Intense joy? She didn't know what could make her so ecstatic. Intense anger? She rarely even got angry with others. She also tried to read some stories about joy and sorrow, and listen to some passionate war songs, trying to empathize and feel. But it didn't work. Other people's stories and emotions are, after all, other people's. Flowing into the lake of her heart, it couldn't even cause a ripple. Do I really have to do what my mother said, and find someone to fall in love passionately, or to hate completely? Sun Yuwei muttered to herself, then shook her head in self-mockery. This is complete bullshit. This feeling made her extremely upset. It's like a wealthy man with billions of wealth, but being told that the key to the treasure house is an emotion he has never seen or understood. There is a treasure mountain, but you cannot find the way to enter. Just when she was upset. Buzz. The personal terminal on my wrist suddenly vibrated slightly. It is encrypted communication. Only one person would contact her on this frequency. Mother, Sun Yurong. Sun Yuwei's heart trembled, and she quickly opened the light curtain. A short and hurried line of text appeared before her eyes. Yuwei, go to the Yi family quickly. Your junior fellow apprentice is in trouble. Sun Yuwei's pupils shrank slightly. Junior brother Yi Fan? The image of a slightly handsome young man with a stubborn look that always showed his unwillingness to admit defeat suddenly emerged in her mind. That was my mother's new disciple who was accepted last year. He has good talent and practices very hard, but he is a bit impulsive, like a stubborn ox that doesn't know how to adapt. How could he be in great trouble? Sun Yuwei didn't hesitate, she stood up, left the dormitory and headed towards the Yi family. Chapter 40, Gestures. Ye's house, first floor living room. Yifan sat stiffly on the sofa, like a stone sculpture about to collapse. All the lights in the living room were off. There was only the moonlight outside the window, shining palely on the ground, stretching his shadow long and thin, full of loneliness and despair. His head was firmly lowered. His fists were clenched tightly. His knuckles had turned white from excessive force, and the blue veins were like hideous earthworms, coiled around his young and powerful arms, trembling slightly. Shame. Endless shame. Anger. Anger enough to burn reason. He could hear it clearly. Some strange noises were coming intermittently from the bedroom on the second floor. Very light. So softly as if afraid of being heard. But with an irrepressible suppressed him. Every syllable was like a red-hot steel needle, piercing Yifan's eardrum, piercing his heart, and stirring every nerve in his body. His mother, Su Wanqiu. The woman who, in his heart, is always gentle, dignified, and holy like a goddess. His aunt, Su Wanqing. The relative who always has a bright smile on his face, like a sister who never grows up, and who pinches his face and calls him Xiao Fanfan. At this moment, they are all in that room. Crack! Yifan's teeth were chattering, and a hint of blood filled his mouth. He couldn't wait to rush forward. One punch. Punch that damn door down. With another punch, Qin Feng's face, which always had a faint smile on it, was smashed into a pool of flesh. He thought wildly. But he can't. His body seemed to be filled with lead, so heavy that he couldn't move at all. Reason, like the last fragile rain, tightly pulled back his beast-like impulse that was about to run wild. Why? He asked himself this question over and over again in his heart. Why did it turn out like this? Yifan couldn't tell the difference. It was Qin Feng who used some despicable magic treasure to control the minds of his mother and aunt. Or maybe there is really something wrong with their physical condition and they really need massage for treatment. If it's the former, I will make him live a life worse than death. But what if it is the latter? What if my mother and aunt are really ill, and Qin Feng really has some magical treatment method? This thought, like a poisonous snake, tightly wrapped around his heart. It made it impossible for him to breathe. The sound coming from upstairs continued. The suppressed sound, which was hard to tell whether it was pain or pleasure, seemed to become more rapid. Mixed in with it was Qin Feng's damn gentle and steady voice. Ma'am, please relax. Yes, that's right. It's normal to feel a little sore and swollen when the blood and qi flow here. It will be fine soon. Miss Qing, your condition is more serious. Please be patient. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Yifan's self-esteem hard. He is a warrior. He is hailed as a genius that appears once in a century. He is a direct disciple of Jiangchang Wuhan University's mentor Sun Yuron. But what about now? He's like a piece of trash. A complete waste. I can only sit here and listen to my mother and aunt making those weird noises in the room. He can't do anything. Beat? Can he win? Before, downstairs in the hotel, he knocked me down with one move, and I flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Like a dead dog. That man's energy and blood are far stronger than his. If I rush forward, is there any other possibility except humiliating myself and having my limbs broken and thrown out? Yifan had no idea how the other person, who was about the same age as him, had cultivated to this level. I am already considered a super genius. But the opponent's strength is even stronger and more terrifying. I am no match for him at all. Totally defeated. Oh. Nothing can be done. All we can do is wait. Waiting here like a coward. Waiting for senior sister Sun Yue. Hope. Will he really come? Time is infinitely stretched at this moment. Every second felt like a century of agony. The air in the living room was so oppressive that it seemed to have solidified into substance. Yifan could even hear the sound of his heart beating violently due to anger and anxiety. Boom! 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 again and again. Together with the ambiguous sounds upstairs, it intertwined into a devilish melody that made his soul tremble. His eyes turned red due to congestion. Just when his sanity was about to be completely burned out and he was ready to rush forward and die together with his enemies regardless of the consequences. Ding dong! A crisp doorbell sound, like the sound of nature, suddenly broke the oppressive silence. Yi Fan's body trembled violently. As if struck by lightning, he suddenly looked up. Coming? Is it her? His heart almost jumped out of his chest at this moment. He almost rolled and crawled up from the sofa and staggered towards the door. His hands were shaking with excitement, and he couldn't hold the door handle several times. Take a deep breath. He yanked the door open. Outside the door, under the cold moonlight, a beautiful figure stood quietly. She was wearing a simple moonwhite training suit, and her long black hair flowed down like a waterfall. The moonlight covered her with a layer of holy silver gauze, making her whole body seem to be glowing. Her facial features are exquisite and her skin is as white as jade. Especially those eyes, clear and calm, as if they can see through people's hearts. The training suit that should have looked loose and flowing could not hide her breathtaking figure at all. The fullness of her chest made the fabric form a breathtaking curve, forming a perfect contrast with her slender waist that could be held in one hand. She just stood there quietly. Did nothing. But it seemed as if there was an invisible, powerful, and calm aura that instantly dispelled all the haze and mania that shrouded Yi Fan's heart. Sun Yue. She's here. Yi Fan's eyes turned red instantly. He opened his mouth, but his throat was so dry that no sound came out. Thousands of words finally turned into a hoarse and trembling call. Senior sister. At this moment, in this desperate night shrouded in endless shame and anger, Yi Fan looked at the woman in front of him as if he saw a god. Saw redemption. Hope. Here we come. My senior sister is here. I'm finally saved. 4th grade spiritual master. Qin Feng. If you're brave enough, challenge this guy. Let's see which is more powerful, your spiritual weapon or the spiritual master's divine consciousness. Come on. Show me. Chapter 41. Senior sister steps out. Sun Yue's cold gaze fell on his young face, which was distorted by anger and shame. She nodded slightly, her voice as clear as an ice spring, yet with a soothing power. Explain. One word. Simple and direct. But it instantly gave Yi Fan's frantic heart a backbone. Yi Fan took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress his surging emotions, and spoke very quickly, as if he wanted to compress all the information and pour it out in the shortest time possible. It's Qin Feng. That bastard's upstairs, in my mom's room. He pointed upstairs with his finger, his fingertips turning slightly white from the force. He must have used some kind of spiritual treasure. The kind that can affect the mind. My mother and my aunt, they are all under control. The way they looked at me was so strange. They didn't trust me at all and instead treated that beast as a distinguished guest. Yi Fan's eyes turned red again, and his voice was filled with powerless roars. Senior sister, you are a 4th grade divine mind master. Only you. Only you can use your mental power to break the control of that spiritual treasure. His tone was filled with almost blind trust and expectation. Qin Feng is just a warrior. Even if his qi and blood are stronger than mine, he definitely doesn't understand the confrontation of mental power. As long as you make a move, he will lose his ability to resist in an instant. Please, senior sister, take him down. You must take him down. Yi Fan's words were hurried and confusing. But Sun Yue understood. Her clear eyes were as calm as a still pond. So that's how it is. Ling Bao. A spiritual treasure that influences the mind. Her brows relaxed almost imperceptibly. The heavy stone in my heart that was hanging because of my mother's anxious message fell quietly. She thought she had encountered some tough and powerful enemy. For example, an equally high-level mind master, or even a master-level figure who has been hiding from the world. That's why my mother was so solemn, and even suffered backlash from the other party's mental power during the communication. But now it seems he is actually just a small warrior, relying on a strange magic treasure that he got from nowhere to bully others? Really? It makes people want to laugh. The corners of Sun Youwei's mouth curled up slightly, with a hint of contempt from a professional towards a layman. I should have known it was just a small fight. Why should I force my way out of the quiet room, rushing all the way at lightning speed, making my energy and blood feel weak? Worried all the way. It was such a waste. She raised her eyes and glanced at the closed door of the second-floor bedroom again. It was as if he had seen through the man behind the door, and how the man named Qin Feng used crude and ridiculous methods to mobilize a power that he could not understand at all. Ling Bao. For ordinary warriors, this is a treasure that is beyond the reach of gods and ghosts. But for a mind master like her, it was just a piece of cake. Once you break through to the 5th level, you can try to use the divine patterns to carve and refine your own spiritual treasure. Although it cannot be created yet. But when it comes to understanding, controlling, and even cracking spiritual treasures, 100 warriors like Qin Feng, tied together, would not be as strong as one of her fingers. A warrior controlling a spiritual treasure is like a 3-year-old child swinging a heavy hammer. He can only rely on brute force and swing it around randomly to bring out its most superficial and crude effects. The mind masters who manipulate spiritual treasures are top-level craftsmen who use sophisticated tools to perform the most subtle and precise carvings. There is a world of difference between the two. She didn't even need a head-on confrontation. Just a trace of mental power needs to penetrate in and find the core divine pattern of the spiritual treasure, then it can be easily extinguished or even controlled in reverse. Let Qin Feng also have a taste of what it feels like to be controlled by the mind. Thinking of this, the last trace of solemnity in Sun Youwei's heart disappeared. She looked at Yi Fan, whose face almost had the word hope written on it, and spoke calmly. I see. Lead the way. Still short words, but with unquestionable confidence. Yi Fan nodded vigorously, as if he had received an order from the gods, turned around, lowered his steps, and walked towards the stairs. Each of his steps was extremely light. I was afraid of disturbing the devil upstairs. Sun Youwei followed behind him, her steps as light as a cat, landing silently. In the dim corridor, her loose training clothes outlined thrilling ups and downs as she moved. The air seemed to become a little cooler because of her presence. The closer you get to the 2nd floor, the intermittent sound coming from the crack of the door became clearer. That's a kind of an extremely suppressed, blushing humming sound mixed with pain and pleasure. Yi Fan's body stiffened again. The anger that had just subsided slightly due to Sun Youwei's arrival was like being poured with a spoonful of boiling oil, and with a loud bang, it burned his reason again. His face turned the color of liver. The blue veins on his forehead bulged out one by one. He could imagine what kind of obscene scene was behind the door. The man named Qin Feng, with his dirty hands on his mother and aunt. Come. Just when Yi Fan was about to lose control, Sun Youwei's cold voice was like a basin of ice water pouring down on his head. Yi Fan shuddered and turned to look at Sun Youwei. She frowned slightly, obviously displeased by the sound from inside the door. That's not disgust towards Yi Fan. Rather, it was a kind of pure dissatisfaction with his professional field being tarnished by such despicable means. If you don't want to alert the enemy, put away your ridiculous anger. There was a hint of admonition in Sun Youwei's voice. Your task is to make him open the door. Leave the rest to me. Yi Fan took a deep breath, as if he had been slapped in the face, and instantly woke up. Right. Now is not the time to be angry. Now it's revenge. I want to crush that bastard to pieces. He glanced at Sun Youwei and saw that she had quietly moved behind the wall next to the door. That position is a blind spot for vision. No matter who opens the door from the inside, they will definitely not be able to see her at first glance. An invisible spiritual fluctuation that could only be sensed by fellow mind masters began to slowly condense around Sun Youwei. The temperature of the air seemed to have dropped by several degrees. Her clear eyes had now turned into a bottomless cold abyss. Just waiting for the prey to bump into you. Yi Fan understood what she meant. This is a trap. A deadly trap tailor-made for Qin Feng. He walked to the bedroom door, his chest heaving violently several times before he managed to make his voice sound less trembling. He raised his hand. My fingertips touched the cold door panel. It seems as if I can feel the sinful temperature behind the door. Boom. Boom. He knocked on the door. Mom. Yi Fan's voice contained just the right amount of confusion and anxiety. It's me, Xiao Fan. I have something to tell you, could you please open the door? His heart was in his throat at this moment. The entire corridor was dead silent. There was only the sound of his own heartbeat and the ambiguous sound from inside the door that still did not stop. Yi Fan held his breath and stared at the door handle. He is gambling. I bet that bastard Qin Feng would not be alert at all due to his absolute confidence. I bet he would open the door separating heaven and hell leisurely like a winner. And the moment the door opened. It is the moment when Senior Sister strikes with thunder and judgment comes. Chapter 42 Senior Sister gets hit. The sound from inside the door stopped abruptly. It seemed as if even the air had frozen. Yi Fan's heart almost jumped out of his throat. He could clearly hear a strange rustling sound coming from behind the door. Then, there was a lazy and somewhat hoarse female voice. It was a voice that he was extremely familiar with, but at this moment it was extremely unfamiliar to him. The voice of his mother, Su Wanxiu. Xiao Fan. There was a hint of displeasure at being disturbed in the voice, as well as a kind of lazy and naive cat-like tone that Yi Fan had never heard before. What's up? Yi Fan's nails dug deeply into his palm. He used all his strength to restrain the urge to kick open this evil door. He squeezed out a voice as steady as possible, and every word seemed to be ground out from between his teeth. Mom, I have something urgent to discuss with you. Can you open the door? Behind the door, there was another brief silence. Then, a warm and magnetic male voice sounded, with a calm and relaxed manner. Sister Wanxiu, since Xiao Fan has something to do, let him in. As a family, there's nothing we can't talk about. It's Qin Feng. This voice. Even if it turned into ash, Yi Fan would recognize it. This bastard, he actually dared to speak in such a master's tone. Why does he do that? Yi Fan's teeth were chattering, and his eyes were red as blood, almost dripping blood. Look, Qin Feng is still sensible. Su Wanxiu's voice instantly softened, with a hint of obvious intimacy and approval. Xiao Fan, you should learn more from Uncle Qin Feng in the future and stop being so impulsive. Wait, I'll open the door for you. These words were like a red-hot iron, burning Yi Fan's heart. Learn from him? Learn from that beast? What a shame and humiliation. It's such a shame and humiliation. However, Yi Fan no longer had time to be angry. Because the air beside him was cooling down rapidly at a terrifying rate. Sun Yue moved. She didn't make any unnecessary movements. Still in the same posture, leaning against the corner. But with her as the center, an invisible yet majestic spiritual pressure as powerful as a mountain suddenly descended. That is not the power of qi and blood. That is a higher dimensional, more heart-pounding power. Mental telekinesis. A fourth-grade spiritual master, giving his all to his spiritual power. The light in the corridor seemed to dim. The tiny particles of dust floating in the air seemed to be frozen in an instant, standing still in mid-air. Yi Fan even had an illusion. He felt that his thinking had become sluggish. Is this the power of a mind master? Sun Yue's eyes were focused to the extreme. Her beautiful eyes no longer showed any human emotions at this moment, only absolute calmness and indifference. Like a sophisticated killing machine ready to execute the clear command. The plan had already taken shape in her mind. The moment the door opened, the person who opened it must be Su Wanxiu. I can't hurt her. He had to wait until Su Wanxiu moved aside, revealing the man named Qin Feng behind her, before launching a thundering attack. The target is Qin Feng's ancestral acupoint between his eyebrows. What she was going to use was the killer move of a 4th grade mind master that she had just mastered not long ago, mind piercing. The highly condensed mental power is gathered into an invisible spike, which instantly penetrates the opponent's mental defense and directly impacts the origin of the soul. To deal with a mere warrior who didn't even have any mental defense. This blow was enough to turn him into an idiot in an instant. Even brain death. This is a sure kill. No room for error. She had to keep her sights on the target. The person who opened the door was most likely not Qin Feng himself. A true hunter is always full of patience. Click. The sound of the door lock turning was as clear as the whisper of death. Yi Fan held his breath completely. Sun You's eyes narrowed slightly, like a cheetah ready to pounce. She even felt a little bored. Really? Killing a chicken with a butcher knife. I am a rare spiritual genius in Zhengchang Wuda University, a 4th grade spiritual master. Go all out and be ready to go. The purpose was just to deal with a warrior who didn't even know what mental power was. What a waste. It's like driving a starship to bomb the thatched huts of a primitive tribe. Overkill. It's really a waste of talent. However, since it's my mother's request, then let's resolve this farce as quickly and professionally as possible. The door hinge made a slight creaking sound. The door was slowly opened from the inside. A gap. Then, the gap grew larger and larger. The dim light in the corridor blends with the warm and ambiguous light in the bedroom. Yi Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw it. The person who opened the door was indeed his mother, Su Wanqiu. She was wearing a silk nightgown, her pretty face was flushed, her eyes were hazy, and there was a hint of laziness as if she had just escaped from some extreme enjoyment. And behind her, just less than 2 steps behind her, that man is standing there. Qin Feng. He was slowly buttoning his shirt, with a faint, wicked smile on his face. That look was condescending, as if he was looking at a ridiculous ant. Now is the time. This is the opportunity. Mother had already made way. Qin Feng was completely exposed to senior sister's attack range. At this moment, the anger and hope in Yi Fan's heart were ignited to the peak at the same time. He roared with all his strength. Senior sister. Now. This roar was like thunder out of the blue. He could already foresee what would happen next second. The smile on Qin Feng's face froze instantly, and then he fell straight down as if struck by lightning, foaming at the mouth, and turned into a mindless living dead. And he. Rush in and tear this beast into pieces. However. A second passed. Nothing happened. 2 seconds passed. The corridor was still dead silent. The expected earth-shattering mental shock did not occur. Qin Feng was still standing there. The smile on his face even became a little more intense. With a hint of playfulness and mockery? What's going on? The expression on Yi Fan's face froze instantly. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Sun Yue in the corner. Senior sister? Do it! He urged eagerly, his voice changing in pitch. But the next second, his voice was stuck in his throat. He saw a scene that I will never forget in my life. Sun Yue, who was like an ice goddess before and was decisive in killing. At this moment, he was standing there motionless. The terrifying mental pressure around her that was enough to freeze the air had disappeared without a trace at some point. As if it had never appeared. She just stood there blankly. The whole person looked like a beautiful sculpture with its soul taken away. Her eyes, once as cold as the abyss, were now fixed on him without blinking. Staring at Qin Feng inside the door. There was no murderous intent in his eyes, no calmness, no professionalism. Instead, there is a. Yi Fan was completely unable to understand, confused, dazed, and shocked. 2 intoxicating blushes appeared on her fair cheeks at some point. Even the snow-white neck was tinged with a faint pink. Her loose training clothes seemed unable to conceal the thrilling ups and downs, and were trembling slightly with her rapid breathing. Senior sister. Yi Fan's heart sank bit by bit. An indescribable fear and foreboding, countless times stronger than before, instantly overwhelmed him like an icy tide. No. No. This is impossible. Senior sister is a 4th grade divine mind master. Her mental will is as solid as a rock. How could it be possible? Just when Yi Fan's heart was about to collapse, he heard the icy senior sister beside him, whom he regarded as his last life-saving straw. Use A. He muttered to himself in a dreamlike voice, like the buzzing of a mosquito, with a hint of trembling and infinite obsession. Good. Handsome. Chapter 43. I saw it. So handsome. These 2 words are as light as feathers. But it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds and hit Yi Fan's crown hard. His entire body seemed to be struck from head to toe by a ray of divine thunder from the 9 heavens. What? Senior sister, what are you talking about? Yi Fan's pupils shrank into the most dangerous needle points due to extreme shock. The expression on his face froze. That anticipation, that hope, that pleasure of slaying the enemy. At this moment, everything shattered. It turned into a mess and absurdity all over the ground. He slowly, inch by inch, twisted his stiff neck. His gaze fell on Sun Yue beside him again. Is this still the Sun Yue in his impression, who is aloof, treats men as nothing, and is hailed as the new generation of ice goddess of Jiancheng Wuda? Is this still the 4th grade mind master who was full of vigor and whose mental pressure was enough to freeze the soul? No. Not anymore. The woman in front of me was a completely different person. Her eyes, which were originally as cold as an ancient well, now seemed to be filled with March spring water, shimmering with light. It also looks like the sky is dotted with stars, so bright that it makes people feel dizzy. Her vision was unfocused. In other words, all her focus was fixed on the man inside the door. That on Qin Feng's body. Her breathing was rapid. Beneath her fair and delicate collarbone, the loose training suit was stretched into a breathtaking arc, rising and falling violently with her disordered heartbeat. On that beautiful face, the blush had spread from the cheeks to the ears, and even the slender, snow-white swan neck was stained with a layer of attractive pink. She looked like a peach blossom suddenly blooming in the spring breeze. Beautiful is beautiful. But it made Yi Fan feel cold all over. It's over. This thought, like the most vicious curse, grew wildly in his mind. It's over. Senior sister also got infected? How is this possible? How the hell is this possible? That's a 4th grade divine mind master. The mental will is as strong as iron, the heart is as solid as a rock, and as immovable as a mountain. How could it be possible that just because a man is good looking, I would become like this crazy fangirl? What kind of magic did this beast Qin Feng use? No. No. I can't give up. This is my last hope. Yi Fan's rationality was gripped by the desperate desire to survive, and he bit his tongue hard. The intense pain cleared his cloudy brain for a moment. He stretched out his hand and used all his strength to grab Sun Yue's arm. It's scorching hot wherever you touch it. Senior sister. Yi Fan's voice was hoarse like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other, with a hint of crying. Senior sister. Wake up. You've been bewitched by him. This is a mental attack. It's an illusion. Stick to your heart. Take action now. He shook Sun Yue's body desperately, trying to wake her up from that strange state. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Kill him. Kill him now. This roar finally caused a slight fluctuation in Sun Yue's confused eyes. She seemed to be forcibly pulled back to consciousness from a beautiful dream. She turned her head slowly and blankly. Those watery eyes looked at Yi Fan. There was a hint of confusion and bewilderment in his eyes. Yi Fan. Her voice was as soft as if soaked in honey, yet with a hint of hoarseness from having just woken up from an intoxication. What are you talking about? Yi Fan was about to speak, but Sun Yue's next words completely blocked his throat. She just frowned slightly and looked at Yi Fan with the eyes of a child who was making trouble for no reason. This gentleman. She subconsciously turned around and glanced at Qin Feng, who was leaning against the doorframe, watching the farce leisurely. Her eyes softened again in an instant. The blush on her face deepened a bit. She turned around and said to Yi Fan as a matter of course, "He's so handsome, how could he be a bad guy?" Yi Fan's brain was completely blown away. He felt that at this moment, his worldview, outlook on life, and values were shattered by an irresistible and extremely absurd force. Just because he looks good doesn't mean he's a bad person? What kind of logic is this? What kind of fucking logic is this? Are the words "I am a bandit" engraved on the faces of all bandits? Do all murderers have a tattoo that says "I am a murderer" on their foreheads? When did this world become so superficial and ridiculous? Master's senior sister. Yi Fan's voice was trembling. He felt his teeth chattering. He pointed at Qin Feng inside the door, his fingers shaking as if they were cramping because of anger and fear. "You wake up. That's him. That's the bastard. He treats my mother and my aunt." Yi Fan couldn't continue. Those words were like the sharpest knives. Every word I said was cutting into my heart. His eyes were red, almost shedding tears of blood. Does appearance determine everything? You're a mind master. Where's your judgment? Where's your mental defense? He was practically roaring. However, his roar did not wake Sun Yue up. Instead, she looked even more confused, and even a little bit pitying. Yes. Mercy. She was pitying herself. It was as if I was the unreasonable madman whose eyes were blinded by prejudice. Yi Fan. Sun Yue gently broke free from his hand, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. You really misunderstood. You're not a mind master, so you don't understand. She straightened her slightly messy training clothes and took a deep breath, as if to calm her still violent heartbeat. She looked at Qin Feng again, and the obsession in her eyes was gradually replaced by a deeper, more professional exploration. But the underlying tone of that exploration is still hopeless appreciation and intoxication. Just now, I really wanted to attack him. Sun Yue spoke slowly, her tone becoming serious and earnest, as if she was conducting an academic seminar. But the moment my mental power locked onto him, I saw it. Yi Fan was stunned. Yes, C. Sun Yue's eyes became brighter than ever before. In our world of spiritualists, every life, especially humans, has a unique spiritual magnetic field, or in other words, a soul glow. This kind of glow cannot be faked. It directly reflects the most fundamental qualities of a person's soul. The glow of an evil person must be muddy, dark, full of spikes and twisted lines, which makes people feel disgusted and their soul stung at the first sight. She paused, as if searching for the right words to describe it. Chapter 44. This child is becoming more and more paranoid. And the smile on Qin Feng's face inside the door became more and more playful. He even nodded slightly at Sun Yue with interest, indicating that she should continue. This action made Sun Yue's cheeks turn red again. But she still forced herself to suppress the throbbing in her heart, and continued to explain in an almost pilgrimage-like tone. But he... Sun Yue's gaze turned to Qin Feng again, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. He's different. I have never seen such pure soul glow. You know what that feels like. She seemed to be lost in some memories, and her voice became vague. That's not light. That is the Tao. It is the rising sun, the new buds after the rain, the first handful of clear spring water melting from the snow-capped mountains. In his spiritual field, I can't sense any trace of darkness, deceit, malice, or desire. Nothing. Only. Sun Yue's breathing became rapid again. Her chest heaved violently, and she uttered 3 words in a dreamy voice. Truth, goodness, and beauty. No, it's not beauty. It's truth and goodness. Her voice suddenly rose, with a kind of enthusiasm and excitement as if she had discovered a new world. From a physiognomic point of view, he has straight eyebrows and a straight nose, clear eyes, a full forehead, and a square chin. This is the appearance of great nobility and sincerity. And from the perspective of our most professional mind masters, His soul is as pure as an uncut crystal, and as warm as an eternally burning fireplace. He exudes an aura that I've only seen theoretically described in textbooks and the oldest tomes. That's the aura of innocent heart. It's the breath of the advent of the saint. Sun Yue became more and more excited as she spoke. She looked at Yi Fan, her eyes full of certainty and unquestionable authority. Yi Fan, I can swear on my status as a 4th-grade divine mind master and the glory of my Sun family. This Mr. Qin Feng, he absolutely cannot be a bad person. He is the person with the noblest soul and the purest aura of kindness that I have ever met in my life. You must have been deceived by someone. You have a huge misunderstanding about him. Dead silence. The corridor fell into dead silence. Yi Fan was completely stunned. He opened his mouth and stared at his senior sister, eyes as big as bells, motionlessly looking at her eloquent, quoting scriptures and using theories that he could not understand at all to prove that a beast was a saint. His brain had given up thinking. A pure heart? A saint is born? True goodness? Are these words used to describe that beast Qin Feng? This is 10,000 times more outrageous than pointing at a pile of shit and telling him that it is the most delicious cake in the world. Absurd. Funny. Ridiculous. Yi Fan suddenly wanted to laugh. He wanted to laugh out loud. Laugh at this world that is confusing right and wrong. Laugh at this stupid self of mine. Smile at this so-called genius mind master who has been so bewitched by beauty and witchcraft that he doesn't even know his own last name. His hope was shattered. His world collapsed. His last straw not only failed to save him, but instead turned into the sharpest sword, piercing his heart from behind. Then, he turned it in circles and stirred it twice. Plop. Yi Fan's legs went limp and he fell to his knees powerlessly on the cold floor. His eyes lost all their luster. Silence. It is a silence heavier than death. Yi Fan knelt there, like a stone statue with his soul sucked out. There is no sound in his world anymore. All that was left was the absurd picture before his eyes, which was enough to crush any man's dignity into dust. The senior sister whom he regarded as his savior was looking at his mortal enemy with a look that was almost worshipful. And that man. Qin Feng. He didn't even bother to look at Yi Fan, who was kneeling on the ground. It seemed as if it was just an insignificant ant. He moved. The hand that was originally casually placed on the doorframe slowly raised up. Then, in an extremely natural and intimate posture, he gently embraced Su Wanqiu's slender waist that was so thin that it could not be grasped with one hand. Su Wanqiu's body trembled slightly. Then, as if she had found the warmest harbor, she snuggled softly into Qin Feng's arms. There was a blush of satisfaction and happiness on her face. Qin Feng gently rubbed his chin against her soft hair. His voice was very light and soft, with just the right amount of helplessness and sigh. Sister Wanqiu. He spoke, and his gaze finally dropped from midair and landed on Yi Fan. There was no mockery or contempt in that look. There is only one kind of tolerance and confusion that elders have towards their ignorant younger generations. I think. My eldest nephew seems to have a deep prejudice against me. The word nephew was like an invisible slap in the face, hitting Yi Fan's soul hard. Su Wanqiu followed his gaze, and in those eyes that were always filled with maternal tenderness, there was now only deep disappointment. She sighed softly, with a hint of motherly melancholy in her voice. Well, I don't know what's wrong with this kid. Since a year ago, his temperament has become increasingly paranoid and erratic. Always suspicious and talking nonsense. As she spoke, she leaned even harder into Qin Feng's arms. It seemed that only this man's body temperature could soothe her inner worries. Perhaps something went wrong in my cultivation, affecting my character. This scene is dazzling. Yi Fan's heart was pierced and bleeding. However, this is not the end. Su Wanqing, who was standing beside her, narrowed her charming eyes slightly. She looked at her sister, who took it for granted that she also longed for the embrace. A barely perceptible emotion called jealousy flashed across her eyes. She curled her red lips slightly. Next second, she moved. She also took a step forward and walked to the other side of Qin Feng. Then, in the stunned eyes of everyone, including Sun Yue, she stretched out her soft, boneless hand and took Qin Feng's other hand. Without saying anything, she took that hand and placed it on her waist, which was wrapped in the cheongsam and had amazing curves. After doing all this, she seemed satisfied and pressed her exquisite body tightly against Qin Feng's. Su Wanqiu on the other side seemed to feel something and her body stiffened for a moment, but she did not push her sister away in the end. Chapter 45, Maybe I'm Sleepy, Update. At the entrance of the villa, an extremely strange scene took place. A man, surrounded by women. The two women in his arms were his enemies, his biological mother and his aunt. Su Wanqing felt the warmth from the big hand, and the expression on her face softened instantly. She raised her head and looked at Yifan, who was kneeling on the ground. His eyes suddenly became cold. She spoke lightly, her voice as if chilled by ice. "Xiao Fan. You've really been spoiled by me and your mother. Now, you can't even tell the good guys from the bad guys." Her voice rose a notch, carrying the tone of an elder's reprimand. "You actually brought someone back from outside to deal with your Uncle Qin Feng." Uncle Qin Feng. These 4 words, like a red-hot hammer, smashed into Yifan's eardrum. It made his entire brain buzz and go blank. Su Wanqing didn't care. She leaned into Qin Feng's arms again, as if to declare her sovereignty. That action was very much like a cat vying for favor. "I think you are very brave. The wings are hard. You're capable of doing something so outrageous as this." Boom. If we say that Sun Yue's defection was the last straw that broke the camel's back. So, my mother's disappointment and my aunt's Uncle Qin Feng. They are 2 ancient sacred mountains that fell from the sky. One of them crushed his bones. The other one crushed his soul. Yifan only felt that his chest was tightly blocked by something. A fishy, sweet, and hot liquid surged up from his stomach uncontrollably. Rushed through the esophagus. Break through the throat. Puff. A large mouthful of bright red blood with scalding temperature suddenly spurted out of Yifan's mouth. The blood drew a terrible arc in the air. Then, it splashed heavily onto the cold, smooth floor in front of him. Sun Yue's white training shoes were dyed red. It also dyed himself red, that gray and desperate world. My vision began to spin. All the sounds in my ears began to become blurry and distant. Mother's disappointed face. The face of my aunt scolding. Senior sister's obsessed face. And Qin Feng's damn face with that faint smile. These images kept interweaving and spinning before his eyes, and finally turned into a huge black vortex that swallowed everything. At the end of his consciousness, he seemed to hear a cold, emotionless mechanical prompt tone. That voice seemed to come from Qin Feng's mind. Bite. It was detected that the host had caused a devastating psychological attack on Yifan, the son of destiny, causing his Dao heart to completely collapse. Successfully plundered destiny luck value 3,000 points. Congratulations to the host. You've earned 30,000 villain points. Yifan, the son of destiny, your current luck value has fallen below the critical point, and the effect of your luck aura has been greatly weakened. Warning. Yifan, the son of destiny, is losing vital signs rapidly. With this last warning, Yifan's body could no longer hold on. He rolled his eyes. The whole person fell forward softly. With a bang, his forehead hit the cold floor heavily. Completely fainted. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have received a special reward, rank 4 Qin Yuan Bao Dan. The last system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's mind. The smile on his lips deepened a little. He lowered his head and glanced at Yifan, who was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Then, as if he had just discovered it, he asked the 2 beauties beside him in a tone with a hint of surprise. Well. He just fainted. Don't you need to take care of him? Su Wanqiu didn't even bother to look at her son again. She just felt a little distressed, reached out her hand, and helped Qin Feng straighten his collar that was messed up by the wind. Her voice was so gentle that it could squeeze water out of it. It's fine. This child, probably because he's been practicing too hard recently and hasn't had enough rest, is feeling sleepy. Let him sleep here for a while, just as a punishment to make him reflect on his actions. Just get some sleep and you'll be fine. Just get some sleep and it will be fine? Looking at the glaring pool of blood on the ground and listening to these nonchalant words. Even Qin Feng had to admire the domineering aura of the succubus. Su Wanqing on the other side was even more impatient. She pulled Qin Feng's arm and wanted to walk into the house, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. Leave him alone. He's a grown man, very tough. Didn't we agree on this? Massage is more important. My shoulders are sore from waiting. Come on, come on. Massage? Sun Yue, who had been standing by and witnessed all of this, and whose worldview was being madly reshaped, heard this key word. Her eyes lit up instantly. She was still struggling with the thought that the man on the ground was her junior fellow apprentice after all, and it would be a bit inappropriate to just ignore him like that. But now, all her attention was attracted by the word massage. It is massage that the Su sisters are so obsessed with. Moreover, it was Mr. Qin Feng, whose soul was as pure and noble as a saint, who personally took action. What a wonderful experience that would be. Is it a kind of baptism and purification of the soul? Thinking of this, Sun Yue's heart became hot. Her pretty face, flushed with excitement, was filled with curiosity and anticipation. She almost blurted it out. Massage. Excuse me. Can I join in too? As soon as these words came out, Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing, who were pulling Qin Feng, stopped at the same time. The two sisters turned around and looked at Sun Yue at the same time. There was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes, as well as an instinctive wariness and hostility as if his territory was being spied on by outsiders. The atmosphere froze for a moment. However, Qin Feng smiled. He glanced at Sun Yue, whose figure was even more exaggerated than that of the Su sisters. Especially when set against the backdrop of that tight training suit, the grandeur that seems to be about to emerge is simply breathtaking. His smile is as warm as the spring breeze. Sure. With pleasure. Sun Yue, who was given permission, was so happy that her face almost overflowed with joy. Very good. She cheered, and her previous reserve and aloofness were long gone. Seeing that Qin Feng had agreed, the Su sisters, although somewhat reluctant, did not dare to go against his wishes and could only acquiesce to the result in disappointment. Qin Feng was surrounded by women on both sides, and behind him was an ice goddess with a sexy body and eyes full of stars. He turned around leisurely and walked into the villa with three beautiful women. Behind. With a click. The heavy security door was slowly closed. Completely isolate yourself from the cold world outside. It also isolated the man who was once the child of destiny and was lying unconscious in a pool of cold blood. In the corridor, only the unconscious Yifan was left, and the pool of water beneath him, which was slowly getting colder and darker. Blood. Chapter 46. The system is really considerate. Qin Feng released his hands from around the waists of the Su sisters and walked towards the huge leather sofa in the middle of the living room, which was large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people. He didn't look back. It was as if the people following behind him were not 3 stunning beauties who had captivated everyone, but 3 ordinary servants. The sisters Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing looked at each other. There was a hint of almost instinctive competition reflected in each other's eyes. The next second, they were like 2 elegant and swift cheetahs, almost simultaneously taking long strides and quickly following, one on the left and one on the right, sitting down next to Qin Feng, as if fighting for a position closest to him. Only Sun Yue was still standing there in a daze. Her eyes, somewhat dazed, swept across the living room, which was decorated in an extremely luxurious way. The tip of my nose still seemed to be lingering with the faint, rusty smell of blood outside the door. Reason was making a final, weak struggle in her mind. Who I am? Where am I? What am I here for? Oh, right. I am here to help my junior brother Yifan deal with a villain named Qin Feng. But how could a man with a soul as pure and bright as the sun be a villain? How could the man who made the two elders of the Su family willingly lower themselves to serve him be a villain? The villain, that should be narrow-minded, unable to distinguish between good and evil, even wanting to attack his benefactor. Yi Fan? Sun Youwei's thoughts were completely confused. As a fourth-grade mind master, her thoughts should have been clear and transparent, but at this moment, they were like a ball of wool that had been played with by a cat, messy and disorganized, with no clue at all. At this moment, Qin Feng's voice sounded faintly. "What are you still standing there for? Come over." His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable magic. Sun Youwei's body reacted faster than her brain. Almost subconsciously, she took a step forward, one step at a time, and walked to the front of the sofa. Like a primary school student waiting for a lecture from the teacher. Qin Feng leaned on the sofa with his arms outstretched and casually placed on the backrest. He raised his eyes, and for the first time, those eyes, which were so deep that they seemed to be able to swallow the stars, looked at Sun Youwei in front of him so seriously. The moment his eyes locked on her, that cold, familiar mechanical prompt sound exploded in his mind. Bite. It was detected that the host had a deep interaction with Sun Youwei, an important person who was destined to be with Yi Fan. Villain Sky Eye, activated. Character information panel, generating. In an instant, a light blue virtual light screen appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes, which only he could see. Above the light curtain, lines of golden text flowed down like a waterfall. Character, Sun Youwei. Identity, daughter of Sun Heroine, the instructor of Jiangcheng Wuda University, senior sister of Yi Fan, the son of Destiny, and one of the Destiny opportunities. Realm, 4th grade Peak Warrior, 1980 HP, 4th grade Peak Divine Mind Master. Current status, Succubus Aura, Deep Impact, Divine Mind Backlash, Severe, Heart Veins Blockage, on the verge of explosion. Core issue analysis, this woman is exceptionally gifted, her spiritual power far surpassing those of her peers. However, her attempt to reach the 5th rank Divine Mind Master realm failed, causing a massive backflow of her spiritual power to accumulate 3 inches below her heart meridian, forming a Divine Mind Death Knot. This knot is now connected to her heart meridian and cannot be removed by ordinary means. If forcibly attacked, the heart meridian will be severed, resulting in instant death. If left untreated, within 3 months, the knot will completely block her heart meridian, leading to her death from spiritual exhaustion. Original fate line, 3 months later, Yi Fan, the son of Destiny, escapes death in the secret realm of the East China Sea and finds the rare 9-aperture exquisite heart to replace Sun Youwei's heart and prolong her life, helping her to rise again from the ashes and reach the realm of a 5th grade Divine Mind Master. Grateful for his kindness, Sun Youwei becomes devoted to him and becomes one of Yi Fan's strongest supporters. Current solution, generated by the villain system. Plan 1, normal, ignore it. 3 months later, Sun Youwei dies, leaving Yi Fan devastated. 800 points of destiny luck can be plundered, earning 8,000 villain points. Option 2, recommended, remove the firewood from under the cauldron. The host can immediately consume 10,000 villain points to redeem and master the special technique Shenshu Guizong Hand. Technique introduction. Shenshu Guizong Hand, a lost secret technique from ancient times, is neither martial arts nor medical, but rather a supreme method that uses the mind as a guide, qi and blood as a needle, to directly explore the hidden secrets of the human body. This technique can ignore all physical defenses and directly reach the root of the disease. Through unique strength and gentle power, it unravels and dissolves all energy accumulation. It has unpredictable effects on unblocking meridians, guiding qi and blood, and harmonizing the mind. Using this method, you can perfectly dissolve Sun Youwei's mind knot and guide the huge amount of mental power accumulated in her body to break through the 5th grade barrier in one fell swoop. Mission reward, successfully intercept the senior sister strategy opportunity of Yi Fan, the son of Destiny, and deprive him of his fundamental luck. Estimated amount of destiny luck that can be plundered, 2,000 points. Estimated villain points, 20,000. Special reward expected, Divine Mind Golden Pill, Level 6, X1. Every word on the light screen was like a burning star, deeply imprinted in the depths of Qin Feng's mind. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a playful arc. I see. It turns out that this is Sun Youwei's real secret. No wonder, with her cultivation level as a 4th grade peak mind master, she was so deeply affected by her own succubus aura. It's not that the halo is invincible. Rather, she herself was in a state of spiritual backlash, and her mental defenses were at their most vulnerable. Just like a patient with a collapsed immune system, any tiny germ can make her seriously ill. And I am the most deadly super virus that takes advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Qin Feng's gaze became even deeper. It turns out that in the original plot, Yifan, that kid, could rely on the protagonist's halo to find the 9-aperture exquisite heart, a treasure of heaven and earth, in the secret realm of the East China Sea, and play the role of a hero to save the beauty and completely win over this senior sister with a strong background. What a grand and passionate drama. Pity. Now, the script is my turn to rewrite it. This so-called Shinshu Guizong hand. Although the system is described in a very exaggerated way, using mind as the guide and qi and blood as the needle. But Qin Feng combined that description that was specially emphasized, directly reaching the root of the disease, through special strength, and even the power of softness. He instantly grasped the core meaning of this technique. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a pinnacle, professional massage technique? However, the massage area is quite special. The strength of the massage requires precise control of the mind. System, oh system, you are so considerate. Knowing that I had just broken Yifan's mentality, now I immediately gave him the perfect tool to break his network of relationships as well. Chapter 47. You need a massage. Exchange. Qin Feng muttered silently in his heart. Ding. 10,000 villain points consumed. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully mastered the special technique Shinshu Guizong hand. Boom. Almost at the moment the system prompt sounded. Qin Feng only felt that his brain was forced into a universe composed of infinite information. Countless human meridian maps, acupuncture point distribution maps, qi and blood circulation maps. All sorts of bizarre, unheard of methods that used qi and blood to stimulate strength and used mind to guide direction. Knead, pinch, press, pat, tap, and pluck. Thousands of extremely mysterious techniques, like billions of data streams, madly poured into his sea of consciousness. This information did not conflict with the Grandmaster massage technique he had previously acquired. On the contrary, it was like hundreds of rivers that had found their final destination, perfectly flowing into a sea called Qin Feng. If we say that the previous Grandmaster massage technique is the pinnacle of technique, it allows Qin Feng's hands to understand the secrets of every muscle and every inch of fascia in the human body, bringing the highest level of relaxation and enjoyment to the world. Then, the Shinshu Guizong hand at this moment is the beginning of Tao. It allowed Qin Feng's vision to penetrate his skin, flesh, and bones. He saw it. He can see clearly. In Su Wanqiu's body, the qi and blood flowed steadily like a trickle. The energy and blood in Su Wanqing's body was a little lively and energetic, with a hint of charm. As well as standing in front of him was Sun Yue. In his vision, Sun Yue's body was no longer the hot body with breathtaking curves wrapped in tight training clothes. Instead, it is an energy circulation diagram composed of countless light spots and lines. Most of the energy lines are bright and smooth. Only in the heart. There is a fist-sized energy knot formed by countless chaotic, dark purple mental power lines, tightly entangled together. That knot is like a malignant tumor. It lingered on Sun Yue's heart, constantly emitting an aura of destruction and desolation. Every heartbeat supplies nutrients to it. And with every beat, it gets tighter and tighter. It turns out that this is the truth about death. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, and all the strange visions in his eyes disappeared. In his mind, countless techniques have been automatically deduced and integrated, and finally turned into a perfect and targeted treatment plan. The Grandmaster level massage technique he had previously mastered and this Shinshu Ghost hidden hand have been completely integrated. They are interdependent and complement each other. A new, perfect technique worthy of being called Tao was born. The living room was quiet. Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing looked at Qin Feng, who had fallen into silence, and Sun Yue, who was standing in front of him, feeling uneasy, with some confusion. Especially Su Wanqing, she was already getting a little impatient waiting. She couldn't help but speak, her voice tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Feng, what are you looking at her doing? Didn't you agree to give me a massage first? My shoulders are so sore. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, trying to draw Qin Feng's attention back to herself. However, Qin Feng seemed not to hear it. His gaze was still on Sun Yue. He slowly opened his mouth. The voice was calm, yet it had a penetrating power that could see through everything. Senior. He looked at Sun Yue's pretty face, which looked a little pale due to nervousness and confusion. The problem with your mind and heart meridians. It seems to be much more serious than the two of them. As soon as these words came out, Sun Yue's body trembled violently. Those beautiful ice blue eyes suddenly shrank. An indescribable feeling of shock, fear and disbelief instantly swept over her whole body. How could he know? The backlash of her spiritual thoughts and the blockage of her heart meridians are her biggest secret. Even her mother, Sun Yurong, a half-step grandmaster, only noticed that something was wrong with her, but she was unable to find the root of the problem. But the man in front of me. He just glanced at himself. Just one glance. It was as if his soul was completely seen through. At this moment, Qin Feng's image in her heart was once again infinitely elevated. From a saint with a pure soul, he directly jumped to a god walking on earth who knows everything. Qin Feng ignored her shock. He just stood up slowly from the sofa. He glanced at Sun Yue, who was completely stunned by his words. Then, he looked at Su Wanqing, who was standing next to him with a look of reluctance and jealousy on her face. There was a faint, controlling smile on the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and gently patted Sun Yue's shoulders, which seemed incredibly tight and elastic due to practice. So, today, I'll make an exception. Senior, you come first. As soon as these words came out, the living room fell into an eerie silence. Su Wanqing's pretty face, filled with jealousy and unwillingness, froze in an instant. She looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, as if she was listening to a huge joke. What? Let her come first? This person who appeared out of nowhere, Yifan's senior sister? Why? In terms of closeness, he and his sister are the people closest to Qin Feng. In terms of beauty, Su Wanqing believes that she is not inferior to anyone. Argument. Wrong. Su Wanqing's pupils suddenly shrank. She saw it. She saw Qin Feng's slender, strong hand with distinct joints gently patting Sun Yue's shoulder. Then, the index finger slowly rose. Through a thin layer of training clothes, pointing to. Right in the center of Sun Yue's breathtaking, full chest. Boom! An invisible thunder exploded simultaneously in the minds of Su Wanqing and Su Wanqiu. Qin Feng. Su Wanqing couldn't bear it any longer. She jumped up from the sofa, her voice sharp, full of anger and shame of being betrayed. Just let her come first. You, where else do you want to touch? Her voice was trembling. The look he gave Sun Yue was no longer one of jealousy, but one filled with icy hostility. This bitch. It turns out that he is here to seduce Feng. Su Wanqiu's face also darkened instantly. Although she didn't scream like her sister, there were cold ripples in her beautiful eyes. She spoke softly, her voice like honey dipped in poison. Feng, this sister, is your heart feeling unwell? But we sisters have been waiting for a long time. If you do this, it will make us very sad. Chapter 48, Ministers from Below. For a moment, the air in the living room seemed to condense into a solid sword. Invisible pressure swept towards Sun Yue from all directions. Sun Yue, who was at the center of the storm, was completely stunned. Her body was as stiff as stone. My brain is blank. Qin Feng's fingers clearly did not touch her. But she felt that where the fingertip was pointing, under the skin and in the flesh, there seemed to be a branding iron burning madly. Piping hot. Shame. And there is an indescribable shudder coming from the depths of the soul. Who is she? She is the proud daughter of Jiangchang Wuhan University. She is the daughter of Sun Yurong, a peak-level 6th-rank expert. She is the iceberg goddess in the hearts of countless male students. From childhood to adulthood, except for her father and mother, no other sex had ever dared to stare at the most private parts of her body with such an aggressive gaze. Not to mention, to do it yourself. Touch. Her cheeks, in an instant, turned so red that they seemed to be bleeding. From the cheeks, to the neck, to the ears, no one was spared. It was a mixture of shame, embarrassment, and panic of having all the secrets discovered. Subconsciously, she wanted to step back. She wanted to escape from this living room that made her feel ashamed and was like hell. However, just as she took a slight step, Qin Feng's voice, calm and without a trace of ripples, sounded again. Indifferent, yet full of absolute, unquestionable majesty. This is for treatment. He didn't even look at Su Wanqing, who was furious beside him, nor did he pay attention to Su Wanqiu, who was scheming behind her words. His eyes were always fixed on Sun Youwei's face. Those deep eyes seemed to be able to see through her soul and see all her struggles and hesitations. The mental energy not on your heart meridian is entrenched at the Tanzhong point. Every heartbeat provides it with nourishment, allowing it to become more entangled with your heart veins. If we delay this any longer, within 3 months, even the gods will not be able to save us. Right now, it's just not. I can help you untie it. Qin Feng's tone paused. There was no mercy or urging in those eyes, only the coldness of stating the facts. You can also choose to give up. Give up? These 2 words, like a ruthless hammer, hit Sun Youwei's heart hard. The foot she had just raised froze in midair. It seemed as if all the blood in the body was flowing upstream at this moment. Give up? How could she give up? She thought of her mother Sun Yurong, whose face was becoming increasingly haggard, but she was trying to pretend to be calm. She thought of herself, in the dead of night, feeling the tingling and numbness in her heart like a maggot in her tarsal bones, and the fear of death that kept growing, as if dragging her into an endless abyss. She remembered her own martial arts path. The peak of the 4th level. Only 1 step away from the 5th level. But it was this step, because of this damn mental deadlock, that turned into an insurmountable chasm. She is unwilling to accept it. She was unwilling to just wither and die like a flower that had not yet fully bloomed in its best years. But her gaze uncontrollably fell on Qin Feng's finger, which was still pointing at her chest. Let her do this in front of the other 2 women. She let down her guard and placed her most private and vulnerable part in the hands of this man she had only seen for less than half an hour. This would make her feel worse than killing her. Dignity. Pride. Reserved. These things that she had held on to for 20 years were crushed to pieces by reality at this moment. The living room was silent. Su Wanqing and Su Wanqiu also stopped making trouble. They are not fools. They heard Qin Feng's words clearly. Mental strength deadlock, Tanzhong acupoint, within 3 months, even gods cannot save you. Every word was like a bombshell, making them dizzy. Only then did they realize that the seriousness of the matter was far beyond their imagination. The look he gave Sun Youwei changed from simple hostility to a hint of complexity. Time passes by every second. To Sun Youwei, every second seemed as long as a century. Her breathing became more and more rapid. In those beautiful ice blue eyes, there was a struggle between conscience and man. Finally, she seemed to have used up all her strength and slowly put down the foot that was hanging in the air. She closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly due to the force. A crystal teardrop slid uncontrollably from the corner of her eye. Those were tears of humiliation. Also tears of hope for rebirth. She took a deep breath, as if to expel all the shame and hesitation from her body. When he opened his eyes again, there was only determination and resolve in those ice-blue eyes. She looked at Qin Feng, enunciating each word, her voice hoarse but extremely clear. It's fine. Bring it on. She bit her lower lip, and her teeth left a deep mark on the tender lips. As if to convince herself, she repeated it again, her voice softer but more determined. For cultivation. This is all for cultivation. Finished. She was looking at Qin Feng and the Su sisters in shock. Slowly, he lay down on the large leather sofa. She closed her eyes and clenched her hands into fists at her sides. He doesn't look like he's receiving treatment. More like awaiting trial. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into an imperceptible arc. Very good. She is worthy of being one of the heroines in the original novel who can fight alongside Yi Fan. This kind of character and this decisiveness are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. He didn't say another word of nonsense. He walked forward and half-knelt beside the sofa. His expression became extremely focused and holy. It seemed that what was about to take place was not some ambiguous physical contact. But it is a sacred ceremony of redemption. His right hand slowly raised. This time, there was no hesitation. In the eyes of Su Wanqing and Su Wanqiu that were almost spitting fire. The top of the snow-capped mountain appears even more majestic and tall under the outline of the tight training suit. Between the two mountains, on the vital point called Tanzhong. Gently, pressed it down. Boom. The moment your fingertips touched the fabric. Sun Yue's body trembled violently as if she had been electrocuted. An indescribable, strange feeling instantly spread throughout her limbs and bones. It was not a man's touch, it was a greasy feeling that disgusted her. It's a kind of as gentle as jade, yet extremely domineering in pure energy. A warm current, centered at Qin Feng's fingertips, spread out circles of golden ripples like a stone dropped into a calm lake. This warm current is not at all aggressive. It gently penetrates the barriers of clothing, penetrates the skin, penetrates the muscles and bones. With incredible precision, it reached her heart meridian, the cold and hard knot of death that had been lingering there for a long time. Sun Yue couldn't help but let out a suppressed groan. That's not pain. It is a kind of ultimate comfort, like a downpour after a long drought. She can see. In her inner vision, she can see clearly. Qin Feng's fingertips seem to turn into a small sun hanging on her heart. The sun radiates infinite light and heat. And the deep purple energy not on her heart meridian, which exuded a breath of desolation and destruction, was like ice and snow that had met its nemesis. Under the shining sun, it began to make a sizzling sound at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly melting and dissolving. Qin Feng's eyes were as calm as a still pond. Shinshu Guizong hand, activate. His fingertips began to vibrate gently at an extremely mysterious frequency. Sometimes he pressed with immense force, causing cracks to appear in the most stubborn core of the knot. Sometimes it is kneading, as gentle as water, smoothing out and straightening out those broken and violent fragments of mental power one by one. Sometimes it was a plucking, light as a feather, like plucking the strings of a musical instrument, carefully peeling off the energy threads that had been stuck to the heart meridian one by one. His movements were smooth and flowing, done in one go. Full of indescribable Taoism and beauty. Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing, who were standing by, were completely stunned. The jealousy and hostility in their eyes had long since disappeared. What replaced it was shock and admiration that could not be described in words. They can feel it. They can feel it clearly. A pure and vast energy fluctuation, as if derived from the origin of life, is continuously flowing from Qin Feng's body into Sun Yue's body. Sun Yue, who was lying on the sofa, was experiencing a drastic change in her aura. Her pretty face, which looked a little pale due to pain and tension, now had a healthy and holy blush on it. The space between her brows relaxed. The corners of her mouth even curled up slightly uncontrollably. The whole person was shrouded in a faint, milky white glow. That look is sacred and full of extreme temptation. Crack! An extremely subtle sound, like the sound of broken glass, quietly rang out within Sun Yue's body. That was the sound of the core of the knot being completely crushed. Boom! Next second. The last trace of deep purple energy that was lingering on Sun Yue's heart meridian was completely cleansed away by the sun at Qin Feng's fingertips. A surge of energy and mental power that had been suppressed for a long time and accumulated to the extreme was like a torrent breaking through a dam. Exploded with a loud bang. With her heart as the center, it rushed towards her limbs and bones madly. Sun Yue's body suddenly arched up, like a fully drawn, beautiful longbow. A terrifying pressure from a 4th grade peak warrior and a 4th grade peak mind master swept out of her body uncontrollably. The air in the entire villa trembled at this moment. It's broken. These 2 words were the only ones left in Sun Yue's mind. The bottleneck that has troubled her for a whole year. The inner demon that tormented her day and night and made her feel miserable. Today, in the hands of this man, being so easily broken. She felt her blood cheering. Her mind was leaping with joy. The road to the 5th level realm is clearer than ever before at this moment. Tears fell from the corners of my eyes again. Only this time, it wasn't humiliation anymore. Rather, pure joy and gratitude. Qin Feng slowly withdrew his hand. His face was slightly pale. Shinshu Guizong hand, although magical, consumes a huge amount of energy, blood, and spiritual power. He looked at Sun Yue, who was lying on the sofa, still immersed in the joy of new life, her delicate body trembling slightly. She took another look and saw the Su sisters next to her, who had completely transformed into little fangirls, with stars in their eyes. The corner of his mouth once again showed that faint smile that controlled everything. He knows. From today on, Sun Yue is Yifan's most important right-hand man in the original novel. And will become his most loyal. A loyal minister. Chapter 49. Why did you press it for her but not for me? Surging. Vast. Indescribable powerful energy rushed through Sun Yue's limbs and bones like crazy. It was a feeling of being reborn. She could clearly see that the energy and blood in her body had changed from an endlessly flowing river to a roaring, boundless ocean. Her spiritual sea of consciousness had undergone earth-shaking changes. If we say that the previous martial arts path was a rugged trail shrouded in thick, impenetrable white fog that was so thick that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, she could only rely on her extraordinary talent and perseverance to grope forward step by step. Every step is filled with confusion. Every step may lead to a deep abyss. So now, the thick fog that enveloped her for an entire year, that made her despair and suffocate her, dispersed. It was completely dispelled by a golden, domineering and unquestionable divine light. A broad, flat, golden road leading to heaven appeared before her without reservation and with incredible clarity. 5th grade. Grandmaster. Even. A more distant, legendary realm. At this moment, it is no longer an illusory fantasy. But as long as she is willing, as long as she keeps walking along this path, she will definitely reach the other side. Call. Sun Yue let out a long breath. The breath was long and dense, with a faint, milky white halo. She slowly opened her eyes. Those ice-blue eyes, once filled with coldness and pride, now only had the clarity of water-washed eyes, and a kind of fanaticism and piety that is almost like a pilgrimage. Her gaze passed over her own body, over the sofa, and over this luxurious living room. Finally, it stopped at the man who was half kneeling beside the sofa, his face slightly pale but with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng. It's him. This is the man. This man, who had completely wiped out the death knot that had troubled her mother, a peak-level 6th grade expert, for an entire year in less than 10 minutes. This man pulled her back from the edge of the abyss. This man dispelled the fog for her and pointed out her future path in martial arts. At this moment, there is no distinction between men and women. What a worldly perspective! What reserve and pride! All of them were thrown out of the window by her. The influence of the succubus aura? That may be possible. But at this moment, what surged in her heart was a pure, original feeling that was 10,000 times stronger than the influence of the halo. Gratitude. That is the grace of rebirth. Thump. Sun Yue suddenly turned over and stood up from the sofa. She didn't even have time to straighten her training clothes, which were clinging to her body due to sweat, outlining her breathtaking curves. She just did this, under the astonished gazes of the Su sisters. Stand up straight and kneel on your knees. He gave Qin Feng the greatest gift in the world of martial arts. Her forehead hit the cold floor hard. There was a muffled bang sound. Gentlemen. Her voice was trembling and choking with uncontrollable sobs. The grace of rebirth. Sun Yue. I'll never forget it. From now on, Yue is willing to be your slave, sir, and I will obey your orders without hesitation. There was silence in the living room. Only Sun Yue's vow, full of determination and piety, remained echoing in the air for a long time. Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing were both stunned. They didn't expect that this woman who looked cold, arrogant, and domineering would actually do such a humble thing. But they were only stunned for a second. The next moment, an even stronger and uncontrollable jealousy, like a poisonous snake, instantly entangled their hearts. Why? Why does this woman do this? How long has she been here? I received such dedicated treatment from Offling, even at the cost of so much energy and blood. Now, does she still want to completely dominate a Feng with this pitiful appearance? No. Absolutely not. Hello. A sharp and impatience-filled shout rudely tore apart the solemn atmosphere. It's Su Wanqing. She couldn't bear it anymore. She took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Qin Feng, grabbed his arm and tried to pull him up from the ground. That beautiful face was filled with undisguised anxiety and anger. Xiao Feng. She was almost screaming. You've finished pressing. She's thanked you too. Now. Immediately. Immediately. It's my turn. Her eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, full of desire and possessiveness. It seemed that Qin Feng was not alone. It was a beloved toy that she had dreamed of since she was a child. Now she finally had the chance to get it, but someone else had touched it first. Sun Yue raised her head and looked at the woman who suddenly attacked in surprise. She doesn't understand. She couldn't understand it at all. After such a divine, almost miraculous healing. This woman, what is on her mind? Massage? How dare she use the word massage to describe Mistress' divinely created, magnificent technique? However, before she could speak, another voice, even colder and more aggressive than Su Wanqing's, rang out. Wanqing. It's Su Wanqiu. She slowly stood up from the sofa. She didn't rush over like her sister did. She just stood there quietly, her arms folded across her chest, her mature and plump body emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. There was a gentle, almost virtuous smile on her face. But there was not a trace of smile in those beautiful peach blossom eyes. Yes, it's ice that can't be melted. Why should I press you first? She spoke each word clearly, her voice was not loud, but it was like a poison ice spike, piercing into Su Wanqing's heart. Su Wanqing's body suddenly stiffened. She turned around and looked at her own sister in disbelief. Sister? What do you mean? The smile on Su Wanqiu's face became even gentler. I mean, didn't you hear it clearly? Or maybe you've been robbing me since you were little and you're already used to it. After snatching it, you even forgot the most basic rules of respecting elders. Boom. This sentence was like a thunderclap, exploding in Su Wanqing's mind. Her face turned red instantly. That's a humiliation. It's anger. He was even more furious when his thoughts were exposed. Su Wanqiu. She didn't even call her sister anymore, she just called her by her name. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean I stole your things? I only used those things because you didn't want them anymore. Don't spit blood. Oh. Su Wanqiu let out a meaningless, cold chuckle. Her gentle disguise was completely torn to pieces at this moment. Instead, there was an explosive resentment that had been pent up for many years. I don't want it. You still have the nerve to say, I don't want it? Her voice suddenly rose. When I was little, you secretly cut up the new dress my mother bought me while I was sleeping. The next day, you cried and shouted that you liked it better, and forced me to buy you another one that was exactly the same. Grow up, Lian Afeng. You want to snatch it from me too? Su Wanqing, what on earth is your face made of? I'll tell you. Su Wanqiu took a step forward, and the powerful aura of a mature woman forced Su Wanqing to retreat step by step. This time, I, Su Wanqiu, will never let you do that again. I want to be second. You. Her finger almost poked Su Wanqing's nose. Give it to me, honestly, in third place. Dream. Su Wanqing was completely enraged. She screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Su Wanqiu, you bitch. What gives you the right? Because I'm your older sister. Bah! What kind of sister are you? You. For a while, the entire living room of the villa has completely turned into a battlefield. This pair of sisters from the Su family are usually elegant, noble, and have deep sisterly love in front of outsiders. At this moment, they were like two shrews quarreling over a dime in the vegetable market. All kinds of vicious words came out from their sexy red lips. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Yifan was still unconscious at the stairs, and no one cared. Chapter 50 Sad Lu Qinghuan. Jiangcheng, Lu Family Manor. As the undisputed first family in Jiangcheng, the Lu family's mansion is not a cold modern villa built with steel and concrete. Instead, it is a classical garden-style manor covering an area of nearly 100 acres. Pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water. Strange rocks, exotic plants, and winding paths leading to secluded places. Every corner reveals the heritage and luxury that runs deep into the bones. Now, it was drizzling in the sky. The raindrops are as thin as cow hair and as fine as flower needles. It is woven densely and thinly. This already quaint and elegant manor is covered with an even more hazy and sad mist. Deep in the manor, in a carefully tended garden filled with rare and exotic flowers, a white figure was standing there alone. She let the cold rain wet her long hair and soak her clothes. It's Lu Qinghuan. She was wearing a thin white dress. Her long black hair, like a waterfall, stuck wetly to her pale face without a trace of blood. Those eyes that once looked bright and proud like a phoenix. At this moment, there is only emptiness and confusion. In her hand she held an unknown small white flower. The flower has been wilted by the rain. She just stared blankly at the little flower in her hand. The slender fingers unconsciously pinched the petals one by one. Her red lips moved slightly. She was muttering to herself in a mosquito-like voice that only she could hear. He hates me. Tear off a piece. He doesn't hate me. Tear off another piece. He hates me. Tear off another piece. He doesn't hate me. The rain is getting heavier. There are fewer and fewer petals. Her expression became increasingly tense, paranoid, and despair. Under the eaves not far away, several maids in uniform were hunching their necks and secretly peeking towards the garden. Their faces were filled with confusion, worry and a strong fire of gossip. Why? A younger maid with a ponytail spoke in a low, worried voice. Miss, what's going on? It's been the whole morning and you're still standing here without eating or drinking. If you keep getting drenched like this, even a body of iron won't be able to bear it. A maid with a slightly round face next to her also sighed. Who says it isn't? Although the eldest lady also had a crush on that poor student named Yifan. But it's not to the point where I can't eat or drink, like I'm possessed by a demon. It's like I've lost my soul. As soon as the words fell, a maid who was more informed and had more experience curled her lips. She hooked her finger at the two of them mysteriously. You two are so behind the times. Where's Yifan? It's not been that long ago. Ah. The ponytailed maid and the round-faced maid exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Their eyes widened instantly and their curiosity was completely aroused. Not Yifan anymore. Who is that? Could it be the son of a wealthy family? The senior maid showed a smile full of superiority and disdain on her face. Whatever young Master Junyan is, he's far behind. I'm telling you guys, don't spread this. She paused deliberately, enjoying her companion's anxious expression, before slowly blurting out a shocking piece of news. I heard. It was in the basement last night. Big Sister Show suddenly took a fancy to a guard who had attacked her before. Then I was completely hooked. The trap is 10,000 times deeper than that of Yifan. Buzz. This news was like a thunderclap in the minds of the other two maids. Guard? The eldest daughter of the Lu family, a high and mighty girl. Countless young talents in Jiangcheng think she is a daughter of destiny that they can only dream of seeing. Actually, falling for a lowly guard? How is this possible? This is even more absurd than a fairy tale. The ponytailed maid's mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg. She asked, stuttering. You're not mistaken, are you, Sisterly? Guard? Which guard? What's the guard's name? Memories flashed in the eyes of the maid called Sisterly. She subconsciously licked her dry lips. It seems his name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng. The two young maids looked at each other and saw extreme confusion in each other's eyes. This name is so unfamiliar. The round-faced maid couldn't help but ask. Then how good-looking is Qin Feng? Can it be more handsome than Yifan? Can the young lady be obsessed with it to this extent? Nice. Upon hearing this, Sisterly uttered a complex and meaningless sneer. She shook her head. I haven't seen it. How can I be qualified to see him? But. Her voice lowered again, filled with mystery and horror. Do you remember Xiaolan and Xiaocui who were sent to deliver breakfast to the young lady this morning? I remember. What's wrong? Both of them. Sister Li's tone suddenly became heavier. It was because I was at the door and accidentally took a peek at Qin Feng from afar. Just one glance. And guess what? What's going on? On the spot. My legs are weak. I fainted straight away. Hiss. The maid with ponytail and the maid with round face both took a breath of cold air mixed with rain. Their faces were filled with disbelief and horror. Take a look. Just fainted? This is no longer a question of whether it looks good or not, right? This is witchcraft, right? Looking at the two of them who looked naive, Sisterly added a more impactful remark. Besides, I just came from the infirmary. They are both still lying unconscious in bed. He kept mumbling a name over and over again. Qin Feng. Chapter 51, Chief Steward Wanlan. Dead silence. There was an eerie silence under the eaves. The two young maids felt a chill running from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Their bodies began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. That's fear. But at the same time, deep in the fear, there is an irresistible and fatal desire to see it with my own eyes. Curious. What kind of man is he? What kind of face is it? Could it possess such devastating impact? He can make the proud and arrogant eldest daughter of the Lu family lose her mind for him. It could make two living maids so fascinated that they fainted on the spot with just one look. This man named Qin Feng. Is he still human? Just when the three of them had different thoughts and ideas. A cold female voice without any emotion. A sound came quietly behind them. Are you free? The sound was not loud. But it was like a basin of ice water, poured over their heads and faces. The three maids' bodies suddenly stiffened. The gossip and curiosity on their faces froze instantly, replaced by fear that penetrated deep into their bones. They turned stiffly, little by little. The face of a cold and beautiful woman came into their sight. The woman was about 30 years old and was wearing a well-tailored black business suit. Her hair was pulled back in a neat bun. A pair of cold gold-rimmed glasses rested on his nose. It was the Lu family's chief steward, Wang Lan. Wang Lan's gaze was like a sharp scalpel, slowly scraping across the faces of the three maids. The corners of her mouth curled up in a cold, sarcastic arc. Is all the work done? Have you swept the floor? Cleaned the windows? Everyone standing here, chattering like gossips from the countryside. Isn't that interesting? I'm telling you. Her voice suddenly rose. This is the Lu family. This isn't a market for you to gossip about. If I find you all gathered together and talking nonsense and criticizing the master again, you don't have to do it anymore. Everyone, pack up and get out. Do you understand? Ming, I understand. Butler Wang. The three maids were so frightened that their faces turned pale as paper. How could they dare to say another word? He nodded and bowed repeatedly, then ran away in a panic like a flock of birds and beasts. Wang Lan snorted coldly. Looking at their fleeing figures in a panic, a trace of deep disgust flashed in the eyes behind the lenses. What she hated most was this kind of unruly servant. She slowly withdrew her gaze. He turned and looked at the lonely figure still motionless in the rain. The coldness and harshness on her face, which had been like an icy mountain for thousands of years, slowly faded away. Instead, there was a hint of deep hidden worry and heartbroken. She sighed. He picked up an elegant oil paper umbrella with a painting of black bamboo from the side. Stretch out. Then he took steady steps. Step by step, he walked towards the girl in the center of the garden who seemed to have been abandoned by the whole world. Walked over. Mississippi. At this moment, her voice lost all its sharpness and coldness. Become softer than ever before. It's raining. It's cold. We should go back to the house. The umbrella in Wang Lan's hand created a small, dry space for the thin white figure. However, the coldness coming from all directions cannot be blocked by an umbrella. Lu Qinghuan seemed not to notice that the rain had stopped. She still maintained that posture, motionless, like a beautiful porcelain doll that had lost its soul and could shatter in the wind and rain at any time. For a long time. Her empty, unfocused eyes slowly turned towards Wang Lan beside her. Her lips moved slightly, and the sound she made was as light as a wisp of smoke that would dissipate at any time. Sister Lan. Yes, miss, I'm here. Wang Lan's voice was still gentle and had a reassuring power. There seemed to be a barely perceptible light in Lu Qinghuan's eyes. That is confusion. It's a request for help. You say. She paused, as if mustering all the strength in her body to ask a question that would determine her life or death. Does he hate me? This question was like an invisible hammer, hitting Wang Lan's heart hard. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly uncontrollably. Just a moment. So fast that no one can notice. The next second, that icy face was filled with a perfect, impeccable, gentle smile again. That smile was her most professional mask as the Lu family's housekeeper. How could that be? Her voice was as gentle as the spring breeze, carefully brushing across Lu Qinghuan's pale cheek. Miss, you are the jewel of the Lu family and the most dazzling existence in Jiangcheng. You are beautiful, charming, lovely, and dignified. How could anyone in this world be willing to hate you? He must like you too. It's just maybe he has some low self-esteem and doesn't dare to express it. Every word in Wang Lan's voice was filled with comfort and consolation. However, in the bottom of her heart, deep in her soul, there was another voice roaring madly in a completely opposite tone, full of poison and ice. Like? Does he deserve it? A lowly guard. A lackey who wasn't even fit to carry a lady's shoes. Why did he win the lady's favor? Not only was he ungrateful, but he even dared to make the young lady so sad and heartbroken. He doesn't hate ladies. He is seeking death. Behind Wang Lan's eye lenses, a flash of cold murderous intent flashed by like a poisonous snake. She held Lu Qinghuan's arm and could clearly feel that the girl's body was still trembling slightly, and she was so cold that she didn't look like a living person. Her heart sank inch by inch. Things are 10,000 times more serious than she imagined. Chapter 52 Qin Feng. You must die. Additional. The head of the family, Lu Pingfeng, is currently in seclusion in a forbidden area in the back mountains, striving to reach the legendary higher realm. There has been no news from him for several months. The person who is actually in charge of the entire Lu family now is actually the mistress, Wu Huayan, But madam. In Wang Lan's mind, there emerged the image of the noble lady with a plump figure, exaggerated curves, and always a lazy and graceful look. Ms. Wu Huayan has never had any interest in the mundane affairs of the family. She prefers to drink tea, go shopping, or even travel abroad with a group of equally pampered ladies. Although she loves her daughter, that love is more like appreciating her most proud work of art. She hated Lu Qinghuan's previous obsession with Yifan, not because of Yifan's background, but because she felt that her daughter's "can't live without him" look was unbecoming and lowered the quality of her perfect work of art. As for the rest, she doesn't really want to care. Yesterday, when he was still abroad accompanying his mistress to attend a top luxury auction, the family's most elite shadow guard sent an urgent secret message. The content of the letter was simple. Miss, in the basement, I saw guard Qin Feng. His temperament changed drastically, and he looked like a madman. Just one sentence made Wang Lan's face change color. But after listening to the report, the mistress just yawned lazily. She held a pink diamond the size of a pigeon egg in her hand, admiring it in the light, and said nonchalantly, "Lun, you're making such a fuss. It's normal for teenage girls to change their minds quickly. I've been watching Yifan for so long, I should be tired of him. Maybe he'll be fine in a couple of days if I try a change of pace. Besides, that Yifan is a bit of a blockhead. How can he be as interesting as a good-looking man? You should go back and take a look first, just make sure she doesn't make any jokes. Here, this jewelry exhibition is quite interesting." The mistress doesn't care who her daughter loves. She only cared about whether her daughter's behavior would bring shame to her as the mistress of the Lu family. So, she only let Wang Lan come back. But after Wang Lan came back, she discovered in just half a day, something is totally wrong. This is not a change of taste at all. This is not the thoughts of a teenage girl at all. This is a complete subversion. It's a kind of almost weird brainwashing. The former eldest lady, although she was also obsessed with Yifan, even did many things for him that seemed crazy and cheap to outsiders. But at that time, Lu Qinghuan's eyes were bright. Her soul is proud. Everything she did, whether right or wrong, was her own will. It was the possessive desire of the eldest daughter of the Lu family, which came from the heart, was strong and reckless. She is a living person. But now, Wang Lan lowered her head, looking at the girl in her arms, who had empty eyes and could only mutter to herself, "Does he hate me?" This. How could this still be the proud and phoenix-like eldest daughter of the Lu family? This is clearly a puppet whose soul has been sucked out, leaving only a beautiful body. All her joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, all her thoughts and emotions, seem to have been forcibly distorted and all tied to the man she had not even met. The man called Qin Feng. Combined with what I heard earlier under the eaves, the terrified discussions of the maids. Just one look and you faint on the spot? He was unconscious, but still kept repeating that name? This is no longer just a simple like. This is a kind of witchcraft. It is an evil method that can distort people's hearts and manipulate their minds. Wang Lan didn't know what happened in that dark basement yesterday. She doesn't need to know. At this moment, there was only one thought left in her heart, which had become as hard as iron after dedicating herself to the Lu family for more than 10 years. An extremely clear, extremely firm, and extremely cold thought. Qin Feng. No matter who you are. No matter what shady means you use. You. Damn it. The young lady you made me grow up with has become like this, neither human nor ghost. This sin. Even if I cut you into pieces and grind you into ashes, it will never be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Wang Lan still had that impeccable, gentle, and professional smile on her face. Her voice was so soft that water could drip out of it. "Miss, look at how cold your hands are. Let's go back to the house, take a hot bath, and change into clean clothes, okay? Then I will personally go to the kitchen and make you your favorite hibiscus bird's nest porridge. Once you've eaten your fill and had a good sleep, all your worries will be gone." As she spoke, she half supported and half embraced Lu Qinghuan's cold and stiff body, slowly, step by step, away from the cold rain. Only. No one saw it. behind the delicate, cold, gold-rimmed lenses of her glasses. In those eyes that were originally as calm as an ancient well. A black ball is burning, enough to burn everything in the world. Hellfire. This damn Qin Feng. You must die. And to die in extreme pain. Chapter 53 Reasons. The bathroom door closed gently with a click. From the other side of the frosted glass, the sound of rushing water soon came. The thin white figure, which seemed to be shattered at the slightest touch, finally disappeared from Wang Lan's sight. The gentleness and the perfect amount of concern on Wang Lan's face disappeared the moment the door closed. Instead, there was an almost frozen, eerie coldness. Without stopping for a moment, she turned around and took a step forward. The high heels stepped on the mirror-like marble floor without making any sound. She was like a ghost walking in her own territory. The kitchen is brightly lit. This is her other battlefield, a territory built with ingredients and heat, and one that she has absolute control over. She took off her coat, revealing the perfectly tailored black shirt underneath. She rolled up her sleeves meticulously, revealing a pair of white yet powerful forearms. Top-grade bird's nest is slowly soaked in pure water, and each strand is crystal clear. The best new rice has plump grains and should be washed 3 times in clean water, no more and no less. Rock sugar, wolfberry, and red dates. Each one is arranged like a soldier waiting for inspection. Wang Lan's movements were precise, elegant, and efficient, as if she was executing a sophisticated procedure that had been practiced thousands of times. Casserole, place over low heat. The rice and water blend together, and a thick white mist gradually rises. The mist blurred the lenses of the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose and her bottomless eyes. In this hazy mist, Wang Lan's thoughts, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, madly went back to the past. Hibiscus and bird's nest porridge. The lady's favorite food. Especially when she was upset about the man named Yi Fan. That man. Yi Fan. The corner of Wang Lan's mouth curled up in an extremely sarcastic arc. A poor boy without parents, struggling at the bottom of society with his so-called talent. What does he have? Apart from that rather handsome face and that so-called pride, he has nothing. But it happened that such a man caught the lady's eye. Wang Lan still remembers how the young lady looked when she first mentioned that name. It was at a family banquet. Lu Qinghuan, wearing a high-end little dress, looked like a proud white swan, holding a wineglass, but her eyes held an unprecedented novelty. Sister Lan, do you see the boy in the corner? The one who's dressed the most poorly. His name is Yi Fan. I toasted him, and he dared not drink. He didn't even look at me. Wang Lan simply replied, he's just a rough man who doesn't know etiquette. Miss, don't worry about it. But she knows. It's too late. The lady cares. Wang Lan knew this young lady, whom she had watched grow up, too well. She is the apple of the Lu family's eye and the one that all her peers in Jiangqing look up to. She had everything since she was born. Money, status, beauty, talent. As long as she wants it, she can get it. This has fostered a personality that is almost overbearing and self-righteous. The more she couldn't get something, the more she wanted it. The more he resisted her, the more amusing it became to her. The man named Yi Fan, his disregard, his indifference, and his pride were not an offense in Lu Qinghuan's eyes. It's a kind of freshness that I have never experienced before. It's like a child who has grown tired of all the expensive toys since childhood, and suddenly sees a rough but rebellious puppet on the side of the road. She wants it. She wanted to catch him in her hands and see how stubborn he could be. Then, a well-known girl-chasing boy drama in Jiangqing's upper-class circles has begun. At first, it was just some little girl's tricks. Give away luxury cars, mansions, and expensive cultivation resources. Yi Fan refused to accept. Create various chance encounters and opportunities to be alone. Yi Fan, ignore. The young lady even used the Lu family's connections to arrange the best mentor and the most favorable training environment for him. Yi Fan turned around and left, preferring to earn resources by fighting underworld boxing rather than accept any charity from the Lu family. Wan Lan advised the young lady more than once at that time. Miss, there is always someone better out there. This man is cold and hard, like a stone in a toilet. He is not worth your trouble. But how did Lu Qinghuan answer? She was trimming a pot of valuable black swan orchid with a sharp saber and said without looking up. Sister Lan, you don't understand. Rocks are fun. To polish this stinky, hard stone, bit by bit, into the shape I like, that's what conquest is. One day, he will kneel down and beg me to look at him more. At that time, Lu Qinghuan's eyes were burning with fire. That is the strong, burning, unscrupulous possessive desire. She is proud, she is paranoid, she is crazy. But she is herself. She is a living, flesh and blood young lady of the Lu family with a strong self-will. In order to get Yi Fan, her subsequent behavior became more and more outrageous and extreme. She investigated Yi Fan's relatives and tried to start with the people around him. She suppressed Yi Fan's friends and wanted to make him a lonely man. She even sent people to obstruct Yi Fan's mission and create danger, just to stage a beauty saves the hero drama and make him owe her a favor. Although these behaviors, in Wang Lan's view, are stupid and cheap. But that energy, that spirit of whatever I, Lu Qinghuan, set my sights on must belong to me, even if I have to rob or destroy it. It is engraved in the lady's bones. Gulp gulp. The porridge in the casserole has become thick. The rice grains bloom and blend perfectly with the bird's nest, emitting a sweet aroma. Wang Lan picked up the soup spoon and stirred it gently, her movements remaining steady. But her heart had already become a pot of boiling oil. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. Wang Lan's brain, like a high-speed supercomputer, was frantically analyzing all the information. Even if the lady has fallen in love with someone else. Even though she was tired of Yi Fan, that stone that couldn't be warmed up, she suddenly fell in love with the guard named Qin Feng. This is possible. After all, the mistress said that adolescent girls' minds change quickly. But what about personality? Is it so easy to change a person's character? According to the lady's personality, if she really fell in love with Qin Feng, what will she do? Would she be like she is now, distraught and muttering to herself, "Does he hate me?" No. Absolutely not. She would immediately, right now, use the most powerful and domineering way to announce it to the world. This man, Qin Feng. It belongs to me, Lu Qinghuan. Anyone who dares to look at me any longer, I will dig out his eyes. She would tie him tightly to her side, using money, resources, and everything in the Lu family to build him into her most gorgeous collection. She would enjoy his obedience, his flattery, and his humility like a queen. This is what she should be. This is how the eldest daughter of the Lu family should be, who is proud to the core. But what about now? What do today's ladies look like? Like a slave. A spiritual slave who is willing to dedicate his soul, all his joys and sorrows. It seemed as if that man was the only one left in her world. A single look from him could decide her life or death. Just one word from him could send her into hell. Is this fucking reasonable? From an extremely proud sadist to an extremely humble masochist overnight? This can no longer be explained by falling in love with someone else. This is basically a different person. Or rather, her soul was forcibly twisted and formatted by some evil means, and then a new program was rewritten into it. A program that exists only for the name Qin Feng. Ling Bao. This word suddenly flashed through Wang Lan's mind. Although she is not a mind master, as the head steward of the Lu family, she knows a lot of secrets. Some high-level spiritual masters can create terrifying spiritual treasures that can influence people's minds. Even some legendary evil spiritual treasures can permanently enslave a person's mind. Make the other party your most loyal puppet. In order to remove this influence, only someone who is also a mind master, or even a stronger one, can do it. Yesterday. Basement. After the young lady met Qin Feng, she became like this. And that Qin Feng. Although the information shows that his mental power level is not high. But who can guarantee that this is his true strength? All the clues are connected together at this moment. Motive. Means. Result. Everything points to the man who seems harmless but actually harbors evil intentions. Qin Feng. He used the strange methods of a mind master to pollute the young lady's mind. He stole the young lady's mind. He turned the proud and phoenix-like eldest daughter of the Lu family into a pet that only knew how to revolve around him. Ha! A suppressed, beast-like growl emanated from Wang Lan's throat. The veins in her hand holding the spoon were bulging. The soup spoon made of fine sandalwood creaked under her immense strength. Boom! An icy murderous intent could no longer be suppressed and burst out from her seemingly frail body. The temperature of the entire kitchen seemed to drop to freezing point at this moment. The boiling porridge in the casserole and the rising mist seemed to be frozen by this murderous intent and stagnated in mid-air. Damn it! You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Wang Lan slowly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the overwhelming murderous intent receded like the tide and converged into the deepest part of her eyes. The expression on her face returned to calm. No. More peaceful than peaceful. It was a kind of deathly silence before the storm. She knew that she couldn't act impulsively. The other party is a mind master with strange methods. Sending a killer directly may not succeed. And she glanced in the direction of the bathroom. Before finding a way to remove the witchcraft from the young lady, Qin Feng cannot die easily. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. She wanted him to. I understand what it means to be unable to live or die. Chapter 54 Finding the Reason. The soup spoon made of fine sandalwood did not break in the end. Wang Lan let go of his hand. The groaning sound of creaking stopped abruptly. She took a deep breath and suppressed the murderous intent that was about to burn her sanity back into the depths of the cage called absolute loyalty. Then, she used her other hand to gently push up the pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, which were slightly blurred by moisture. Behind the lenses, the turbulent waves in those eyes have completely subsided. All that remains is the silence of the Dead Sea. She served the porridge. Not too much, not too little, just one bowl. I tested the temperature with the back of my hand and it was warm in the mouth, neither hot nor cold. She carefully placed the white porcelain bowl of lotus and bird's nest porridge into a black lacquer tray with gold decoration. There was a warm, wet towel in the corner of the tray. Everything is impeccable. She carried the tray, turned around, and left the battlefield that belonged to her and had just experienced a silent storm. Walk through the long corridors covered with expensive Persian carpets. On the walls on both sides of the corridor are hung portraits of the Lu family's ancestors. Each of them was once a powerful figure. Their eyes are majestic and deep, as if they can see through people's hearts. Wang Lan didn't look away. The high heels still made no sound. She was like a devout believer holding an offering. He also looks like a cold-blooded executioner about to go to the execution ground. Finally, she stopped in front of the door carved with intricate rose patterns. Boom, boom, boom. Her knock on the door was soft and rhythmic. Miss, it's me, Wang Lan. I made you your favorite hibiscus and bird's nest porridge. Drink some while it's hot, okay? Her voice, as gentle as ever, carried just the right amount of concern, as if it could melt all the ice in the world. There was no response from inside the door. Wang Lan didn't knock again. She knew that the lady had heard it. She just didn't want to move. Wang Lan gently turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. There was only a dim bedside lamp on in the room. The air is filled with the fragrance of top-quality bath oil, mixed with the natural scent of the girl's body. Lu Qinghuan has finished taking a shower. She had changed into a silk white nightgown and was curled up on the cashmere rug at the foot of the bed. She hugged her knees and buried her head deep in them, like a wounded cub that couldn't find its way home. Her long, seaweed-like hair was wet and draped over her shoulders. Water droplets flowed down the ends of her hair and dripped onto the expensive carpet, leaving a small dark mark. She seemed too lazy to even blow-dry her hair. Wang Lan's heart was gripped again. but her face still had that impeccable gentleness. She placed the tray on the bedside table, walked to Lu Qinghuan's side, and slowly squatted down. "Miss, the ground is cold." Her voice became even softer. Lu Qinghuan's body trembled slightly, and he slowly raised his head. What a pale and haggard face it was! His eyes were hollow and his lips were bloodless. Only when he saw Wang Lan did a faint light barely focus in his empty eyes. "That is an extreme dependence. Sister Lan." Her voice was hoarse and fragile, like a dream talk. "I am here." Wang Lan responded, reaching out and gently wiping the tear marks on her face with the hot towel on the tray. Although, she didn't cry at all. "Get up first and drink the porridge, okay? If I don't drink porridge, my stomach will feel uncomfortable." Lu Qinghuan did not resist. Like a puppet, she allowed Wang Lan to help her up and place her on the edge of the bed. Wang Lan took the bowl of porridge, stirred it gently with a spoon, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and handed it to her lips. Lu Qinghuan opened his mouth and swallowed mechanically. One mouthful. Another bite. Wang Lan fed the baby patiently and carefully. The only sound in the entire room was the crisp sound of the soup spoon colliding with the porcelain bowl. Mississippi. After feeding her half a bowl of porridge, Wang Lan finally spoke. Her voice was still as soft as a feather. "Can you tell me what happened last night? Why did it become like this?" Lu Qinghuan paused while chewing. Her eyes became vague again. It was as if the 4 words last night were a curse that could instantly drag her into the abyss. She opened her mouth, as if trying to form words. "I am angry. Because Qin Feng he actually dared to kidnap Yifan's mother. How dare he?" Having said that, there was finally a hint of emotion in her tone. It was a kind of anger that came from having one's property violated. Wang Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. She nodded without interrupting and continued to play the role of the most loyal listener. "Right. That's it. That's right. Because of Yifan. Because of that man named Yifan, the young lady became angry and lost control. This is the normal logical chain. Wang's sister Lan, Yifan, even though he ignores me, he is mine. His mother is my elder. Qin Feng is just a servant and a guard. What right does he have? What qualifications does he have to touch my people?" Lu Qinghuan's speech speed became faster, and a sickly blush appeared on his pale face. "So, I asked the shadow guard to capture him. In the basement. I put a black mask on him and tied him to the torture rack. I want to interrogate him myself. I want him to know what happens to those who betray me and touch my people." Hearing this, Wang Lan nodded heavily in his heart. "Right. That's right. Up to this point, everything is normal." This was the Lu family's eldest sister she was familiar with, the proud, paranoid, possessive and even a little twisted one. She would toss and turn because of Yifan's cold face. He will also become crazy, cruel and do anything out of the ordinary because someone touches Yifan's reverse scale. Tie up your own guards and take them to the basement for personal interrogation? This is inappropriate and even cruel. It's not surprising that she made it. Wang Lan could even imagine the young lady's face, which looked particularly vivid and beautiful because of her anger. So, the note of the problem is next. From the moment she entered the basement to the moment she emerged in a state of utter despair. What exactly happened in the meantime? Wang Lan held her breath and even stopped feeding her porridge. She felt that she was approaching a horrible truth. She stared at Lu Qinghuan, waiting for her next words. However, the expected descriptions of torture and interrogation did not appear. The sickly blush on Lu Qinghuan's face, caused by anger, suddenly changed. Become soft, shy, even with a hint of dreamy sweetness. Then, Lu Qinghuan's voice lowered again and became sticky, as if she was telling some shameful little secret. I walked up to him. Her eyes began to bend upwards uncontrollably, forming a silly, happy arc. I took off the black mask on his head. Then, she paused. It was as if he was savoring that moment. That moment was enough to turn her entire world upside down. Wang Lan's heart sank suddenly. Here we come. This is it. A smile that was almost obsessive and that Wang Lan had never seen before appeared on Lu Qingwan's face. It was a strange feeling of happiness, as if one's soul had been completely drained away and then refilled with honey and poison. Oh my God. She held her hot cheeks, like a little fan meeting her idol for the first time. Sister Lan, how could you imagine? How can there be such a handsome man in this world? Wang Lan's pupils suddenly contracted. Sister Lan, you didn't see it really, you didn't see it. Lu Qingwan's tone was filled with extreme boasting and a hint of regret that could not be shared with others. It's so beautiful. Really, it's so beautiful. I swear, all the men I've ever met before, put together, can't compare to even one of his hairs. His eyes are like a sea of stars. His nose is like the most perfect sculpture of God. His lips Her words began to become incoherent and confusing. Handsome and elegant, romantic and suave, elegant and graceful. She clumsily piled up all the words she knew to describe a man's good looks, but still felt that it was far from enough. It's not enough to describe the one-in-a-million shock that man and that face brought to her. Wang Lan's hand holding the bowl was shaking slightly and uncontrollably. The porridge in the bowl was rippling. She looked at the young lady in front of her, whose cheeks were flushed and eyes were blurred, and who was completely immersed in her own fantasy world. She knows. She knew it completely. This is where the problem lies. It's time. It's that damn moment when the mask is taken off. The man named Qin Feng. That seemingly harmless guard. At that moment, he used some kind of magic. What a witchcraft! Completely and irreversibly bewitched the young lady. This is not love at first sight. How could a woman who wanted to cut the other person into pieces 1 second ago fall in love with the other person just because of his face the next second? This is illogical. This goes against human nature. This is witchcraft. It was the kind of most evil method used by the divine mind master in the legend that could captivate people with just a glance. Wang Lan seemed to be able to clearly picture the scene at that time in his mind. Dark basement. A man tied to the rack. The proud and angry girl reached out and pulled off his mask. Then, the moment that face was exposed to the air. An invisible spiritual shock that could not be seen by the naked eye, or a kind of curse, a kind of charm, like the most deadly virus, followed the lady's sight and penetrated deeply into her soul. At that moment, the lady's anger, her pride, her paranoia, her deep obsession with Yi Fan. It was smashed to pieces in an instant. Then, a new, more domineering and unreasonable emotion was forcibly implanted. That is absolute, unconditional, slave-like admiration for the existence of Qin Feng. Ha! An extreme chill rushed from Wang Lan's tailbone to the top of his head. She finally understood. Miss, I'm not in love with someone else. Miss, you are contaminated. Her spirit, her will, and her soul were all completely polluted by that devil using the most despicable means. Wang Lan's brows were tightly knitted together, and the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose reflected the cold light of the bedside lamp. It's time. That moment when I took off the mask. Qin Feng. You deserve to die. Bastard. Chapter 55 The Active Su Wanqiu. At the same time. Outside the Lu family manor, in the master bedroom of another luxurious apartment. The boiling water gushed out from the showerhead, washing over a nearly perfect male body. Drops of water slowly slid down along the lines of his sculpted abdominal muscles. Immerse yourself in that fascinating depth. Qin Feng closed his eyes. Let the hot water take away the mixed scent of perfume that remains on your body, belonging to different women. There was a lazy, contented smile on the corner of his mouth. This afternoon, it was really. I've exhausted myself. In every sense. That little girl Sun Yue is still too young after all. In terms of scheming, means, and shamelessness. How could she be a match for the peerless duo of the Su family? as the elder sister, Su Wanxiu, righteously demanded that she be given priority for treatment. His younger sister, Su Wanqing, held his arm and refused to let go, crying and accusing her sister of being domineering and tyrannical. A dignified and graceful one. A cute and lovely girl. In order to fight for the exclusive right to give him a massage, the two sisters who usually had a relatively harmonious relationship quarreled fiercely and almost came to a fight on the spot. In the end, it was he, the culprit, who stepped forward and gave each of them a slap on the head before he managed to suppress the two men. Even so, the smell of gunpowder still lingers in the air. Sun Yue was sandwiched in the middle, looking left and right, her pretty face flushed red. She wants to fight. But I don't know how to start. In the end, this talented senior sister who was a master of spiritual power was defeated. She said, "I'm going back to school to consolidate my state of mind," and then ran away with her ears red. Qin Feng could feel it. Through the guidance of Shinshu Guizong Hand and the dual blessing of his own pervasive succubus aura, the mental knot in Sun Yue's body has been completely dissolved. The fifth grade barrier was like thin paper to her. After you go back, take some time to calm down, find an opportunity, and everything will come naturally. At most, it will happen within 2 or 3 days. By then, Jiangcheng Woda will give birth to the youngest 5th grade divine mind master in history. And this promising girl will become Qin Feng. The most loyal, a sword. Thinking of this, the smile on Qin Feng's lips deepened. As for the Su sisters, after Sun Yue escaped, the war between them finally came to an end. In other words, it is a temporary truce. The two were eventually exhausted and fell asleep. Like two defeated hens. They curled up in a corner of the sofa, staring at each other even in their dreams. Qin Feng turned off the shower. The sound of splashing water suddenly stopped. He grabbed a bath towel and wiped the water droplets off his body. The man in the mirror had wet black hair, deep eyes, and was so handsome that he didn't look like an ordinary person. It was an ultimate charm that transcended gender and was enough to move even gods and demons. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at it when he saw it himself. This succubus halo is truly overbearing. He walked out of the bathroom barefoot while drying his hair. It was very quiet in the living room. Only the subtle noise of the city came from outside the window. Very good. It seems that the sisters are still asleep. Tonight, I can finally have some peace and quiet. However, just as this thought came to his mind, a soft body with surprisingly high temperature suddenly pounced out from the shadow of the sofa. Hug him tightly from behind. Qin Feng's body tensed up instantly. But the next second, he relaxed. Because he had already smelled that familiar, intoxicating body scent like a ripe peach. He also felt the breathtaking softness and fullness of the flesh pressed against his back. It's her. Su Wanxiu. The woman who was supposed to be sleeping on the sofa with her sister. I don't know when I woke up. Xiao Feng. The woman's voice was husky and lazy, with a hint of sleep. What is more, is the uncontrollable, burning, obsession. She buried her cheek deeply into Qin Feng's broad back. Greedily, she breathed in the scent of his body, a mixture of the fragrance of shower gel and male hormones. Xiao Feng. She screamed again. Like a clingy cat. No. More like a unsatisfied fairy. Now. There are only 2 of us left. That girl and your senior, they're both gone. No one can disturb us anymore. Her arms tightened. It was as if she wanted to completely rub herself into this man's body. Qin Feng's brows raised slightly. He could even clearly feel that the delicate body behind him was trembling slightly with excitement. Good job. Qin Feng couldn't help laughing in his heart. This character has collapsed to such an extent that even he, the instigator, can't stand it anymore. The dignified, elegant, gentle and virtuous Mrs. Su, known as the #1 virtuous wife in Jiangqing's upper-class society. At this moment, she was like a young girl who had just tasted the forbidden fruit and was completely addicted. No. Even more than a young girl in love. Straightforward. And, be bold. Is this the true power of the succubus aura? It's not just brainwashing, it's not just about implanting love. More so, completely releasing the deepest, most primitive feelings in a woman's heart, which have been suppressed by secular etiquette. Desire. Chapter 56, The meat is at your fingertips. Qin Feng turned around, facing those peach blossom eyes, which were sparkling and charming. Su Wanxiu was wearing only a loose white shirt. The loose shirt can't cover the proud curves at all. Two slender, white legs, as beautiful as those of top supermodels, were exposed to the air without any cover. She tilted her head back and looked at him blankly. There was undisguised possession in his eyes. And, ask for Xiao Feng. She stood on tiptoe, and her soft lips were about to press against Qin Feng's lips. But, right now, at this moment when the atmosphere is extremely ambiguous, dry wood and fire are about to ignite at any time. Buzz. A dark blue virtual light screen, which only Qin Feng could see, suddenly appeared in front of his eyes without any warning. Bite. A key plot character, Wang Lan, has been detected, generating extremely negative emotions towards the host, murderous intent. The key plot point has been triggered. Emergency tasks are now released. Lines of cold, emotionless electronic text flashed rapidly on the screen. Emergency mission, flames beneath the iceberg. Mission description: the Lu family's chief steward, Wang Lan, the ever meticulous, calm, and self-possessed beauty, has deemed you a demon that must be eradicated. She is plotting deadly revenge against you. A loyal servant should not harbor resentment against her master. Go, find her, and teach her a lesson. Mission requirements: use your own methods to completely crush Wang Lan's pride and rationality, making her understand who her true master is. Transform her cold loyalty into fervent submission. Mission reward: villain value plus 50,000. Special item treasure box *1. Qin Feng paused. His gaze passed through Su Wanxiu, whose breath was as fragrant as orchid, and fell on the dark blue light curtain. Wang Lan? The Lu family's chief steward? A cold, abstinent, pretty face wearing gold-rimmed glasses instantly emerged in Qin Feng's mind. And the black professional suit that wrapped around her mature and plump figure. This woman. Of course he remembers. In the original novel, Wang Lan is not just a simple supporting role. Although she is just a housekeeper of the Lu family, her role is comparable to that of half a heroine. Her loyalty to Lu Qinghuan is almost paranoid. For Lu Qinghuan, she can do anything. Later, when Yifan and the Lu family completely broke off relations, this woman caused Yifan countless troubles. She is mentally tough and ruthless, and is a very tough nut to crack on Yifan's growth path. Certainly. According to the bloody routine of the original novel, this tough guy was finally touched by Yifan's damn protagonist Halo. After a series of fights, love-hate relationships, and a complicated drama, this icy housekeeper finally became a member of Yifan's harem. Moreover, she has a huge secret that even Yifan was shocked to discover only after he got her. That is her physique. Wang Lan's physique is extremely special. It is a legendary, 1 in a million. The body of the human Yuan Dan. For a warrior, this kind of physique is like a walking treasure of heaven and earth. A mobile holy land for cultivation. She herself is like a human-shaped, top-grade elixir containing vast and pure vital energy. Practicing dual cultivation with her can not only rapidly increase your cultivation level, but also cleanse your body, purify your qi and blood, and consolidate your foundation without any side effects. It can be said to be the best furnace. In the original novel, Yifan had a relationship with Wang Lan by chance when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Then, not only did he recover from his injuries, moreover, with the help of Wang Lan's human Yuan Dan body, he broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and reached a higher level. From then on, Wang Lan became Yifan's exclusive power bank. Whenever he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, or was exhausted in a battle, as long as he had an in-depth communication with her, he would immediately be full of energy and reach new heights. Hiss. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but took a breath. His expression changed instantly. Become incomparably hot, greedy, and we must win. The body of the human Yuan Dan. Isn't this tailor-made for me? His energy and blood have now reached the peak of a second-grade warrior. Only one step away from the third level. Originally, he planned to proceed step by step and spend some time polishing it. But now, the system actually delivered Wanglan's super experience pack directly to his mouth. This is just like someone giving you a pillow when you are sleepy. And it's the most comfortable one. As long as I can capture Wang Lan. Don't even think about breaking through to the third level. I'm afraid that I can make rapid progress and directly reach the middle or even late stage of the third rank. Moreover, the rewards are so generous. 50,000 villain points. There is also a special item treasure chest. This time, I made a lot of money. Must do. Qin Feng made a decision in his heart instantly. Xiao Feng. Su Wanqiu's voice, with a hint of doubt and dissatisfaction, pulled Qin Feng back from his ecstatic thoughts. She doesn't understand. Why would this man who haunted her dreams suddenly lose focus at the most critical moment? It's me. No more charm? There was even a hint of grievance in her watery peach blossom eyes. Qin Feng came back to his senses and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, who had a face full of grievance and was full of charm. He smiled. He smiled like an elegant predator about to enjoy a feast. Wang Lan's experience package is indeed tempting. But, are you kidding me? When the meat is right in front of you, why not eat it? First finish eating this ripe, sweet and juicy peach in front of you. Then go and savor it slowly, that yet to be developed iceberg. Qin Feng stretched out his hands and picked up the screaming Su Wanqiu by the waist. Ah! Su Wanqiu subconsciously hugged his neck. Feeling the strong and powerful arms and the strong masculine scent coming towards me. Her heart, which had just felt a little aggrieved, was instantly filled with boundless ecstasy and sweetness. Xiao Feng, you. She hadn't finished speaking yet. Qin Feng blocked all of them with his lips. Outside the window, the night is getting darker. In the room, spring is everywhere. Chapter 57, The Filial Sun Yifan. 2 hours later. The bedroom door was quietly pushed open. There was still a hint of a decadent, sweet and fermented smell in the air. The place was in a mess. A torn white shirt, a wrinkled silk nightgown, and a few strands of broken, black hair. It shows how fierce the war just now was. Qin Feng was shirtless, with only a bath towel loosely wrapped around his waist. He walked to the bed, looking down at the beautiful woman who was sleeping soundly. Su Wanqiu. At this moment, she was like a kitten that had exhausted all its strength. There were even undried tears hanging on her long eyelashes. Tears of exhaustion. Tears of satisfaction. 2. Tears of complete despair. Her body was curled up in the soft velvet quilt. The sleeping face is quiet and peaceful. There was even a hint of a dreamy, happy smile at the corner of his mouth. Who would have thought? It is this seemingly fragile body that actually contains such amazing, volcanic-like power. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He stretched out his hand. His fingertips gently brushed across Su Wanqiu's cheek, which was flushed with extreme joy. Smooth. Warm. He could feel that his energy and blood seemed to have improved a little bit. Although it is very small. But, it does exist. It seems that for him, deep communication with these women with great luck is itself a kind of alternative practice. Go to sleep. My good aunt. Qin Feng murmured softly and withdrew his hand. He tucked in the corner of her quilt, his movements so gentle, as if he was treating a rare treasure. Then, turn around. Without any reluctance, I walked out of this spring-filled bedroom. The living room was dark. Only the neon lights outside the window shone through the gaps in the thick curtains, casting a few mottled shadows. Qin Feng's footsteps were very light. He walked through the messy living room, ready to leave. However, when he reached the door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. His sight fell on a humanoid figure huddled by the door. Question mark. Qin Feng's brows raised slightly. He walked forward. The light from the phone screen illuminated the man's face. It's Yi Fan. The one who should have been the center of the world, but now was like a stray dog, forgotten in a corner. Main character. He is actually still here. Qin Feng thought that this guy had been thrown out by Su Wanqing a long time ago. At this moment, Yi Fan had his eyes closed and was breathing evenly. There was even a hint of a simple, satisfied smile. There seemed to be a drop of crystal clear, suspicious liquid at the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng. He was silent. A full 3 seconds. Then he lifted his foot. With the tip of her toes, she kicked Yi Fan's waist neither lightly nor heavily. Hello. Wake up. Don't die here, it's bad luck. Yi Fan's body shook. A vague mumbling came from his mouth. Senior sister, stop making trouble. Hey. Then. He turned over, adjusted to a more comfortable position, and continued to sleep. Even. And it started, lightly and rhythmically. Snoring. Qin Feng's feet were hanging in the air. The expression on his face was extremely wonderful. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Good job. I'm so fucking good. Isn't this mental quality a bit too good? My own mother was in the next room, being. Cough cough. And how could he, as a son, sleep so soundly at the door? Are you having a fucking wet dream? Is this heart made of stone? No. This is no longer a question of whether you have a big heart or are a stone or not. This is an absolute self-confidence that is rooted deep in the soul. Or rather, it is a kind of almost invincible insensitivity bestowed by heaven. It seemed that all the conspiracies, intrigues, difficulties and obstacles in this world were nothing but passing clouds in front of him. Get some sleep and everything will be over. When you wake up tomorrow, the sun will rise as usual. He will be the one with good fortune and endless adventures. Child of destiny. Awesome. Qin Feng retracted his foot and gave a sincere exclamation of admiration. Worthy of being the protagonist. This kind of heartless state is something that even a villain like me who works diligently to cause trouble can never catch up with. He shook his head and ignored this sleeping beauty. He opened the door and walked out. By the way, he was kind enough to close the door gently. Downstairs of the apartment. The night wind is slightly cool. A black, extended Rolls-Royce, like a dormant beast, was parked quietly in the shadows on the side of the road. See Qin Feng coming out. The driver's door was immediately pushed open. A middle-aged man in a black suit with a stern face quickly stepped forward and respectfully opened the back door for Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. He is the driver of the Liu family. I have been waiting since the afternoon until now. More than 8 hours. There was no trace of impatience on his face, only absolute obedience. This is the Liu family. The heritage and rules of Jiangqing's #1 family. Qin Feng nodded, bent down, and sat down. The car door was closed silently. Isolated from all the noise from the outside world. Return to the manor. Qin Feng leaned back on the soft leather seat, closed his eyes, and gave instructions lightly. Yes. The driver responded without asking any unnecessary questions. The Rolls-Royce started smoothly. Like a flash of black lightning, it merged into the city's dazzling torrent of light. Chapter 58. Look at the legs. Outside the car window. The night view of Jiangcheng is like a huge painting full of brilliance and color. There are tall buildings and bright lights. It seems that a different life is being played out in every window. Qin Feng didn't look at the scenery. He closed his eyes and rested. Digesting the huge amount of information and the ultimate sensory feast since this afternoon. Just then. Buzz. Buzz. The cell phone in his pocket vibrated twice in a very regular pattern. There were 2 new messages that arrived almost simultaneously. Qin Feng opened his eyes. There was a subtle, playful glint in his deep eyes. He took out his phone and unlocked it. 2 familiar names appeared on the screen. The first one. It's Lu Qinghuan, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, who was deeply hypnotized by his succubus aura and now obeys his every word and is completely obsessed with him. Qinghuan, brother Feng, when will you be back? I cooked so many dishes for you. If you don't come back soon, they'll all be cold. Following it, there was a tearful, pitiful emoticon. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly. He could even imagine Lu Qinghuan, at this moment, wearing a cute apron, sitting alone at the huge dining table, with her chin in her hands, staring at the door with a look of grievance. Like a kitten waiting for its owner to come home. Cute. But that's all. Qin Feng's fingers slid gently. I clicked on it and saw the second message. From Sun Yue. The one he had just personally handed over to the throne of a 5th-grade Divine Mind Master using the Divine Pivot Ghost Hidden Hand. Genius Senior. However, the content of this message was completely different from Lu Qinghuan's straightforward and plain words. It was a piece of elegant text full of classical charm. Yue, meeting Lord Qin today is like seeing the blue sky after a cloud has parted. My mind is suddenly enlightened. I cannot repay the kindness you have shown me. I once heard the ancient saying, "Give me a wooden peach, and I will repay you with a jade." Your kindness is far greater than a wooden peach. Yue is deeply grateful and will remember it. I hope that from now on, I can always be by your side, listening to your teachings, and repaying you in any way I can. Very long. Very sincere. Also, long-winded. Qin Feng's brows wrinkled slightly. What Mu Tao? What Xiang Yao? What listening to teachings? He doesn't need a female pedant who talks all sorts of nonsense. What he needed was an obedient, sharp sword. A person who understands his own status and knows how to please his master. Servant. This senior student from Sun University obviously hasn't fully found her place. Her gratitude is sincere. Her submission also came from the heart. But she seemed to still retain a trace of the last reserve and pride that belonged to a genius and a scholarly family. That won't work. A cold smile flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Pride is something. Only by completely smashing it, stepping on it, and grinding it into powder. The most beautiful. His slender fingers tapped quickly on the cold screen a few times. Then, click. Send. No long speeches. There are no fancy words either. Just 3 simple words. Qin Feng, look at the legs. Message sent successfully. Immediately, a line of small words appeared at the top of the chat box. The other party is typing. It flickers. Jumping. It seemed to represent the proud heart that was struggling violently on the other end of the phone. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. The line of small words suddenly disappeared. She deleted the words she had typed. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up even higher. He is very patient. He just stared at the screen quietly. Like a most skilled hunter. Waiting, the prey walks into the trap. 10 seconds later. The other party is typing. That line of small words appeared again. Then, after a few seconds, it disappeared again. And so on, repeatedly. It went back and forth for more than a minute. The car was so quiet that the only sound was the faint sound of the tires rolling over the road. The neon lights outside the window cast unpredictable light and shadows on Qin Feng's face. It made his already extremely handsome face even more divine, devilish and evil. Finally. Ding dong. A crisp prompt sound broke the suffocating silence. A picture was sent over. Not text. It's a photo. Qin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. He clicked on the photo. Then, His breathing stopped for a moment. The background of the photo seems to be in an elegantly decorated bedroom. On a large bed covered with soft lavender sheets. A pair of impeccably perfect, beautiful long legs. Just like that, defenselessly, it appeared before his eyes. Snow white. Round. Plump. Full of amazing flesh and elasticity. The lines of the thighs are full and smooth, going all the way down to form delicate and small, white jade-like knees. The calves are slender and straight, without a trace of excess fat. The ankles are slender and the arches are beautiful. The 10 lovely toes were slightly curled up because of nervousness, like a row of pink, shy pearls. The angle of the photo is very subtle. With an unspeakable shame and temptation. It was as if the master, in an extremely humiliating yet unavoidable gesture, was showing him what he was most proud of. Collection. Qin Feng's Adam's apple rolled slightly. He enlarged the photo. Zoom in again. You can even see a layer of fine, pink bumps on the smooth, silky skin caused by shame and tension. Very good. Very good. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. He turned off the photo. Raise your head and look out the window. The magnificent, castle-like outline of the Lu family manor is already in sight from afar. Wang Lan. I'm back. Qin Feng uttered the name softly. There was undisguised passion, greed in his eyes. Tonight, I am destined to be sleepless. Even the iceberg should be under the flames. Melted. Chapter 59 Promotion to the 4th rank. The Rolls-Royce slid silently into the magnificent private driveway of the Lu family manor like a silent black beast. The car stopped steadily. The driver didn't even dare to look through the rearview mirror at the young man in the back seat whose aura was becoming increasingly deep and terrifying. He simply got out of the car as quickly as possible, walked around to the back, and respectfully opened the door. Mr. Qin, we're here. Qin Feng stepped out. He stood in front of the manor that looked like a medieval castle. The night wind blew the black hair across his forehead. There was a hint of chill in the wind that was completely different from usual. Its murderous intent. Well hidden though. But to Qin Feng at this moment, it was like a firefly in the dark night, so clear that it was a little ridiculous. His divine consciousness was like an invisible, gentle spider web, instantly covering the entire front yard of the manor and even spreading to every corner of the villa. 1, 2, 3. There were a total of 16 fluctuations of qi and blood belonging to warriors. Like 16 faint flickering candles. They lurk among the bushes in the garden. Hiding in the shadow of the 2nd floor balcony. There is even one hidden behind each of the 2 stone lions on both sides of the villa's gate. The entire villa is wrapped like an iron barrel. What a big scene! The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold, mocking arc. Pity. Too weak. These so-called elite members of the Lu family. The strongest is only at the peak of the 2nd rank. Most of the remaining ones are only of the 1st rank. In his perception, these people's energy and blood were as weak as a candle in the wind. All he needed was a thought. It can extinguish all 16 candles in an instant. Because. Just on the way back to the manor. He is no longer the same person he was when he left Su Wanshou's house. Just now, as the Rolls-Royce glided silently back home, he leaned on the back seat as soft as a cloud, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but in fact he had already completed a silent transformation. The system's cold prompt tone still echoed deep in my mind. He calmly put the 4th grade breakthrough pill, which was a mission reward and was shrouded in a mysterious purple glow, into his mouth. The pill did not melt when it entered the mouth, but instantly turned into a blazing and violent torrent. It was like the core of a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years, suddenly exploding. The overwhelming medicinal power that could not be described in any human language, with the power to destroy the world, exploded in every corner of his limbs. Boom! Deep in the consciousness, there seemed to be a loud noise echoing like the creation of the universe. His blood was no longer flowing, but burning. Every drop turns into boiling golden magma, roaring and surging in the blood vessels. A thunderous roar came from deep within the bones, as if they were repeatedly hammered by an invisible giant hammer. The density increased rapidly, and they shimmered with a jade-like luster. The internal organs are being frantically washed, tempered, and reshaped by an extremely brutal and overbearing force that comes from a higher level of life. Every heartbeat is like a dull war drum, pumping out new blood containing terrifying power. That despairingly solid martial arts barrier that once stood between the peak of the third rank and the fourth rank like a wall of size. At this moment, it is as fragile as a piece of window paper wet by rain that will break with a poke. Fourth grade. Everything will come naturally. The energy and blood instantly broke through the 1,000 calorie mark, and continued to rise madly as if it would never end. An invisible bridge suddenly opens between the 5 internal organs, and the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth circulates in the internal organs endlessly. An unprecedented sense of power, so powerful that it made his soul tremble, filled every cell, every inch of flesh and blood, and every tiniest particle of his body like the Big Bang. Now he punches. It's enough to beat 10 of myself who were fighting hard with Su Wancho to death. So, this so-called dragnet before our eyes. It's just a joke. As for the woman who orchestrated all of this behind the scenes, intent on crushing him into the dust. Wang Lan. In Qin Feng's mind, he clearly pictured her cold and beautiful face that was always covered with a layer of frost that had never melted. The pair of cold gold-rimmed glasses perfectly highlighted the arrogance and desire for control that was ingrained in her bones. Behind the lenses, those sharp eyes always flash with a cold light that sees through everything yet looks down on everything. There is no doubt about her strength, and the strength of her qi and blood may be several times greater than mine at this moment. It is indeed very strong. But so what? A hint of extremely confident and evil light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. As long as she dares to appear in front of him. As long as she saw her own face. As long as her eyes meet mine, even for just a fraction of a second. That invisible and overbearing succubus halo will be the sweetest and most depraved hell that she cannot escape or imagine. Pride? Iceberg? He. In the face of absolute spiritual domination, all solid fortresses will melt away like ice and snow under the sun and cease to exist. There was still no expression on Qin Feng's face. It is as calm as a homeowner returning home late at night, about to stroll into his own backyard. He stretched out his long legs, taking steady steps, one step, he walked slowly and steadily towards the brightly lit gate of the villa, which looked like the bloody mouth of a giant beast. The rhythm of his footsteps was very strange, as if he was stepping on some invisible drumbeat. Boom! 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 Every step he took was like an invisible hammer, striking with incredible precision on the heartbeats of those warriors lurking in the shadows, who thought they were hiding perfectly. The air seemed to be frozen, and invisible pressure accumulated layer by layer with his steps. The heart of every lurker was contracting wildly under this indescribable rhythm, and the blood almost coagulated. Cold sweat instantly soaked the tight combat uniform, sticking to the skin sticky and cold. They felt like fish on a chopping block. Even breathing became extremely difficult. The heavy carved wooden door of the villa was ajar, revealing a dazzling light from inside, as if it were another world inside, a trap made of crystal and flames, waiting to devour him. Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He didn't even slow down, and the moment his steps reached the door, he casually stretched out his hand. The action was understated, like brushing off a tiny speck of dust from the shoulder. Squeak! The solid wooden door, so heavy it required the combined strength of a strong man to push, uttered a teeth-grinding groan as it slowly slid open at his casual push. The scraping sound of the door hinges, in the dead silence of the night, was like the wail of a dying beast, harshly ripping through the stagnant air. Inside the door, the scene suddenly became clear. The hall was surprisingly spacious, with a high dome and a huge crystal chandelier hanging from the highest point. Countless perfectly cut prisms reflected the brightest light, illuminating every inch of the expensive Persian carpet, every ornament shining with metal or enamel, and every cold and smooth marble tile, making them appear as bright as day. However, beneath this extremely brilliant light, there is a heart-wrenching silence. There were no servants, no guards, no sign of any living creature. A deliberately created vacuum-like silence before a storm weighed heavily on the entire space. Only the faint hum of electricity flowing through the crystal chandelier further highlights the vastness and suffocation of the dead silence. Qin Feng's eyes swept across the entire audience calmly. Then, his gaze fixed on the heavy steel door leading to the basement. A figure was slowly walking out from the shadows beside the door. It is a young man. Chapter 60. Who do you think you are? The young man is about 27 or 28 years old. He was wearing a tight black combat suit that was tailored to his body, which perfectly outlined his explosive muscles. There was a sophistication and ruthlessness on his face that was inconsistent with his age. There was a self-righteous, cold smile on his lips, as if he was in control of everything. Wang Tian. Wang Lan's younger brother. The chief officer of the Lu family's most elite shadow guard. A third-grade peak warrior. It is only one step away from the 4th level. In the entire Lu family, he is the strongest fighting force except for those old monsters in seclusion and Wang Lan himself. He looked at Qin Feng with a hint of playfulness in his eyes, like a cat and mouse. It's like watching a poor wretch who has fallen into a trap and doesn't even know it. Qin Feng. Wang Tian spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and metallic. He calls him by his first name. This in itself is an extreme humiliation. He admired the calm expression on Qin Feng's face. In his opinion, it was just a cowardly act of pretending to be calm. The smile on his lips grew wider. My sister. In the basement. I've been waiting for you for a long time. He spoke deliberately slowly. Every word is like a small hammer hitting people's hearts. Everyone knew that the so-called basement was where the Lu family disposed of garbage and traitors. No one who goes in can come out intact. You. Wang Tian took a step forward and raised his hand as if to pat Qin Feng on the shoulder as a sign of friendliness. He hadn't even gotten the last word out of his throat. Qin Feng moved. There were no signs. There were no signs. No one present even saw his movements clearly. In Wang Tian's pupils filled with mockery. Qin Feng's figure seemed to blur for a moment. It turned into a faint afterimage that could not be captured by the naked eye. Quick! Almost reaching the limit. It was almost reaching the point where it exceeded the dynamic vision limit of a peak-level third-grade warrior. The next moment. Crack! A bone-shattering explosion so crisp that it made everyone's scalp tingle suddenly exploded in this extremely silent hall. The sound was like thunder. All the warriors lurking in the dark were so shocked that their hearts skipped a beat. Well. The cold smile that showed control over everything on Wang Tian's face froze in an instant. Then, like inferior glass shattered by a heavy hammer, shattered into pieces. Instead, there was extreme, twisted, and unbelievable pain. Ah ah. A shrill howl that was not like a human voice finally burst out from his deformed throat. He lowered his head. I see. A slender palm. At this moment, it was like a giant clamp cast from ruthless steel. It was tightly clasped on his right shoulder. The 5 fingers have already sunk deeply into his flesh. He could feel it clearly. My shoulder blades, collarbones, and even the entire joint connecting my arms. All of this was done with that casual pinch just now. Completely molded. A ball of powder. Severe pain. The indescribable heart-wrenching pain, like a crazy tsunami, instantly overwhelmed all his nerves. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead like a waterfall. His body was twitching and shaking violently due to the severe pain. He wanted to struggle. But I found that the hand didn't move at all. It was as if it was welded to his bones. The third-grade peak energy and blood that he was so proud of seemed as weak and powerless as a newborn baby in front of that palm. How could it be? How is it possible? Isn't he only a second rank? This power. This speed. Is it the devil? Wang Tian's eyes were filled with endless fear and confusion. Qin Feng just stood quietly in front of him. His face still had that heart-wrenchingly calm expression. He slowly lowered his head. He approached Wang Tian's face, which was distorted by pain and fear. With such an indifferent tone, as if he was crushing a blind ant that was blocking the way. "Speak softly. The sound is not loud." But it was clearly heard by everyone present. "You, who are you? Are you worthy of being ordered around by me?" Chapter 61. Let's go together. Rustle. Rustle. A subtle, almost imperceptible sound of clothing rubbing against each other came from all directions. The shadows are creeping. The 16 strands of Qin blood that were like candles in the wind finally revealed themselves from the corners where they were hiding. They wore uniform black combat uniforms and tactical masks on their faces, revealing only a pair of eyes that should have been cold and ruthless. Lu Family Shadow Guard. Each one of them is an elite selected from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It is the sharpest knife that the Lu family relies on to intimidate Jiangcheng and maintain the dignity of the first family. But at this moment, this knife is trembling. 16 people, 32 pairs of eyes, were fixed on the young man standing in the middle of the hall, one hand still holding the shoulder of their general manager. What was reflected in their pupils was no longer what was shown in the information, that is, a mere second-grade plaything of the Lu family's daughter. But a ferocious humanoid beast that broke free from all shackles and slowly rose from the abyss. What is that pressure of energy and blood that is so overwhelming that it almost suffocates them? That's a fourth-grade warrior. It is a bridge that connects the 5 internal organs, with qi and blood surging like rivers. The 4th level. Intelligence. Wrong. So wrong. Fatally wrong. They looked at their chief supervisor, Wang Tian, who in their hearts was almost invincible and at the peak of the 3rd rank. At this moment, he was like a chick with its wings pinched, unable to even struggle under that white, slim